When you feel the piercing pain brought by the 12 soul nails again, you know you have been reborn. Watching the master and junior sister use the pretext of doing it for your own good to make you admit guilt. You stand tall. Since I have come back to this world, I will never compromise, nor will I acknowledge this groundless accusation. Faced with these groundless accusations, he once tried to defend himself but had to accept the punishment in the end. As a result, his golden core shattered, and he suffered the torment of the raging winds for 3 years. Returning to the sect, he had become half a cripple, unable to catch up even when he tried his best, falling far behind his peers. Now, with the chance to start anew in this life, he is indifferent to matters of sect loyalty, external demons, world calamities, and all living beings. Ignoring any dissuasion, you stood tall and composed, saying, "There are 3 things I need to clarify. If after clarification the sect still believes I am guilty of stealing the Linglong Pagoda, and wishes to punish me, then I will accept whatever punishment they see fit. The first thing is, of course, the accusation of stealing the sect's treasure, the Linglong Pagoda. Have any of the elders considered why I would steal the pagoda?" You asked fearlessly. Legend has it that the Linglong Pagoda is a celestial artifact that has fallen into the mortal realm, and to this day, no one has been able to use it correctly. Only high-level cultivators can forcefully activate it with their strong cultivation. As a mere golden core cultivator, what use would I have for the Linglong Pagoda? The elders were taken aback by your words. The theft of the pagoda was such a significant matter that they had overlooked the issue of what benefits the thief would gain. The Dawn Sword sect used to be a top sect with high-level cultivators, but now, even the strongest among them, the sect master, only has a combined cultivation base. Unless he burns everything and uses himself as a disposable consumable, he wouldn't be able to use the Linglong Pagoda at all. You truly had no motive for theft. But I did see the Linglong Tower fall from my senior brother. Just as everyone was puzzled, Xiaoren timidly spoke up again, emphasizing your guilt and shifting the focus back to the act of theft. You had anticipated this. After all, the Linglong Tower was thrown onto him by Xiaoren during the fight, so of course he saw it clearly. You stared at Xiaoren, suddenly showing a kind smile, making Xiaoren feel a chill all over and a sense of unease in his heart. This is the crux of the matter. You did not defend yourself, as if you did not hear Xiaoren's accusation, and raised the Linglong Tower, saying, "The Linglong Tower was not stolen by the disciple, but the immortal tool has a spirit and actively followed the disciple out." What nonsense are you talking about? Absurd. Simply nonsense. Bai Hong, do not speak recklessly to avoid punishment, otherwise even your master cannot save you. If infighting among the same sect can still keep the elders calm, what you said about treasures having spirits and voluntarily following him out of the treasure trove is simply a fantasy. Even the sect master Hanhai Daojun, who maintains a certain level of trust in you, became serious at this moment. As your master, the true Moon Lord, showed a look of distrust and slowly said, "Honger, this matter is important. We cannot just listen to your words. We need evidence." With a hint of mockery in your eyes, you asked, "Master, since you also know that we should not just listen to one side, why did you directly suppress the disciple with the soul-locking nail?" The true Moon Lord's heart trembled. Facing your inquiry, she couldn't even say a complete sentence. Whether she realized she was wrong or was stung by your distant gaze, she felt that today's you seemed not to be her Honger. The other elders showed surprise upon hearing this, then looked at the true Moon Lord with some doubt. When they were summoned, you had already been nailed with the soul-locking nail, so no one mentioned it again. However, it was unexpected that the nail was personally nailed by the true Moon Lord, and it seemed that she did not even give the disciple a chance to explain. It was too much. Anyone could treat you like this, but only the true Moon Lord, acting in such a way as a master, was really excessive. No wonder you exuded a sense of injustice today. It turns out it was directed towards the true Moon Lord. Since Master refuses to answer, let's forget about it for now. You shook your head indifferently, seeming to not care at all about Master's response. Turning to Taoist Hanhai, you said, "The disciple's evidence is the disciple's physical condition." The Linglong Pagoda in your hand suddenly burst into golden light, like a small sun appearing out of nowhere, blinding everyone. Only a few elders with strong cultivation and divine awareness could see everything clearly. The brilliance of the Linglong Pagoda was intense, but when it fell on you, it was gentle like a breeze, warm like the morning sun, slowly healing the 12 penetrating wounds on your body. With a clang, the soul-locking nail fell on the stone slab in the martial arts arena, emitting 12 crisp sounds. Your suppressed golden core also became more active, becoming more solid and round under the witness of the elders. A few days ago, The disciple awakened the immortal body, but did not expect to resonate with the Linglong Pagoda, even allowing it to follow voluntarily. Are the elders willing to believe? You held the subdued Linglong Pagoda and continued without waiting for a response. I also discovered the spiritual nature of the immortal tool only after being suppressed by the soul-locking nail. It communicated with me and voluntarily healed the disciple. Can this be considered evidence? Yes, of course. Daoist Hanhai was overjoyed, unable to hide the smile on his face. He even took a few steps from the high platform of the martial arts arena to stand in front of you, carefully touching your shoulder as if handling a fragile and precious porcelain, bright and restrained, full of vitality, indeed possessing the qualifications of an immortal body. It has been nearly 10,000 years since an immortal body appeared. Unexpectedly, this time it is a disciple of our Dawn Sword sect, coincidentally resonating with the Linglong Pagoda. This is the will of heaven, the will of our sect's prosperity. Daoist Hanhai was still ecstatic, his speech trembling, tightly holding your shoulders as if afraid you would run away. Turning his head, he asked, to resonate with the Linglong Pagoda, this must be a newly discovered extraordinary immortal body. What are your talents and abilities? What name should we give you? The disciple has only recently awakened and has not yet explored his talents and abilities. You respectfully replied, not entirely lying. According to the progress of his past life, he would only awaken his immortal body at the Yuan infant stage. Now, relying on past life experience and special methods to stimulate, the awakening time has been advanced, resulting in his immortal body not fully recovering. With a calm expression, you looked directly at the second elder, handing over a heavy broadsword, saying, the edgeless sword is a rare heavy sword, with a wide and thick blade, not suitable for stabbing. I heard that the most fatal wound of your disciple is a long and slender penetrating wound. The second elder remained silent, her uncovered face slowly darkening. She had only focused on stabilizing the disciple's injuries when she arrived, repairing the hole in his heart, then sent someone to take care of the disciple, and together with everyone else judged you, not paying too much attention to the murder weapon. And now, after seeing Bai Han's bladeless sword, he really found something fishy. If that disciple of hers was stabbed through the heart by the bladeless sword, she was afraid that his heart would be crushed into mush, and he wouldn't last long enough for her to come to his rescue. The matter may be that I have wronged you. The second elder was not a little cutie, lightly glanced at Xiaoren, but still first said to Bai Hong, when Song Li wakes up, I will inquire carefully and re-investigate this matter, and if I really have wronged a good person, I will personally come to the door to apologize and make amends. Elder is polite. Disciple also hopes that senior sister Song recovers soon and returns disciple's innocence. Bai Hong bowed in response, his attitude unassuming, as if everything was that natural. In the bottom of his heart, the evaluation of the second elder is quite a bit better. In his previous life, he was unable to defend himself, unable to clear his name, and naturally he was pressed by the second elder step by step, but now at a glance, the second elder is so sensible. Daoist Lord Hanhai was even more relieved when he heard this. Bai Hong was a seedling of a Mahayana cultivator. If he really violated the rules of the sect and seriously injured his fellow disciples, he really didn't know how to deal with it. If he harbors them, it will chill the hearts of the second elder and the many disciples, and bring down the culture of the clan. If he enforced the law impartially, he was afraid that Bai Hong would harbor a grudge, and he was also afraid that the punishment would be too harsh and hurt the immortal body's foundation. So now this result is very satisfying to him. Now that this is over, Patriarch, there is a third thing that disciple has yet to say. Daoist Lord Hanhai coughed and was about to reveal the matter and admonish the members of the sect not to spread the immortal body matter, when he was interrupted by Bai Hong. However, he did not get angry, nor did he feel that the sovereign's majesty was damaged. Instead, he looked at Bai Hong smilingly and asked affectionately, I almost forgot. There are 3 things coming. Then tell me what the third thing is, right? Bai Hong looked at one of the most beautiful female cultivators in the crowd. She was dressed in a light-colored Taoist robe, with an oval jade pendant and a scented capsule hanging from her waist. Her green silk was coiled up high and held in place with an emerald-colored jade hairpin, and her gaze revealed relief, as if she was very happy that Bai Hong was able to awaken her immortal body. This is his master in his previous life, True Lord Quicksilver. Please order the Patriarch to teach True Lord Luiwei to teach his disciples. Bai Hong just looked at her and said in a slow but firm tone, expelled from the division. Chapter 3 Because I was never firmly chosen by you. Expelled from the division? White Rainbow's spitting was very clear, but it still called for the crowd to not be able to help repeating their whispers, simply because it was too shocking. After all, True Lord Quicksilver had strength. talent, and looks, and his personal disciples were less than a palmful, so he was really an unparalleled candidate for a master. And even outside the sect, there was the beautiful name of Quicksilver's sword Immortal. The only shortcoming was that True Lord Quicksilver's origin seemed to be very problematic. It was said that his mother was a sinner in the cultivation world, but that didn't affect anything. At least the crowd of disciples didn't feel any negative impact. It could be said that worshipping him as a teacher was really a great thing that earned him face and face, not to mention that Bai Hong had already worshipped him for more than 10 years, and the crowd really couldn't think of any reason for him to do so. A disciple taking the initiative to request to break away from his master's sect, even if he still remained in the sect and did not rebel against the sect, was in itself a matter of great treason. Honger, what are you saying? True Lord Lu Yu's bright eyes widened. Her entire body was dizzy. She treated Bai Hong like her own son. She never thought that such a thing would happen. In fact, she had previously made up her mind that even if Bai Hong really was taken away from his true successor status and wasted 3 years at the Siyuan Cliff, she would still accept him as a disciple again. However, she had never thought that her Honger would take the initiative to abandon his identity as a true disciple. Disciple begs you to expel me from the sect. I don't want this identity of a personal disciple. Bai Hong, without sorrow or joy, said, being an ordinary disciple in the Morning Glory Sword sect is also very good. Elder brother. Li Yunqin had never seen such a scene. Sandwiched between his master and elder brother, he couldn't even speak. At the same time, Xiao Ren's eyes gave birth to a burst of joy, and then pretended to be incredulous as he was stunned in place. And in his heart, he wished that White Rainbow would hurry up and get out of the way, and it would be best if even the Morning Glory Sword sect retreated as well. In this way, he was the only male personal disciple in True Lord Liu Yue's lineage. White Rainbow took in the crowd's reactions, but didn't care. In his second life, he didn't come here swinging. Set aside the relationship with the master. Just see her upset. Will always remember the aggression of the last life. Does not mean forgiveness. And Xiao Ren must die. Collecting his thoughts, Bai Hong saw that his master was stunned in place and couldn't help but urge. I also ask True Lord Lu Yu to fulfill my request. As for the disciple's cultivation treasure, you had better take it back altogether. I just happen to recultivate and have no more involvement with you. There is no mention of repaying the grace of teaching. In the Morning Glory Sword sect, as long as it is an individual knows how much he is paid for the lineage of the true monarch of the flowing moon. I disagree. True Lord Lu Yue realized that Bai Hong didn't look like he was joking. And surprisingly, he lost his temper for a few moments. Just because Master used the soul-suppressing nail to pin you down, you're going to draw a line in the sand with Master? Don't be a little naughty. My Honger wouldn't fool around just because of this kind of thing. True Lord Lu Yue shook his head in the negative. This time, it is the Master who is a little anxious, but I am also afraid of breaking the rules of the sect. Let's go back first. Okay, Honger. With that, he was about to take Bai Hong's hand and walk towards the outside of the crowd. True Lord Lu Yue shouldn't be joking. Disciple didn't play small either. Bai Hong didn't move to take a step back, avoiding her master's delicate hand, and said seriously, much less did I make the decision because I was nailed with the soul suppressor nail. And because of what? True Lord Liu Yue's voice rose a few points. Being repeatedly rejected made her a bit embarrassed, especially since the one who rejected her was still Bai Hong, who she had raised from a young age. Because the disciple suddenly realized that I have never been firmly chosen by you. Bai Hong's mind was smooth, but the words she uttered were quite poignant, causing the surrounding disciples to hold their noses. The crowd did not know why. Obviously just a short sentence. No hissing and noise, but it seems to hide millions of grievances and losses. Like a traveler through the vicissitudes of life to look back on his life, but found that there is nothing to talk about the general lonesomeness. It's not that there's no sweet and sour. It's just that it's all in the past. Just a few vicissitudes. How come? Why didn't I choose you? True Lord Lu Yue wanted to open her mouth to retort, but as a result, before she could open her mouth, she heard Bai Hong continue. The sword on Senior Sister Song's heart was stabbed by Xiaoren. No way. True Lord Lu Yu instinctively opened his mouth to deny, saying, Xiaoren has a pure nature, extraordinary talent, and cultivation is also very hardworking. How could he harm his fellow disciples? Honger, you must be mistaken. Moreover, words are not evidence. One must also talk about evidence. Sure is exactly the same as before. Bai Hong laughed coldly, the sarcasm in the corner of his eyes undisguised as he spread his hands and asked, then why did you use the soul-suppressing nail on me without a second thought when Xiaoren testified against a disciple? And you exonerated him when I testified against Xiaoren? He was born with a pure nature and extraordinary talent. Am I born with a bad seed and a stupid qualification? Bai Hong said word for word. Disciple can accept a slightly biased master teacher, but I won't accept a master teacher who speculates about me with the utmost malice and doesn't trust me. True Lord Liu Yue's red lips were slightly open, but she couldn't send out the slightest sound. But the whole person looked more and more downcast. How do you explain it? It doesn't explain it at all. Even the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but let out a sigh, feeling bad for Bai Hong. In terms of proximity, Bai Hong has been worshipping his teacher since he was a child for 10 years, and Xiaorun has been worshipping his teacher for less than 2 years after his family was destroyed with his art. In terms of cultivation talent, Bai Hong had awakened her immortal body and resonated with the sect's greatest treasure, and Xiaorun was nothing more than an ordinary true disciple. Even speaking of paying, not many disciples in the entire clan had paid more than Bai Hong. If true Lord Luiyue was the top candidate for master in the hearts of all the disciples, then Bai Hong was the best candidate for disciple in the eyes of all the elders. It turned out to be such a talented disciple with excellent character, but his master was biased in such a way that it was no wonder he was disheartened. Even the second elder, who had previously suspected White Rainbow and had been at war with him, was now feeling a bit of pity and wanted to angrily rebuke true Lord Luiyue. In the end, he could only look at the Patriarch and transmitted his voice. Otherwise, let Bai Hong have his wish. Gee, how about this? Daoist Lord Hanhai was torn in his heart. He only felt that today was like a roller coaster ride, only to be immersed in the joy of having an immortal body out of the clan. And the next second, the immortal body was disheartened, and even wanted to scrap his cultivation and retake it. But don't ever retake it. Abolishing his cultivation might even damage his foundation. And if this affects Bai Hong's talent, then he will be the ancient sinner of the Morning Sun Sword Sect. In his heart there are 10,000 dirty words want to curse. Hanhai Daojun also have to hold back first. Take out the faction of the Lord of a clan. Look at Luiyue Jinjuan, said. Third elder, today is already chaotic enough. I see that today will be dispersed first. You masters and disciples also need to calm down. As for the White Rainbow's stay or go, how to decide on a day to decide again. Honger is my disciple. No one can make me drive him away. True Lord Luiyue was a bit overwhelmed, but when it came to Bai Hong, she still refused to take half a step back. When Daoist Lord Hanhai heard this, the smile on his face gradually converged, and his voice wasn't as kind as before as he commanded the crowd. Regarding the matter of the White Rainbow immortal body, no one is permitted to discuss it, and no one is permitted to pass the news outward if there is a violator, regardless of status and cultivation. I will kill him. Today, let's disperse first. Yes, the elders answered with their hands, not wanting to get involved in this matter, and slowly retreated with the clan's deacons and disciples, leaving only a few people in the field. Bai Hong, you were serious when you said that the murderer who injured Song Li was Xiaorun? The second elder did not leave. He still had to seek justice for his disciple. Next to him, Xiaorun also stood in place, not that he didn't want to follow the crowd to leave, but the second elder would have suppressed with his aura long ago. Whether Xiaorun is a murderer or not is not up to disciple. Bai Hong shook his head and said flatly, if true Lord Luyu says that he is, then he is. And if true Lord Luyu is dead set on protecting Xiaorun, disciple can't produce evidence. Song Li Won slender and narrow, and no other breath remains, so can only prove that it is not a heavy sword such as Feng Feng sword, but cannot testify others, because the vast majority of people's life-flying sword are thin and light that one. Hong True Lord Liu Yue's face was sad and he couldn't help but speak. If True Lord doesn't have anything else to do, I'll take my leave first. Bai Hong turned around and left without the slightest bit of lingering, resolute as if facing a stranger. Rainbow, you're not allowed to leave. In the next moment, Bai Hong felt a monstrous force pour over him, but it didn't hurt him in the slightest, only restricting his movement. Rainbow child, why do you have to be like this? It's master's fault. Can't I apologize to you? True Lord Lu Yu was aggravated to the extreme and asked, what exactly do you want me to do so that you don't play with your temper? You still think I'm being a jerk until now? Even though she was confined in place, Bai Hong's expression remained indifferent, and she suddenly laughed. Fine. Then I'll play a trick. Don't you still want to keep me? Then you must regard me as very important, right? That's of course. Master teacher thinks of you as the most important. Daoist Luiyue hastily nodded his head, somewhat elated. Honger had worshipped in the mountain sect when she was 6 or 7 years old, and she had raised her personally, so how could she not be important? How about expelling Xiaorun, who falsely accused me, from the division, and I'll stay? However, Bai Hong's next words caused the smile on True Lord Quicksilver's face to freeze, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 4, You don't deserve to be his master. Rainbow, how can you say that? Hearing White Rainbow's request, true Lord Liyue only felt like falling into an icy river. Honger was important to her, but Xiao Run was also her disciple, so how could she drive away the other in order to keep one? The request literally set her on fire. True Lord Quicksilver looked at White Rainbow in a daze, hesitant as always, not knowing how to answer. White Rainbow was not surprised to see this, but only revealed a cold smile. It seems that I am not that important. True Lord Liyue should not deceive himself in the future. Perhaps it was the fact that the refined Void Great Cultivator could feel the will of heaven in the underworld. True Lord Liyue suddenly panicked beyond measure, as if what she was facing was not the persecution of her disciples, but a choice concerning their fate, causing her to be distracted and frozen in place. Master, disciple is willing to fulfill the master. Please expel brother. As an aside, the second elder looked at Xiaorun rather unexpectedly, not expecting that a newly promoted Jindan in the district would be able to vocalize under the pressure of his chi at the refined void realm. Even if Xiaorun passed out without finishing a single sentence, it was still a remarkable achievement. True Lord Luyu snapped back to his senses and saw the scene of Xiaoren's forehead covered in fine sweat as he fainted. Zhen Chan, True Lord Luyu's heart was focused on his beloved disciple. His cultivation violently erupted, counteracting the second elder's pressure, and lifting his hand, he swung out a plain-colored palliette, gently catching Xiaorun and slowly placing him on the ground, his eyes full of worry. But it was also the moment of its distraction that the Linglong Tower violently bloomed with unparalleled light. A violent tidal wave of aura erupted, and all of the refined Void Cultivator's confinements were instantly broken through, and a mouthful of blood flowed down the corner of Bai Hong's mouth, causing a pang of heartache for Dao Lord Hanhai. Resonance Linglong Tower does not mean that it can be harnessed at will, forcibly stimulate the treasure to protect the efficacy of the master, as well as to pay the price. Honger, True Lord Luyu had only arrived in front of Xiaorun when the White Rainbow broke the confinement. Caught off guard, he could only support Xiaoren and let out a cry of alarm. Instead, it was Taoist Lord Hanhai, who didn't have much contact with White Rainbow, who rushed forward, counting helplessly while checking on White Rainbow's condition. Aya, how is this child of yours so rigid? The confinement of the refined Void Cultivator which is so good to break. Even if you borrow the power of Linglong Tower, that backlash can also seriously injure you. Disciple is fine. Teach the Patriarch to worry. Bai Hong didn't resist Taoist Lord Hanhai's probing. She just gently placed the Linglong Pagoda on the ground and said, the Linglong Pagoda objects are returned to the sect. If there's nothing else, disciple will leave first. What the are you talking about? How can there be really no big deal? Taoist Lord Hanhai's divine sense at the ensemble stage swept through and surprisingly found that it was truly as White Rainbow had said. There was no major harm. The damage was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when translated to an ordinary person, it was just a serious bruise that would take a while to recuperate. This really deserves to be an immortal body. Hanhai Daojun cannot help but sigh. See White Rainbow really turn to leave, and then hastily stop it. Will Linglong Tower in the air pushed over. Said, the merging cultivation is not enough to harness this tower. Put in the treasure trove to eat dust for 1,000 years. Since you can resonate with it, it will be temporarily placed in your place. Do not take it out of the clan will be good. I think there are also a few points of help to your cultivation. Then thank you for the Patriarch's favor. Bai Hong didn't refuse. She just took the Linglong Tower and said thank you, not looking at True Lord Luyu the entire time, and quickly disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. In addition to the unconscious Xiaoren, only Patriarch Hanhai Daojun, second elder Zhou Qiyu, and third elder Luyue remained in the field. Patriarch, why are you stopping me? Only when the White Rainbow retreated did True Lord Luyue feel the pressure on his body recede. It turned out that the moment White Rainbow turned to leave, she wanted to repeat her trick and forcefully leave him behind by relying on her refined void cultivation, but she didn't expect to be restricted in her movements by Dao Lord Hanhai instead. Without his disciples present, Dao Lord Hanhai was a little less cordial and looked at True Lord Luyue solemnly, slowly saying, can't you see? Bai Hong's mind is made up. He and Xiaorun. You can only choose one. True Lord Quicksilver was stunned, his mind in turmoil to the extreme, as if he hadn't expected even the Patriarch to say so. She naturally wouldn't give up on White Rainbow, but, glancing at the frail Xiaoren who had fallen into a coma, True Lord Luyu was equally relieved. You don't have to say anything to me. Taoist Lord Hanhai shook his head, showing a rare display of indifference as he said, choosing who to be the true transmitter is the freedom of the elders. I won't care, but Bai Hong is burdened with an immortal body, and is the hope of the clan's revival, so I won't make things difficult for him. Think carefully about who you're going to choose, but before you make a decision, it's better not to bother that child. By Hong. Hanhai Dao Jungaze again looked at Xiaoran, slowly said, this son has the suspicion of plotting to kill fellow disciples, but also need to properly interrogate on a trial. You then, do not harbor, leaving other things aside. Xiaoran's ability to speak under the second elder's confinement was not something that an ordinary Jindan cultivator could do, and coupled with those few provocative words that clearly arched the fire, Daoist Lord Hanhai had a very poor impression of him. But even so, Dao Lord Hanhai didn't directly take him down, and also gave true Lord Luyue face, allowing her to heal his wounds first and make plans after he awoke. That was just Rainbow's anger. True Monarch Luyu heard this and immediately fought for Xiaoran. The Patriarch was just treating Xiaoran as a prisoner. She could not accept her beloved disciple being defamed like this. If the murderer is really him, be prepared to take on another disciple. Second Elder Zhou Qiyu was silent for a moment and said to True Lord Luyue, it's not a threat, it's just repeating the facts. If the murderer was Xiaoran, then he would have to add another offense of defaming a fellow disciple, and the defamation would still be of an immortal body, which was equal to infinitely elevating the seriousness of the matter. The second elder was still looking forward to this. Even she very much hoped that true Lord Luyu would die to protect Xiaoran, in which case, she would avenge her new hatred and old hatred together, and even kill Luyu together. Zhou Qiyu, if you dare to touch a single hair on Renner, I will never spare. However, such words fell on true Lord Luyu's ears but changed in meaning, giving her the feeling that everyone was targeting Xiaoran. Not in the mood for your raving. The second elder threw out his big sleeves and didn't listen to true Lord Liuyue's threats and defense as he left this place straight away. So what if you're a swordsman? Sword cultivators had an advantage in fighting, but it wasn't that they wouldn't lose. It was a matter of justice for the disciples, and she, who was a master teacher, had no fear of making a scene. Before leaving, the second elder seemed to have remembered something. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile, and suddenly added, unjust and unfair, biased to this extent. Lu Hui, you're really not worthy of being Bai Hong's master. Leaving the martial arts arena, White Rainbow rode his sword and landed in the middle of a verdant and rolling mountain range in the blink of an eye, which was the range managed by the third elder true Lord Luyue, and one of the peaks whose top was flattened by a sword is Bai Hong's residence in the Morning Sun Sword Sect, a place he once regarded as home, and also the place of death where he was sentenced to capital punishment. Honger, since you are a disciple of this seat, you should protect the righteous path to prove the heart of the sword, and go through 1,000 robberies without changing your ambition, and bless the earth with peace. Honger, my generation of cultivators must not be extravagant and enjoyable, must not bully the weak, must not see death, must not. Honger, cultivators wield power far beyond that of ordinary people, and their every move may affect the fate of ordinary people, so when you walk outside in the future, remember to think twice before you act, and don't lose justice. Seeing his simple wooden house from afar, White Rainbow felt as if he had heard the sage advice of his master, making him doubly nauseous. No one in the Luyue lineage has done anything, so how are you qualified to ask me? Shaking his head to stop thinking about his past life, Bai Hong knew that the most urgent thing to do was to pack up his personal belongings and go down the mountain, completely disassociate himself from the Luyue lineage, and then enhance his cultivation realm to gain the ability to defend himself. Only after ensuring his personal safety did he have time to clear everything. However, when Bai Hong pushed open the door, she saw a familiar figure. Si Fu. The person who came was none other than the third senior sister of the Flowing Moon lineage, Li Yunqin. Chapter 5, does he want to destroy even his last memories? I wonder what senior sister Li is doing here. White Rainbow wore a smile that overflowed with detachment and said, Senior sister Li, don't be anxious. I'm only picking up some bedding and a change of clothes and then I'll leave. I won't stay too long. I'm not trying to kick you out. How did you become like this? Senior brother. Li Yunqin's eyebrows knitted lightly. Her expression was aggrieved. Bai Hong's estrangement and indifference was hard for her to accept. Clearly yesterday Bai Hong was still very close to her as a senior sister. Isn't it just Xiaoran he misunderstood you? Senior brother, you are so petty. Li Yunqin thought of all the things that happened today, both aggrieved and angry, saying, you said that senior brother Xiaoran seriously injured his fellow disciples and wanted to draw a line in the sand with Master Zun. And today the entire clan is looking at our jokes. Master clearly loves you the most. How can you bear to do this to us? First of all, true Lord Liuyue's most heartbroken is Xiaoran. And secondly, Xiaoran slandering me is a misunderstanding, and me testifying against him is nonsense? Bai Hong's face was as normal, not rippling. That is to say, Senior Sisterly thinks that my testimony is purely in retaliation against him? That's right. Then you can just assume that I'm taking revenge. It's me who is narrow-minded. It's me who is vindictive. While putting the required household items into the storage bag, Bai Hong said, in the future, please also ask Senior Sisterly to be more careful as well. After all, today I was slandered. There is also a share of you, right? Never be careful not to be retaliated against by this villain of mine. Li Yunqin's delicate face froze when she heard this. In fact, the master and the other elders had inquired about it, but she had seen Song Li collapsed in a pool of blood at that time, and Bai Hong, who was closest to him, was covered with stirring mana, and looked as if he had been in a fierce battle. Coupled with Xiaoran's senior brother's certainty of identification, she subconsciously identified Bai Hong as the murderer, which led to the subsequent flow of the Moon True Lord to hit the soul-suppressing nail without explanation. Senior brother, I didn't mean it. Li Yunqin's face was full of apologies, or she knew that she was in the wrong, and her tone weakened. There's no need to apologize. I'm really narrow-minded and vindictive to the point of falsely accusing people. Elder brother, don't be like this, okay? Li Yunqin still wanted to speak, but she saw that Bai Hong had already packed up her belongings, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed up to the sky, easily overturning the roof beams and walking cleanly without the slightest hesitation. The small wooden house also shattered inch by inch under the impact set off by the Jindan cultivator, turning into a ruin, leaving Bai Hong's voice echoing in the air. This house was built by my own hands, and should also be destroyed by me, so I won't stay here to get in the way of your flowing moon lineage. Your flowing moon lineage? Li Yunqin froze in place, looking at the shattered wood around her, with Bai Hong's detached words still echoing in her ears. Her heart suddenly gave birth to trepidation, and she could not help but take 2 steps back. Elder brother went so far as to say, your flowing moon lineage, and actually destroyed the residence. This cabin, this wooden house was built by Master Bai Hong on the day he succeeded in refining qi, and Master personally guided him from the sidelines. The wooden hut, although the structure is simple, has been repaired and reinforced dozens of times, and has always been a treasure in the heart of the senior brother, every inch of which contains his feelings for the master, for the line of the 3 elders. How is it that it is so suddenly destroyed today? Li Yunqin suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart, and while panicking, she somewhat complained about Bai Hong's desperation. Elder brother, do you really want to draw a line in the sand with us? 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. White Rainbow left only to feel refreshed, as if fading the shackles and breaking free of the cage. It seems that even the sky is a little bluer. He did not rush to find a place to live. Instead, he shuttled between the dense and secluded mountains and forests, and then steeply exploded his cultivation, rushed straight to the clouds, and flew until the height where the protective aura couldn't block the astral winds, and only then fell with the wind as if he were a falling bird, and closed his eyes and drew an arc in the air. After realizing that he had been reborn again, he had been combing through his memories, solving the problem of being falsely accused, and drawing a line with the flowing moon lineage, and had been incredibly busy. But White Rainbow wasn't actually lacking in thinking. For once he had pondered countless days and nights before he was executed. Why did he, who was dedicated to public service, end up in a situation where all his friends and relatives were separated from him and he was a total failure? Why did the moralistic Xiaoran have countless fans and was able to trick the lineage of the true Lord of the Flowing Moon into being unable to distinguish between right and wrong? Before dying, White Rainbow came up with the answer. Because when he was good, he wasn't good enough to be extreme and cared about evaluation and reputation. And when he was bad, he wasn't bad enough to be complete. And there was always compassion at work. In his previous life, Bai Hong had followed True Lord Lu Yu's teachings to do more good deeds and care for the world. But he was also burdened by his reputation and made many efforts to prove his innocence. But there are times when doing more is more wrong. But instead, Xiaoran seized the opportunity to backstab the layout and pushed it into a more embarrassing situation. Being buckled on the hat of the heavenly devil spies, become the evil devil that everyone has to be put to death. White Rainbow and Too Soft, several times let go of the cultivators who came to hunt him. The previous life master teacher and sister were all captured by him several times and let go. As a result, his goodwill has not been exchanged for an equal amount of goodwill, and only a few people are willing to accept his kindness and remember him. But the power of a few people is too small to change anything. But, not this time. Less than an arm's length away from the ground, White Rainbow snapped his eyes open and stopped, staging a textbook emergency hover before landing gently on the ground. This time will not be. The world's reputation in cold eyes and I have nothing to do. I also do not have the responsibility to save the world obligation. If you want to praise Shaoran, then go ahead. When he pits the collapse of the Immortal Alliance, and everything is turned into extraterrestrial heavenly devil nourishment, and all the cultivators find out that Shaoran is the reincarnation of the heavenly devil subspirit, it won't be me who regrets it, and by that time, I will have long since ascended to the heavens. It wasn't that Bai Hong was arrogant. The Linglong immortal body he carried was already a top-notch physique, and coupled with experience and insight that far exceeded that of the Mahayana realm, there was no reason why he would fail to ascend. In the past, he was the enemy of the world. No one sheltered guidance. The opportunity was repeatedly taken, but still can swim against the current. Cultivation to the Mahayana period horizontal pressure a world. Such a gold. Anyone would have to say a word of conviction. However, it is also this horrendous talent that invites Xiao Ren's crazy targeting, which can be described as a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. After all, the extraterrestrial heavenly devils, they don't allow anyone to ascend. An ascended person who can break through the world's limits is a rare genius even in the upper realm, and will attract the attention of true immortals. If something fishy is discovered and a powerful true immortal is attracted to strike, it will be very difficult for the extraterrestrial heavenly devil to resist, not to mention the ambition to devour this realm. In this life, be the best bad guy, be the worst good guy, and then ascend. Light wind, determined white rainbow heart block likewise swept away the body of the Jindan even out of thin air to swell a few points. The color is also deeper and deeper, leaving a few tiny cracks. Middle Jindan. The next level of Jindan is Yuanying, which must be shattered into a baby, and when the Dan is shattered, the baby is born. Therefore, the cultivation direction of Jindan practitioners is to grow Jindan with pure cultivation, and nurture the newborn in it, so as to wait for the newborn to break out of the shell. The cracks that appeared on the white rainbow Jindan were proof that the embryonic form of a Yuanying had been conceived, worthy of being a Linglong immortal body. It's even this divine. The cultivation level can be raised just by saying so. An exclamation came from the distance. White Rainbow had expected it and did not alert. Instead he respectfully saluted. Patriarch. No need to be polite. I'm just checking to see how you're in shape. Taoist Lord Hanhai walked slowly, waved his hand and smiled. After all, you really did something amazing today. Bai Hong nodded slightly, knowing that the Patriarch was referring to the matter of leaving his master. In the cultivation world that honored the teacher, it was not too much to scold him for leaving the world. In fact, White Rainbow didn't know much about Dao Father Hanhai, simply because the Patriarch had died a bit too early in his previous life. In his previous life, he was not able to clear the suspicion of seriously injuring Songli, was abolished Jindan, in the thought of the cliff to bear the pain of the astral wine through the body. As a result, 3 years after the sentence was completed and released, Hankai Dao Jun has already fallen. The reason, on the other hand, is closely related to Shaoran. Chapter 6 Senior Brother. Let Senior Brother Xiao have the greenwood vine. Don't look at Shaoran pretending to be weak, pitiful and innocent within the clan, but in fact, his battle power far exceeded that of his peers. After all, how could a disciple who had formed the Dan for less than half a month fight with Bai Hong, the recognized pride of the clan, and still fight back and forth, and even have the energy left over to secretly make things worse? It was a pity that true Lord Luzhui and the others were biased and had lost justice long ago. Even if Bai Hong said it, it was only to establish a heavenly pride persona for Shaoran. In the outside world, Shaoran is the same as all the protagonists, often with all kinds of people because of the trivial enemy, and then intensify the conflict. Kill the small, attracted the old, killed the old, attracted even older, and ultimately attracted superpowerful practitioners, and even the clan cannot protect the kind of. In his last life, the Hanhai Daojun died to protect Shaoran because Shaoran was out killing and seizing treasures to provoke the Mahayana cultivators. Patriarch died in battle. The Morning Glory Sword Sect other people naturally difficult to be spared. The disciples of the door by the battle of high-level cultivators affected. More than 90% of the deaths and injuries, the name of the clan existed in reality. On the contrary, it is the fleeing Shaoran all the way to the encounter. The cultivation of the rising. A few years after the clothes to return to their hometowns, looking for the surviving Morning Glory Sword Sect disciples, hypocritically left some of the resources that cannot be used, and then never came back. White Rainbow, today you seem to be very different from the past? Just as White Rainbow recalled the past, Hanhai Daojun took the lead and broke the calmness of the mountains. Only the tone had an inexplicable oddity, and seemed to be carefully seeking proof of something. Today's various things are not like what you would do. Can you say why? Bai Hong's face was slightly serious, hearing that what Dao Lord Hanhai was asking wasn't as simple as the literal meaning. I was under the impression that you were the #1 fan of the flowing moon, and have always been the vanguard of the fight against Shiyu, and even if you were to die, you wouldn't want to break your relationship with the flowing moon. Hanhai Daojun said softly, you seem to be very misanthropic today, and are disgusted with your master in them, but instead respect Shiyu. The difference between before and after is too great. The Chiyu in the mouth of Dao Lord Hanhai was the second elder Zhou Chiyu, known as True Lord Chiyu. She was slightly older than Lu Yu, but the two could be considered peers. She unilaterally hated Lu Yu for a long time, and had been targeting him since the day Bai Hong became his master. The reason for the feud is said to be related to True Lord Liu Yue's sinner mother. Shaoran planted evidence that he had killed his fellow disciples and nearly killed Songli, a disciple of True Lord Chiyu, probably had something to do with it as well. Hoping to use the second elder's hand to get rid of him. There's no particular reason. It's just that I've been through a lot, and I've suddenly figured out some truths. Sympathize with whoever's suffering, carry whoever's destiny. What I owe them has long been paid back. I'm not obligated to be responsible for anyone. So instead of dying for the sake of stupidity, I'd rather be left alone. White Rainbow was very relieved and smiled. Maybe after I'm strong, some of the calamities will instead take another turn? Hanhai Daojun calmly looked at Bai Hong, and after a long period of silence, he suddenly said, when I arrived at the martial arts arena just now, quite a few memory fragments suddenly surfaced in my mind, seeming to be the things that are going to happen in the future, which are very real, and I saw my death. Bai Hong was stunned at his words, his pupils involuntarily contracted for a few moments, and for the first time, he revealed a look of surprise. Taoist Lord Hanhai took everything in his eyes and seemed to have gotten the answer he wanted, but did not continue to pursue the question. Instead, he took the initiative to change the topic and said, you have awakened the immortal body. The future is promising, and the clan will naturally give you preferential treatment. Even if you break away from the Liyue lineage, you will need someone to guide you in your cultivation. Do you have a preferred candidate in mind? Bai Hong didn't answer immediately. Taoist Lord Hanhai didn't care, patted his shoulder and laughed. It's okay, this matter can't be rushed. You can choose slowly, but the issue of your residence is a top priority. Don't think about going to live in the outer sect. Really let you go to the outer sect. The elders will have to poke me in the spine. Why don't you first open up a temporary cave in the main peak? Other treatments will be on par with the elders. And when you've chosen a mentor, it won't be too late for you to move out again. Taoist Lord Hanhai had only allowed Bai Hong to pick someone to guide him in his cultivation, and hadn't allowed him to worship another master. Very much thinking for Bai Hong. Then thank you, Sovereign. Bai Hong arched his hand and thanked him, taking the main peak jade token that Dao Lord Hanhai handed over. With this token, he could enter and exit the main peak at will without being stopped, which was equivalent to getting a residence permit. As for the matter of the Patriarch's suspected awakening of memories of his previous life, it was just too sudden and made White Rainbow somewhat surprised. After all, in addition to being reborn, he has even more incredible encounters, such as reincarnation. In fact, this rebirth was technically not his second life, but his third. White Rainbow's true second life was reborn in a cultivation world called Blue Star, experiencing maternal conception and croaking as a baby, retracing the path of cultivation once more, with a cultivation level that even far exceeded that of a Mahayana. It was just that the memories of the second life were incomplete, and the key parts of the second half were like a fog that could not be explored, making Bai Hong unable to remember why he had returned to this realm. 3 days later, a glorious residence with walls inlaid with spirit stones rose up from the main peak of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, glittering brightly under the sunlight. The glazed tiles are layered, the spirit beasts on the roof ridge are lifelike, and the open door even allows one to peek into the pragmatic layout of the house, which is out of place in the immortal gate with its immortal aura. This was the new residence that White Rainbow had designed for himself with all his heart and had built with his elder rank salary. Bai Hong had been in a good mood these past few days, originally thinking that True Lord Lu Yu had acted like the sky was falling that day and wouldn't let him go in peace. As a result, White Rainbow are ready to quarrel a few more fights, and even go to the Patriarch to mediate the preparation, but has not been waiting for the other side, or listen to the rumors among the disciples to know. The original small white lotus like Xiao senior disciple was injured again. The flow of the Moon True Monarch and other people have been in the all-weather care, cannot go away. The reason for Xiao Ren's injury was even more hilarious, forcibly fighting against the second elder Chiyu True Lord's pressure. His divine sense was damaged. His sea of consciousness was damaged by the turmoil, and he fell unconscious. Xiao Run pretending to faint. Just want to sell misery bow sympathy. Mixed up song Li matter. By the way. Drag the flow of the moon and other people. Want to deepen the gap between the white rainbow and the flow of the moon. He used many times in the previous life. The white rainbow has long seen the strange. Besides, he has long been disappointed in the flow of the moon and other people heart dead. So did not put on the heart. But there are times when comes forward to run under your shoes. Early that morning, Bai Hong had only exited her meditation when she heard a sharp knock on the door. Li Yunqin's face was filled with worry. And when she saw Bai Hong open the door she greeted him and hurriedly said, "Senior brother, give me the greenwood vine." Bai Hong was puzzled, revealing a look at the little cutie's eyes. Li Yunqin was oblivious. Continued, "Shall senior brother his sea of consciousness is damaged. Need the greenwood vine refining medicine. The result of the clan's last greenwood vine was claimed by you. The next batch will have to wait for more than 10 days. That way, Shao senior brother won't be able to catch up with the three sects' big competition." Chapter 7, You're nothing but a loser who can't even sneak up on people. The greenwood vine medicinal power is long-lasting and soft. It has the effect of condensing the mind and quieting the qi, and repairing the sea of consciousness. Although the second elder's lineage's sister Song Li has no fear for her life, she still hasn't awakened. And that greenwood vine is the one that I'm going to put into her medicine. So how can I possibly let it be given to someone else? Bai Hong was shocked at the other party's rightful shamelessness, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What does it have to do with me if the disciples of your Luiwei lineage can take part in the grand competition? And how do you have the nerve to open your mouth and ask for the Luiwei true monarch's hallowed refined void cultivator? And even the Jindan stage this point of the problem can't be solved?" When Li Yunqin heard this sarcasm, her heart was naturally sour and even provoked anger. Although she and her master had been taking care of Shaoren these days, they had not forgotten about Bai Hong and had been hanging on to him in their hearts, intending to come over at the first opportunity when senior brother Shaoren recovered. As a result, the white senior brother that she and her master had been thinking about had been cold-blooded to this extent, and had even said that the flowing moon vein had nothing to do with him. "Senior brother Bai, you've really gone too far. Senior and I have clearly been worried about you. How could you trample on our feelings like this?" Li Yunqin's eyes were slightly red. Her eyes were covered with a layer of water mist. Her small white hand clenched into a fist. Her voice trembled as she cried out, "Because of you and Shaoren, Master Zun didn't close his eyes at all in the past few days. And he didn't even meditate. And his excessive worry led to a very bad complexion. And you're still here to make a fool of yourself." "I'm not fooling around. True Lord Luiwei is a refined void grand cultivator. Not to mention not closing his eyes for a few days. Or not sleeping for decades. There won't be any problems. Even if there is, it's because of worrying about Shaoren. And I don't have a single spirit stone. Don't morally kidnap," Bai Hong leisurely denied, still maintaining a cloudy attitude, as if she had already seen through the red dust. Moral kidnapping is a great word, Bai Hong secretly marveled in his heart. Although the blue star of his second life had a late start in cultivation, the humanities piece was exceptionally rich. If he had today's mentality and insight in his first life, he would have been much more comfortable. You. Li Yunqin's face was unsightly. Her chest was slightly heaving, her breathing was especially ragged, and her body was trembling, pointing at Bai Hong and unable to speak for half a day, obviously furious. She didn't understand why her senior brother had to speculate with such malice. "I'll ask you a word. The master said that Shao master brother may be blessed by misfortune, is awakening physique. It is best to have the greenwood vine into the medicine into the Dan, as a way to ensure that the sea of consciousness is stable. This greenwood vine, do you give or do not give? If there's nothing else, we'll stop talking for now." Bai Hong yawned and prepared to close the door. "I'm still going to visit the second elder in a little while, so I have to get ready." Seeing Bai Hong being selfish to this extent, Li Yunqin clenched her silver teeth and only felt her sanity completely taut. Her earrings flashed with streams of light, and a glazed, red-colored longsword appeared steeply, traced an arc around her body, and was firmly held in Li Yunqin's hand, followed by a flip of the wrist of Li Yunqin's right hand holding the sword, and then she stabbed at Bai Hong's brow. "Since senior brother refuses to give it, then I won't blame senior sister for robbing it with her hands." Thinking that Shaoren was at the critical moment of awakening his physique, Li Yunqin did not care about any clan rules and planned to forcefully grab the greenwood vine. With her understanding of Bai Hong, it wasn't hard to guess where the greenwood vine had been placed. The fact that both of them were also Jindan cultivators also gave Li Yunqin a great deal of confidence. She was in the same realm as senior brother Bai, so there shouldn't be much difference. Even if the immortal body is gifted with unparalleled talent, It can't be pulled apart in these few days. And with her sneak attack with intention, Senior White must have his hands full and can only go back to the defense first to resist the flying sword that stabbed at his brow. And then she'll take the opportunity to steal the senior brother's storage pouch, and go directly to the master. At that time, the master will use his refined void cultivation to forcibly erase the imprint of senior brother by storage bag, and the greenwood vine will be at his fingertips, so senior brother Shao will be safe. Robbing without giving? Li Yunqin, didn't I teach you manners? However, in the next moment, all of Li Yunqin's plans were nullified, and her left hand, which she had quietly probed out, was unexpectedly grabbed by Bai Hong. Ah! It hurts so much. Elder brother, stop it. A sharp pain was transmitted along the arm. Li Yunqin only felt that the wrist held by Bai Hong was almost going to be crushed. The bones were emitting unbearable clicking sounds, and could be broken at any time by the raw grip. As for the sword she stabbed out, it was likewise easily received by the white rainbow, hanging steadily in midair, unable to move an inch. The idea of sounding out the east and striking the west is good, but the fluttering eyes will reveal your purpose. Coupled with the powerless flying sword, the raw articulation of moves, and the brokenness of so many words, Bai Hong's dislike was overflowing. Li Yunqin's every move was seen through. It was like a sieve in front of him. If no one lets you, you're nothing more than a piece of trash who can fail even a sneak attack. White Rainbow didn't seem to hear Li Yunqin's cries of pain, and just indifferently beat her to the ground, first imprisoning her flying sword, and then taking out the soul-suppressing nail, preparing to suppress Li Yunqin just as Quicksilver had suppressed him. White Rainbow, you're crazy. You're going to use the soul suppressor nail on me? Li Yunqin finally revealed a color of fear. Her pupils suddenly narrowed, and her body continuously struggled up. It turned out that she had no ability to resist in front of the White Rainbow, and her proud Jindan cultivation was completely useless, so she could only watch the sharp steel nails approaching her. Right at this moment, a jade pendant on Li Yunqin's waist emitted a dense light, and came the slightly tired voice of True Lord Luyue. Yunqin, have you fetched the greenwood vine? Why aren't you back yet? Master, save me. Li Yunqin's tears flowed, as if she had found a backer, and she exerted her greatest strength in this life to shout, Bai Hong, he's crazy, he's going to use the soul-suppressing nail on me. Bam! The voice transmission jade pendant was silent for an instant, and then there was a soft sound of something crashing to the ground. In the next moment, an icy blue stream of light came from the east, smashing into White Rainbow's residence like a meteor, and it was clearly True Lord Quicksilver who had anxiously arrived. Rainbow, what the hell are you doing? True Lord Luyue really saw Bai Hong holding the soul-suppressing nail, and his entire body froze in place, his face showing sorrow as he said incredulously, Yunqin is your senior sister. How could you do this to her? Master! Li Yunqin cried out in aggravation and hurriedly got up, hiding behind True Lord Luyue, with fear still on her face. The indifferent look in Bai Hong's eyes just now really scared her. Li Yunqin only felt that senior brother Bai was too strange, as if he had changed into a different person. The current senior brother, surprisingly, really didn't have an ounce of favoritism or patience for her. After realizing this, she actually developed a few indescribable regrets inside her, like she had lost something. Outer disciple Bai Hong, meet True Lord Luyue. In the face of his former master's questioning, Bai Hong practiced the manners of a junior. Although his attitude was distant in manner, he couldn't pick any faults in terms of etiquette. Hongri, you're not allowed to say that. You're not an outer disciple. You're my own disciple. True Lord Liuyue's face changed. Her heart pierced beyond measure. She had always thought that Honger would accompany her, only to realize now that this was perhaps her wishful thinking. Those who did not have a master were outer disciples of the Morning Sun Sword Sect, and were taught by the deacons in turn. Only those who are discipled by deacons and above are considered to be in the inner sect, while those who are discipled by elders or peak masters for one-on-one teaching can be called personal disciples. Now that White Rainbow was out of the Flowing Moon lineage and had no new master, calling himself an outer disciple was completely compliant. Li Yunqin made a sneak attack in order to snatch the greenwood vine. Her hand was ruthless and her flying sword took her brow directly. She has already broken the rules of the sect. I am about to seal her cultivation and send her to the law enforcement hall to be tried. I wonder what True Lord Luyue has to say about this. Ignoring the other party's mournful look, Bai Hong asked back. Obviously, it was just a normal inquiry, but in True Lord Luyue's ears, it was Bai Hong who was complaining about her awe. He blamed her for asking for the crime without investigating clearly, so he had to call himself an outer disciple and cut off his relationship with her. Blame her for suppressing him with the soul-suppressing nail, so he used it on his senior sister in the same way. This is all Rainbow expressing his aggression. True Lord Luyu's heart was sour. Guilt and aggression filled her heart. In fact, when she was taking care of Xiao Ren in the past few days, she had also reflected on her own mistakes. The point of using the soul suppressor nail without explanation. She did have a mistake, but she also had her own reasons. Why did Honger refuse to think about it for her? Luiyue Zhenjuan on the surface is a high-powered refining void cultivator, but all the cultivation of a little higher power figures, all know that she is the daughter of the sinner. Every move is under the spotlight. The slightest injustice, maybe bad reputation, and then have a worse impact on the mother. If countless such influences stacked up, it would be harder for her to clear her mother's name. Bai Hong, Xiao Ren, mother. One thing after another pressed on his heart, causing the already indecisive True Lord Luiyue to feel pressurized and breathless. Chapter 8, The Body of the Xian Mare, Born to be a Furnace. When he was in the Blue Star in his second life, the intensity of competition among cultivators was not high, and it was always maintained within a manageable range, so Bai Hong didn't have to desperately cultivate, and he had enough time to get in touch with his family and friends, and he even made a lot of friends of the same age when he was a teenager. When teenagers get together, the opposite sex naturally becomes the topic of conversation, and it's during this time that White Rainbow learns about the attribute of contrast. Let the calm and intellectual sink and be lost. Let the petulant and forceful submit and yield. Let the cold as ice be passionate and fiery. Let the disliked and estranged curry favor and flatter. And let the lonely and holy fall into the mire. Contrast seems to be a fetish for both men and women, enough to make the vast majority of people tick. So when True Lord Quicksilver, who had a high level of cultivation and was high and unapproachable in the eyes of all the disciples, became confused and vulnerable, it was also hard for anyone to resist this fragile contrast. Li Yunqin, being a woman, couldn't help but feel compassion, wanting to step forward and solve the troubles for her master. It seemed that as long as one could see Luyu smile, it was worth dying. The moment when a beauty breaks into tears is the most precious. White Rainbow, on the other hand, was calm and cold inside as she looked at her former master's tearful appearance. The body of the mystery mare. This was one of True Lord Quicksilver's greatest secrets, and the talent of being able to disrupt people's hearts with a single word was nothing more than a passive attribute of the Xian mare's body. The god of the valley does not die. It is the mystery woman. The gate of Xian mare is the root of heaven and earth. Possessing this kind of physique, none of them is a beautiful woman with excellent cultivation qualifications, but also the cultivation world recognized as a natural stove, can help people cultivate? There are infinite wonders. In his previous life, Xiao Ren had only worshipped in the Morning Glory Sword Sect, and the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil had not yet been revived, so he had gone to great lengths to scheme against Bai Hong, and had not failed to drive him away, and then take advantage of the opportunity to take sole possession of the Xian mare's body. When Xiao Ren had truly struck out against Lu Yu in his previous life, the Morning Sun Sword Sect had already broken down, while he had become a genius harmonized god cultivator who could fight across levels, and Bai Hong had also returned from the Seo Cliffs and had recultivated to the peak of Yuaning. I remember that day as the Xianma body once every 3 years of agitation. The higher the cultivation will be affected by the greater. Luiyue Zhenjun and no Taoist couple dual cultivation, so can only self-seal cultivation, sitting in the 1,000 years of Xianxian Xin ice. In order to resist the Xianma body's high-pitched desire, Xiao Ren is to take advantage of this opportunity, used some underhanded means, want to borrow the Xian mare's body cultivation. The results were White Rainbow accidentally broken. Liu Zhenjun was also a teacher and mother to Bai Hong in his previous life, and he had many gaps with Xiao Ren, so how could he stand by and watch? So the two of them broke out into a big battle at the drop of a hat. Xiao Ren of the Transformation God realm was naturally able to press Bai Hong to fight, but in the end, Bai Hong fought to the death in exchange for a lose-lose ending. White Rainbow defeat in his time of the flow of the moon on the Shaoran biased. He also back a lot of black pot, has been suspected of character, so in the Shaoran's provocation, the flow of the moon mistakenly think that White Rainbow is the coveted her physique of the man of color. On the White Rainbow complete disappointment. Since then the master and disciple love affair cut off. Unilateral rupture. Xiao Ren, on the other hand, was defeated in that, with this battle, Bai Hong awakened his immortal body, and with the power that erupted during his awakening, he beheaded his little brother with a single sword. At that time Xiao Ren also regained the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil not long ago, just being restrained by the power of the immortal way. Even the immortal chi hovering in the wound could not be dispelled, and then coveted the body of the Xian mare is useless, because it is a chickenless talk. Up to this point, without the root of worry, Xiao Ren's cultivation became more focused, and his cultivation grew by leaps and bounds. It was only a pity that by the time he was able to clear his immortal power, his way of thinking had completely reverted back to the heavenly devil, and he was almost devoid of worldly desires. After all, the multitude of beings in the eyes of the heavenly devil were nothing more than flesh and blood for him to devour. Could anyone have that urge for food? White Rainbow was thinking about 1,000 things, but in reality, it was only a moment. True Lord Luiyue had already revealed his weak side in front of his disciples, and he didn't care to be even weaker. And after choking slightly, he looked at Bai Hong. Honger, you're trying to say that you have a hard time, a special status, and that there are people waiting for you to make a mistake. So that's why you're being harsh on me and suppressing me with the soul-suppressing nail, aren't you? Quicksilver's slender body trembled, dumbfounded by what was said. Bai Hong had long been tired of hearing this rhetoric, and could even guess what True Lord Lu Yu hadn't said. So he continued, you're worried about Shaoran, and hope that I won't be hostile to him, and that we're all unrepentant to each other, and want to mediate from that, right? Honger, you're all my disciples, equally important in my eyes. I'm heartbroken for anyone who suffers. Lu Yu softly defended. Ha ha ha, that's a good joke. Bai Hong clapped her hands in praise and asked rhetorically, since it's equally important, why are you able to guard Shaoran for several days but refuse to condescend to come to me for once? As I recall, you can't bear to see me break away from the third peak. True Lord Quicksilver held the position of third elder of the Morning Sun Sword Sect, so the Quicksilver lineage was also known as the third peak. That's because senior brother Shao He is awakening his physique and is in the midst of metamorphosis. So naturally, senior elder can't rest assured. Li Yunqin finally had a chance to speak and hurriedly defended her master eunuch. For something this big, naturally, I have to stay by Master Zhao's side to look after him. Bai Hong gently nodded her head, seemingly recognizing this statement, causing hope to rise in True Lord Lu Yu's eyes, thinking that it was possible to convince Bai Hong to get back together. Then how is it that you were captured by me and she doesn't have to look after Shaoran again? Bai Hong's words changed and questioned. Could it be that True Lord Lu Yu thinks that I'm a murderous person who would take her life? Hearing this icy questioning, Lu Yu's heart ached, her rosy lips moved, but she couldn't say anything. She naturally believed that Yun Qin's life would not be in danger, but under her excitement, she still rushed here in the first place, side by side, proving that it wasn't like Shaoran couldn't get away from his place, so she couldn't answer this question at all. But even so, Bai Hong's icy attitude and aggressive language made her doubly sad. Can't answer, is it? Then I'll answer for you. Bai Hong had no ripples inside. He had long since seen the Lu Yu lineage, and faintly said, because I have never been important or trusted. I am the backup option you put at the end of the line, a tool person who comes when called. It's just that you refuse to admit it because it will look like you have a lack of virtue. Rainbow, don't call out Honger. True Lord Lu Yu came here for but two purposes. One is to preserve Li Yunqin, which you have already done. The corner of Bai Hong's mouth hooked and said with interest. The second is to claim the greenwood vine. But essentially, you want to ensure that Shaoran recovers and awakens. Not really. I also have a third purpose, which is that I want you to come back. Honger. True Lord Liu Yue's face grew more and more haggard as he listened to Bai Hong's words, but he still gritted his teeth and corrected himself. Bai Hong didn't care about her defense at all and asked, the greenwood vine is useless to Shaoran, but I can make him awaken without any problems. I just don't know what price you can pay to save him. How is this possible? Li Yunqin frowned, simply not believing that what the Void Refining Realm Master could not solve, the Jindan stage Bai Hong could. I'm Linglong immortal body. White Rainbow asked rhetorically. You don't know the mysteries of the immortal body. How can you be sure that I can't do it? As Lu Yu locked eyes with Bai Hong's indifferent eyes, her heart could not help but tremble, and she suddenly nodded her head and said, then go and try. Whether you can awaken Shaoran or not, as long as it is what you want, Master will give it to you. It would be nice to make it up to Junel. True Lord Lu Yu thought this in his mind, not realizing that Bai Hong actually had no idea about saving Shaoran, but was just a little curious to see what tricks he was pulling. Chapter 9. No matter how well you say it, don't you still not trust me? White Rainbow refused to use his sword and just walked slowly down the mountain, and the two true lords of the flowing moon didn't dare to rush them. After all, the current atmosphere in the Luiyue lineage could be described as tense, so the many inner disciples at the main peak saw the rare scene of the disciple strutting ahead, while the third elder, who was the master, was following closely behind. As the three of them encountered more and more disciples, True Lord Liu Yue's face became more and more ugly and pale. Many people were slandering White Rainbow behind his back. Most of these inner disciples were at the Foundation establishment or Jindan realm, and were not personally transmitted by the various elders. so they did not have any intuitive understanding of the skills of a great cultivator of refined void. So after saluting, they only walked out a few hundred paces before they dared to discuss privately, and the main protagonist of the public opinion was naturally the Morning Glory Sword Sect's present-day top stream, White Rainbow. There were those who discussed Bai Hong's withdrawal from the third peak, but they were not in the majority, and what more people pointed out to him was, surprisingly, Bai Hong's character and morals. In their mouths, Bai Hong appeared to be the image of a low-eyed, cynical villain. Even after awakening his immortal body, he had only gotten lucky. Truly God was eyeless. True monarch Liu Yue's eyes became more and more confused. Honger's character she knew very well. The other elders also praised Honger. Why would he end up in such a situation of verbal abuse among the disciples? And with the talent strength shown by Honger, he will surely also hear the discussion of those disciples, so that the treatment like 1,000 fingers is not like her back then. Recalling her own experience when she was young and alone in the mountain cultivation, wherever she went she was regarded as trouble, and everyone shunned her. The tip of true Lord Liu Yue's nose was just a sour one. It was precisely because she had experienced it herself that she understood the pain of being alienated and ostracized. Rainbow Yu. Hearing the voice, Bai Hong turned around and glanced at the distraught Liu Yu, immediately guessing what was in her mind, and directly sneered, curious as to how my popularity rating could be so bad? Of course it was your good Rinner who did this. The vast majority of disciples were stupid beeps who followed blindly, and with a little guidance and hints, or by concealing part of the truth, it was possible to change their opinion of a person. A truth that White Rainbow realized after the fact. Xiao Ren is undoubtedly a master of this road. Spring and autumn brushwork, hints, guidance and other skills are used by the perfect. If Xiao Ren was born in his second life of the Blue Star, must be born journalism saint body. Lui Jinjuan was stunned at the words. The delicate and beautiful face showed the color of dilemma. Completely did not expect that White Rainbow and Xiao Ren actually have contradictions early. It looks like it is Ren S making a scheme to spoil Rainbow S reputation? What does this have to do with senior brother Xiao? It's clearly your own misbehavior that's being talked about. Although Li Yunqin was afraid of Bai Hong, she couldn't help but speak out in defense of him when she heard him slandering the lovely and innocent senior brother Xiao. Why didn't I realize she was so retarded before? Bai Hong glanced at the other party in disgust and asked rhetorically, so he's the one who discovers my evil deeds every time and exposes them. I've done so many bad things, and he's the only one who can see them among the countless disciples, deacons and elders throughout the entire clan. Don't you think that there's a problem? Think about it with your barren brain. Is there anything wrong with senior brother Xiao telling the truth? I think you're just jealous of him. It seemed that with Liu Yu by her side, Li Yunqin was much bolder. There is a small cultivation country in the East Sea called Eastern Ing, which had offended his superior sect and attracted a great cultivator to personally take action and send down the atomic cataclysm. The great catastrophe hit a small city named Nagasaki, which originally only had over 200,000 cultivators, but after the atomic cataclysm, it now has over 400,000 cultivators. Bai Hong faintly asked back, what I'm telling you is the truth, isn't it? Can I say that the atomic cataclysm is conducive to the growth of the cultivation population and promotes the birth of more cultivators? Li Yunqin immediately stopped talking. What a joke! She had still heard of the name of the atomic cataclysm. It was one of the top killing Tao laws, its power destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. To say that it could promote the birth of a cultivator, it would be better to go and study the artificial spiritual roots. Rainbow, I trust you, no matter what you do. I trust you. True Lord Luiyue said with a firm gaze as if he was promising something. She had already stabilized her emotions, and in her heart, although she still felt that Xiao Ren should not be easily defamed. At this time, it was still most important to stabilize Honor and repair the relationship. As for who was right and who was wrong, whether it was Rinner who falsely accused and framed her or Honger's bad virtue, she would personally find out. White Rainbow snorted and simply walked towards the third peak. The so-called I trust you. He has tasted too many times in his previous life. No matter how good they talk, when something goes wrong, they will be the first to suspect him. Considering the feelings of the other sects of the Immortal League, the Morning Glory Sword Sect, which has produced a great sinner in the cultivation world, naturally has to give an explanation. So in the process of raising spirit stones, the third peak's reserves were exhausted, and the many disciples were taken over by the other peaks as much as they could be, leaving only the flowing moon of the former third elder's daughter to hold on to an empty mountain. And the third peak existed in name only. The young Liu Yu alone, in the third peak cultivation until after the transformation of God, only after the effort to reopen the third peak. However, she did not from the outer door to recruit disciples, but instead took the route of fine, just a symbolic collection of a few pro-champion. So the third peak, almost no trace of human activity. Returning to the third peak, Bai Hong lightly kicked open the door of Xiao Ren's cave, and saw him lying calmly on the bed with his eyes closed tightly, surrounded by streams of light, his forehead covered with false sweat, frowning and pursing his lips at times, as if he had encountered difficulties. This is awakening the power of the heavenly devil? Why is it awakening so early? Is it because of my change that triggered a chain reaction? Bai Hong did not pay any attention to the Luyu duo behind him, and carefully observed Xiao Ren, only to see that the wandering Dao streams of light hid a slightly ominous aura. This breath was olfactory and extremely well hidden. Even a Mahayana cultivator might not be able to detect it in person. But in front of the white rainbow, it was too pedestrian. After all, it was once a great enemy. Bai Hong's understanding of Xiao Ren is definitely better than anyone else, and the power of the heavenly devil is also seen and studied. Not to mention that he has also harnessed the power of the heavenly devil. How is it? Is Renner also awakening some kind of physique? Is it dangerous? And when will she awaken? Seeing that Bai Hong had been observing for a long time, True Lord Luyu finally couldn't hold down the worry about Xiao Ren in his heart and asked several questions in a row. She could tell that a force was slowly transforming Xiao Ren's physique, but could not see the progress and risks of the transformation. And since her Honger had awakened her immortal body, she should have experience with this. He woke up a long time ago and has been pretending to be unconscious. Bai Hong replied indifferently. How is it possible that you? Li Yunqin opened her mouth to retort, and True Lord Luiyue was also a bit unconvinced, but before the two of them could react, they heard Bai Hong continue. Don't believe it? Then I'll prove it to you, and guarantee to wake him up safely. Between the lightning and fire, Bai Hong did not even use the flying sword. A body of cultivation rumbled out, gathered in the right fist above, flashing with the austere cold aura, to Xiao Ren's head, smashed down hard. Swish, swish, tick, a large and a small two streams of light shot out, the speed of the speed, so that the Jindan realm Li Yunqin can only barely see the remnants of the shadow, and then a little blood droplets before smashing on the ground, breaking the calmness of the field. White rainbow, you want to kill senior brother Xiao Ren. Li Yunqin, who was an afterthought, shouted out loud before realizing that the situation didn't seem quite the same as what she saw. The unconscious senior brother Xiao was standing beside him in shock, his gaze fixed in death on Bai Hong. Similarly staring at the white rainbow, there was also the bewildered True Lord Luiyue, who kept his sword out. Bai Hong, who had taken the initiative to launch the attack and was suspected of smashing Xiao Ren's head, became the only person who was injured, and the blood that smashed on the ground was clearly flowing out from Bai Hong's wrist. Meh. White rainbow framed True Lord Quicksilver's flying sword, and without feeling any pain in general, slowly pulled it out of his pierced right wrist and casually threw it in front of True Lord Quicksilver. The creaking sound of the sword body rubbing against the bones and the clanging sound of the flying sword landing on the ground seemed to transform into a sharp, pointed knife that viciously stabbed into True Lord Liuyue's heart. Bai Hong's eyes were calm, as if they were a pool of bottomless stagnant water, causing Luyu to stagger back and almost fall to the ground, without a trace of blood on her face. Honger, I didn't. I was under the impression that you were going to kill. Say it like you mean it, but don't you still not trust me? Chapter 10, Xiao Ren will win. Tick, tick, the white rainbow's blood crashed down in dribs and drabs, and Ryuki was speechless, just beside himself with desperate remorse. She had only just finished saying that she trusted Honger, and then she broke her promise again. Even stabbing Honger's wrist with her own hand in the heat of the moment, Luyuoli felt like the sky had collapsed, and instead of mending her relationship with Bai Hong, she had personally slashed at the relationship between the two that was nearly broken. Honger, you quickly stop the bleeding. I have pills here. You quickly. Luyue's slender white fingers are trembling. Hurriedly went forward to try to press the wound for Bai Hong, but did not expect Bai Hong coldly glanced at, dodged away. Since Xiao Ren was awakened safely by me, shouldn't I end the payment? Although Bai Hong was talking to Luyu, his eyes never left Xiao Ren, and the cold light at the bottom of his pupils was awe-inspiring, like he was about to hunt. Wake up, Xiao Ren? Luyu was stunned at his words, remembering how strange this matter was, and for the first time in her heart, she felt dissatisfaction and resentment towards Xiao Ren. If you're already awake, why are you pretending to be unconscious? If Xiao Ren hadn't pretended to faint in the first place, why would Honger need to terrorize him? And if Honger didn't need to scare him, wouldn't he himself have heard Honger? For a while, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Ren, and Xiao Ren, who was forced to turn on by White Rainbow, actually did not feel good inside. Progress of the awakening of the heavenly demon body, 95%. Looking at the operation interface that only he himself could see, his heart churned with hatred, almost maniacal. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Ren's eyes were covered in blood, and he similarly turned his gaze toward White Rainbow. You, an obtrusive stepping stone, simply die well. Do you know how much effort I put into this? How dare you? How dare you interrupt the process of my physical metamorphosis? Obviously only a little bit. Only a little bit, he succeeded. There's also Quicksilver and Li Yunqin. Thinking of the fact that it was these two who brought Bai Hong back, he felt even more resentment in his heart. A refined Void Realm powerhouse. A Jin Dan in the same realm as Bai Hong. But even he couldn't even stop him with a single move? Rubbish. Thinking of this, Xiaoren still felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, when the system promoted his physique for him, his own consciousness was able to stay awake, and there was also an emergency termination function. Otherwise, if Bai Hong's punch had landed, his brain would have really exploded. Zhen Chan, True Lord Luiwei slowly closed her eyes, her towering chest slowly rising and falling until after several deep breaths, she opened her eyes and questioned, since you woke up a long time ago, why are you still pretending to be in a coma? Do you know how much everyone is worried about you? The stern attitude caused Li Yunqin to even slightly side-eye her. She had never seen her master's father being this serious to senior brother Xiao before. On the contrary, it was Bai Hong, who was often treated like this. However, this time, she did not speak out in defense of Xiaoren, as she also wanted to know why Xiaoren pretended to be faint. This troublesome woman. Xiaoren similarly felt for the first time that Lu Yu was detestable and difficult to deal with. But once he thought of the other party's cultivation and Xian Mare's body, he had to suppress his emotions and go about thinking of a reasonable explanation for the perfunctory. Although his refinement cultivation was not the pinnacle of the cultivation world, he needed such a big tree to shelter him from the wind and rain, not to mention that in addition to providing cultivation resources and guidance, this tree was also a Xian Mare's body, which could help him raise his cultivation level, and it was also stunningly beautiful to look at. Xiaoren had long since taken the Luyu master and disciples as his possessions within his heart, which was the reason why he wanted to do everything he could to drive Bai Hong away. Master, it is Ren Er who was wrong. I shouldn't have pretended to be faint. It's just that disciple has some guilt and fear. Helplessly, Xiaoren immediately knelt down, reflecting on the good attitude, sincerely said, it was me who misunderstood senior brother Bai, and master and senior brother broke up because of disciple. Disciple's conscience is really hard to be at ease. I don't know how to face it. That's why I came up with this next trick to escape. Senior, it was disciple who was wrong. Please make peace with senior brother. For the sake of master teacher, disciple is willing to quit the third peak in exchange for the return of senior brother Bai. Jun Lu. After listening to Xiao Ren's explanation, Lu Yu's heart was complicated. On the one hand, she did complain that Xiao Ren was not calm enough and caused such a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, she felt that he was really a good disciple who knew his mistakes and could change. He preferred to sacrifice himself, but also hoped that she and Honger could no longer have any conflicts. You and Honger are both my disciples. I won't give up on either of you. After a short hesitation, Luiwei Jinjuan softly said, this time, let us forget it, but you really should not pretend to faint. My generation of cultivators should rise to the challenge. What is the matter of escaping? Your senior brother was injured is also for you. You give him an apology. I apologize to White Rainbow? Xiao Ren's lowered face was hideous. He couldn't wait to hate Bai Hong for ruining his good deed. How could he still ask him to apologize? However, the situation is stronger than others. Xiao Ren, even though there are 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, he can only grit his teeth and raise his head, slowly looking at Bai Hong. Senior brother Bai, apologizing is not necessary. It's not like he stabbed me with this injury. Bai Hong sneered and shook her head, saying, let's talk about the payment. True Lord Lu Yu won't go back on his word, right? Lu Yue felt guilty plus remorse. At this time, how dare he backtrack? Hurriedly said, won't go back on my word. Won't do it. What treasures and resources do you want? Honger, as long as it's what you want, I will definitely give it to you. Then let me fight Xiaoren. Inside the Morning Sun Sword Sect, Bai Hong carries Linglong Tower with him, but he didn't heal his wounds with the help of this tower at the first time. He was afraid that Xiaoren didn't dare to fight, and at this time, his right hand couldn't grasp, so he just showed his weakness and gave him some confidence. Xiaoren was indeed quite impressed, but put on a show that it was all up to his master to decide. He was also holding fire in his heart at this time. If he could personally avenge his hatred, he was naturally willing to do so. Not to mention that although the heavenly demon body is not fully awakened, most of the advantages of the physique have already been obtained by him, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he can just walk to the front of the stage as a heavenly pride disciple. Then the two of you cut some good. Just never take a life. Quicksilver bit her rosy lower lip, and after a few moments of thought, she finally agreed to White Rainbow's request. The atmosphere between these two had been tense, so if they could rely on a battle to vent their grievances and untie their hearts, it might not be a bad choice. With this thought in her heart, Lu Yu's divine sense dispersed, covering the entire third peak, keeping an eye on the two men's every move. If either party's life was in danger, she would make a timely move. It was because she wasn't vigilant enough in the square that she was caught off guard that she could only injure Hunger to save her life. Something like that wouldn't happen again. On the other side, the smile on Xiao Ren's face also slowly disappeared, and that weak receptive temperament like a white lotus flower also disappeared, and in its place, there was a strong aura that was not inferior to that of White Rainbow's, which made Li Yunqin, who had fallen in love with him, unable to help but be infatuated. Her ideal Dao partner should be like senior brother Xiaoran, usually courteous and amiable, but not afraid to draw his sword in fight at critical times, possessing the bones of a cultivator. Originally, senior brother Bai was also her ideal type. Even in terms of time, she still knew Bai Hong first, but who had thought that after Bai Hong knew her feelings, he started to alienate himself, not being as gentle as Xiaoran, which was something Li Yunqin found hard to accept. Therefore, since then, Li Yunqin has been vaguely hoping that Xiaoran will be able to rise to the top and crush Bai Hong. In this way, it would be considered that Bai Hong has no eyes to see his own good. At the same time, the corner of Xiaoran's mouth slowly hooked up, revealing a satisfied smile. Before awakening the heavenly demon body, the system's evaluation of him was Junior Heavenly Pride, but now it was changed to the 4 words, invincible in the same realm, while the opposite side of Bai Hong, who had awakened the immortal body, was only given the evaluation of future promising only. So it seems that the heavenly demon body is really strong. Should we take the opportunity to pretend to miss and directly kill Bai Hong? Xiaoran began to ponder over the consequences of doing so, and as for winning or losing, it had long since gone out of his focus. It's going to win. Chapter 11. You're weaker than I thought you were. White Rainbow dash. As soon as the two of them stood still, without even needing the flowing moon to organize a match, Xiaoran took the lead in letting out a low roar, the anger in his eyes having reached an extreme, and his entire person flew out like a cannonball. He has been unable to fulfill his plan of awakening the heavenly demon body, and this hatred is irreconcilable. Since White Rainbow was determined to seek death, he would use White Rainbow's blood to announce that he had officially come to the front of the stage and would start his own era. The mountains are crumbling and the ground is cracking. Where Xiaoran passed by, the trees tipped over like withered grass. The ground had spiderweb-like cracks. The rolling airwaves blew Li Yunqin even more difficult to open her eyes, and she could only observe the battle with her divine sense. Good. So strong. Is this still an early Jindan cultivator? Li Yunqin's face suddenly changed, not expecting that Xiao's senior brother, who was usually obedient to her, would be shocking without a sound. The strength of his strength even made her cowed without a fight, and she could not even think of resisting. Moreover, in the process of advancing, Xiaoran surprisingly became stronger and stronger, and his sword body all emitted a dazzling light under the infusion of a large amount of spiritual qi, shining on top of his skin, causing a vague tingling sensation. A few more points of surprise also appeared in Lu Yu's eyes, completely not expecting Xiaoran's cultivation to be so profound, and the Tao of the sword also ascended to a higher level, and also condensed pure sword-ons, for fear of searching all over the Morning Glory sword sect, and also not being able to find any Jindan stage cultivator who could be stronger than him. Even in the Yuaning stage, not everyone had this kind of strength. After seeing Xiaoran's strength, Lu Yu summoned her own flying sword to stand by and watched the battle between the two more intently. If anyone's life was in danger, she would definitely stop the fight in time without harming either of the two parties. Although I don't know why Ren Air's strength is so terrifying, but the unusual immortal body does not seem to be able to quickly improve its combat power. This battle, Hong Air is in danger. Lu Yu obviously understood the current stage of Bai Hong better, and also understood that the talent of the immortal body needed time to be redeemed, so he was not too optimistic about Bai Hong, and even more in his mind secretly pondered to what extent the two people fought before she stopped it better. Originally, she only thought that it was Bai Hong who unilaterally hated Xiaoran, but the roar that Xiaoran gave before the battle just now had completely shattered her cognition without a deep hatred. How could Xiaoran shout with that kind of mournful anger? Am I not a bit remiss as a master teacher? Lu Yu thought while casting his gaze toward the white rainbow in the distance. And then, she saw Bai Hong, who was not favored by her, actually facing Xiao Ren's attack in a rather relaxed manner, with a faint look of dislike and disappointment in her eyes, as if to say, "You screamed so loudly, and this is the result?" It was no longer a word that could be explained away by the word gullible. This was clearly not putting Xiao Ren in his eyes and treating him as a joke. It will be too late if we don't react. Although Lu Yu was not sure where White Rainbow's bottom line was, she could not help but tense up as she saw Xiao Ren getting closer and closer. Xiao Bai and the two of them were already less than 10 paces apart. Even if she allowed herself to seal her cultivation to Jin Dan, it would be difficult to resist at this distance. How come Honger hadn't made a move yet? Nope. Quicksilver's pupils suddenly contracted, and her brain went even more blank as she just remembered that Bai Hong's right wrist was still injured, with the bones pierced through, and was unable to hold the sword at all. Just as Lu Yu was flustered beyond belief and prepared to make a move to stop Xiao Ren, Bai Hong finally made a move, only to see the teenager in bloodstained Dao robes slightly close his eyes and lazily and casually open his arms, setting off faint ripples in front of his body, and his thick flying sword also transformed into streams of light, intertwining with the transparent ripples. The next moment, White Rainbow opened his eyes. The Xiao Ren in front of him was churning with fury. His eyes were red beyond compare, and the veins on his neck emerged as if he wanted to break himself into pieces. Are you angry? Are you hating me? Just a little thing. Just how much you've been wronged. And you're so resentful? A blazing color flashed in Bai Hong's pupils, and a dark red sun rose slowly from behind him, and the flying sword entwined with ripples of aura transformed into a red dragon, chasing the red sun and emitting a heart-stopping roar. My hatred can be far above yours. White Rainbow gently raised her hand, holding her left palm falsely in front of her, making a grasping motion, exerting her yuaning strength. Xiao Ren, who had attacked as if he were a cannonball, steeply stalled, surprisingly fixed in mid-air, and then, as if she had been subjected to an invisible impact, she let out a muffled grunt and swiftly flew out backwards in the opposite direction. Immediately after that, White Rainbow's figure disappeared into thin air. Compared to Xiao Ren's majestic aura, this soundless and instantaneous-like movement was obviously even more appalling. True Lord Lu Yu instantly changed color. Xiao Ren's power was still within her understanding, but Bai Hong's power was actually beyond her comprehension. She wasn't even clear on which technique Bai Hong's Great Sun Rising Dragon was, and how it moved silently. Lu Yu was still not quite comfortable, not to mention Li Yunqi next to her. She only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and senior brother Xiao, who had a great advantage, flew out with serious injuries, while White Rainbow rode the long, flaming dragon with great splendor, smashing straight into the place where Xiao Ren had landed. How is this? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Xiao Ren was equally bewildered, only feeling a monstrous force knocking him away, and he couldn't even do something as simple as adjusting his stance in midair to find his center of gravity. System! What the hell is going on here? Why did I lose? Why? Didn't you give me a rating of invincible in the same realm? Then what's going on with White Rainbow? How am I supposed to defeat him? Xiao Ren was roaring madly in his mind. From the time he was born, this system had always accompanied him and had never made a mistake. So even if he was swatted away like a fly by a White Rainbow, he had never suspected that there was a problem with the system, and was only speculating if he was too weak. Scanning. Uncollected fire spell detected. Uncollected sword technique detected. Xiao Ren trusted the system immensely, so when the system scanned it and gave the results, his face became more and more ugly. Suggestion: double cultivation of the Xian mare, breaking the boundary against the enemy. Xiao Ren had thought of any possibilities. He just didn't expect the system to give such a ridiculous solution. If he was able to double up with the Xian mare's body, would he still make the mistake of targeting Bai Hong? Give me another suggestion. I want one that can beat White Rainbow. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Ren plunged his flying sword into the earth and plowed a crack of tens of meters as a way to stabilize his stance, while roaring in his mind, I want it now. Don't play dumb. I know your intelligence is more than that. A long time ago, Xiao Ren had discovered the end of the system, and through the clues, he found that there seemed to be strong people behind the system, planning the entire cultivation path for him, only that he had always pretended to be unaware of it. Sure enough, now that he had suddenly picked out the truth, the system was silent for just a split second before a beep sounded. I've acquired the talent, Heavenly Devil's Confusion. Feeling the brand new power surging within his body, Xiao Ren's face was delighted as he hurriedly lifted his sword to parry, and then in the meantime, he cast his talented avatar at the White Rainbow, True monarch Lu Yu had originally planned to make a move to save her youngest disciple, but suddenly she noticed another indescribable fluctuation appearing on Xiao Ren's body, and the white rainbow's fierce attack stagnated. Before she pressed down her worries again and watched the two men's exchange of blows. Although it was blocked for a split second midway, the red dragon still smashed precisely in front of Xiaoren, erupting with an irresistible blazing heat. Boom! To two people as the center of the circle, within a radius of more than 10 feet are all the rising flames. Grass and trees burned out, leaving only a dead silence between the field, articulating the great sun of the red dragon power to dissipate, revealing the white rainbow of the thick flying sword. With a wave of Lu Yu's sleeve robe, the icy cold air accompanied by a breeze extinguished the flames in the mountains, revealing the two people located in the center. Xiaoren's whole body was scorched black. His right arm that was holding the sword to resist was hanging down helplessly. A large amount of blood gushed out along the dry cracked wounds. He kept gasping for air, and his own flying sword also fell to the ground, and it seemed that he did not have the strength to fight again. And the white rainbow around the body, there is a road virtual white immortal gas flow, isolated from all external interference. The robe does not even have a wrinkle. Out of the dust of the posture is like a fairy. It seems that you are nothing more than that. Bai Hong shook his head inside, dissatisfied with his performance. It's weaker than I thought. Xiaoren had the system on his side and recognized himself as heaven's destiny. And this contempt from Bai Hong made it hard for him to keep his cool, and he only wanted to cut down this senior brother who was supposed to be his stepping stone. His natural divine ability, heavenly demon confusion, can break through the opponent's heart defense, to find out their heart of the Taoist cracks, if the conditions are right, and even let the opponent into the illusion. The use of a lot of, is a first-class means, just now also really affect the white rainbow. If not the first time to use is not too skilled, he can completely take advantage of the white rainbow trance to kill it. Xiao Ren's heart was unwilling, and with great effort, he braced himself and roared in a low voice. Then let's fight again. I don't believe that your aura is still at its peak before it's exhausted. Chapter 12, Immortal Heavenly Demon, White Rainbow. White Rainbow had been reborn for only a few days, and even with more heaven-defying means, it was impossible to check for flaws and make up for his many shortcomings all at once, as he played step-by-step cultivation foundation. If the previous world look at, can only use the word disastrous to describe, even compared to the system paved the way Xiaoren, so nowadays Bai Hong is really a 3-second slugger. Xiaoren did not guess wrong at all. But enough of that. Within the Morning Glory Sword Sect, with Lu Yu and other elders nearby, he had never considered the matter of killing Xiaoren. The success rate was too low, and today's battle was just a whim to simply beat up Xiaoren and smooth out his anger. Therefore, in the face of Xiaoren's provocation, Bai Hong did not care in the slightest, but only summoned Linglong Pagoda and slowly communicated with it, borrowing the power of the sect's most precious treasure to heal her injuries and restore her aura. If the Patriarch has arrived, why hide in the shadows? Bai Hong raised her head to look at the sky and smiled at a clear blue sky and asked, Can I satisfy you with the performance of this Linglong immortal body of mine? Li Yunqin had already rushed off to heal Xiaoren's injuries at this time, and only after hearing these words did she follow Bai Hong's gaze, and sure enough, she found that a silhouette slowly emerged from the sky of the third peak, pacing down as if stepping on a staircase. This is the second time. Is Linglong immortal body perception even this strong? When did you discover me? Let's start from where true Lord Ryaketsu raided my residence. At that, the corners of the eyes of Taoist Lord Hanhai's eyes were wrinkled with laughter. Even if he didn't seriously hide himself, it wasn't something that could be discovered by the Jindan stage. Even Lu Yu, who was only one realm away from him, didn't even notice him until after the battle had begun. And in addition to the white rainbow, there were surprising surprises in just a few days. He had watched the entire battle, and although Xiaoren had been suppressed by Bai Hong the entire time, his caliber could be described as a supreme heavenly pride, the kind that was qualified to lead the clan towards strength. The Morning Glory Sword Sect has really had its time. It is a sign of great prosperity. No wonder he would die to protect Xiaoren in his previous life. Perhaps in addition to the duty of protecting the disciples under his door, he hadn't had the idea of betting on Xiaoren in his previous life, but it was a pity that he hadn't survived. Patriarch Quicksilver greeted and asked, What brings you here? Your mind has been wavering lately. Your condition is poor, and you just raided the main peak, so how can I not see what's going on? Taoist Lord Hanhai responded while walking towards Xiaoren's direction, clearly not prepared to chat much with Lu Yu. I remember you were called Yunqin? Ha ha ha, let me do it. Tao Lord Hanhai signaled Li Yunqin to get out of the way, and a soft light blue current appeared out of thin air, slowly wrapping Xiaoren around him, rinsing his wounds and moisturizing his body, restoring Xiaoren's injuries to a 74% recovery. This is an elixir for repairing the divine sense and body. One for each day. Just take it when you meditate and cultivate. Taoist Lord Hanhai took out 2 porcelain bottles and gently pushed them to Xiaoren. His attitude was so kind that one could not tell at all that he was quite dissatisfied with Xiaoren a few days ago. Lu Yu looked at the scene with a complicated expression, her mind heavy. A few days ago, she hadn't taken the fact that Tao Lord Hanhai had asked her to choose between the two to heart, but after this battle, she believed it because she simply didn't have the ability to reconcile the conflict between the two. Thank you, Patriarch. Xiaoren knew that there was no more fighting today, so he arched his hands and clasped his fists, saluting Taoist Lord Hanhai, and his calm and self-contained attitude caused Taoist Lord Hanhai to change his opinion of him quite a bit. It couldn't be helped. After so many years of painstakingly managing the clan and being bent on restoring the clan's glory, his personal preferences had long since become unimportant, and the only disciples he liked were those who could bring hope to the clan. Xiaoren lost this battle, but the value has been shown. Just inferior to White Rainbow. There is no reason to have White Rainbow and not focus on Xiaoren. After all, those demonic sects that don't have a good brain and always like to let their disciples raise compulsion to kill one of the strongest, have long since been exterminated due to insufficient numbers. Dozens and hundreds of people's resources thrown in, a life and death battle, just to raise a heavenly pride? Taoist Lord Hanhai thought this was simply stupid. The reason why the sect can survive is because of the many disciples and elders. As a result, you invested a lot of cultivation resources to raise a genius who may not be able to overshadow the same generation. The cost-performance ratio is too low, and it just sounds very consistent with the brutal nature of the devil sect. Besides, geniuses didn't have a gold medal for exemption from death, and the cultivation world was full of geniuses who had been slapped to death by poorly qualified but highly cultivated cultivators. The same reasoning was naturally understood by Bai Hong, so he didn't have any objections to Taoist Lord Hanhai's approach. While Tao Lord Hanhai was giving Xiaoren a heart-to-heart talk and sending warmth to him, and incidentally learning about the situation, Bai Hong was wandering around the third peak again. The first was because he had been away from the third peak for a long time, and he was a little nostalgic at the sight of it. The second reason was because Ryuki was looking at him blearily from the side, several times wanting to speak but hesitating, just as indecisive and biased as the Ryuki he remembered. It was really disturbing. The third was that Bai Hong had discovered the difference between Xiaoren and his previous life. He had detected traces of the heavenly demon confusing heart. In his previous life, this innate divine ability had provided Xiaoren with many boosts, and was one of Xiaoren's core means in his previous life, as well as adding many troubles to Bai Hong. The one that made the deepest impression on Bai Hong was that when Xiaoren had taken advantage of the weakness of true Lord Lu Yu's Shen Mare's body's revolt and wanted to forcefully possess her, he had used heavenly demon bewitching heart to influence Lu Yu's mind and reduce the level of her resistance. As a result, the White Rainbow crashed through this matter, and even did not touch the hands of Xiaoren. And the same old trick, this talent aptitude to induce hints, so that the flow of the moon thought that the rushing division against the disciple is actually White Rainbow, resulting in the break between the two. Speaking of which, the backlash date of the Xian materia is just recently, so it's better to set it up a little. The trajectory of fate in the two lives was no longer the same. So naturally Bai Hong would not consider himself high and dry, so he quietly left many miniature monitoring formations in the third peak. Even the small secret realm where Liu placed the 1,000-year-old Xian ice had not been missed, and only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. There were also cultivators in the blue star of the second world, but the social structure of the two worlds differed quite a bit, and the focus on the need for power was not the same. A microscopic formation like this limit-enhancing concealment was one of the Blue Star cultivation community's eavesdropping tactics. Xiaoren let you also taste the taste of losing reputation, or did not eat meat, but caused a mess kind of. 2 hours later, ignoring Lu Yu's bitter retention, Bai Hong left the third peak along with Taoist Lord Hanhai, but instead of going back to her cave, Bai Hong took out some gifts from her storage bag and slowly walked towards the second peak. On the second peak, True Lord Qiyu once again probed Song Li's injuries, and his heart could not help but feel a bit anxious. According to common sense, Xiao Li has long been out of danger, and the damage to her heart has been repaired. As long as she doesn't fight fiercely for the next half a year, she won't be affected. She should have awakened a long time ago. Why is she still unconscious? Peak Master. The original third peak's senior brother Bai Hong is requesting an audience, bringing gifts with him, seemingly to visit senior sister Song. A disciple knocked on the door and reported, waiting for Zhou Qiyu to decide. White Rainbow? Zhou Qiyu was stunned at his words, remembering that Bai Hong did say he would come to visit that day, and not realizing that it wasn't a polite remark. She smiled and said, "Let him come in, don't lose your manners." Yes. Sending that disciple to retreat. Zhou Qiyu inadvertently turned back and found that Song Li's fingers actually moved, and a variety of demeanor surfaced on his small face, which continued to change for a dozen or so breaths before finally settling on the color of pain and struggle. Then, Song Li on the bed sat up violently, opened his eyes by virtue of instinct in general, and shouted to the sky, "Immortal heavenly devil! Immortal heavenly devil!" He was wronged. Aha! Song Li was about to finish a sentence before he realized where he was and his shouting came to an abrupt end. Why does this place look so much like the second peak? Wasn't the second peak destroyed a long time ago? Frozen and fought for a long time. Song Li snapped back to her senses and pinched herself fiercely, and it was only when the pain came through that she appeared to be less sluggish and actually consciously observed her surroundings. It's really a master teacher. Master was still wearing the mask, exactly as he remembered. The room's furnishings were still as antique as ever. Even the teeth marks on the table were still there, also exactly as remembered. Ha! Isn't this the immortal heavenly devil? So he's so handsome, ah! Also, and memories. 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 Song Li had just woken up and saw the terrifying great cultivator he remembered. So the whole person is dizzy. Eyes also turned into mosquito-like circles. Fell straight backward. Only left a sentence, just did not finish, exactly the same. He only left an unfinished sentence, exactly the same. And fell into a coma again. The door to the room. Bai Hong didn't even salute and greet True Lord Qiyu, but just looked at the unconscious Song Li with a smile on her face. Immortal heavenly devil. Wasn't that his name in his previous life? Chapter 13. It is said that what one eats makes up for what one has eaten. So one cannot become a man by suffering, but one can only eat talent. On the second peak, True Lord Yu's bedroom, Song Li lay quietly on the soft bed, surrounded by the familiar warm smell of his master Zhou Qiyu, causing the deep-sleeping Jindan minor cultivator to drop his guard and reveal his soft and fragile side. But soon, Song Li's little face tightened up, the tips of her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she unconsciously bit her lower lip, revealing an expression of powerless despair, as if she was in some kind of nightmare. In her nightmare, she watched Bai Hong, her eldest senior brother from the third peak next door, lose his reputation and step by step fall into the shame of the sect, joining with evil devils and foreigners. However, the third peak's senior brother Xiao has emerged again, ascending to the top, and in a short period of time has become the biggest dark horse of the Morning Glory Sword sect, and is highly favored by the elders and the Patriarch. This is not the case, although the clan is without Bai Hong, but there is a more excellent Xiao Run, completely a scene of vitality of all things, so no one remembers anything, until that day comes. Once after the opening of the secret realm, senior brother Xiao beheaded a young cultivator with a great background, attracting Mahayana stage cultivators to hide their identities and execute an extermination-level strike on the Morning Glory Sword sect. The Patriarch died in battle. The elders of all the peaks were killed or injured by more than half. The deacons and the rest of the disciples were killed or injured without counting. Senior brother Xiao fled. The Morning Glory Sword sect existed in name only, and only she and her master were left in the second peak, and only the old and the sick were left in the whole sect to survive. This is not that the Mahayana cultivator is merciful, but he needs some of his victims to live hard as a deterrent to other sects to abide by the rules. Since that day, the master who was so badly injured that his realm had fallen had actually become the strongest person in the Morning Glory Sword sect, struggling to hold up the face of the sect. But where is a weak cultivation sect so good to guard? The other sects continue to eat away at the Morning Sun Sword sect's territory and interests, constantly testing the bottom line, and coupled with the loose cultivators who had fallen into the well, the Morning Sun Sword sect was deteriorating, and it couldn't even recruit a single new disciple for several years in a row. Meanwhile, senior brother Xiao, who had escaped from life, and Bai Hong, who had been expelled from the sect, had risen to fame and made a huge name for themselves in the outside world. The former became the guest of the cultivation dynasty, and the latter became the cruel devil cultivator that everyone shouted at. Song Li still remembered that during that time the cultivation world was discussing the fight between the two everywhere, and occasionally there were news of True Lord Liu Yue's fight with the other disciples of the third peak, and it was then that she realized that, so none of you third peak are dead? It's not fair. The third peak of the Xiao ran outside the fight for the opportunity to be good, not a trophy turned over to the clan. Offended enemies but want the whole clan to use their lives for him to cover the bottom. Sect decline. Friends and relatives die tragically. Song Li watched the figure of the master more and more lonely and tired. The results turned his head to see. The culprits should break the realm of the realm of the realm of the realm of the breakthrough. The fame and fortune of the double income. Have found a new backer? The word resentment finally materialized in Song Li's mind. Then later, as Bai Hong's fame spread throughout the cultivation world and was no longer confined to a single continent, someone also finally discovered the Morning Sun Sword sect that he came from. A group of cultivators who claimed to have had their clan massacred by White Rainbow came to their door, suppressed their master who had fallen to the middle stage of transformation spirit, summoned countless cultivators, and stripped off the silver mask on the left side of their master's face in public. It was also this matter that allowed Song Li to see his master's face in its entirety for the first time. Frankly speaking, if one could ignore the hideous and ugly scar on his master's cheek, his master was in no way inferior to the Third Peak's true Lord of the Flowing Moon, and his stature was even superior. I don't know if it's love, but Song Li actually felt that although the scar had damaged the perfect and delicate cheeks of his master, it added a few extra points of valor, and there was a different kind of crippled beauty, the beauty of regret. Unfortunately, true Lord Yi, you didn't think so. The burden of the Morning Glory Sword sect, the suppression of other sects, the verbal taunts of the scattered cultivators, all kinds of pressure had long since left true Lord Yu breathless, now that the secrets that mattered most were out in the open, drawing countless ridicule. It was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Qiyu burned everything, killing, sparing the fate of the soul, finally to a off the gang of so-called enemies, but also for Song Li and other disciples to exchange the opportunity to escape from life. This time, Song Li was truly lifeless and homeless, while she was incognito and dislocated as a loose cultivator, tasting all the suffering of the world. She paid attention to the movements of Xiaoran by Hong's duo. White Rainbow has been defeated countless times, but each time he was able to rise again and give his enemies the most severe revenge, and finally won the honorary title of Immortal Heavenly Devil. Xiaoran also in the process of repeatedly kill White Rainbow, step by step, turn misfortune into good fortune, and become the immortal alliance of the Lord, the leader of the righteousness of the road. Two people's master is all the way straight, promoted to the great realm. Let Song Li resentment incomparable, hate this world chaos, good people have no good karma, the scourge of living 1,000 years. Still, relatively speaking, she hated White Rainbow more. Finally, after she waited for an unknown number of years, the battle between good and evil finally came to an end, and the immortal heavenly devil was ambushed and executed at the ruins of the Morning Glory Sword sect, celebrating with the heavens. This time it's really dead. However, after Bai Hong's death, the cultivation world did not regain peace, but instead, a succession of great clans and great cultivators fell, and for a time, everyone was at risk, and the trust in the cultivation world completely collapsed. Extraterrestrial. When the extraterrestrial heavenly devil descended, wantonly devouring all living beings and treating the living beings of a realm as blood food, only then did Song Li, like any other cultivator, discover Xiaoran's true nature as an afterthought, piecing together the true history. White Rainbow has never been a devil cultivator and evil cultivator. Instead, Xiaoran, the leader of the righteous path, is the pawn of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, specializing in weakening the strength of cultivators. Before his death, Song Li realized that the immortal heavenly devil, whom he had hated and feared all his life, had been wrongly accused, and that all those countless crimes had been done by Xiaoran and framed on him. Even the group of people who had forced the death of Master Xiaoran had been provoked by Xiaoran. Meh. In the blood sacrifice formation, Song Li looked at his own body rapidly drying up, and then looked at the extraterrestrial heavenly demon Xiaoran standing in the sky, recalling this life, and suddenly realized a truth. They say that what you eat makes up for what you have, so you can't become a man by suffering, you can by eating. Waking up leisurely from her coma, Song Li drifted off into a different world, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. She didn't know whether those memories in her head were a mere nightmare or a past life that she had actually experienced. But no matter what, after all these extra memories, she cherished the chance to start over. Consider it an extra favor from God. Song Li leaned back and sat on the bed, only feeling that with that period of suffering as a comparison, the current her was truly blessed beyond measure. In the past, she had even suspected that her master was strict. She was truly in the midst of bliss and didn't know the blessings. When you look around, even the sunlight outside the window is much brighter. Whether the memories were true or false, it didn't really matter instead, because she would try to live each day as best she could and do her best to bring her master to avoid those unwarranted disasters. The first caveat is to stay away from the third summit. It becomes unfortunate to be near the third peak. Looking at Bai Hong, who was making polite small talk with his master, Song Li laid down the first rule for himself. And hearing about White Rainbow's withdrawal from the third peak when she was unconscious the other day made her even more biased towards it being a nightmare. After all, if it really was a past life, how come things are still going differently? Finding a good reason. His heart more and more certain of his guess, Song Li's small face revealed a silly smile. The haze in his heart completely dispersed. However, in the next moment, her silly smile froze on her face, and even her body turned stiff. Senior Sister Song even knows the name of my immortal heavenly demon. It seems that I can't keep you. White Rainbow's voice resounded in his heart. Ha! Song Li's little face instantly turned pale. Her brain completely stopped thinking, and it was only after a dozen breaths that she stiffened her head and mumbled. Transmitting? What are you talking about? Senior brother Bai. Xiao Li doesn't know. Oh, although I have been falsely accused of many crimes by Xiaorun, I have also exterminated the entire family of my enemies and truly killed them from a mountain of corpses. Do you think it is useful to pretend to be a fool? Bai Hong let Song Li stop his luck with one sentence. After all, she didn't say that the immortal heavenly devil was wrongly framed by anyone. Holy, it's over. Song Li shivered, instinctively shrinking into a ball on the bed, and in her heart she hated to slap herself. I told you that you can't hide things. I told you to shout blindly all day long. This was great. Having just started over once, he was exposed in front of the immortal heavenly demon who was also reborn. It's over. It's really over. Song Li had some heavenly wars in his head, and in the end, not knowing what conclusion he came to, he actually climbed up from the bed with a sad face, and again stood in front of Bai Hong in full view of everyone. Then, with a fierce crouch, she clutched Bai Hong's thighs, and with an air of looking death in the eye miserably screamed, Senior White, I beg you just spare me. I'm really innocent, it's none of my business. Chapter 14:10 More Xiaorun would not be worthy to fight against you. Ever since hearing Song Li shout out that the immortal heavenly demon was wrongly accused. After that, Bai Hong knew that this senior sister Song Li Song, in her previous life, must have lived until the end of the world and witnessed the destruction of the heavenly devil with her own eyes. So in the face of such a former acquaintance, coupled with her second awakening of the dumb and silly appearance, Bai Hong playful, a small voice threatened some, but frankly speaking, he did not expect Song Li actually can be a big job. Although Song Li was sitting sideways on the ground, hugging his thighs and begging for mercy, in the eyes of true Lord Qiyu, who was known for his strictness, this was already no different from kneeling and kowtowing. As expected, Bai Hong slightly sidestepped her head and saw Zhou Qiyu looking cold. The half of her pretty face that was not covered by the mask had lost its smile, and there was a sense of the dead silence of an ice beauty. Knock! Zhou Qiyu put down the teacup in her hand and calmly said to Bai Hong, this seat suddenly wants to add some more coursework for the disciples. Otherwise, senior nephew can go back first today, and I'll entertain them properly on another day at my second peak. White Rainbow has been quietly for the flow of the moon in earlier years to resolve the EU true monarch of the target oppression. So EU true monarch of the White Rainbow was very familiar with, but also recognized its ability and character, and did not suspect that White Rainbow coercion of Song Li, only as their own disciples' brain some sleep confused. As for the title of master and nephew, although she hates Lu Yu, but both of them are disciples of the Morning Sun Sword Sect, and are indeed the relationship of master and sister, so it is normal to call Bai Hong as master and nephew. Then disciple will leave first. Although Bai Hong wanted to stay and watch the fun, Zhou Qiyu gave the order to expel the guests, so he couldn't force himself to stay, so he regretfully bowed his hand and retired. Well, normally if you have nothing to do you can come to my second peak more often. Today I have made you laugh. Zhou Qiyu squeezed out a leathery smile, which also gave Bai Hong enough face. White Rainbow turned her guns and targeted up her old enemy, Lu Yu, and today, observing her talk was not too humble, far better than ordinary disciples, making Qiyu true lord appreciate it. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't bring herself to pick up Liu Yu as second-hand disciple, she would have even wanted to take Bai Hong under her tutelage. I have long been looking at the flow of the moon that is not good. Humph. As an elder but almost ignored the affairs of the clan, as a master but biased or a halfway with the art of joining the division of the sissy. The more Qiyu true monarch thought, the more indignation. According to common sense, Xiaorun this kind of self-cultivation halfway to worship, stay in the clan after being an idle elder has reached the top. It is impossible to let its power is too big. On the contrary, a disciple like Bai Hong, whom the sect had cultivated since childhood and knew the roots of the sect, had a better chance of succeeding the position of the head of the sect, and that Lu Yue was really too stupid to distinguish between the close and the distant. Maybe, It would be a good idea to snatch White Rainbow to yourself? Zhou Qiyu's mind kept pondering, raising her eyes, but found that her disciple was getting more and more humiliated, clearly understanding that Rainbow had gotten up and was ready to leave. Song Li was even still holding onto someone else and not letting go of his hand. Boss Bai, you must not go ah. If you leave, my master will have to make a move. Then I'm really going to suffer ah. How did I teach such a disgrace? Seeing the pro-disciple cry and wail for half a day without even a single tear falling, Zhou Qiyu grew more and more impatient, even wanting to forcibly send Bai Hong away before cleaning up this disgraceful rebellious disciple. Senior, I really revere senior brother Bai Song Li still had that pitifully disgraced look, but the words he shouted out caused Zhou Qiyu to move. Since senior brother Bai has withdrawn from the third peak, why don't you let him come to our second peak? Disciple please, Chui Yu. Although speechless, the words just fit her mind. And then she looked at White Rainbow, who was full of helplessness but didn't show a repulsive color. True Lord Qiyu waved his sleeve robe and chided. You lazy, exhausted waste of space. I think you're really out of your mind. Don't you think it's humiliating enough? Song Li wrinkled his nose and didn't get angry, not to mention confessing, but instead hugged Bai Hong tighter. Seeing this, Bai Hong smiled and explained. Perhaps senior sister Song has not yet calmed down from the shock of her injuries, and Elder Zhou doesn't need to worry too much. Although they were both disciples, Bai Hong's awakening of her immortal body was self-evidently important, and even if he took off for Song in the tone of an elder, it didn't make anyone feel out of place. Zhou Qiyu expressionlessly walked up to the disciple and looked down on him, finally letting out a long sigh of hatred. She said, then I'll trouble senior nephew Bai to take the trouble. After saying that, he also ruthlessly gouged out a glance at Song Li, saying, recall who actually hurt you. Almost died without even seeing the murderer. Really unlike words. And then True Lord Qiyu's figure slowly dissipated into the room, even if it was her house. Out of sight, out of mind. Only when True Lord Qiyu left did Bai Hong pull Song Li up and said with a smile, senior sister Song is so talented and quick-witted that Elder Zhou, who is known for his antiquated and serious nature, was actually taken in by you. He. Wherever, it's just that master teacher has a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. Song Li shrunk his head, like a golden hair, and said with a pleasing smile, I just didn't expect your old man to come back as well, and by the looks of it, it's still much earlier than me ah. Is that why senior sister Song is talking about this? No, not at all. Song Li hastily waved his hand and weakly said, just suddenly remembered that in my last life, your old man was also wasted because I was seriously injured in dying, and I was afraid that you would hold a grudge against me. Bai Hong nodded slightly. In his last life, he had truly slipped into the abyss, and it had indeed begun with the matter of Song Li's serious injury. There's no harm in it. I received senior sister Song's apology, not to mention that you're also a victim. I won't take it out on others, Bai Hong said. Then there is the second thing. Song Li, silent for a moment, no longer see the fawning of the party, clenched his teeth and said, I know that the senior brother was aggrieved before. I also have a grudge against that Shaorun. If it is the senior brother useful place, also please feel free to command. Bai Hong's face was calm. What about your reason for doing so? Song Li was lively by nature, like a living treasure, and although he was a high-status pro-disciple in the second peak, he was pampered by many disciples as a senior sister. The fact that she could show such hatred and was willing to take the initiative to get involved made Bai Hong somewhat surprised, and it seemed that she was also a bitter person who had suffered a lot. Things have come to this point. Song Li to White Rainbow also did not hide anything. Will be the past life encounter narrated, including the death of Qiyu True Monarch. The same did not hide. Song Li spoke very carefully. The depths of emotion cannot help but cry out. White Rainbow also listened very carefully. From time to time will also let out a sigh. He had problems defending himself most of the time in his previous life, and really didn't pay much attention to the Morning Glory Sword Sect, and he didn't expect ordinary disciples to have such an ill-fated life. But are you really sure you want to be on my side? After pondering for a moment, Bai Hong still asked, without your support, I will deal with Shaoran just the same, so you don't really have to. Besides, I lost completely in my previous life, and I don't deserve your side anyhow. Senior white brother need not be presumptuous. Song Li wiped away her tears. All the things in her past life flashed in her eyes, making her incomparably resolute. If I'm the only one who comes back, I'll fight to the death and take my master far away to hide. And even if I end up dying for sure, I'll at least be able to live happily and joyfully for 100 years, which isn't considered to be a loss. But now elder brother, you have returned as well. If there is only one person in this world who can stop Shaorun, other than you, Senior brother. I can't find anyone else. In your previous life, you were completely bound by the third peak, while Shaoran had the support of the entire cultivation world behind him, which wasn't fair to you. But even so, you still fought Shaoran against the pressure of the whole world, and even gained the upper hand and pressed him to fight. Songli said word for word, extremely serious. Now, the super demonic cultivator who once trampled the entire cultivation world underfoot, the immortal heavenly demon, is standing here. He is no longer bound by the third peak. He has not lifted up the world. He no longer has any weaknesses, and he has enough time to cultivate his layout. So even if there were 10 more Shaoran, they would not be worthy to fight against you. Chapter 15, Jade Pendant? Playing the female frequency thing with me. Ha! You have a good eye. Ordinary people are so touted. Must be modest. And even many people cannot afford to praise. If praised will feel ashamed. The serious also have to self-depreciation in order to peace of mind. And White Rainbow just smiled. Bashful acceptance. There are other things. Right. Tell them all together. Bai Hong look like please start your performance. It's not in vain that you desperately bragged about me for a while. Speaking so impassionately, it should be to pave the way for this. Ha ha ha. I really can't hide it from senior brother Bai. As their conversation advances, Songli gradually recognizes that Bai Hong really isn't a cruel and murderous person, and his past life experiences haven't interfered with his speech and mannerisms in this life. So Songli is no longer so cautious. Actually, it's the same old story la. I'm a little worried about the safety of everyone on the second peak. Songli once again revealed a benevolent smile as silly as a golden retriever's. Master's parents were both disciples of the second peak, and although both folded in the immortal ruins, Master did not harbor any grudges, and still has a strong sense of belonging to the sect in this peak. And if the second peak makes a mistake, Master will definitely grit his teeth and top it up as he did in the previous life. In fact, Songli's most ideal state is that the entire Morning Glory Sword sect is safe and sound, so that her master will definitely not be as strong as he was in his last life. Only that she can't confirm White Rainbow's attitude towards the sect, and only then did she settle for the next best thing, hoping that she could keep the second peak safe. After all, in his previous life, Brother Bai was ostracized and suppressed by the entire clan, and it is normal to hate the clan. Bai Hong gazed calmly at Songli, neither agreeing nor refusing, causing Songli to have a few moments of weakness. Did not directly agree as to refuse. This point of reasoning has long been in the previous life of crawling and rolling learned, and left the white senior brother to protect the safety of the second peak of a few hundred people. It seems to be too much. Oh, I defected to come over is not so valuable. Although she was silently rejected, Songli was not discouraged. In fact, this lion's share of excessive demands hit her little heart. If you say outright that you want to open the window, someone is bound to stand up and stop you. But if you say you're prepared to lift the roof, everyone will agree to open the window. The chances of someone who has rejected you a second time in a short period of time is going to be less. All of this is laying the groundwork for the real purpose at the end. Songli went up and took the initiative to pound Bai Hong's back, with a warm attitude, and said tentatively, in fact, just keep my master's daughter safe. The rest is not worth the trouble. If something really happens to the second peak, and everyone dies out, then I'll just force myself to die, and the gold content of the soul seedling can still pin down my master's daughter, and take her away from the danger. Although Songli was smiling, the words he uttered were cold-blooded and heartless. If the lives of all the people of the second peak and the life of true Lord Yu were placed on either end of the scales, and only one side could survive, she would definitely choose without hesitation for her master to live and the others to die. Bai Hong wasn't surprised by this. Such a hot on the outside and cold on the inside Songli was only in line with her experience in her previous life. There's also the fact that I wonder if senior brother can heal the wounds on senior's face? Songli continued. In fact, there is more than one wound on master's body. There is a small one on the left side of the face, and a long one on the left side of the chest. It is the wound that master received in the immortal ruins back in the day, and it is simply not possible to remove it. Although it is not life-threatening, but there are quite a lot of inconveniences, and master always has to share his energy to suppress it, and he can't go all out. Bai Hong nodded. Zhou Qiyu is actually more than a dozen years older than Lu Yu, and indeed can catch up with that exploration. The so-called immortal ruins were the most mysterious secret realm in the cultivation world, with an immense interior, where risks and opportunities coexisted, and which had yet to be explored. Back then, led by the Immortal Alliance, many clans were united to carry out one of the largest exploration in history, and as a result, accidents occurred. and cultivators from all clans were killed and injured. Lu Yu's mother was reduced to a sinner, and the Morning Sun Sword sect began to decline. And it was also after that exploration that the immortal ruins were becoming more and more difficult to enter, and would even repel some cultivators. Only the principle of repulsion had yet to be figured out. It was unfortunate that true monarch Lu Yue was one of the cultivators who had been ostracized by the immortal ruins, which made it very difficult for her to clear her name for her mother. Ping ping. It shouldn't be difficult to remove the injuries sustained within the immortal ruins. White Rainbow recalled and said. Song Li showed a joyful face and said, I knew it would be difficult for senior brother. After all, the immortal body and the immortal ruins are inextricably linked. It's just a pity that in the last life, it was too much of an afterthought. Ignoring Song Li's exclamations, because Bai Hong was an immortal body, her knowledge of the immortal ruins was far superior to others, and for Lu Yu to be so biased in favor of Xiaoren, in addition to Xiaoren being good at disguise and trickery, there was also the reason for the immortal ruins. Lu Yu believes that Xiaoren is the one who best fits the immortal ruins and is most capable of helping her recover the truth and clear her mother's name of her crimes and wrongdoings. But it was also just wishful thinking on her part. No one in the world could help Lu Yue except a true immortal body. Thinking of this, Bai Hong even looked forward to the immortal ruins in this life a little, really not knowing what kind of collapse Lu Yu would be after learning the truth. After reaching an initial consensus with Song Li, Bai Hong didn't stay long and quickly left the second peak. After White Rainbow left, Song Li did not rest in bed, and went straight to the Dan room in a furtive manner. With her knowledge of her master must be practicing in the Dan room. And her biggest task right now was, even if she was softly persuaded, even if she was punished for copying the rules and regulations of the sect, she still had to make her master take Bai Hong's senior brother under his tutelage. True Lord Liu Yue's qualifications were no different from his master's. So what made him able to beautifully advance to the Mahayana realm in his last life and live until the time of the heavenly devil's destruction? It's still not for taking in such a good disciple as White Rainbow. The grace of a dozen years of parenting can be lighter than a goosefeather or heavier than Mount Taishan. But in Song Li's eyes, even the greatest favor cannot be prohibited in the previous life of the Lu Yue true lord that spoiled and wasted those grievances if it fell on her. Lu Yue has long been dead without a burial place. To see how she is still mad. But what did White Rainbow do? Repaying grudges with virtues, bitterly seeking opportunities for clarification, escorting him all the way, not hurting this white-eyed wolf master for a minute or a millimeter, until he was forced to die by his master once. And only then was he considered to be sober. Such a dedicated, affectionate, and able to withstand the test, but also the great talent and skill of the cultivator is hard to find. If we can let brother Bai worship under the master's door, there is a trace of incense and flame. The master's father, she is not this life, do not have to worry about it. It would be best to convince her master today, so that her master could go to the sovereign and enroll Senior White in the door wall, at which time she would operate a bit to warm up this brand new master-disciple relationship. And wouldn't her master be able to look forward to the Mahayana realm as well? So the closer the relationship between master-teacher and senior white brother, the better, and no amount of closeness was too much. Punch punch punch, brave little Li, not afraid of difficulties, go forward and rise to the occasion. Punch the duck. On the other side, Bai Hong had only returned to his residence when he realized that the formation he had secretly placed had been damaged. Someone's been here. The strong divine sense spread out as if it was trying to dig into the ground, scanning the land in a 100-meter radius several times, really allowing Bai Hong to find some interesting trinkets. In the northeastern corner of the bedroom, in the land 2 meters deep underground, there was a jade pendant with delicate and ancient patterns lying quietly, which at a glance was a divine treasure of great value. Is this going to falsely accuse me? Bai Hong's face was odd and incomparable. Remembering those female novels collected by her sister that she had read when she was idle and bored in the Blue Star in her second life. Chapter 16, Bai Hong. Don't hand over the jade pendant you stole. Early the next morning, the sun was rising and had not yet dispelled the coldness of the mountains. Cultivating to the foundation establishment realm, cultivators would no longer rely on sleep and have more and more efficient ways to rest, while the younger disciples below the foundation establishment level needed to exhale the pure spiritual chi brought by the first rays of sunlight. So the most lively time period of the Morning Sun Sword Sect's daily routine was the early morning. Knock knock, knock knock. A sharp knock sounded on the door, and when White Rainbow sensed a familiar aura standing outside the door courtyard, she gently raised her hand and unlocked all the prohibitions. Song Li's petite and flexible figure rushed in like a rabbit, exasperatedly saying, Brother Bai is not well. Xiao Ren's dead eunuch who doesn't have a handle on him is starting to cause trouble again. This motherless orphan took advantage of the crowd in the morning and insisted that he had lost the relic jade pendant passed down by his short-lived mother before her death, which was an unimaginable divine treasure, and is now singing in unison with several blind doglegs, secretly pouring dirty water on you. Should we go and slap these few Bai Yangs? Bai Hong were shocked. Did not expect Song Li to hate Xiaoran so much. Little mouth like smearing Wang Jiha. Almost every comma to step on Xiaoran. And actually, Song Li was really excited right now. Yesterday, after White Rainbow left, she quietly felt her way into her master's lounge in the Dan room and found that her master was communicating with all the clan elders with a voice transmission jade pendant, so she planned to come back later. I didn't expect that Chi Yuzhenjuan was not used to children, and raised his hand in the air and took in the back of her collar, carrying her to his side like a little puppy, and letting her wait beside him. Song Li then followed and listened in, only to learn that before he came to visit the second peak yesterday, senior brother Bai had beaten Xiaoran violently, and the clan elders were the ones talking about it. Don't panic, just wait for them to come and ask questions, I'll make my own arrangements. After listening to Song Li's narration, Bai Hong only yawned slightly, looking like she hadn't rested well. White senior brother's heart is really good. Since Bai Hong has his own countermeasures, Song Li also stopped speaking. A hanging heart instantly returned to its original position. Those who hadn't experienced the battle between good and evil in her previous life simply couldn't understand her blind trust in Bai Hong. If Senior White said it was fine, then it was fine. After all, in his previous life, he was truly an enemy of the whole world, and almost won the fight while constantly being backstabbed by the likes of Quicksilver. The relaxed Song Li resumed her lively and active nature and began to look left and right in Bai Hong's home before she saw a brand new small furnace about half a person high. However, with her insight, she didn't see anything marvelous about this furnace, and just assumed that it was the collection of Bai Hong's senior brother, and after looking at it for a while, she didn't pay attention to it. The two of them waited for about an hour before a disciple from the main peak finally came and knocked on the door, saying that the Patriarch had an invitation. It was the main peak martial arts arena again, and it was crowded with people again. However, this time when Bai Hong appeared, the many disciples didn't dare to talk about anything else. Even if they loathed Bai Hong, they could only mingle in the crowd to express their dissatisfaction with unkind eyes. This was the might brought about by the awakening of the immortal body. Even if Xiaoran had done everything he could to gradually destroy Bai Hong's popularity and reputation through one small thing after another, making him a public enemy in terms of public opinion, he could not withstand the ardent expectations of the clan elders. Bai Hong didn't care about the disgusting stares from the mingled crowd, but Song Li didn't agree. She looked around, and indeed found that many of the second peak disciples were also glaring at Bai Hong. Her small face immediately boarded up. One hand pinched her waist, one hand pointing and cursing. Lu Ruyan, Ji Bochang, you two built up the foundation on the come to see the fun. They're glaring at Huat, senior sister Song. Senior sister Song. Song Li is at least Chi Yu True Lord's personal disciple, the second peak of everyone's eldest sister, can be said to have accumulated prestige for a long time, was named. Two people immediately shrink neck, said hello and slipped away, afraid to stay but also to be said. Lu Guangkuan, Xia Nung, Ji is Koan. I light said they did not point you three name is not it. I know that you are the foundation realm. Then Eugene Dan? As if the king of Hades had called the roll, Song Li named them one by one. And the disciples of the second peak were suddenly less than half of them, and those who were fortunate enough to stay here were all flexible-minded people, who had long ago transmitted their voices to them to ensure that they were on the same page with senior sister Song, and that they would maintain the respect they should have for senior brother Bai. However, what made Song Li quite unfortunate was that her words were only useful in the second peak, and she couldn't give more solidarity to senior brother Bai. Seeing Bai Hong idly arrive at the martial arts arena, Li Yunqin was enraged and immediately stood out to support Xiaoran. Senior brother Bai, you've gone too far. Senior brother Zhao's mother left him just that one relic, and you're still going to ruthlessly steal it? Senior brother, please return that jade pendant to me and I can pretend that this matter has never happened. Xiaoran's face was serious, looking straight at Bai Hong without any fear as he threatened. Otherwise, I won't blame senior brother for being unsympathetic. He had already completely torn his face with Bai Hong yesterday, so naturally he wouldn't use his previous method of pretending to be innocent. Besides, the heavenly demon body had already awakened more than 90% of it, so it wasn't suitable for him to bide his time anymore. From today, he will seize his own interests and train his own class. This drama of focusing on filial piety and going toe-to-toe with the normally admired senior brother for his mother's relics was also extremely in line with the tastes of the crowd of disciples, and many of them fell back on Xiaoran. and there were even enthusiastic people who came together to persuade Bai Hong. I'm probably clear on the matter. So what is the constitution of the Patriarch and the elders for calling me here? Bai Hong, abstruse and calm, not resembling a young man, turned his gaze to the Patriarch and the others and asked, do you all want me to hand over the jade pendant? Or do you want me to defend myself? The elders did not say anything. Instead they looked towards Doubtfather Hanhai and True Lord Luyue. In this matter, apart from the Patriarch, only Luyue would be qualified to speak. Luyue's gaze hovered over the two of them, and finally said softly, Honger, Rener's jade pendant disappeared after yesterday's sparring session. So recall carefully, did you accidentally drop it somewhere? Or did the jade pendant spike hook into the scabbard and was accidentally put away by you? After saying that, Luyue seemed to be afraid of Bai Hong misunderstanding, and hastened to explain, the teacher is not suspicious of you. It is just that the jade pendant is the relic of Rener's mother, and it is the credentials of an immortal mansion in the immortal ruins, and it is the chance that Rener's mother left to him, which is very significant, and that's why he had to be careful. You can understand the teacher, can't you? Understood. White Rainbow nodded gently and said succinctly, you suspect me of stealing. When Quicksilver heard this, her eyes fluttered and she didn't dare to look at Bai Hong at all, clearly dumbfounded. Senior brother Bai quickly returned the jade pendant. Li Yunqin seemed to recognize Bai Hong as a thief, and reprimanded with an unkind face, Master has always had hopes for you, and you should know the significance of the immortal ruins to Master. Even if there are more contradictions, you shouldn't have taken such an excessive thing to play with your temper. Song Li stood behind Bai Hong. Her face became more and more cold. This Lu Yuzhenjun let her see fire. Say one thing and do another. If there is really no suspicion of Bai Hong, why Li Yunqin stood out when she did not reprimand her to stand down? It was clearly Li Yunqin who had spoken what was on her mind. It's a bit ridiculous to suddenly lose a jade pendant and then blame it on me. Bai Hong spread his hands and casually asked, before today, I never knew that Xiaoren still had his mother's relics. You guys shouldn't know it either. So how can you go about stealing it? A skeptic always needs to talk about evidence, right? Humph. So what if I don't know? The credentials of the Immortal's Cave and the Immortal Ruins are so precious that senior brother Xiao naturally won't proclaim them. As for the evidence you want, Li Yunqin decisively said, why need evidence so troublesome? As long as your storage bag and residence will be searched on a search, everything since the truth can be revealed. What do you all think? I think so. If truly innocent, it would naturally stand up to investigation. Senior brother Bai has indeed gone too far this time. Why target senior brother Xiao like this? Scattered voices of support rang out, and they were none other than the lapdogs that Xiaoren had enlisted. These people Bai Hong still have the impression that the natural talent is still good, but refused to be quiet and hard to cultivate, but instead, after entering the inner door, began to delve into the fly and the dog to do things. He was severely punished. Only now, it seemed that these disciples had not corrected themselves, and had even embraced Xiaoren's thigh in the process. Disciples are willing to take up the task of searching for the jade pendant, guaranteeing openness and transparency, which can be witnessed by many fellow disciples together. A young disciple who was eager to perform stood out and volunteered. Bai Hong also recognized this person. His name was Zhao Bukun. He was a Foundation Establishment disciple of the Fifth Peak. He had received favors from Xiaoren when he first joined the inner sect, and he was also very ambitious. It's no surprise that he's stepping up and showing himself. Bai Hong did not dwell with the disciples, just looked at Lu Yu and slowly asked, since this matter involves the disciples under True Lord Lu Yu, I wonder what you think about searching for this approach. White Rainbow left the decision of the question in the hands of Quicksilver. Chapter 17, Finding the Jade Pendant. Sure enough, you stole it. White Rainbow. Whether to search or not is left to the True Lord of the Flowing Moon to decide. Lu Yu was first incredulous, then her gaze became incredibly complicated, and in her eyes as she looked at Bai Hong, she even brought on supplication. This wasn't asking her to make a decision. This was clearly asking her to choose one of the two. If she went to search Bai Hong's room and storage bag, she would be like pushing Honger out completely, with no room for maneuver. But if she doesn't T-check, then what about Renair? What about the immortal market? The Flowing Moon is difficult. Heartache incomparable. Eyes quickly stored up water mist. Actually even the Elder's Majesty cannot maintain. Rainbow. You, Master, disciple really can't live without the jade pendant. It's my mother's only relic. Seeing Lu Yu wavering, Xiaoren cursed her indecisiveness in his heart and hurriedly spoke up to interrupt. My mother's greatest dying wish is for me to find the immortal's residence with this jade pendant and bring the chance of creation out of the immortal ruins. Xiaoren's voice was getting smaller and smaller, like an abandoned orphan. He knew his master's mother-like character best. The more independent and self-reliant you are, the harder it will be for you to get the attention and love of your master. But if you are neither independent nor self-reliant, and are constantly dependent on her and asking her for help, you will get more care and favoritism instead. As for the right and wrong of it, who is right and who is wrong? Rather, it is not in the scope of her consideration, or accounts for a very small proportion. Because the loving mother is always worried about whether the children who don't make it can be fed and clothed. And for this reason it is normal to give up on other children who are better off. In her eyes, those who are doing well should help those who are doing poorly. It's called the baby that cries gets the milk. As expected, Lu Yu's eyes trembled. Several times opened his mouth to say something, but half a word could not be spit out. Looking at the two tit-for-tat, two disciples were in a dilemma left and right. But after hearing Xiao Ren's words, her trembling body slowly calmed down, as if she had already made a choice, and her bright eyes became dull, unable to stop the flow of tears, and she said in a trembling voice, "Then, check it out." As the words fell, Lu Yu only felt her legs soften, as if all her strength had been drained from her body, and she nearly fell into a sitting position. "Rainbow, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but the immortal ruins are really important to me, more important than my life, and I really can't give up that hope." Hearing true Lord Luyuet agree to the search, Xiao Ren and the many disciples revealed a look of satisfaction. "Then disciple will go and check it out. Please wait for a moment. Disciple will definitely give everyone an explanation." Zhao Buchuan, who took the initiative to ask for help, even more crisply saluted and turned his head to the onlooking disciples. "Can any of my fellow disciples be willing to go with me and give me a witness to prove my innocence?" "I do. Willing to go with senior brother." When true Lord Luyue had abandoned Bai Hong, the people present were free of most of their worries, so they became much bolder. "Senior brother Bai, you're just really going to let them investigate?" The onlooker Song couldn't help himself at this point, tugging on Bai Hong's coat, indignantly saying, "Which of the cultivators doesn't have secrets? How can you really let them check? It's not fair. Where's the real fairness?" Bai Hong took it in stride. He really didn't have any secrets at this stage, so if he checked, he also checked, but he couldn't be searched in a haphazard manner. He then raised his hand and the thick flying sword was as fast as lightning, stopping the crowd. Zhao Buchuan was even more delighted to see this. He hated for Bai Hong to do more things to provoke the public's anger, but at this moment, he forced down his joy and asked with a frown, "Senior brother Bai, what do you mean by this?" The group of disciples behind them all revealed a suspicious look, and even regarded this block as White Rainbow being a thief, and became more and more united. Even Taoist Lord Hanhai and the elders, their gazes took on skepticism. "I have always counted on my words, and I have to do what I say. Since I have promised to search, I will not stop." But the basic situation of that jade pendant still has to be said, whether it is round or square. How is the pattern? What are the characteristics? As if she didn't see the faces of the crowd, Bai Hong's attitude remained gentle, saying, "Otherwise, jade pendants are so common that it's normal to find a few pieces in anyone's home, right?" When Song Li heard this, his small face immediately revealed a smile. Pointing at Zhao Buchuan, he said, "Elder brother Bai is right. Who knows if you guys will team up to frame people? So the characteristic appearance of this jade pendant has to be made clear in advance." When the crowd heard this, a number of them looked down at the jade pendant at their waist and slowly nodded. Cultivators who lived in the mountains for a long time would intentionally open up the mountains in search of spirit stone mines, and in this process, they would also find many gold, silver, copper and iron ores or jade. So jade pendants, jade hairpins and other jewelry made of jade were not rare, and almost every hand had one of them. Female practitioners who love beauty will even collect and make jade jewelry of the same style and different colors to wear with them. Zhao Buchuan seemed to have anticipated this and replied cheerfully, "Ha ha ha, although senior brother Xiao and I are close friends and I trust senior brother Zhao's identification, framing and slandering others for the sake of friendship is something that Zhao will likewise not do. If senior sister Song doesn't believe me, I'm willing to vouch for my own life, but if there's even a hint of nastiness between senior brother Xiao and I, Mr. Zhao is willing to die for the crime." As soon as Zhao Buchuan's words fell, Xiaoren stepped forward and said with the same bravado, "Since brother Zhao trusts me so much, it's all the more reason why I can't drag you down. Since this jade pendant is my mother's relic, I'll naturally be able to tell the characteristics." "Good, now that's what I call a friend. This kind of liver and gall friendship really makes me envious." The interaction between the two drew a round of applause. Xiao Ren explained, "The diameter of the jade pendant is only a finger long, The center is hollowed out and tied with a red rope, and the color is milky white and lime green blended. The front side is engraved with a colorful flying phoenix, while the back side is uncarved. This jade pendant has the efficacy of condensing the mind and calming the chi, accelerating cultivation, and can also store the cultivator's aura, turning it into a shield at critical moments. Most importantly, without my family's secret technique, it will be impossible to activate the jade pendant. Yes? Bai Hong said with a wry smile. That's quite a coincidence. The crowd was a bit baffled, but none of them cared about what White Rainbow meant by coincidence. So, no one stopped the search again. A crowd of horses and horses to the White Rainbow residence to go. All the elders and Hanhai Taoist monarch, also some idol. So together to go over. The only flow of the moon refused to Li Yunchin accompanied. Forlornly followed the team at the end of the single shadow. So lonely. Arriving at White Rainbow's residence, Zhao Buchuan was not polite, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took the lead and stepped in, and then began to look around the edges, corners, and other hidden places. He searched for a tea time one after another. The nooks and crannies of the house were rummaged through, and he failed to find Xiao Ren's piece of jade pendant. But just when the crowd's patience was about to run out and they were no longer hopeful, Zhao Buchuan seemed to have a sudden enlightenment and slapped his head hard, making a sudden realization. His divine sense swept out, encircling the entire residence before his face changed abruptly. Swish! Zhao Buchuan pinched his right hand and recited some words in his mouth. Then he raised his hand and pointed, making a basic soil turning trick, and the soil in the northeast corner of the bedroom turned outward in layers and surged upward continuously until it revealed a milky white round piece surrounded by soil. It was exactly in line with the characteristics of the jade pendant described by Xiaoran. The jade pendant was surprisingly really found in Bai Hong's home. Xiao Ren's cultivation exploded with a loud bang, and with a hideous face, he looked at Bai Hong and angrily yelled in a low voice, "Bai Hong, it was really you who stole it." Hearing this low roar, Quicksilver also fiercely looked at White Rainbow, seemingly in disbelief, with a look of disappointment and sadness on her face. She didn't think Rainbow really stole. Chapter 18. Wait a minute. You said there were over 100 of the same jade pendant? Surprisingly, he really stole it? Luckily I just saw him so calm, but really can pretend. Knowing people, no wonder this White Rainbow's master is biased. I guess he saw through him long ago. So it seems that those negative rumors about White Rainbow might not be rumors. At least not empty ones. Stealing even someone's mother's relics. Disgusting. After the stolen goods, along with Xiao Ren's unbearable outbreak, the public opinion among the disciples was also detonated. Even the peak elders are not good to speak out to stop. After all, this White Rainbow thing is just too ugly. Only Zhou Qiyu frowned darkly, calmly looking at the farce in front of her. She has been targeting Liu Yue for many years. Naturally, she has also ordered her disciples to target Liu Yue's disciples. But every time, it is Bai Hong who comes forward to calm the conflict between the two peaks, neither showing weakness, nor forcing people to be forceful, and advancing and retreating in a measured manner. Quite a gentleman's style. Moreover, when they talked yesterday, Bai Hong did not look like a sinister villain, so she did not believe that Bai Hong was a thief. Of course, Zhou Qiyu was still very curious about Bai Hong. After all, she couldn't for the life of her figure out why that Songli girl was desperately trying to sell her White Rainbow as if she was under ecstasy. If she didn't know her own family's proximity, she would have thought that Songli had taken a liking to Bai Hong and wanted to fall back on him. Senior brother Xiao, I'm fortunate to have found the thief and the jade pendant for you. Zhao Buchuan did not hide his smile at all as he brushed the dirt off the jade pendant and handed it back to Xiaoran. Moreover, as soon as he opened his mouth, the others immediately quieted down, causing him to enjoy this feeling of responding to a single call. And immediately afterward, Zhao Buchuan turned to look at Dao Sovereign Hanhai, bending down and saluting. Patriarch, White Rainbow's theft was caught in the act, and I implore my disciple to dispose of it according to the sect rules as a warning to others. Disciples implore the Patriarch to dispose of them according to the sect rules as a warning to others. Xiaoran had already poured dirty water on Bai Hong, so he naturally wanted to capitalize on his victory, and as a victim, his words naturally carried weight, surprisingly driving a large group of disciples. A large number of disciples petitioned to punish White Rainbow. Songli see some fear, anxious and timid to White Rainbow voice, Ayo really anger your old man if there is any countermeasures on the fast use wow. And then wait will really cannot control the situation. Bai Hong smiled without saying anything, only raising her hand to pat Son Li's small head. The young girl could reach the height of his chest, so patting it was quite smooth. Among the top figures of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, There was no one who suffered more than true Lord Quicksilver. She ignored the vociferous criticism of the crowd and just came to Bai Hong with heavy steps, her eyes full of disappointment and anger. Quicksilver could accept her Honger playing with her temper and messing with her. It was because she did do something unfair, but she would never allow Honger to be a despicable and shameless person. The petitioning voices of the surrounding disciples were simply like a sledgehammer, hammering on Lu Yu's heart one after another, and her anger was so extreme that she even subconsciously raised her right hand and fiercely slapped it. Snap! A loud slap steeply overshadowed the shouts of the disciples, as this scene had really overturned the crowd's perceptions. The sect's top few in terms of strength, true Lord Quicksilver, had been slapped by a disciple in return. The slender jade hand that Lu Yu raised also stopped in mid-air, as if her entire being was frozen in place, and it was only when a feeling of discomfort came from her cheeks that she was awakened from her shock. Adverse disciple, you disobeyed the discipline, and even went so far as to make a move against me? Lu Yu radiated an aura of terror, her brows locked, no longer having a trace of guilt towards Bai Hong. She only felt that she was really wrong. So wrong. Her mistake was that she didn't educate Rainbow well. The past is still too soft-hearted. Honger has gone astray. The only way to change Honger is to be a strict teacher. The pressure of the refined void cultivation level was something that ordinary disciples could not withstand. Even if Taoist Lord Hanhai exploded his cultivation in time to hedge his bets, that instantaneous time difference also caused pieces and pieces of disciples to fall on their backs. But White Rainbow, who was facing the pressure of refined void directly, was like an indestructible sword nailed to the ground, unaffected by it in the slightest, and even went toe-to-toe with Lu Yue, scolding. First, I am no longer your disciple. Secondly, when it comes to you, it's because you're short-sighted, stupid, and don't know the difference between right and wrong, and you deserve this slap in the face. Bai Hong didn't care at all about what others thought of him, even Ryuki. The moment Ryuki stirred his heart with his own hands in the first life, Ryuki was kicked out of his heart, especially in his second life, the happy life of the whole family of Blue Star, more so that the White Rainbow to make up for the missing family and friendship, completely eliminated the possibility of him to be the reincarnation of several generations of the great seed of injustice. After all, the first life from a young age on the mountain, growing up lack of love, a few people have obsession with the flow of the moon is just. The second life he are enjoying a more normal family and friendship. If he still do not wake up, it is not a waste of life in the second life? Now, though, it's time to fight back. The corners of Bai Hong's mouth rose, and his originally kind smile was tinted with a bit of evil, making the crowd inexplicably chilled. Xiao Ren, you said that this jade pendant is your mother's relic and can only be activated by you with the family secret method? Xiao Ren, who was named, had some bad premonitions in his heart, but still said, that's natural. Don't think you'll try to pull any tricks to deny it. I can prove this matter. After saying that, the jade pendant in Xiao Ren's hand glowed slightly, and the colorful phoenix carved on it seemed to be alive, flying out from the jade pendant and wandering around Xiao Ren's body, isolating him from the harm of the outside world. That's a coincidence. Bai Hong's smile became more and more open, making everyone feel puzzled. If he remembered correctly, this was the second time he said the word coincidence. Then, White Rainbow lightly glanced at Zhao Buchuan as if he was looking at a dead man and turned around to walk towards the house. Every time he took a step, azure-colored thunder surfaced around Bai Hong, and when he took 7 steps later, it was a long river of surging thunder light. Feeling the vastness and austerity of it, the elder's expression stagnated, and Taoist Lord Hanhai was even more surprised, saying, the great completion of the divine heavenly jade clear lightning technique? Who taught this? There are still people in the clan who know this? He doesn't even know such advanced lightning techniques. Between the flashes of thunder light, White Rainbow's robes hunted as he raised his hand to make the motion of knocking an arrow, and the long river of thunder transformed into a flying vector of thunder strings. Master Zhao is indeed enthusiastic. It's just that his ability to find things is a bit poor. You should search this fireplace first. The arrow of thunder suddenly left the string and accurately blasted onto the furnace in White Rainbow's room. This stove brightly placed in the center, but did not attract the attention of the crowd. After all, who stole something, will be placed in the most conspicuous place with a big grin? Boom! A mere furnace could not withstand the bombardment of the divine heavenly jade clear thunder law, and it blew apart in an instant, and even the items stored inside the furnace were blown away, falling again like a torrential downpour. Snap! 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 A round hard object intertwined with milky white and greenish green smashed on the ground, causing everyone's pupils to shrink and directly freeze in place, but they were unable to say half a word. Just see that piece of round all or jade pendants. And the number is more than 100 pieces. What was even weirder was that these 100 or so jade pendants were exactly the same as the one found earlier. The one Xiaoran had addressed as his mother's relic. Song Li, where to see this kind of exciting scene, could not help but murmur, how many times must this Xiaoran's mom die before she can send out so many Chapter 19, Desire to Kill. How many times does the Xiaoran's mom have to die before she can give away so many jade pendants? Song Li's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to spread throughout the room as the crowd fell silent, causing the disciples who had petitioned for Bai Hong to be severely punished to be dumbfounded, shivering and staring at those jade pendants. How is this? How is this possible? Why are there so many identical ones? Zhao Buchuan's eyes were going to stare out, as the dog leg under Xiao Ren's command who wanted to progress the most, but he was even more so when he was beaten by this hand to the point of breaking his defense. How spirited he was just now. How clownish he was now. It was obvious that such a big problem was right in front of everyone's eyes, but he acted like he was blind and had to wait for Bai Hong to take the initiative to reveal it, completely setting him up as a waste. Dao Lord Hanhai and the elders were just silently watching, not expecting the peaks to turn around and there to be a big show to watch, seeing that Zhao Buchuan had messed up, and that the higher echelons of the sect had no intention of intervening. Xiaoren could only stand out with a grim face and said in a cold voice, Senior brother Bai is really good at making so many jade pendants ahead of time. It's really an ugly struggle. He bent down and picked up a piece, weighed it in his hand, and said with a sneer, even if you imitate it perfectly, it's just a fake after all. As long as my Xiao family secret technique is out, only the real one will be. Xiaoren swore that there wasn't any difference between the family secret techniques he had activated twice, and even the power supply hadn't changed. But why did colorful phoenixes fly out of both jade pendants? Looking at the two identical colored phoenixes swimming in midair, Xiaoren was silent for the first time. The Xiao family's secret art is truly extraordinary. It actually has the effect of making a fake look like the real thing, allowing even this fake to protect its owner. Bai Hong exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, even clapping his hands together to show his respect. Xiaoren was still silent, but the rest of the disciples grew restless. Even the dumbest can see that this jade pendant theft is not simple. Then, Bai Hong also followed Xiaoren's example and bent down to pick up a few jade pendants to hold in his hand. Another colorful phoenix flies, like a quality inspector in an assembly line. Every time a colorful phoenix flew out, Bai Hong urged the next piece of jade pendant, trying 8 or 9 pieces in a row before stopping. Bai Hong's body was slightly sideways, glancing at Xiaoren out of the corner of her eye as she muttered to herself, Xiao family's secret art? Oh, what the heck? And then, White Rainbow arched his hand to Taoist Lord Hanhai and said, Patriarch, more than this 100 pieces of the only relics left by my mother. Can the disciple who cleared this suspicion of stealing be cleared? As she spoke, White Rainbow also intentionally reread the words, the only relic left by her mother. The mockery pulling straight through. Taoist Lord Hanhai pondered for a moment and asked Xiaoren, do you have anything else to say? Xiaoren's face was as gloomy as water. His fists clenched tightly, and his voice was hoarse. Disciple has nothing to say. He could not distinguish the authenticity of the jade pendant, and each piece could indeed only be activated by the Xiao family's secret technique, so he could only resign himself to the situation. It's good that there's nothing to say. Taoist Lord Hanhai nodded slightly, secretly pondering in his mind how to correct Xiaoren's fondness for underhanded tactics, and was about to live a thinning of the mud and bring the matter to a close when he didn't realize that White Rainbow's counterattack was still not over. Only Bai Hong came forward holding several pieces of jade pendants, slowly swept his gaze over the crowd and said aloud, since I've been cleared of any wrongdoing, let's move on to the next part. Disciple Bai Hong, I ask the sect to thoroughly investigate the case of 3rd Elder Liu, 3rd Peak's pro-disciple Xiaoren, and 5th Peak's disciple Zhao Buchuan, joining forces to frame a disciple. The ferociousness in Bai Hong's eyes flourished, and his words were not shocking, but he even said sternly, disciple petition. Ask Patriarch to execute the crime leader Xiaoren, and severely punish the accomplices as a warning to others. The 4 words as a warning to others caused the hearts of the people in the arena to chill in unison, because that was exactly what they had said earlier. Brother White has it all memorized. He said that on purpose, just to tell everyone, I haven't forgotten a single one of those guys who wronged me. And under these astonishing statements, True Lord Quicksilver once again became the center of attention for all the people's eyes to converge. This was the first time a disciple had sued an elder, and the two had once been master and disciple. Liu had actually faltered as early as when she saw the 100 or so jade pendants, vaguely aware that she seemed to have done something stupid again, but to have Bai Hong say it in such an unsympathetic manner, and to brand her as a false accuser, It was still unacceptable to her. Remorse and shame intertwined. Lu Yu only felt her mind was in turmoil, completely lost, not knowing whether to apologize to Bai Hong first, or to clarify her innocence first. Honger, Patriarch, I didn't. You're bloodthirsty. You're retaliating. Zhao Buchuan had already broken down and cried out loudly for himself, also drawing the crowd's eyes over in the process. I didn't collude with Xiaoren at all. I just stepped forward when I saw an injustice. I didn't wrong anyone at all. Zhao Buchuan waved his sleeve robe carelessly, his forehead sweating coldly. He was truly frightened by Bai Hong's gaze just now. The eyes that looked like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood descending, carrying an infinite amount of grievous qi, were by no means something he could resist. Damn! Isn't this white rainbow a modest and polite gentleman? How can he have such a murderous gaze? How many people has he killed in the end? White Rainbow did not take care of the crazy Zhao Buchuan, just patted his hands. There are streams of light in the void, cohesion of an illusory curtain about 10 feet wide, and in the curtain, it is a person quietly sneaked into the courtyard, secretly burying the jade pendant scene, although the man had intentionally covered his face. From his figure, it was undoubtedly Zhao Buchuan. A little anti-theft feature is all, Bai Hong said as if nothing had happened. If senior brother Zhao is dead set on denying it, this formation of mine also has a visitor recording function, and the breath of everyone who has come will be recorded and retained to support comparison. The elders looked at each other. The function of this formation was simple, but the creativity in it was great, making them care a little. But before that, there was still a need to settle things properly. Like I said, I always keep my word and do what I say I'm going to do. The crowd of disciples had already blocked Zhao Buchuan's retreat, and Bai Hong just walked slowly to him, patted his cheek, and asked casually with a sudden turn of words, I remember you vouching with your life that there was no nastiness between you and Xiaorun? Ha? Zhao Buchuan froze, vaguely recalled that before the start of the search he was a little excited on the head. Seems to have really said similar words to, involuntarily. Zhao Buchuan gently answered, asshole, what are you going to do? Right at this moment, Xiaoren's cultivation exploded with a roar, letting out a long whistle and pushing his heavenly demon body to the extreme. His left hand pinched his knuckles and his right hand held his sword, transforming into a stream of light and rushing towards White Rainbow. Dangling! It wasn't until the two long swords with chilling light hacked out sparks that flashed Zhao Buchuan's eyes a little bit. Then he had the hindsight to see what was happening. If Xiaorun had not made a timely move, he would have landed on his head. White Rainbow, he dares to kill me in public? He really wants to kill me for a word. Zhao Buchuan's face was twisted with fear, and before he could calm down, he saw Xiaorun fly out backwards and roll on the ground several times before he managed to stop. And White Rainbow, who was like a homicidal maniac, unexpectedly looked towards him again, and showed a kind smile as always. It was just that this smile was a bit too appalling in Zhao Buchuan's eyes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. White Rainbow had no sense of urgency at all that he was about to kill someone. And like an old-fashioned hunter, he chased after his prey unhurriedly. Also like death, it won't stop. Chapter 20, her rainbow is working with the enemy against her. Damn it! How is he stronger than yesterday? Xiaoren was picked off by a sword. The depression in his heart can be imagined. In his heart he even doubted that yesterday's White Rainbow was not at his best, otherwise only a day apart. The other party's strength can be raised by a large margin? How could the immortal body be this powerful? His heavenly demon body couldn't even do it. The system could say that the heavenly demon body was far superior to the immortal body. And even if his awakening wasn't complete, it should still be on par with the immortal body, right? Quickly adjusting his stance, Xiaoren's right foot stomped on the ground and was about to rush out again. But the result was that a long river of thunder blocked the way. Every drop of the water of that long river was like thunderbolts, exuding a terrifying aura, which made him even more vaguely fearful. It was the heavenly demon body that was fearing this lightning spell. Xiaoren's face was unsightly. He only felt that everything was not going well these days, and he didn't know where Bai Hong had learned the many means. Yesterday's red flame long dragon, today's thunder law, one more than one to restrain him. The senior members of the sect, led by Taoist Lord Han Hai, also finally had the opportunity to carefully observe the thunder, and determined that the means used by Bai Hong was actually really that divine heavenly jade clear thunder method. Some elders were overwhelmed with joy, murmuring excitedly, there are 3 schools of thunder law under the world, and the divine heavenly jade clear thunder is one of them. Is it hard to believe that this is the inheritance that comes with the immortal body? It should be. Han Hai Daolord picked up. Divine sky jade clear thunder is powerful and requires extremely high qualifications. 1,000 years ago when the immortal alliance was not established, a refined void true monarch had relied on this thunder law. Hard to exterminate 8 people of the same realm, and became famous in one battle, and my clan is only a medium-sized immortal gate, but it is not qualified to include such a top-level thunder law. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads at the words, while Song Li obediently stood beside true Lord Chiyu. She positioned herself very clearly. She was in charge of Gaga and White Rainbow was in charge of messy kills, so only when White Rainbow made her move, she slipped away to seek refuge with her master. While honestly observing the battle, Song Li was indifferent to the discussion of the Patriarch and the others. Killing 8 refined void of the same realm was nothing. In his last life, senior brother Bai had performed this thunder method, using the Thunder River instead of the Milky Way to exterminate half of the allied forces of the Immortal Alliance. And the dead Mahayana stage was more than 10, so no one really cared about how many refining virtual cultivators had died out. On the other side, Xiao Ren, who was delayed in breaking through the divine sky jade clear thunder, was anxious. If he couldn't protect Zhao Buchuan and let him be exterminated at will, wouldn't he be completely overwhelmed by Bai Hong, highlighting his incompetence? Things have come to this point, a framing fellow disciples of the crime he cannot be washed. A short period of time must be everyone shouted at. If Zhao Buchuan died again, it really Face and Lizzie are lost. Considering only for a split second, Xiao Ren decided to use his strongest and most unanswerable move. Shout out to the parents. Senior, save Senior Zhao's life. Xiao Ren looked fiercely at Lu Yu, and even went so far as to fall to his knees and shouted, "This matter is my disciple's sole responsibility, and it is none of senior brother Zhao's business, so please ask the master to preserve his life. Disciple has already lost his virtue and cannot apologize to his friend again. Please, master." Lu Yu true monarch was originally in turmoil, suddenly saw Xiao Ren make such a battle. More and more do not know what to do. Jun Lu. Lu Yu subconsciously turned back to the life-threatening Zhao Buchuan, and accidentally met Bai Hong's unmistakably cold eyes. However, it was also this glance that actually caused Bai Hong to slow down and stop. He pointed at Zhao Buchuan who was fleeing in panic and said to Lu Yu, "Today, he has to die. I'll see who dares to stop me." Quicksilver. The original hesitant look suddenly calmed down. Mistake after mistake had long since made Lu Yu unsure of how to face Xiao Ren, and today's incident in particular was even more intuitive proof of her lack of trust in Bai Hong. "Master, disciple begs you." Seeing that Lu Yu was really bluffed by Bai Hong, Xiao Ren was completely anxious and even kowtowed in public, his head dead against the ground, pleading to Lu Yu, "You can punish my disciple however you want afterward. I only beg you to save Zhao Bukun." This, Lu Yu had never seen her own little disciple pleading with her in such a shameless manner, and after recalling Xiao Ren's once kind and simple character, she became a little soft-hearted again. "Honger is still blaming me for having to kill this 5th peak disciple. If I can't save him, won't Rainer blame me too?" Lu Yu's heart was at war with heaven and earth, only feeling that whether or not to bail this person out would disappoint another disciple. There was really no way to have the best of both worlds. You, don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the 5th peak. I want to see the peak master. I want to see our peak master. Bai Hong also ignored Lu Yu's struggles and continued to approach Zhao Bukun, and seeing Lu Yu's delay, he completely broke down and shouted to see the 5th peak elder, forgetting that the 5th peak elder had already been in seclusion for half a year. "Master!" Xiao Ren was still shouting, and seeing that Zhao Buchuan had no way to retreat and was slowly lifted in White Rainbow's hands, Lu Yu finally made up her mind. Saving. Honger has already resented her because she did something wrong. She will do her best to make it up to Honger, but never let Renner also resent her again. With his mind made up, Quicksilver was obviously much lighter. The cultivation of a true lord of refined void spread out, not harming the others, but shielding Zhao Buchuan. Immediately after, her figure flashed and she raised her hand with the aid of Bai Hong's slashing longsword, saying with an apologetic face, "Honger, you can't kill him. It's jumping out at me again. You're really shady." White Rainbow's right hand holding the sword exerted force and slowly pressed down, but it was steadily grasped in midair by true Lord Luiyue without the slightest tremor. Don't look at the flow of the moon was born absolutely beautiful and weak, arm slender white, like a weak delicate E. In fact, the power of the great unfathomable, with the refining of the virtual cultivation, to move the mountain to fill the sea is not difficult. Not nowadays. White Rainbow can be counteracted. Shame on you. Somli tugged on his own master's sleeve and whispered, "Master, you go on too." Ha! Zhou Qiyu, who was watching the show, froze. Somli frowned slightly, seemingly disliking his master's low emotional intelligence. "Don't you hate Lu Yu the most?" Your enemy is in the midst of civil unrest, but also bullying Jindan with a refined void cultivation. How can you see it is too much? Not to mention that you are not also looking at the white senior brother is also very greedy for it. Now not to make a move, what else to wait for? What I candy white rainbow. If you talk like that again, get back to copying books. Jo Chi-Yu's face was solemn. Even if only half of her face was revealed, it was extremely beautiful. She knocked Song Li's little head hard, but didn't retort. After all, she really liked disciples like Bai Hong. That's just, since you begged for mercy, let's help. Sighing, Jo Chi-Yu's lotus steps lightly moved. Unexpectedly also appeared in the field, blocking the flowing moon for Bai Hong. The matter of the disciple is naturally resolved by the disciple. You bully the small with the big, don't you think it's embarrassing? Give me an honest look. Boom! The same strong refined void cultivation erupted and went straight towards Lu Yu without reservation, causing it to have to wrestle with Jo Chi-Yu. And Bai Hong also regained her freedom in the process. Jo Chi-Yu's sudden descent was an unexpected aid to Bai Hong. If she had been an instant later, the Linglong Pagoda would have been sacrificed by Bai Hong. Not to say that she could fight against the flowing moon, but with the Linglong Pagoda spelling out an instant of freedom, it was not difficult to go and kill Zhao Buchuan. Many thanks to Elder Zhou. After White Rainbow broke free, she didn't go for the kill in the first place. Instead, she gently pushed the Linglong Tower into the heads of the two refined Void True Lords. I can't use a tenth of the Linglong Pagoda's power yet, so I hope Elder Zhou doesn't mind. Dense arcane breath sprinkled down, enveloping Jo Chi-Yu, causing his pressure to plummet, and the originally indistinguishable tussle to ease up. The scales of victory are beginning to tip. In contrast, Lu Yu's cultivation was suddenly weakened by a few points. Even if it was minuscule, it still shocked Daolord Hanhai greatly. This Linglong Pagoda had only been handed over to Bai Hong for a few days, and it was already able to have an effect on refined void cultivators? It should be known that Linglong Tower protecting its master was instinctive, using the pagoda's own experience, and didn't require White Rainbow to give too much, but having it actively weaken the other party could have a completely different meaning. This proved that White Rainbow had already initially mastered this tower and would not suffer from backlash. Rainbow, how could you? Meanwhile, True Lord Quicksilver was getting more and more heartbroken, as if he was being painfully cut open by a knife. There was even resentment born in Lu Yu's heart. How could her Hong heir help Jo Chi-Yu against her? Honger clearly knew about the bad relationship between them. Clearly Jo Chi-Yu had been targeting her, and now he chose to side with Jo Chi-Yu against her? Quicksilver's figure faltered, and the gap between her and Jo Chi-Yu widened once again, but she had no desire to fight. Her rainbow was actually working with the enemy against her. Chapter 21, Admit your mother's crimes and I'll believe you. Noticing his former master's gaze with tears in his eyes, Bai Hong was at peace within himself, for the despair of being betrayed and the aggravation of being misunderstood had long been savored countless times, and it was hard to be compassionate. Thinking of this, Bai Hong gently tapped her storage bag. A volume of jade cylinder with emerald green faint aura fell into her hand and was gently pushed towards Jo Chi-Yu's side. Many thanks to Elder Zhou for his help. This volume of Green Emperor's transformation technique can flow the internal breath and warm up the Gong body. It's a good complementary cultivation method. Please ask Elder Zhou to accept it. Daoist Lord Hanhai and the other elders were stunned, and then they realized that Bai Hong's Linglong immortal body might really come with its own inheritance. Otherwise, how could they take out things that the Morning Glory Sword Sect didn't have one after another? The divine heavenly jade clear thunder law is so. This Qing Di transformation art is also so. Even the party that a furnace of more than 100 pieces of jade pendant, carefully thought about the same very argument, should also be related to the immortal body inheritance. And Jo Chi-Yu, who had suddenly been given the Gongfu, was likewise a bit frozen. She had struck out because Song Li had begged her, and because she really felt bad for Bai Hong, adding to Lu Yu's frustration in the process. But she hadn't thought from start to finish that she had a reward to take. How can I take this? She was the second peak master of the second peak, the second elder of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. If she really had the cheek to accept the Gongfu of a disciple of the sect, wouldn't it be tantamount to throwing her face to the ground and stepping on it? Besides, she was at least a real power figure of the sect with a high level of cultivation. So where did she need any new supplementary cultivation method? Jo Chi-Yu cleared her throat and was about to refuse when she heard her own family's untalented protege run over to take away the jade cylinder in a puff of smoke, with auspicious words constantly on her lips. Thank you for the supplementary cultivation method sent by senior brother Bai, and I wish that senior brother will receive just as soon. I'll definitely go back and urge my master to study it carefully, so as to live up to senior brother's good intentions. This asshole. Jo Chi-Yu had always been old-fashioned and serious. with the air of the head teacher of Bai Hong's second-generation school, and her looks were also on the side of an ascetic-style light mature woman, so she was more focused on rules, and at this time, her only personal heir being humiliated like this made her face grimace. Song Li didn't care about the strange looks from the division elders, just some liver tremors from being stared at coldly like that by her master, and being awakened to many memories of being punished, but she all but thought it was all worth it. The Green Emperor transformation technique was a technique dug out of the immortal ruins, suspected to have been written by an immortal, and it caused a lot of bloodshed when it came out. Xiao Ren in his previous life was the first person who practiced this method, which helped him greatly, and it was not until a few years before the extinction of the Heavenly Devil that this technique was popularized by the Immortal League, and only the disciples of the top clans were still qualified to practice it. And in addition to the healing ability that comes with the wood genus technique, its greatest value lies in the fact that it can make the practitioner's spiritual breath rotate constantly and continue to grow, greatly enhancing the combat endurance ability. At least you can rub a big move kind of more than anyone else. It is suitable for the need to suppress the injury of Qiyu True Monarch, so Song Li thought that no matter what, cannot let the master miss the opportunity, which stood out shame. Humph, when you all realize the power of this technique, everyone will praise me for today's feat. And everyone will praise Master, you've really taken in a good disciple. Song Li's tiny figure was hidden into the crowd, and Zhou Qiyu had no choice but to change her strategy and ask Bai Hong, do you want to join my second peak as a personal disciple? If the two were master and disciple, then it was nothing for her to accept a set of techniques from Bai Hong, and Zhou Qiyu really looked favorably on Bai Hong, and her question at this time was also sincere. Naturally unaware of Song Li's small mind and the whispering she had been blowing behind her back all night, Bai Hong said very plainly after a slight freeze, disciple has not contributed to the second peak, or else I'd better start as an ordinary inner disciple? These words made the other disciples die of jealousy when they heard it. The immortal sect's worship is just like the imperial examinations of the mundane dynasty. After you pass the examination, the court will give you whatever official you want to be. Where is there any room for bargaining? Could be. Zhou Qiyu nodded slightly and said, when this is over, I'll have Shaoli arrange a place for you to stay and other matters. As for how to teach the immortal body, I still need to think about it. The disciples listened in silence, remembering the matter of the immortal body. Immortal body. That's okay. Bai Hong did not say anything, only silently performing the disciple salute to Zhou Qiyu before turning around and continuing to kill Zhao Buchuan. It turned out to be a scene as smooth as this, causing true Lord Lu Yue to be completely heartbroken. Lu Yue, who had originally fallen behind, surprisingly slowly regained the upper hand against the dual pressure of Zhou Qiyu and Linglong Tower, and panicked to Bai Hong. I don't agree. I won't agree. I'm the one who is your master. Who are you to go to the second peak? Lu Yu's whole body was trembling, aggrieved like a child, constantly crying out, why? Why do you just have to go against me? I'm your master. I'm the one who enlightened you. I'm the one who taught you to practice qi. I'm the one who raised you. Clearly I should be the one you're closest to. Why did you have to go to the second peak? Why did it have to be the second peak? Why did it have to be Zhou Qiyu? Why is that? Liu stared at Bai Hong with a deadly stare. His breathing was rapid. His face was even more bloodless, and he questioned like a madman. You are all my disciples. All of you are like my relatives. Why do you have to fight to the death? Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Why? White Rainbow's footsteps of departure lurched like a piece of unmelting ice as she slowly turned around. Looking down at the crying Lu Yu and indifferently said, I've also been wanting to ask why, but I haven't. So how come you're here to question me about it? As the White Rainbow walked step by step, the temperature around them dropped, causing the crowd to inexplicably feel a chill, and even more so, a fear that a rainstorm was coming. When I was repeatedly slandered by Xiao Ren and became infamous, you didn't do me justice. I didn't ask why. When I was accused of being a murderer and you didn't even listen to a single word before directly nailing me with the soul-suppressing nail, I didn't ask why. When you privately gave the herbs I was preparing to break through the realm to the two losers Xiaoren and Li Yanqin, causing me to waste a year at Foundation establishment for nothing, and joining them two losers at Jindan. I likewise didn't ask why. Even when you called me a thief and tried to slap me, only to have Xiao Ren become the framer, and you stood up to save his accomplice for him, I didn't ask why. How is it that now that I've stolen a chicken and fallen into a corner and taken a beating, and I'm determined to stay away from you assholes who don't know right from wrong, you've come to ask why? Bai Hong's gaze was cold and calm as if she was telling someone else's grievances, making Lu Yu not dare to meet her eyes. In fact, this was only the aggravation he had suffered before the Jindan stage. If he counted the memories of his first life, he could talk for a day and a night. Now I would like to ask you, asked the top refined void grand cultivator of this clan, True Lord Liyue, what exactly is the reason for all of this? White Rainbow raised her hand and beckoned. All the jade pendants flew as much as they could. Surprisingly, even the one in Xiao Ren's hand flew uncontrollably, stopping in mid-air and arranging them in order. Why lost things first come to me to find? Why you third summit first time to come to me to catch thieves? And you this refining virtual big cultivator backing, is not necessary to my defeat, the stench of 10,000 years you are satisfied. All of this, and what is it for? Quicksilver. In the face of a series of questioning, not only was Quicksilver dumbfounded, even the onlookers were silent and could only cast disgusted and dislikeful gazes on Quicksilver. Senior brother Bai is in the third peak, living, even this kind of life? Speaking of which, True Lord Quicksilver is indeed favorably disposed towards that Shaorun. Giving a disciple's realm-breaking herbs to someone else at will? To put it in a small way it's favoritism. To put it in a larger way that's a vendetta that prevents someone from becoming a Taoist, isn't it? The others nodded their heads in unison as they listened. Although cultivators live a long life, they should not waste their time at will. The golden cultivation time of youth is just a few years. If you can't ascend to the next realm as soon as possible, the hope will only get smaller and smaller. What's more, it's still wasting a whole year. Another person may directly fall apart. That is, Brother Bai awakened the immortal body, which has no worries. Can't answer? Bai Hong softly said. Then I will answer for you. Because you never put me in your heart. Because you only have Xiao Ren in your eyes. Because you think that Xiao Ren has a bond with immortal ruin and can help you. Because you can sacrifice everything in order to clear your mother's name. And I'm just a dispensable disciple in the district. It's not like that. It's not. It's really not. Lu Yu frantically shook his head to deny it. Excitedly said, I didn't mean to neglect you. I really didn't think that way. It really isn't true. I value you more than anyone else. I really don't. Honger, you believe me? Is that so? Bai Hong asked with interest. Then how should you prove it? Lu Zhuai heard the words like a person who fell into the water grabbed a life-saving straw, and said repeatedly, how to prove it can be, as long as you say, I am willing to do anything, as long as Honger you believe me. Bai Hong looked at the flustered and completely out of control Lu Yu, not without a trace of compassion rising up, but that was ultimately just a bit of dispensable sympathy. He had always believed that he should give an account of his first life, so he slowly said, then you can confess to the crimes of the heavy sky Dao Lord, and apologize to the families of victims like Elder Zhou, and I'll be willing to believe that you won't be joining the second peak either. When Quicksilver heard this, her eyes, which had only gained a few points of light, actually dimmed once again, and her entire body was like a doll that was missing batteries, powerlessly frozen in place. Heavy Heavenly Daoist was none other than the former peak master of the second peak, True Lord Liu Yue's own mother. Chapter 22 Lu Yu Broken Heart. Ever since the near-complete annihilation of the exploration teams sent by the various sects to the immortal ruins, and the survivors collectively testified that Taoist Lord Heavy Heavensbright had fled without a fight, the name of the sinner's daughter had always loomed over Lu Yu. And then, after the Heavy Heavenly Taoist had not returned for 3 years and completely disappeared from the cultivation world, he was considered to have completely solidified this identity. Since then, Ryuki had held a breath in her heart, desperately wanting to prove her mother's innocence, and there must be something unspeakable in it, so she had been trying until today. It can be said that Lu Yu's life so far has been living for the clear name of the Heavy Heavenly Taoist monarch, but now Bai Hong is even asking her to admit her mother's crime. This was tantamount to letting Quicksilver personally negate all of her efforts and persistence for nearly 100 years. Not to mention Lu Yu herself. Even Taoist Hanhai and the many elders who thought that Heavy Sky had dragged the clan down and hated Lu Yu felt that it was a bit too much. But in the eyes of someone like Songli, who had witnessed the destruction of the Heavenly Devil in its entirety, it was not excessive at all. The entire cultivation world had an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of the Heavenly Devil. Even if someone stood in front of Songli and pointed at her and scolded her, saying that all of you were so stupid that you were fooled by Shaoran, an extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil, and that you deserved to be blood sacrificed, she wouldn't be able to muster a single trace of anger because it was the truth. But with responsibility, there's always a difference in size. Lu Yu should undoubtedly take on a greater responsibility and bear a greater price. After all, White Rainbow was the only spark in the last life, and True Lord Lu Yu, with his own hands, snuffed it out. Third Elder, what is your answer? White Rainbow did not pay attention to the gazes of the onlookers, but just quietly waited for Liu Yue's answer without any distractions. Perhaps it was because the bottom line had truly been pierced. In the face of such excessive demands and the result that she could not accept the most, Lu Yu actually calmed down instead. Trembling body tends to calm down. Never give in. High raised face lowered. She gently closed her eyes, but 2 lines of tears could not be stopped. Her voice hoarse, shaking her head. I can't do it. Then change it. Bai Hong's voice was very calm. He understood Lu Yu too well. Under this universal sky, there was no one who understood what Lu Yue was thinking better than him. Not even Lu Yue herself could compare. These 108 colored phoenix jade pendants secretly coincide with the number of the Big Dipper and the Earth's fate. And according to what your precious little disciple said, one of them must be a treasure passed down from his family, the only relic left behind by his mother, and moreover, the key to an immortal's mansion in the immortal ruins. Bai Hong slightly sidestepped, revealing more than 100 jade pendants sequentially arranged behind her. But I said that this jade pendant was newly refined out of me, and that it didn't have that much care. So who do you think is lying? Lu Yu's red lips trembled slightly, her eyes full of hesitation, opening her mouth several times but unable to speak. Not yet. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I want to see what you do. If you think it's me, the rebellious disciple, who's lying, take away the jade pendant and go back to find his peace slowly with Xiaorun. Bai Hong handed her own flying sword to Lu Yu, her eyes filled with pleasure as she slowly said, if you think it's Xiaorun who's lying, how about chopping them up with your own hands, not leaving a single piece behind? Hearing the words chopping the jade pendant, even Taoist Lord Hanhai's eyes widened, somewhat wanting to stop White Rainbow. This can be a good defense magic treasure. The critical moment may be able to save the Morning Glory Sword Sect disciple's life. It just so all destroyed is not too much of a pity, too wasteful? However, after looking into Bai Hong's eyes that were filled with pleasure, he hardened and suppressed this thought. It is still the person who is most important. As long as the person is fine, the jade pendant can always be refined again. When Bai Hong's second condition was put forward, Lu Yu had yet to react, but Li Yunqin, the junior sister of the third peak, could no longer hold back. She steeply stepped forward a few steps, and with a swish she placed the tip of her sword against Bai Hong's throat, and said in a chilling voice, White senior brother, do you really want to force the death of your master? What grievances do you have come at us? It's not just a few spiritual plants that will be used to break the realm. I'll pay you back tenfold. The relics of Xiao Shidi's mother involve the immortal ruins, which is originally the hope and trust of Shidi. What is the difference between you letting Shidi destroy the jade pendant with his own hands and letting Shidi snuff out his own hope with his own hands? I'm warning you for the last time. If you take advantage of your master's feelings for you again and go to recklessly harm your master, I will definitely kill you. If you hadn't made a noise, I would have forgotten about your head. Without caring about the tip of the sword against the vitals, White Rainbow simply said in surprise and snapped her fingers. Bang! The overwhelming impact erupted. Li Yunqin was like a heavy blow. The whole person bowed up, spilling a line of blood in the air, and in the process of flying out upside down, he even crashed through 2 large trees. After landing, the mouth and nose have blood overflow. Hands and feet are not obey the call to stop shaking. Obviously a short period of time is not able to climb up. Jin, seeing the tragic state of the disciple, Lu Yu immediately let out a cry of alarm and was about to rush to check on him, only to be pressed back by White Rainbow on her shoulder. Third elder hasn't made a choice yet. Bai Hong smiled. The conditions remain the same. If you destroy these jade pendants, I will not join the second peak. Lu Yu, who had fallen to the ground, looked up at Bai Hong, only to feel that he had never seen such a cold sight of Bai Hong before, and couldn't help but plead. Bai Hong frowned slightly and said regretfully, it seems that third elder still chooses Xiaorun. So how about not pestering me anymore? As the words fell, Bai Hong inverted the flying sword, backhand to the back of a chop, accompanied by dazzling sharp sword flash. The first piece of jade pendant shook a few times, and then click. The first piece of jade pendant shook a few times, and then with a ka sound, it shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. And then the second piece, the third piece. No, don't, no. Quicksilver looked at the jade pendant that shattered in turn. A strong look of panic appeared in her eyes, and she even panicked and pounced over, wanting to protect the jade pendant that hadn't shattered yet, but it was just a useless endeavor. A total of 108 jade pendants, all of which were chopped up by a single sword. Even Zhou Qiyu, who had always had a grudge against Lu Zhui and whose parents had both died due to Dao Lord Zhongxiao, couldn't help but sigh when she saw this and whispered, it's all sinful karma. Things have come to this point. All rationally believe that Xiaorun simply nothing mother's relics. He just sent Zhao Buchu and stole a jade pendant and buried in the ground framed white rainbow. Just bad luck. Did not expect White Rain mass production of the jade pendant only. However, when it comes to the Immortal's mansion, emotionally, it makes them think, what if this jade pendant can really open the Immortal's mansion? What if this jade pendant can really open the Immortal's residence? Therefore, they would have this kind of exclamation. In contrast, Song Li's heart fluctuated nothing, because she was clear that there wouldn't be any immortal mansions in the immortal ruins, and even if there were, their owners could only be people with immortal bodies. Moreover, if you want to inherit the immortal's creation with a token of a jade pendant that serves no known purpose, why don't you take a visitor's pass issued by the immortal sect to inherit the immortal's creation? Why don't you take the visitor's pass issued by the immortal sect to inherit the position of the sovereign? Just as everyone was looking at Lu Yu's wretched appearance, thinking that today's farce had come to an end, there was actually another miserable scream in everyone's ears. Looking for the sound, everyone was mentally numb. Only White Rainbow held his sword in his right hand and stabbed through Zhao Buchuan's heart as if nothing had happened. Feeling the rapid passing of life, Zhao Buchuan couldn't catch up and could only weakly say with a sniffle and a tear, "I don't want to die." At the next moment, the fifth peak violently erupted with a skyrocketing momentum, the cliff exploded, and a figure appeared in mid-air, his angry voice spreading across the mountains. "Who dares to kill my fifth peak disciple?" Taoist Lord Hanhai's face changed slightly. Finished, the matter of the elders of the peaks holding the soul lamps of the disciples under their doors was forgotten, and although he acquiesced to the killing of Zhao Buchuan, he had not yet communicated with the fifth elder. While White Rainbow heard this chorus, she gently twisted her sword, completely churning Zhao Buchuan's heart to pieces. Chapter 23 Disposal. With the soul lamp as a guide, the fifth elder's cultivation at the peak of the spirit of transformation was revealed, and he stepped down step by step from mid-air, his gaze fixed on the murderer with a deadly stare, as if he was afraid that White Rainbow would run away. Song Li mingled in the crowd and skimmed his mouth. His eyes were very disdainful, and he spat in his heart. "This old clapper show is still quite good. If I hadn't known the true face earlier, I would have really taken you as a peak master who loves and cares for his disciples." In his previous life, when Bai Hong's cultivation was abolished, Shaoran gradually rose to prominence and became the strongest of the younger generation of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, and Zhao Buchuan didn't die. The fifth elder and Shaoran had an intermediary. One wanted to invest in disciples and the other wanted to climb into power, so the two quickly hooked up and remembered that during that time, Shaoran went in and out of the fifth peak as frequently as he went home, until the three-sect competition. When Shaoran killed and seized treasures in the secret realm and caused big trouble, the fifth elder was his loyal supporter. And wait until the Mahayana cultivators show up to seek revenge later. He jumped back into the vanguard of the apprehension of Shaoran, but unfortunately, the eyes of the Mahayana cultivators are high. Do not look at the allegiance of the district of the god of transformation, and then kill together. Third peak pro-transmission? The fifth elder was a middle-aged man with a magnificent figure, and after recognizing that the murderer was Bai Hong, he immediately cast a ferocious gaze at Lu Yu and said angrily, "Patriarch, my disciple was killed by his peak's protege, so this matter should be given to me as an explanation. Elder Chang is in no hurry. This matter is quite complicated. Allow me to unfold it." The name of the fifth elder is Chongfengnian, born in a remote small clan. In the Morning Sun Sword Sect was originally a deacon, until 100 years ago when the exploration of the immortal ruins went wrong and the clan's high-end fighting force was killed or injured. He was promoted to the fifth peak master as the fifth elder. Seeing that the fifth elder didn't clamor to pay for his life, Taoist Lord Hanhai was secretly relieved, but he didn't see through the fifth elder's true intentions. He, a god transformation cultivator, couldn't beat Lu Yu, a refined void true lord, no matter how he thought about it, so it would be wise to take advantage of all the people to ask the Patriarch to do justice and ask for compensation to maximize the benefits. Taoist Lord Hanhai clarified the cause of Zhao Buchuan's death and mentioned the matter of the third peak, causing the fifth elder's face to be gloomy and uncertain, secretly screaming that it was difficult to do so, not realizing that his side wasn't in the right at all, but if he let it go, where would he show his face as the fifth peak? After pondering for a long time, the fifth elder still said angrily, "Even if Zhao Buchuan is wrong, he should be sentenced by my fifth peak. How can you kill him privately? Do you still have the rules of the sect in your eyes? Could it be that this is all the fault of my peak disciples? And that Bai Hong and that Shaoran don't have a single mistake? Shaoran is the main culprit. I still request that Patriarch severely punish the culprits." Hayes Taoist. "You're a nuisance, aren't you?" His face was slightly stern as he transmitted, "White Rainbow is an immortal body. Framing my sect's immortal body and not killing that disciple of yours according to the charge of being a spy is already pretty good. The immortal body is the victim. What about Shaoran? The fifth elder raised his hand and pointed, saying, he's the main culprit, so he can't escape punishment, right? Shaoran is also a special physique. Taoist Lord Hanhai was speechless, although Shaoran performed poorly and was pressed by Bai Hong, but that was because the immortal body was too strong, not because Shaoran was too weak, and compared to ordinary disciples, Shaoran was still terrifying, so he originally thought to be high and light, but didn't think that the fifth elder was this meddlesome. See Hanhai Daojun speechless. The fifth elder in turn more able to say, seriously asked, Patriarch, I have been in the clan has been nearly 150 years, no merit also have hard work, now is serving as a peak of the Lord. On the contribution of where is the two disciples compared to, just because they have a special physique, have to be aggrieved me such as the clan old man? What's more, I was originally in the middle of a closed-door retreat, only to pursue that hint of the opportunity to break through the realm of refining emptiness, and now I also had to interrupt it because of the murder of my disciple. Taoist Lord Hanhai was speechless. Zhao Buchuan, a foundation establishment disciple, might really have lost his life just to climb up to Shaoran, and although this was not right, it really could not be unconnected to the third peak. Lu Hui, deduct 3 months of your cultivation resources to compensate the fifth peak. Dao Lord Hanhai said, counted as compensation for Zhao Buchuan's death and the fifth elder's retreat being disturbed. The fifth elder remembers to take care of this matter and forward the compensation to Zhao Buchuan's friends and family. Quicksilver was still looking at White Rainbow in a muddled manner, not reacting at all. The fifth elder nodded and smiled, saying with a straight face, I will certainly live up to the Patriarch's trust, and I will definitely personally transfer it to his family to express my apologies from the fifth peak in the clan. He was very satisfied with this result. The monthly salary of a void refining true lord was twice as much as that of the realm of transformation, and it also included a lot of precious materials, so even if it was only for 3 months, it would still be worth a whole year's worth to him. As for the matter of handing over part of the compensation to Zhao Buchuan's relatives and friends, the hand is bound to pay. The Morning Glory Sword Sect is, after all, a famous sect, will not engage in what to drive to the end and then monopolize the resources of the evil deeds, but how much to pay. It is all up to him as the peak master to decide. That Zhao Buchuan matter even understand. Today, the matter of Zhao Buchuan has been settled, but Shaoran hasn't been dealt with yet. Taoist Lord Hanhai was just about to dismiss the crowd before dealing with Shaoran privately when Bai Hong came over with a smile and said aloud, Patriarch, I would like to hand over a technique of casting single crystal furnaces in exchange for the clan's heavy and strict sentencing of Shaoran. Shaoran in the distance raised his head and shouted angrily, Bai Hong, I'll kill you sooner or later, you scumbag. In the past, Shaoran was extremely well liked within the clan, and had fans all over the place, and there were people who stood up for him when he clashed with Bai Hong, but now that the truth has been revealed, those close friends of his have dispersed, and no one is surrounding him anymore. Single crystal furnace? The elders raised their eyebrows, and someone remembered the furnace that Bai Hong held the jade pendant in and said suspiciously, the single crystal furnace, is the artifact you used to refine the jade pendant? Exactly. Bai Hong paced, and pulled out a brand new fireplace half a person high from his storage bag. Introducing, jade treasures have extremely high material requirements, and a large part of the reason for this is because of the difficulty in carving, jade size discrepancies, and difficulty in splicing, etc. But the single crystal furnace's flame temperature is extremely high, and with its unique construction and inscriptions, it can easily melt the jade, extracting its divine characteristics and even reshaping its shape, most suitable for batch refining with the aid of molds. And it would not be impossible for my Morning Glory Sword Sect to manually produce a single defensive magic treasure at that time. And then, Bai Hong surprisingly as if he suddenly remembered something, continued, single crystal furnace can only refine magic treasures of the degree of transformation of God and below. In fact, I have the impression that there are also multi-crystal furnace exists, even the metal materials can also be recast, but perhaps the disciple's cultivation is low, and at present has not yet remembered the method of making multi-crystal furnace. There was silence in the arena, and Taoist Lord Hanhai even gulped. Manpower a defensive treasure. That is, each disciple has one more chance to tolerate mistakes. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is to pick up half a life for nothing. If the single crystal furnace is really as miraculous as Bai Hong said, then it is really beneficial to the development of the sect, and as Bai Hong's cultivation rises, if he awakens the refining method of the multi-crystal furnace, Wouldn't it be that even the top management of the sect would benefit from it? Glancing at the fifth elder who happened to be at the transformation spirit realm, Taoist Lord Hanhai decided to take back the words. The clan elders had already benefited from following. It's just that, at this time, when he took out the single crystal furnace, he was obviously running to get Xiaoren dead. This put Taoist Lord Hanhai in a dilemma. Xiaoren's character is not good. It does not mean that it will not work for the rest of his life. There is still a chance for education and correction. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, Hanhai Daojun is not willing to give up. After all, who would mind the number of Heaven's Pride disciples in the door? But if it doesn't make White Rainbow happy, the clan can't afford to rob this method hard. In the midst of the dilemma, Dao Lord Hanhai unintentionally glimpsed the disoriented Lu Yu, and suddenly had a plan in his heart. Chapter 24, Setting the Rules for You. In Taoist Lord Hanhai's opinion, the farce of the past few days was ultimately due to Lu Yu. As a master who treats his disciples differently, teaches them poorly and fails to convince them, in the long run, the one who is always aggrieved and suppressed is naturally going to rebel. White Rainbow left and right were but running towards the third peak, so any requests might as well let him mention them directly to the third peak. As long as they weren't too much, he could answer them in his capacity as the Patriarch. But a disciple of Xiaoren's talent must not die. Taoist Lord Hanhai couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu and sighed in his heart. There is no door for fortune or misfortune, but people call their own. If a bowl of water could be leveled, how could the third peak be in such a state today? Clearing his throat, Taoist Lord Hanhai said, Third Elder, now that the truth is revealed, the third peak has a negative impact on White Rainbow, who, as a victim, demands that the culprits be severely punished as well as the rightful right to do so. And since you can't answer the series of questions you've been asking, I'll take it as the truth. So if you want to keep Xiaoren, it's up to you, third peak, to come up with compensation that satisfies Bai Hong. Hearing the names of Bai Hong and Xiaoren, Lu Yu finally had a few moments of spirit in her eyes, all at the command of the Patriarch. Taoist Lord Hanhai nodded slightly, signaling with his gaze that White Rainbow could negotiate. Bai Hong's gaze swept over, only lingering on Lu Yu's guilt-filled expression for less than a breath, and surprisingly shook his head. It's meaningless. Forget it. I've only just worshipped in the second peak, and I still have a lot of trivial matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Please forgive all the elders. After saying that, Bai Hong unexpectedly turned around and left directly, unwilling to look at Lu Yu one more time. The elders lamented in their hearts. Just how big a grudge is it that he was unwilling to make a little contact with his former master? Taoist Lord Hanhai silently looked at the disoriented Lu Yu with the same emotion in his heart. People, in the end, have to pay for what they've done. No, considering Lu Yu's blind favoritism towards Xiaoren and her lack of concern for Bai Hong, it should be her who has to pay for what she has not done. Bai Hong had just turned around and hadn't yet taken a few steps out when Song Li came out from the crowd to greet him, his small face full of curiosity as he transmitted his voice. Senior brother Bai don't want to pay compensation. Letting Xiaoren off just like that seems a bit counterintuitive. It's just a matter of looking at the sovereign's character, and his attitude towards this matter. I didn't have much contact with him before after all. Bai Hong casually responded. The talent of the heavenly demon body crushes unusual disciples. The Patriarch still thinks highly of Xiaoren. Unless he commits the great crime of treason, it will be difficult for the clan to resolve to kill him. Not to mention that there is still Lu Yu. Don't look at the fact that Lu Yu was in a sorry state today, but it still didn't change the fact that she was one of the top few combatants in the clan. If she didn't agree to something, it would be really hard for others to accomplish it. Then do you see what kind of person the Patriarch is? Song Li continued to ask. Bai Hong commented with slight disappointment. The fifth elder is only a transformation spirit cultivator, and he dares to stir up trouble when he is not in a position of reason. So it can be seen that the Patriarch's majesty is not enough, and his character is weak. He is a person who only knows how to sow, and to maintain the surface harmony, and once he encounters a huge dilemma, he will have a hard time suppressing the other voices. Song Li bristled, but had to agree. Elder brother is a good judge of character. When Xiaoren caused big trouble in his previous life, there were just all kinds of voices within the clan, and they were slow to come up with a solution until they realized that people were trying to drive them out of business, and then they were forced to deal with it. Seemingly remembering something, Song Li ground his teeth again and said in a conspiratorial manner, not only is his ability not working, the lives of our ordinary disciples are also not in his consideration. Who let him only have the eyes of Xiao De Genius? Who can revitalize the clan? What would be his expression if he knew that Xiaoren had not rebuilt the Chensi sword sect? What kind of expression would he have? Song Li's resentment towards Dao Lord Hanhai had always been very deep. If Xiao Run was the root cause of her and her master's misfortunes in their previous lives, then Dao Lord Hanhai was the one who had contributed to it. After all, it was Dao Lord Hanhai who had died protecting Xiao Run while ignoring the rest of the tens of thousands of disciples of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. The Morning Glory Sword Sect's thoughtful Cliff was not within the sect, and having been imprisoned there for 3 years, he did not know the specifics of the Morning Glory Sword Sect's extermination, and because of this, he had been lucky enough to miss out on the retaliation of the Mahayana cultivators. The two of them were chatting without a word when they saw a group of disciples chasing after them from the back, blocking their way, and the one at the head was a young disciple of Dao Lord Hanhai, named Lin Xian. Behind Lin Xian, there were disciples from all the peaks, dozens of them in size, and each of them looked at Bai Hong with apologies. Senior brother Bai, in the past, it was us who listened to the villains and were deceived by the rumors within the sect. We have offended you a lot. Please forgive us, Senior brother Bai. With Lin Xian leading the way, the rest of the disciples also clamored and bowed in apology, each of them looking like they knew what they were doing wrong. Bai Hong frowned slightly and waved her hand casually. Got it. You guys disperse. If Bai Hong remembered correctly, each of these disciples who had come to apologize had been on good terms with him. He has pointed out the cultivation. He helped to buy medicinal herbs. They are looking for him to borrow the spirit stone. And what's more, has also annoyed other senior brothers, was briefly targeted, or White Rainbow interceded to resolve the matter, and Shaorin just a little trick, so that these guys who had thanked him 1,000 times avoided him like a snake scorpion, have drawn the line. They were just as stupid as the people of the third peak, and he didn't really want to pay much attention to them. Besides, he was already so unimpressed with them that most of them couldn't even be named. Bai Hong and Song Li slightly sidestepped and were about to pass by them when they were stopped again. Senior brother Bai, please forgive us. Apologizing again. The crowds bending their backs deep and sincere. But they still hadn't gained White Rainbow's understanding. I said I know. Do you guys not understand words? Bai Hong looked at the disciples who were once again stopping in front of him. Their patience was fading rapidly. His voice lowered a few points and said, if you have this time, you might as well go and cultivate for a little while longer. I know you're apologizing. Now all get out of the way. We won't get up until you forgive us. Senior brother Bai, a disciple said loudly. Then stay here. Bai Hong and Song Li summoned their flying swords. Anyway, they had already reached the foot of the main peak, so it didn't matter if they flew back to the second peak with their imperial swords. As a result, I did not expect the two talents to rise up with their swords. That Lin Xian, even the same imperial sword, stopped in front of him, and there were already a few points of dissatisfaction between his eyebrows. Brother Bai, the fellow disciples already know the wrong, so you can forgive us, so why be so unforgiving? Besides, the truth of the matter has already been revealed, and it's all that Xiao Ren's fault, so why should we hold grudges against each other and be calculating? A disciple, conscious that he was on good terms with Bai Hong, smiled and said, yes, Senior brother Bai, you're being too careful. Bang! As a result, before its words fell, the entire person fell backwards and was blasted straight into the land. It seems that I was really too kind to you and others in the past, so much so that I dared to come and ridicule me. Bai Hong flicked her wrist, her face cold, and slowly said, since you guys are not big and small and don't know the rules, I'll set the rules for you on behalf of all the peak masters. Chapter 25. Give me 100 times to say thanks to brother Bai Hong. How dare you hurt someone for no reason? When that disciple was planted into the dirt, the disciples of the peaks led by Lin Xian looked unkind. One reason is that Bai Hong's words sound really excessive. You yourself are just a Jindan stage disciple. Where are the qualifications to make rules for other people, or to make rules for the peak masters of the peaks? The second reason was because Bai Hong said that he would make a move without any regard for that person's status as an inner disciple, which was clearly treating them as trash that could be taught a lesson at his fingertips. As the personal disciple of the vast expanse Tao Lord, Lin Xian likewise had his own arrogance. He might not be a special physique, but his talent was by no means considered low, and he also had the Patriarch Master as his backing. But now that he was being scorned in this manner, how could he endure this breath? Senior brother Bai speaks and acts in such a manner. It's too much of an understatement. Lin Xian no longer maintained his bowing posture. There was no longer any respect in his eyes, and retorted, we are all good people, guilty of having misunderstood senior brother Bai, and have come here to apologize to you, but as a result, you not only didn't accept it, but also threatened to teach us a lesson on behalf of the peak masters and elders, and took the initiative to injure us. So in what position are you placing yourself? You must know that Jindan cultivators in the Morning Sun Sword Sect do not have the qualifications to be fierce. Above you, there are still Yuaning stage and even half-step spirit transformation stage senior brothers and sisters. It's not your turn to take the blame. Jiaobu-kun is afraid of you, but we won't be. That's right. Brother Lin is right. We're not the likes of Jiaobu-chuan. We have no shame in our hearts, so we're naturally fearless. Let's all be more energetic. Don't lose face. We're all good people. Please also ask Senior White Rainbow to apologize to us. Otherwise, we will not blame us for suppressing you and seeking justice ourselves. Once dozens of people embraced the group, they developed the feeling that they were very strong and powerful, and had a cavity of brute courage, but they did not have the eyesight of the elders, so naturally they could not see the power of the thunder spell of Bai Hong's party. In a word, the advantage is mine. Lin Xian's expression became much better as he heard the solidarity of the others. Although there were a few suspicions of putting on a show to fight for fame, he had really come to express his apologies at first. It was just that Bai Hong had treated them as casual minions, making Lin Xian and the others unable to accept it. And now dozens of disciples, almost encompassing most of the mountain peaks, were all asking him to apologize or else they would have to rough him up, so he would always have to bow his head. Right? After all, today's White Rainbow and Flow Moon True Monarch break, and is not the second peak of the Pro Air. No backer. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a small look of smugness. He hadn't imagined that White Rainbow would make such a big commotion, but would end up accomplishing his own fame in this way. Suppression. Suppression? Bai Hong murmured softly, casually glancing at the crowd of people who were jumping up and down, suddenly raising his right hand and slowly pressing it forward in vain. Morning Sun Sword Sect. Someone wants to suppress me again? This palm gently pressed, seemingly pressed in front of the crowd on the open space, but in the breath, a monstrous force steeply descended. In the crowd at the front of the Lin Xian the torso trembled. The back of the waist issued a click unbearable sound. Had to hold up the knees to keep standing. The large area behind him, the foundation and the few Jindan, were even worse. Some had already spat out blood on the ground, and even more had directly fallen into a coma. This palm was like a mountain tipping. In the distance was attracted to the eyes of the Honkai Taoist monarch. The heart is even more thumped. Secretly bad. How this little disciple of his and White Rainbow started a conflict. Since I can't get the respect I deserve in exchange for being kind to people, making you mistakenly think that you have the qualifications to be my equal, and even dare to bare your teeth to me, then I'll just change my ways in the future. White Rainbow took a step. The whole person is wrapped in infinite fury. Jindan middle stage cultivation full blast. In full view. Even boom. With a sound. He was once again elevated. Late Jindan. Cultivation skyrocketed, causing the White Rainbow's aura to climb, turning into a hurricane stirring the four directions. The pressure Lin Xian and others endured also instantly doubled. The hurricane whistled and hissed, cleansing everything. Lin Xian and other people contact. Face immediately changed greatly. Skin slowly cracked. 7 orifices even have blood gushing out. Seems to be about to reach the limit. Lin Xian heart waves of shock. Nothing can not think. Just instinctively urged the cultivation. Want to use this to resist the erosion of the hurricane, but suddenly was a big hand grabbed the neck, among them to lift up. What met his face was Bai Hong's indifferent and icy eyes. In an instant, Lin Xian's hairs stood on end, the most instinctive fear surfaced in his heart, and the Jindan cultivator's sea of consciousness, which should have been as calm as an abyss, began to tremble violently. The hostility born from the countless bloody battles and killings of the immortal heavenly devil, even if only a trace of it was revealed, it was not something that a mere Jindan could withstand. These guys are brave. Song Li had always carried out the principle of never making a move if she could watch the show, so when Lin Xian and the others blocked the way, she had the good sense to hide to the side and honestly waited for senior brother Bai to beat up the child. However, when she heard Lin Xian and the others threaten to suppress Bai Hong, she still broke out in a cold sweat in fear. Morning Glory Sword Sect. Suppression. When these two terms were linked together, they definitely evoked all the anger that White Rainbow had felt in his past and present lives. TCH, now there really is a way to take death. Song Li asked herself, if someone uncovered her scars, she would definitely kill them as well. It didn't matter if it was intentional or not. It was just that killing was far simpler than eating and drinking for a cultivator like her who had died once. Lin Xian can live, but also depends on the face of the Patriarch and Afa. Song Li twisted his head to look at Taoist Lord Hanhai, pondering in his heart that the Patriarch was really calm, and didn't squeak even when his disciples were about to pee in fear. And in reality, Taoist Lord Hanhai had long since fallen into deep shock. He remembered that 2 or 3 days ago, Bai Hong had risen to mid-Jindan in front of him. How did this come to the late Jindan stage in the blink of an eye? No immortal body in history has ever been this strong, right? When Taoist Lord Hanhai returned to his senses slightly, he realized that his own little disciple's eyes were rolling white and he looked like he was about to die. The situation was critical, and Taoist Lord Hanhai cursed in his mind in a rare moment, and was about to go to the rescue when he saw Bai Hong slap Lin Xian's blank stare back. The clan is really spoiling you. In the future, when you see a senior brother or sister who is better than you should salute and greet. Avoid them on your own. Be kind to others. Do not frame slander. Do not slander behind your back. In the future, if anyone dares to bare his or her teeth indiscriminately, I'll break his or her dog's legs. White Rainbow gave a slight beat, and remembering something, she continued, or it's okay to slander me behind my back, as long as you can bear the consequences. Do you understand? Behind Lin Xian, a large swath of disciples said unconvincingly, when the senior brothers and sisters of the Yuaning stage come back. That's not the answer I wanted to hear. White Rainbow shook her head rather regretfully, and the formless and insubstantial aura suddenly transformed into a gigantic palm, which pinched off one of the disobedience legs in unison amidst their horrified expressions. Here and there, miserable screams came out, and White Rainbow ignored them, instead placing her gaze on the other leg and asking again, "Did you hear everything? Listen and understand." This time, no one dared to step forward. Sparse responses rang out, and White Rainbow nodded slightly and asked rhetorically, "Originally, I was supposed to break both of your assholes' legs, but now I'm letting you and the others off lightly. Do I need to say thank you?" "Needed. Then say thank you to brother White Rainbow for me. Say it 100 times, and if you don't get it, break another leg." Lin Xian headed the crowd of disciples face red, but had to shout over and over again, "Thank you brother White Rainbow." And White Rainbow, after listening to a couple of sentences and then lack of interest, just before leaving, he shook Lin Xian's head vigorously and scolded him as if he hated his iron. "You're useless even if I give you a chance." After saying that, he led Song Li to leave the main peak in a big way. Lord Hanhai's originally serious expression also calmed down, and was even somewhat relieved that Bai Hong's emotions and means were quite a bit more stable than he had imagined. Chapter 26, Shaoran, Luyu, destined to be his woman. Main peak. The lowest realm of the elders also had the cultivation of transformation god, so they naturally saw the scene at the foot of the mountain clearly, and could also see that Bai Hong was merciful. It was just that each elder had a different stance and character, and had a different evaluation of the matter. The Hanhai Taoist monarch and the Qiyu true monarch, among others, were optimistic and supportive of Bai Hong, pleased with Bai Hong's high-handedness, praising the boy for being measured in his advances and retreats, and for being tough but not overbearing. Especially Zhou Qiyu. In her heart, she was more and more satisfied with Bai Hong, the disciple she had snatched from the second peak. Her second peak were all good. Is Song Li all-day cheeky cannot afford the responsibility of the pro-transmission elder sister. The lack of other peak disciples deterrence. The peak disciples between the occasional conflict. As a senior she cannot bully the small, can only look at the second peak suffered losses. Now that White Rainbow has a strong temperament, she will surely be able to become the backbone among the disciples and protect the many disciples. On the other hand, some other elders, such as the fifth elder, felt that Bai Hong was flying off the handle, breaking the disciples' legs and still forcing them to say thank you, and was too dismissive of people. Luyu's state of mind at this time has calmed down a lot, just staring blankly at the foot of the mountain. Guilt, it's all because I'm incompetent. How can I let Honger become like this? Beating fellow disciples, coarse language, his virtue in return for grudges, polite and courteous character are all gone. It's all my fault. Zhou Qiyu sniffed rather unpleasantly, looking at the resentful Lu Yu, slowly spoke. Fortunately, he became like this, at least he won't be morally abducted again in the future. I see that white master nephew. I see that this new disciple that I took in the past it was because he believed in your bull *******, that he lived in that kind of a mess, that he was bullied like that. In the past, Lu Yu faced Zhou Qiyu, who had always repeatedly targeted her, did not even bother to refute, but now that Bai Hong had worshipped in the second peak, it was as if her precious treasures had been taken away from her, and she even gave birth to the desire to climb with Zhou Qiyu. She turned around and stared at Zhou Qiyu with extreme seriousness, retorting, "It's impossible for Honger to gain the respect of the disciples like this. They are only afraid of him, not respecting him, fearing the might but not the virtue. How can Honger gain a foothold within the clan? Do you want to be a dictator? Zhou Qiyu was first stunned at his words, surprised that Lu Yue actually spoke out against him. So he said with interest, he used to be in the second peak, and I haven't seen a few disciples respecting him from the bottom of their hearts. And with a little trickery from your disciple surnamed Xiao, you've made those wallflowers turn against Bai Hong. So what's the use of this kind of respect? He still has the nerve to complain that he doesn't get genuine respect and support. You, the master teacher, refuses to protect him. What can he do? A disciple's biggest dependence within the sect is his master. But you, the biggest backer, have repeatedly helped your little disciple and helped outsiders to bully him. So how can you tell others to respect Honger when they see it? Lu Yu's face changed, but after hearing Zhou Qiyu's name, she still gritted her teeth and whispered, "You're not allowed to call him Honger. I'll call it. I'm his master now, so I can call him whatever I want." Zhou Qiyu straightened her back, her chin slightly raised, showing more of her convex figure. Half of her pretty face that was not covered by the mask was full of pleasure, and she asked in return, "Besides, the rules set by Honger are very excessive? Isn't that all common sense that disciples should consciously abide by? That is, his past majesty is not established, only to be stomped on by the disciples. A group of inner disciples, Marvelous plus Lin Xian. How do I not see them dare to bare their teeth with the other pro-transmission?" These words were somewhat suspected of being a map gun, and the faces of the elders present stiffened, but they didn't say anything more. Zhou Qiyu knew that her words would offend people, but she was also genuinely standing up for Bai Hong, so she continued, "I see that today's Honger has the means and the strength, and even more so the dignity of a strong man who can overpower his fellow disciples. This point is very good. It's just that my Morning Sun Sword sect is a small sect, and I'm not qualified to engage in any saintly sons and daughters. Otherwise I would definitely push Honger up to the position of saintly son." Taoist Lord Hanhai was a little sweaty even listening to this, and could only laugh helplessly. Those are all too far away. Bai Hong, this child does have a promising future, but you usually have to guide him more in his cultivation, and refrain from arrogance and impatience, so don't go from one extreme to the other. Zhou Qiyu rolled her eyes, only feeling that the Patriarch and Lu Yue were all the same way. No one backed Bai Hong up when he was bullied and being counted on. And now that people had awakened their immortal bodies and separated from the third peak, they stood up again to point fingers. However, Hanhai Daojun is indeed the lord of the clan, on the seniority of their own, but also called him a teacher uncle. Zhou Qiyu did not say too harsh words, whispered, "How on the extreme? Monks should be quick to revenge. Have revenge, have a grudge to revenge. All cultivation is still affected by the gas. Then I do not white cultivation well." After saying that, Zhou Qiyu's figure slowly disappeared, obviously not wanting to argue anymore, and ran away when she finished. Taoist Lord Hanhai sighed and didn't get angry because this was Zhou Qiyu's creed in life. Otherwise she wouldn't have targeted Lu Yu for so many years. With one of the main masters gone, the rest of the elders dispersed and returned to their peaks, leaving only Quicksilver frozen in place, not knowing what to think. "Senior brother, Bai Hong, he's gone too far. How could he do this to me?" After Li Yunqin was brought back to the third peak, she was arranged to lie on the bed to recuperate. Although Bai Hong's blow didn't cause irreversible damage to her, the pain and humiliation was drawn out, making her hate her the more she thought about it. Xiaoran accompanied by the bedside, squeezing out a forced smile of comfort. Inside he was actually more annoyed than anyone else. White Rainbow, how can he be this awesome? He's a little cutie who's been fooled by himself for years. What makes him so powerful? Endless resentment filled the heart. The humiliation of 2 defeats in 2 days makes it difficult for Xiaoran to calm down, especially when the White Rainbow dealt with him the day before and still had to use up his aura to perform his spells. But after that thunder spell today, he even had the strength left over to suppress others. God damn it. Damn you. Xiaoran fiercely looked at the system and roared in his heart. "System, I want to replenish the all-devil body as fast as possible. I want to raise my cultivation and battle power. I want the means to be able to kill White Rainbow. You tell me what to do." Xiaoran stared at the system with dead eyes, only to see the same answer surface again. The body of the genius. Xiaoran. Only after a long period of silence did Xiaoran hoarsely open his mouth and asked, "If I can obtain the Xian mare's body, will I really be able to replenish the all-day demon body and be able to catch up with Bai Hong's combat power?" The system naturally did not respond, but Xiaoran was visibly shaken inside and began to think about the feasibility of the matter. The temptation to replenish the entire day's demonic body and kill White Rainbow in return was really great. He has coveted the beauty and physique of the flowing moon as early as when he was worshipping the teacher, and he hated to include it in the room. Only the difference in cultivation was too big, so he could not start. and he has been holding back until today. But since the system has given advice several times, he thought that it would not be a situation of certain death. After all, the system never gave him 10 deaths of advice, and behind some of the risks, there were equally great benefits hidden. Suddenly, Xiaoren's expression shook as he thought of the talented avatar, heavenly demon confusing heart, that he had obtained only yesterday. Coincidentally, the master once every 3 years of the Xian mare body backlash approaching, when the master is to self-seal cultivation, reduced to mortal, if he can rely on the heavenly demon confusion to disrupt the state of mind, induced by the outbreak of the fire of desire, and then supplemented with some means, may not be no chance of a kiss. Just after doing so, it is really difficult to end. Easy to be focused on the name and honor of the master of a slap to death. Senior brother Xiao, we must take revenge in this 3-sect competition. I'm going to make Bai Hong look good. Lying on the bed, Li Yunqin was still expressing her anger, but the words she said were like a bolt of lightning that cut through the haze within Xiaoren, causing him to smile. The 3 clans competition. If you pinpoint the time, rush to do it before the 3 sects big competition, and immediately leave the sect to participate in the big competition after the completion of the matter. You can avoid the master who just lost his body and was the most furious when he was angry. The end of the big competition will take at least half a month. I think the master will also be much calmer. At that time, I will also become stronger. Maybe I can touch the peak of the Yuaning, and then I will ask for forgiveness. Even if the master still wants to kill me, I can still hold on until the Patriarch or the other elders block it. Right? Xiaoren slowly strengthened his resolve to make his move just before the grand competition. Quicksilver, destined to be his woman. Chapter 27 3-Sect Competition. The cause of the Morning Glory Sword Sect's destruction in the previous life. Well, it's finally all cleaned up. Songli, quite satisfied, patted her small hand, pinching her waist to look at this cave in front of her personally, commanded other disciples to clean up, smilingly said, I've taken note of the hard work of all the senior brothers and sisters. If you have other things to be busy with, then we will disperse today. Then we will leave first. If senior sister Song and senior brother Bai have any other miscellaneous matters, they can just order them directly. Several disciples saluted in unison before turning around and leaving the second peak summit. According to the rules, non-professional disciples like them needed Yuaning cultivation before they could move to the peaks of the peaks. Bai Hong looked at the several disciples laughing and joking as they descended the mountain, and in her heart, she slightly lamented the harmony of the second peak's atmosphere. It was clearly Songli himself who was lazy, and casually grabbed a strong man in order to fulfill Zhou Qiyu's mandate. But these few disciples didn't have half a complaint, and instead, they were all very active, seemingly guessing what Bai Hong was thinking. Songli pouted, Brother Bai, don't think too highly of them. Which one is naturally willing to do odd jobs? I'm the one who paid for the labor. I've been busy for a while now, and I've given each of them an extra day's pay. So it would be strange if they weren't willing to do it. Bai Hong gave a slight sideways glance and said in surprise, the second peak is actually so rich? When he was at the third peak, since Flowing Moon did not recruit deacons and inner disciples, the monthly cultivation resources the clan issued were based on the minimum standard, and a few true legends split a point, which might be just a bit more than the ordinary disciples at the other peaks. On the contrary, Songli, this ghostly appearance is not possible to pay out of their own pockets, to complete the task arranged by the peak master, so it is bound to go to the public account. Called people as a drudgery did not even mention the pay. The other party also looks like a habit. Obviously the old rules. In the long run, the second peak had yet to have financial problems, which could only be described as a large family with strong financial resources. Ha ha ha. There? Senior White, don't tease me. Why don't you take a look at the new residence? Songli also knew herself that she was a bit profligate, and hastily changed the topic, saying, Senior brother's roster I've directly given to relocate to below the master. On paper you are the master's personal disciple, but in reality, you can call Peak Master or Elder Zhou. It's not too late to wait until you're willing to call the master again. Bai Hong nodded slightly, sat down on the bamboo chair in the new residence. This life and Zhou elder contact. She treated herself as really good. It is not in vain that he took out the Green Emperor transformation technique, but the matter of addressing her as a master, White Rainbow was still reluctant. It wasn't that he still had any expectations of Lu Yu. It was just that he simply didn't need his master's guidance in cultivation and didn't want to enter into that relationship anymore. If you really want to describe it, White Rainbow felt like one of those men from Blue Star who had suffered through their marriages in the second life and had no shortage of female teammates to play poker with after their divorces, and there was no point in repeating the same mistakes. Then do you have anything else? Senior White. If not, I'll go back and resume my orders to my master. Seeing that everything was in order, Song Li wasn't prepared to stay much longer. Resuming her orders to Zhou Qiyu was just a front. Her real purpose was to let her master cultivate the Qingdi transformation technique earlier. Then let's talk about the 3-sect competition. Bai Hong pondered for a moment and said, in my previous life, my cultivation was abolished and I was locked up in the Xiao Cliff for 3 years, and I did not participate in the 3-sect competition. But it seems that the Morning Glory Sword Sect's extermination was because of this competition? The Xian Fire Altar, the Divine Martial Pavilion, and the Morning Sun Sword Sect were known as the 3 sects, and at the junction of the 3 sects' forces, a natural secret realm existed that was opened once every 3 years. When the secret realm is closed, the flow of time in it seems to be faster than the outside world, which can harbor a lot of heavenly treasures and rare materials, so it has always been the focus of the 3 clans' open and secret battles. It wasn't until hundreds of years ago that the 3 clans finally reached an agreement to jointly mine and maintain this secret realm, which led to the 3 clans' great competition. And as Bai Hong steeply brought up the 3-sect competition, Song Li's smile slowly turned cold and a color of reminiscence flashed in his eyes as he said, actually, I'm not very clear about the specific details of this 3-sect competition. Elder brother was imprisoned in the Thoughtfulness Cliff in his previous life, and I was also recovering from serious injuries, so I couldn't fight with people fiercely, so I didn't go deeper into the secret realm. And I only brought the disciples of the second peak to collect some ordinary materials in the outer perimeter of the secret realm. White Rainbow's gaze was deep and contemplative. The great competition was held every 3 years, and each time it was opened for less than a month. Only Yuaning and cultivators below the Yuaning realm were allowed to enter, so there would always be regrets of one kind or another. As in the case of Song Li, as a second peak progenitor, her talent was naturally not bad. And the Yuaning realm was again the watershed between geniuses and ordinary people. As long as there were enough resources, geniuses could pass through the Yuaning stage very quickly, so as soon as she missed the opportunity to go deeper into the secret realm this time, then by the time the next one was opened, she would perhaps have already transformed into a god and lost her qualifications. Song Li himself didn't think about it that much and continued, I have the impression that the leader of the Xianhua altar is named Jilingyun, and other than knowing that it's at the Yuaning realm, I don't know anything else about it. It's very mysterious. On the other hand, on the side of the Divine Martial Pavilion, the leader's name is Ling Xiao, also at the Yuaning realm, is the personal disciple of the Divine Martial Pavilion's owner, and has been gifted since he was a young boy, and is extremely compatible with the Divine Martial Pavilion's inheritance, and has almost been cultivated as if he were the next owner of the pavilion, and those disciples don't even shy away from referring to him as the lesser pavilion owner. On top of that, there is another female disciple in the Divine Martial Pavilion who is quite valued and seems to be an old acquaintance of Xiaoran, but the exact name or relationship is equally unknown to me. Song Li didn't know much, and Bai Hong couldn't surmise how exactly Xiaoran had messed with a Mahayana cultivator in his previous life in a secret realm that was restricted to Yuaning and below realms, and since this secret realm was shared by the 3 clans, theoretically there shouldn't be any outsiders able to enter. So after a few simple chats, Song Li left. After leaving Bai Hong's residence, Song Li went straight to the main hall of the second peak, still holding the jade cylinder of the Qingdi transformation technique in his hand. As a result, it was only when he met True Lord Qiyu that Song Li realized that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. In the Dan room, dressed in plain Taoist robes, wearing a half-silver mask, revealing part of her beautiful face, Zhou Qiyu just quietly looked at her own family heirloom who had come to her in a storm, and her eyes fell back on the roll of jade cylinders. Her eyes cold for a few minutes. Master, I was really wrong. Song Li made a flying leap and sat prone in front of Zhou Qiyu, admitting his mistake with a crying face. I shouldn't have taken this jade cylinder for my master, but I'm also thinking about you, the Gongfu inherited from the immortal body. It mustn't be bad. Zhou Qiyu deliberately maintained a cold countenance. His heart was not very angry. After all, the character of his own family's protege was still guaranteed, and although he did things out of the box, he did it all for his own sake, and no master would truly hate such a disciple. But self-assertion was indeed a fault, and she was intent on fixing it this time. So Zhou Qiyu cold face, I am a refining the virtual true monarch. Where is it so easy to find a suitable complementary cultivation art? Even if there is not a Jindan realm immortal body can be taken out. I think it is still you who coveted this method. Right. Do you know the error of your ways? Song Li had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had long since mastered the special skill of communicating with his master. Where would he be intimidated? He just handed over the jade cylinder. revealing a harmless smile like that of a golden retriever. It's not too late for you to take a look at this gongfu before you train me. Zhou Qiyu received the jade cylinder and did not go to explore it at first. Instead, she looked at her own disciple suspiciously. Just as Song Li knew her, she also knew Song Li's very well. Unusual people would be fooled by that warm and harmless smile, but she wouldn't. Therefore, in Elder Zhou's eyes, Song Li's smiling, bowed head and obedient demeanor was almost equivalent to having the words "I'm ready to see my master make a fool of himself" engraved on his face. Zhou Qiyu secretly piqued her spirit, and her divine sense quietly probed into the jade cylinder. A few breaths later, she sat up straight violently and took a long deep breath, her chest rising higher and higher, and her pupils contracting to the extreme. Chapter 28, Shaoren. 2 days later, a long-cherished wish is realized. At its peak, the Morning Glory Sword Sect was only an upper-middle-level small sect in the Immortal Alliance. After the disappearance of Taoist Lord Chongshao, many of the clan's canonical treasures were seized by the Immortal Alliance, and the power and strength were even less than before. But Zhou Qiyu was, after all, a great cultivator of the refined void realm, and as long as she didn't fall under the thunderbolt, she would almost have the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Compared to the refined void of the great sects, she, Zhou Qiyu, although poor, still had her eyesight, and at a glance, she could see the extraordinary nature of this Green Emperor transformation technique. The subtleties of it, even in just a few words, gave her the feeling of enlightenment. Zhou Qiyu only felt that her heartbeat was accelerating uncontrollably, a chance that would allow to quickly make up for her shortcomings until the Mahayana realm without dragging her feet was right in front of her eyes. Give and take. Li, Zhou Qiyu put the jade cylinder away, and her divine sense also withdrew from it, and asked with downcast eyes, "Apart from you and me, can there be anyone else who has come into contact with this gong method?" No. Song Li shook her head. She knew the value of the Qing Di transformation technique. How could she show it to others? She hadn't even read it herself. Very well, then remember to keep your mouth shut in the future and don't mention this technique again. Zhou Qiyu nodded slightly and pushed the jade cylinder back, saying, "You will return it to Bai Hong and tell him that this method is too precious, far superior to any of the sect's canonical books, and that I am too ashamed to accept it." Then again properly instructed him, "In the future do not easily show or gift others gongfa, the divine heaven jade clear thunder law enough for him to use to the realm of the transformed god. Immortal body inheritance is good, but also prone to attract unsuspecting prying eyes. A Jindan disciple sitting in possession of so much top inheritance gongfa, as if a child holding a gold over the haunted city then all the more reason for you to accept this method." Master. Song Li pressed the jade cylinder back, and sat down beside Zhou Qiyu, depicting the problems he might encounter in the future, and persuaded. "How many years can you hide just by hiding? And can you hide all the way to the Mahayana realm?" Master Bai's talent is exceptional. It's impossible for him not to practice these feats and techniques. In the future, if he encounters a strong enemy, he will definitely need to use them. And his current master is you. If it really attracts coveters, or if you have to stand up for senior brother Bai, if the future true Lord Qiyu is too weak to protect her own disciple, do you think she'll regret that she was too old-fashioned today, and refused to cultivate this method to death? Song Li moved with emotion and reasoning. Fust, just broke with the third peak where he grew up. White senior brother is now the heart of the Tao is fragile. Just his nature is strong. Hold back not to say it. After all, White senior brother is only a boy less than double 10 years of age. Master you if you refuse him a piece of if you reject his good intentions. Wouldn't you be hurting him all over again? Is he really that serious? Zhou Qiyu was stunned at her words, as if she couldn't believe that Bai Hong was so sentimental. Song Li saw his own master faltered, immediately covered his small face mournfully cried, "My poor white senior brother since childhood is an orphan. Worship into the mountain door also met the flow of the moon. Simply did not enjoy a day of maternal care. Not a complete childhood. I simply cannot dare to imagine that he was rejected that much despair." Qiyu true monarch heard the words. Her face changed again. There are a few empathy. Only she is much more fortunate than Bai Hong. Have a complete childhood. And when you think about it, he was really desperate about Lu Yu's step-by-step appearance. And it seems that the only way to explain it is to love it and hate it? After a few moments of hesitation, Zhou Qiyu accepted the jade cylinder and asked again, "Shao Li, since you said that Bai Hong is so pitiful and still lacks motherly love, should I, the new master, make him some nourishing soups and medicines, or sew up his clothes?" Song Li, she really did not see her own master so thoughtful, but after a small speechless, Song Li hands and feet in favor. This certainly has the suspicion of inviting people to buy hearts and show. But the hearts bought are also hearts. In order to bring Master and Senior White closer together, so that they could smoothly establish a master and disciple relationship, she really went through a lot of trouble. 1 week later, Xiaoren traveled in a hurry and did not take the Morning Glory Sword Sect's Mountain Gate Avenue. Instead, he went up the mountain from a remote path. While flying with his sword, he also checked the items stored in his storage bag from time to time, recalling whether he had exposed any traces and left any cracks on this trip. 3 silver gentians, 100 acacia flowers, and 36 strands of red dust and turbid chi are also all rare items of quality 99%. Xiaoren's figure weaved through the forest and muttered, "The silver dragon gall is actually the gall of a scaly dragon that has failed to transform into a god, and it can be used to refine the yin-yang harmonization pill, which has the effect of messing with people's minds and catalyzing the illusionary realm. The acacia flower takes the powder, and it can be used to make the luan incense sac, which similarly has the effect of catalyzing desire. The turbid air of the red dust can pollute the master's 1,000-year Xian ice couch, which weakens the ability of concentrating on the mind and quieting the qi, and guarding the mind's clarity of mind." With this much preparation, coupled with the talented avatar, heavenly demon confusing heart, and the shadow of the sky-breaking shuttle that I only redeemed from the system by pouring all my points into it, Master Teacher will definitely not be able to escape from me, and I won't allow her to do so either. In order to purchase all of the silver dragon guts and other treasures, Xiaoran had almost spent all of the wealth left behind by the Xiao family, turning him into a pauper. And for the exchange of disposable broken shuttle shadow, the system points accumulated over the years is also swept away. But as long as you think of the teacher's father's usual noble and sacred, inviolable beautiful face, and the Taoist robes cannot hide the superb body, Xiaoran will be hot blood surging, and feel that it is not a loss. All of this investment had paid off, and Master Teacher was a Xian mare's body that was second only to the immortal body in rarity. If its dual cultivation, in addition to replenish the whole day magic body, the master's hard to keep many years of Yuan Qi can also help him to enhance the realm, and no root instability concerns, is $1 million deal. And from a personal emotional perspective, since the day he joined the master's door, true Lord Luyu's gentle and tranquil figure had been deeply embedded in Xiaoren's mind, and compared to his master, Sister Yun Qin and Sister Lu Qingxuan, who had not yet returned to the clan, could only be considered as additions to the list. It was also out of that extreme desire for exclusivity towards Luyu that Xiaoran had repeatedly targeted Bai Hong, eager to drive him out of the third peak. Nowadays, White Rainbow is separated from the third peak. The teacher's Xianjun body's backlash will be close. The third peak of the big sister Lu Qingxuan outside the training will be directly rushed to the secret area of the 3 sects of the big competition. The youngest sister Li Yunqin is still recuperating from her injuries. Xiaoran only felt that the heavens were helping him to get his master, and the stolen joy in his heart could barely be suppressed. 2 days later, Master will welcome the backlash, and it will take time for the red dust turbid chi to contaminate the Xian ice couch, so I'll have to place it ahead of time before I can. When it was late at night, Xiaoran quietly came to the entrance of the secret realm, confirmed that no one was in it, and after laying down a simple early warning formation, he entered it, and in a short while, he walked out of the secret realm again, his eyes bright and incomparable, his confidence soaring. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. As long as he waits until the master closes the secret realm, seals his cultivation, and fights against the backlash of the Xian mare's body with all his might, he will enter it by the air-breaking shuttle, and the master will be the fish and meat on the board that he can manipulate. Years of long-cherished wishes were about to be realized. Xiaoren's mood was difficult to calm down, and he recited the clear heart mantra a few times in succession before his hands and feet stopped trembling, and he quickly left the secret place where the 1,000-year Xian ice couch was located. It was just that he hadn't been able to discover that inside and outside the Xian ice mystery. A dozen or so monitoring formations that had been improved by the Blue Star cultivators and extremely strengthened for concealment were constantly synchronizing the information to White Rainbow, who was far away in the second peak. Chapter 29 U. Sinful Disciple. Please, readers, read the author's words column. 2 days later, the Xian materia rebounded. Luyu had prepared for this, and methodically entrusted the many matters of the third peak to Li Yunqin and Xiaoran, who were not experiencing this for the first time, and everything seemed so normal. It was only after witnessing Luyu enter the Xian ice mysterious realm and closing the entrance to the secret realm that Xiaoran's mouth curved into a slightly imperceptible arc. Senior brother Xiao? Li Yunqin called out several times in succession before Xiaoran came back to his senses. What are you thinking about so fascinated? Senior brother? Oh, didn't think of anything? Just pondering about starting closed-door cultivation tonight. Xiaoren shook his head and said, the 3 sect competition is just around the corner. I must raise my cultivation as soon as possible. I must make Bai Hong pay this time. At the mention of Bai Hong, Li Yunqin fell abruptly silent. After White Rainbow broke with the 3rd peak, her master has been soulful. She always stayed quietly by Lu Yu's side and could feel her master's sadness. Even as she re-examined herself, she realized that the 3rd peak had indeed been a bit unfair to Bai Hong. But what she couldn't understand even more was why Bai Hong was able to break away from the 3rd peak with such determination. The former senior white brother was the most reasonable, never wanting to see her and her master get hurt, so why had his temperament changed so drastically? But no matter what, she had already made a grudge with White Rainbow. It wasn't like she could voluntarily put her foot down, so she had no choice but to make the best of her mistake. Besides, putting aside the facts, doesn't Senior White have any faults, and can't he give in to her as a senior sister? That night, the moon is bright. Xiaoren quietly came to the entrance of the Xian Ice Mystic Realm on the 3rd peak, his eyes shining with excitement. The thought that the formerly majestic master would be at his mercy made him unconsciously gulp down his saliva, and the knots in his throat rolled up and down with it. Raising his hand to catalyze the shadow of the sky-breaking shuttle, the small secret realm that Quicksilver had personally opened up really melted like spring snow, and an entrance was squeezed out by the sky-breaking shuttle without alerting anyone. Whoosh! Xiaoren saw the right moment and his figure transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the rippling secret realm entrance in almost the blink of an eye. But what he didn't realize was that a silhouette that was faint to the extreme had similarly followed him into the Xian Ice mysterious realm. On the 1,000-year Xian Ice couch, True Lord Lu Yue was seated. The tip of her delicate nose was covered in false sweat, and her charming face revealed the color of pain and remorse from time to time. If anything, White Rainbow's break with her had caused her Tao to crumble and her mind to be fragile. The backlash of that Xian mare's body then caused her, a refined void True Lord, to be completely weakened, and she didn't even retain the strong body of a cultivator. With the collapse of her Tao heart and the sealing of her own cultivation, Lu Yu was almost indistinguishable from a mortal. But it was precisely because she had never been so weak before that Lu Yu realized that she was different. I seem to be breeding demons? Quicksilver didn't dare to believe it, but a scene that was true to life turned into a memory and poured into her mind through and through, causing her to question her state. In the memories of the heart demon companion, Bai Hong had not awakened the Linglong immortal body so early, but her character was the Honger she knew who treated people kindly, was not argumentative, and firmly trusted herself. As in reality, Honger cultivated hard in the 3rd peak and grew gradually, and the number of people in the 3rd peak gradually grew as she accepted Yunqin and Renner as her disciples one after another. Then the nightmare began. She thought of the difference, but really will be Honger abolished cultivation, sent to think over the cliff by the wind through the body of the pain for 3 years. Don't! I'm wrong, Rainbow, he's the innocent one. Quicksilver desperately struggled and shouted, wanting to stop herself, not to wrong Honger, not to betray Honger's trust in her. But she couldn't change anything. It was, after all, the memories and visions that the heart demon had given her. Ryuki could only look at Honger's dismayed and despairing eyes after she had made a hasty decision. The gaze was like a sharp knife, piercing into her heart. Distracted and out of control, Lu Yu only felt that the backlash of the Xian maternity body was getting stronger and stronger. Her consciousness began to gradually blur. Her body was incomparably hot. Her desire was unbearable. Even the 1,000-year Xian ice couch didn't play much of a role. She knew that she should have gazed at her mind, ignoring the demons of her heart and focusing on fighting the backlash. But the incomparably real grievances suffered by Honger really made it impossible for her to stabilize her mind. The clan was destroyed. The rainbow child returned from the thought of the cliff to recultivate. The 3rd peak of the few people rely on each other. Until the future. Her Xian mare body once again erupted backfired. Xiao Ren, the youngest disciple, had actually coveted her and the Xian mare's body for a long time, and wanted to take advantage of this backlash to make her blurry in consciousness and unable to resist to forcibly possess her. As a result of accidentally breaking into this matter, desperate to protect her integrity of the white rainbow, but in Xiaoren that lame denial, she was mistaken for the real culprit. Ryukyu almost shed tears of blood, but she still couldn't stop her progressively heavier thoughts. She just felt like she was falling into an abyss, and she couldn't even move her fingers. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Jue retreated from the mind demon illusion. Her drowsy brain was extremely sluggish, making her unable to recall everything she had seen just now in her mind's demon, only forcing her eyes open to vaguely see a figure walking towards her. Who? You are? Lu Yu instinctively retreated backward. but she was almost like a lamb to the slaughter on the Xian ice couch. Her body was so weak and hot that she could not struggle. Master, you're awake? The Luyu, who was in a state of revolt and had her sea of consciousness invaded by her heart demon, couldn't hear the other party's words at all. When a person becomes blind in both eyes, the sense of hearing becomes more acute. This phenomenon of the body replacing one function, hearing, with another, sight, as much as possible is known as commensuration. And with Ryuki's mobility limited and his brain dazed and barely able to think, his body's senses became sharper and sharper, both in terms of pain and pleasure. She only felt that her limp body was helped up and an unknown elixir was forced down, so her consciousness became more and more blurred, and her body seemed to be burned by fire. Master, Master, true Lord Luyue? Master, are you still awake? Master, your mother, Tao Lord Chongshao, has returned from the immortal ruins. Before determining that Luyu had completely lost consciousness, Xiaoran did not dare to have the slightest transgression, standing 2 feet away. The entire time he used his aura to move through the air, not even touching half of Luyu's fingers. It was only after he shouted out the words "Heavy Heavenly Taofather" and there was no response from Luyue that Xiaoran was sure that his master had really lost consciousness and was at the mercy of others. Xiaoran took several deep breaths before barely suppressing the excitement in his heart and took a step towards Luyu on the 1,000-year-old Shen ice couch. The body of the mystery mare is just around the corner. After this night, Master will be completely his. Breathing more and more roughly, Xiaoran's eyes were filled with blasphemy as he had already stood next to the Shen ice couch. He was trembling as he reached out, wanting to caress his master's smooth and tender face, when he heard a sudden snort from behind him, forcibly interrupting his movements. Staying stones can be a real treat. Xiaoran dueling Canthus. Snapping back, he saw Bai Hong gently tossing several pieces of jade in his hand, seemingly smiling, not laughing, said, "Am I right, you nasty frog piss? Cannot get on the stage. Sinful disciple." Chapter 30, Repeating the mistakes of the previous life? Someone who was least expected to show up, showed up, witnessed all of his deeds, and even left visual evidence. Xiaoran only felt a thunderclap ringing beside his ears, and the whole world lost its color at this moment, reduced to monotonous and boring black and white, leaving only the white rainbow to taunt him. Really exposed? Xiaoran's heart was flooded with fear. His trepidation over the defeat of the matter filled his heart. He simply could not imagine what would happen to him after true Lord Luyue came to his senses. In fact, because of the change in Bai Hong in this life, Xiaoran's life trajectory had likewise changed quite a bit. For example, when he couldn't help but take action against Luyu in his last life, it was already nearly 10 years later. At that time, Xiaoran had already transformed into a god, and his battle power could be comparable to that of a refined void true monarch, and Luyu was even more unable to shelter him from anything. So even if his action fails, he will only be less of a master, and he is naturally fearless. But now, Xiaoran is just a Jindan cultivator. He is not worthy to mention his shoes to the refined void cultivator. He is an ant that can be casually pinched, so naturally he is afraid that things will be exposed. While some people just yell and scream and stomp around in fear, offering no resistance at all, there are others who, when faced with fear, instead explode with powerful execution and potential. Xiaoran is the latter. After only an instant, Xiaoran pinched up several kinds of spells, and fire snakes, earth spikes, and frost storms. More than a dozen attack spells mixed with harsh sword chi flew toward White Rainbow. The heavenly devil body was pushed to the extreme by him. Xiaoran was the first to arrive after the hare. The whole person turned into a black shadow, taking the lead to block the back of the White Rainbow, and the sound of all kinds of art together with the siege. If it was another person to face this ferocious and formidable attack, it would certainly be tied up and lose the first opportunity. But White Rainbow is likewise an exception. The magnificent thunder light exploded, and the temperature in the Xian ice mystic realm was raised by a few degrees, as Bai Hong met Xiaoran with his bare hands, letting out an unrestrained and incomparable laugh, surprisingly not caring about the damage of those spells at all. Weak, weak, weak. White Rainbow bullied his way forward, easily clamping down on Xiaoran's flying sword, a playful to the extreme mockery hanging on his face, almost close to his face as he looked into Xiaoran's eyes. "You're too weak. Your means are frighteningly infantile, as weak as a newborn lamb, and you don't even know how to walk yet, unable to survive on your own. You shut up!" Xiaoran roared angrily, simply abandoning his flying sword. The fire in his hand was blazing as he raised his fist and swung it towards Bai Hong's throat. Dang! 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 Another round of metal collision-like roar rang out. The two of them in an instant will be against the fist 100 times. White Rainbow with a smile on his face, continued to look at Xiaoran. only to see the other party's face is ugly to the extreme. The hands even in the can not stop trembling, and even red and swollen up. Is this the physique you're so proud of? White Rainbow pondered for a moment and then commented. It does feel a bit divine, and there are divine echoes between your hands and feet, perhaps ranking in the top 3 in the world's physiques. And there is also a will that continues to disrupt my mind and dismantle my battle intent. Is this a gifted aptitude accompanied by your physique? And it feels quite powerful. Bai Hong's self-respecting gaze scrutinized Xiaoren back and forth, although she did not show any sneer and her speech was also praising the might of the heavenly demon body. But that proud gaze was more piercing to Xiaoren's heart than any words of cursing and belittling. Humph, you're not pretending here. Xiaoren's gaze grew more and more sinister, and suddenly glanced at the stunningly beautiful figure quietly caught in slumber on the Xian ice couch behind Bai Hong, and laughed coldly. If you can really make a clean break with your master, I would still respect you as a hero who does what he says. But it turns out that you are not still paying attention to it in secret in the end? As soon as you realized she was in crisis, you rushed to jump out and protect her. Is that how you want to show your loyalty? Is that how you want to return to the third peak? You are nothing more than a coward. Want to make a deal? Xiaoren deliberately provoked, hoping that he could anger Bai Hong and find a break. How about you don't spoil my good deed, and I'll even get a piece of your pie after I'm done playing? Without me, on your own, you won't be able to touch a single bit of your master in this life. With Xiaoren's understanding of Bai Hong, the person he respected the most was true Lord Lu Yu, who was also his teacher and mother, and he couldn't tolerate others saying half a bad word about Lu Yu. So attacking Lu Yu was far more effective than abusing Bai Hong. You really think you're living too comfortably, but I've recorded this one too. I'll show it to Ryuki later. White Rainbow was unfazed, even pulling out a few more retaining stones that were in the recording state. But the smile, indeed, became more dangerous. Buzz, a 9-tiered pagoda emitting a faint light slowly rose from behind Bai Hong, the light enveloping the entire Xian ice mysterious realm, and in the blink of an eye, it suppressed Xiaoren, rendering him unable to move. And even his divine consciousness was confined within his body. The current stage of the Linglong Tower is strong and incomparable. Even if you can only activate 1/10,000,000th of its power, can be casually crushed Xiaoren, if not to take into account that Xiaoren's ability to randomly revive after death. White Rainbow has long been its town killed. Xiaoren's system was created by the power of the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil, and random resurrection was also one of the abilities of the Heavenly Devil. So only if Bai Hong's cultivation had reached the harmonization stage could he be sure of forcibly cutting off the connection between the power of the Heavenly Devil and Xiaoren, so that he would die completely. Before this, killing is also a waste of time, at most slowing down some of Xiaoren's growth speed. It is better to stay under the eyes and monitor. This is also the reason why Bai Hong did not kill Xiaoren. After suppressing Xiaoren, Bai Hong stepped in front of the Xin Bing couch, looking at Lu Yu's slightly disorganized hair that was close to her face. All kinds of memories surged into her heart. Looking at it this way, Quicksilver was worthy of being a Xian mare's body. After losing consciousness, can no longer intentionally suppress that innate charm? Knit brows and smile are surprisingly beautiful, even if lying quietly there, are extremely provocative. Wow! Bai Hong's right hand gently pressed on top of Lu Yu's belly, silently operating the immortal body, and his left hand pinched out a magic spell, summoning a stream of water out of thin air and pouring it over Lu Yu's face, drenching the 1,000-year-old Xian ice couch. The backlash of the Xian mare's body was slowly drawn away along Bai Hong's right hand, transformed by the immortal body, and then transformed into the purest innate qi, repairing Bai Hong's cultivation foundation of average quality. There was no way. The Morning Glory Sword Sect's ability was limited. It could only cultivate disciples of this level, and with his once vision above the Mahayana, the current foundation was indeed average, not deep and solid enough, and full of holes. As the backlash weakened and was stimulated by the cold stream of water, the strong physique of the refined Void True Lord became apparent, allowing Lu Yu to quickly wake up from her coma. Xiaoren's many external means were all based on the premise that the backlash was in effect, so at this point, although they were still working, their effect on Lu Yu was greatly reduced. Seeing Lu Yu's confused eyes getting clearer and clearer, the suppressed Xiaoren was so anxious and scared that he simply turned evil to evil, and even suddenly let out a loud shout. Master, you quickly go. White Rainbow, he is crazy. He is treasonous and disregarding human morality. He wants to take advantage of the opportunity to possess you. Master, you quickly come to your senses. Runner begs you. Only just awakened from unconsciousness. Her mind was not yet clear. Still a few confused, Lu Yu was stunned at the words. Subconsciously surveyed her surroundings. and indeed saw Xiaoren struggling under the Linglong Tower, with a look of anger and worry about her own impatience. Even her eyes were full of blood. And White Rainbow, whom she had always felt guilty about, was like a denizen, wrapping himself in his arms, and even resting his right hand on top of his belly, transmitting the warm sensation of that big hand. This scene that screamed misunderstanding made Liu instinctively believe Xiaoren's words. Chapter 31 White Rainbow gives Liu two choices. Ryuki's blank stare gradually changed to disappointment and anger. Xiaoren had not yet completed 3 years of worshipping the third peak, and this was the first time he himself had suffered a physical backlash since he had become a pro-disciple. Plus Liu would not normally proclaim that he was a Xian mare's body, so compared to the two, Bai Hong's suspicion was really not small, especially now that Xiaoren is being suppressed, but Bai Hong is making a move on her. Thinking of these days she is still for the White Rainbow thing gloomy. White Rainbow but not hesitate to underhanded means to take advantage of people. Want a force and her double cultivation. A piece of true heart is really a mistake to pay. Under the anger, Liu mobilized his not yet recovered cultivation, 5 fingers together as a palm, with the momentum of breaking through the air, fiercely slapped at Bai Hong's chest. Snap! A small, soft, boneless hand slapped heavily on White Rainbow's chest, but it didn't even set off any faint air currents. Compared to the refined Void True Lord's anger-laden strike, this palm was more like a woman's desire to welcome and tease the lover at the tip of her heart. Do you really think you've gotten through the Xian Materia's backlash peacefully? Bai Hong slowly retracted his right hand, staring indifferently at Liu, and said, without me continuously resolving it for you, you still wouldn't be able to use even half of your cultivation. Quicksilver's face changed slightly, followed by a painful groan. From the moment Bai Hong withdrew her right hand from her belly, the intense discomfort of the Xian mare's body that was burning hot and burning heart surged up again, and it intensified even more, making it difficult to endure. Even her control over her own body had weakened with the reappearance of the backlash, which had resulted in that powerless, as if it was a delicate woman's petulant slap. Bai Hong, you really let me down. The biggest mistake of my life was accepting you as a disciple in the first place, you despicable villain who defies human decency. Liu's character was naturally chaste. Although she didn't like publicity, she dared to speak up for herself, forcing herself to rebuke Bai Hong even though she was in pain. If I had known this, I should not have saved you. I should have killed you with a sword in the first place? It's all slow to say the least, but it's only in the blink of an eye. It was only now that Ryuki's mind gradually cleared up, recalling everything he had seen while unconscious. Even his voice was no longer firm. Instead there was a kind of dismay born in his heart. No. Xiaoren is the one who did this to me. I've seen it all. Honger, he's the one who came to save me. Liu turned her head violently, her gloomy gaze looking towards Xiaoren on the far side of the Xian ice couch, but she only saw his wretched appearance under the Linglong Pagoda's suppression. Not right. It's still not right. That's what the mind demon illusion is made of. That's an experience in the illusion. It must not be used as a basis for my judgment. Ryuki shook his head in denial, but his heart still wavered. If that is really a heart demon, why do you still remember every detail so clearly after you wake up, and even perfectly integrated into the memory, where there is such a powerful heart demon illusion? Heart demon, this thing said strong also strong, said weak also weak, only trapped in the people cannot distinguish the true from the false, but one is clearly awake. After a few moments of discernment but still unable to distinguish between the real and the fake, Liu just fell into Bai Hong's arms, her expression becoming more and more stagnant, only feeling that she couldn't even trust herself anymore. Under the ghost, Liu gently raised his head, his gaze revealed a few points of supplication, like a weak woman carefully asked, Hong, are you actually here to save me? Or are you here? Senior, you mustn't be fooled by Bai Hong, it's really him who did this to you. Don't believe me? Take a look at that Xian ice couch. It's all been tampered with by him. Xiaoren looked at the trance-induced Liu. His heart was equally anxious as he wailed. He has been hitting on you from early on, and even took me captive by force and used the shadow remaining stone to defame me. I know that I'm ashamed of Bai Hong and have played my heart out to him, but the charge of counting on Master Teacher Runner really can't carry it. White Rainbow was silent, just looking at Quicksilver quietly. Liu had to twist a few times in his arms, barely stretching out a lotus root arm, gently pointing her fingertips on the couch made of 1,000-year-old Xian ice, and sure enough, she found that the efficacy of the Xian ice had been cut down again and again. Seeing the effect, Xiaoren in hastily self-evidence, the black pot all pushed to the White Rainbow, aggravated, moreover, disciples and no clan treasure body. How can open the refining void true lord close the secret realm? In these words, Although Linglong Tower was not mentioned, it was alluded to everywhere. The charge of silently invading the Xian Ice Mystic realm was gently thrown to White Rainbow, and the greatest purpose of these testimonies is not really Xiao Ren's desire to smear Bai Hong along the way, but to preserve his own attributes of innocence. Because Bai Hong was an immortal body, because he had the sect's greatest treasure, he could silently break through the secret realm, he could make the Xian Ice Couch ineffective, and he could make Lu Yu unknowingly fall for the trick. With so many impossible things made possible, then forging a few copies of the Shadow Retention Stones, I thought it wouldn't be a difficult task for Bai Hong. Only by planting the impression that the Shadow Stones are fake on Lu Yu will Xiaoren have any room for excuses. Lu Yu was originally biased nature, and at this time by that memory interference without subjective views. After hearing Xiaoren's guiding words of art, really more and more feel that the suspicion of White Rainbow was greater. The gaze towards Bai Hong also returned to the initial kind of dislike, even going so far as to break away from Bai Hong's embrace. Everything is heading towards the past life, but White Rainbow is no longer the White Rainbow of the past life. He glanced at Xiaoren with a cold smile, then gently raised his hand and held Lu Yu's pointed chin. It made this great cultivator with a beautiful face have to yield and raise her face up, and no matter how shyly and angrily she tried to break free, it didn't work. Let's just say I'm the despicable, impudent punching master rebel. So I can enjoy the spoils of war now, right? As the words fell, Xiaoren's heart had given birth to a bad premonition, and even began to struggle most violently. Forcibly fighting against the Linglong Pagoda's suppressive force caused Xiaoren's skin to crack and blood to spray out, directly transforming into a crazily writhing blood-colored caterpillar. How dare you, White Rainbow? What are you going to do? Thus, under the gaze of Xiaoren's bloodshot eyes, Bai Hong actually kissed him directly. Aha! White Rainbow, I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. You asshole. I want you flayed. Throw your bones to the ground. Eternal death. The scene where the lips met, Xiaoren saw it clearly, thanks to the heavenly demon body's enhancement. He could even see the change of color in Lu Yu's eyes from surprise to blush to shame and anger, and even her subtle, small animal-like whimpering sound was heard clearly. This made Xiaoren, who had long treated Lu Yu as a forbidden domain, completely break his defense, and was mad beyond measure, roaring excitedly towards Bai Hong, but could only roar, and the suppression of Linglong Tower made him unable to stop even half of it. It was a long time before the kiss ended. Lu Yu has long been full of scarlet, even the earlobes are stained with a layer of pink, breathing hard-won fresh air, eyes staring at the White Rainbow, but even half a sentence of reprimand cannot be said, for no other reason than it was a little too exciting for her. The panic created by the kiss temporarily overpowered the anger. Since her childhood, Lu Yu has carried the identity of a sinner's daughter and has been alone within the clan. While being disliked by most people, she also refuses to come into contact with anyone, and to say that she is sealing her heart and locking up her love is not an exaggeration. So to be kissed violently, or to be kissed by the eldest disciple in front of the youngest disciple, even more so, made her brain stop thinking. In contrast to the rather innocent Ryuki, White Rainbow was a tour de force. He once again covered his hand on top of Lu Yu's belly, dissolving the power of his physique's backlash for him, allowing Lu Yu to mobilize some of her cultivation. Then, Bai Hong sneered at Xiaoren and slowly laughed at Lu Yu, who was still a bit lost in thought. Now you have two choices. First, have him right next to you on guard, see everything, and you'll have no more privacy. The second is to use the only cultivation you have left that can be mobilized to personally set up a boundary that isolates everything from his sight and hearing. Chapter 32. Because you were once my master, because I was known as the immortal heavenly demon. To show it to Shaughnessy, or not to show it to Shaughnessy? After freezing for a few full breaths, Lu Yu had the hindsight to figure out what exactly White Rainbow was referring to. Dang reddened his little face, scolding Bai Hong while struggling in his arms. It was a pity that the backlash of the Xian mare's body was still there, and even how much it was affected had to be decided by White Rainbow. So after a few struggles, Lu Yu had only allowed her clothes to become gradually disheveled and her hair to fly. How dare you? I'm your master teacher. How dare you actually take a shot at me? Lu Yu did not have the slightest intention of being pampered. Her pretty face was frosty and her willow eyebrows were raised. She was completely enraged. But when you're weak enough, all your anger can seem so cute and unaggressive. This is what the flowing moon looks like today. Her outbursts don't scare anyone, but instead allow White Rainbow to experience the joy of teasing a small animal. Honger, you don't be obsessed. I'm your master. How can master and disciple be so? This is a path of no return. Seeing that the scolding and anger had no effect, Lu Yu also panicked and began to reason. In my eyes you have always been a good boy. You are the pride of your teacher. You shouldn't be like this. Even when my mind was slack and I was harboring a heart demon, I believed in my heart demon fantasy realm that you wouldn't be like that. Could it be that you're still no better than that fake Homer in my heart demon fantasy realm? The fate that Lu Yu had glimpsed while she was unconscious, especially by Hong's miserable and sorrowful encounter, had indeed given Lu Yu quite a shock, and now that she had the opportunity to talk about it, she said it in passing. While Bai Hong listened to everything she experienced in the heart demon fantasy realm, her face gradually cooled down, until finally silent. As early as after Daofather Hanhai and Songli, he had vaguely guessed that there would be more people who would awaken their memories of their past lives, but he never expected that the third person would be Lu Yu. Only by listening to its narration, the memories awakened by Quicksilver seemed to be incomplete, with a great deal missing. None of it matters, though, Bai Hong sneered, her face showing disdain as she said, if you really believed in me, there wouldn't have been a break between you and I. Do you really think that I don't know anything and that I can listen to you making things up? Lu Yu's heart stopped beating for an instant. Her pupils narrowed to the extreme, dismayed beyond measure, wondering why Bai Hong would know about her experience in the heart demon fantasy realm. How can a nourished heart demon have an effect on other people? A terrible thought took shape in the mind. Could it be that it wasn't a demon in the mind? But, really? Lu Yu face pale. When this idea was born, she actually do not know why. Only feel their own white rainbow in front of seems to be naturally shorter ahead. Owes each other a lot. Rainbow is not such a. Just at that time all sorts of evidence are pointing to you. Stop lying to yourself and stop treating me like a cutie. Bai Hong shook his head rather impatiently, interrupting Lu Yu's denial and sneered. In the entire mountain gate, isn't it me who knows you best? Whether it's your so-called heart demon illusion, or right now, from the moment you listened to Xiao Ren's defense and vaguely believed in him, I was destined to be unable to clear my name. Because your stubbornness and ego will only drive you to fight so hard to prove yourself right that you won't believe the evidence even if it falls right in front of you. Just as one can never wake up someone pretending to be asleep, unattended, ostracized and denied, the young true lord of the flowing moon lived a rather lonely life, and because of this, she has developed a bone-deep paranoia, and will do everything in her power to prove that she is right about anything she decides, because if she couldn't hold her own and keep giving herself positive affirmations, then she would have long ago collapsed her Taoist heart in the process of growing up and been reduced to a wastrel. Just as in this life, although Bai Hong did everything to the extreme and went out of her way to drop her face in public, Lu Yu still stubbornly believed that it was just Bai Hong playing with her temper, and that as long as she coaxed it with all her heart, she would definitely be able to coax it back. This trait was considered to be an alternative Dao heart to firmness, which was actually very suitable for cultivation. But on the contrary, Lu Yu was an easily seduced personality, and when these two traits appeared in one person, it was fatal. A guy who is always being lied to and still doesn't listen to advice will make those around him suffer. Just like White Rainbow in his previous life. Then why did you come to my rescue? Lu Yu was stung by Bai Hong's cold and contemptuous gaze. She also couldn't help but question. You insisted on leaving the third peak and didn't recognize being my disciple. If it really didn't have the slightest thing to do with you, why would you be there as well? Why did you come to my rescue in the heart demon? And why did you still come to my rescue in reality? Are you really that innocent? Can't I even believe what I see? Bai Hong laughed angrily at his words, then immediately stood up and slammed Lu Yu down hard on the Xian ice collapse, coldly looking down at her, poking through Xiao Ren's plot to save you. That's because you were once my senior. Immediately afterward, White Rainbow's left hand probed out and clasped Quicksilver's wrists in turn, and with a fierce upward lift, he lifted Quicksilver up, his body slightly tilted. His gaze swept across the face of the flowing moon, so close that he could even clearly feel the Li Yan's tense exhale, and a hidden fragrance therein. White Rainbow sniffed the ethereal fragrance between her hair and whispered in Liu Yue's ear. Double cultivation to forcefully take your shin my body is because I'm known as the immortal heavenly demon, returning to a new life. Although still not immune to having his heartstrings disturbed by old people and old events, there was no doubt that the only goal White Rainbow was pursuing now was ascension. Therefore, he, who was known as the immortal heavenly devil, naturally had no reason not to eat in the face of the fat meat that had been delivered to his doorstep and the Xian mare's body that was a natural stove. Now, make your choice. Let him watch, or don't let him watch. With a twist of her backhand, Bai Hong placed Lu Yu's hands behind her back and yanked backward with force, and then used her other hand to hold on to Lu Yu's slender waist, clasping her palm on her soft, flat belly, causing Lu Yu to have to straighten up and look at Xiao Ren, who had been completely subdued and couldn't even speak. When Bai Hong was arguing with Lu Yu just now, It caused Xiaorun to be suppressed so much that he couldn't even breathe and could only hold his breath and listen. In fact, it was White Rainbow's little bit of bad taste. Regardless of her past life and present life, Bai Hong was not in the habit of live broadcasting, and forcing Lu Yu to choose was purely for the sake of being angry at Xiaorun. After all, there weren't really many people or things that Xiaorun cared about, and Lu Yu happened to be the one he coveted but never got. As Xiaorun's life and death enemy himself, letting him experience the powerlessness of being plundered was also on topic. On the other side, the flustered Lu Yu's shame soared, and although she only had the licking affection between master and disciple for Xiaorun, she still revealed her weak side and refused in shame. Don't! Runner, you don't want to see Absolutely not. Put. Hearing this, Xiaorun, whose blood was almost suppressed from circulating, still spewed out a mouthful of blood, his face hideous, like a middle-aged social animal sufferer who had discovered his wife's other side but only dared to go home early to pick at the doorway. The corner of Bai Hong's mouth curled into a smile, dissolving a few more points of the backlash for Lu Yu, allowing her to use some slight power. And then, as if he were a conqueror, he condescendingly commanded Lu Yu, since you don't want to be seen by him, you'll personally cast the spell to isolate sight and sound yourself. Quicksilver's pleading gaze did not move White Rainbow, and after a long period of silence, she nodded her head as if resigned to her fate. Chapter 33, Cloud Temples and Flower Face with Golden Steps. The hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night. Faint milky white curtains slowly appeared, and the nearly 10 square meter size 1,000-year Xian ice couch was all wrapped up in it. It was only because Lu Yu was deeply affected by the backlash. How much cultivation she could mobilize all depended on the strength of White Rainbow's efforts to dissolve it for her. So the speed of the curtain rising was a bit slow. Xiaorun was a few meters away from the Xian ice couch, his eyes bulging out in anger, but he couldn't stop the curtain from slowly rising. First, the 4 supporting pillars and feet of the Xian ice couch were covered by the curtain. Then the Xian ice couch itself disappeared from Xiaorun's line of sight, and immediately after that Xiaorun could only see the upper body of Lu Yu and Bai Hong. You seem to have a lot to say. Are you trying to beg me to go easy on you for a while? Bai Hong noticed Xiaorun's deathly gaze in general and gently snapped her fingers. The Linglong Pagoda's suppressive force spiraled down, and Xiaorun immediately cursed, Bai Hong, you shall not die. I will definitely kill you. I want your whole family to die out, alone for the rest of your life, and live in endless pain for the rest of your life. Xiaorun's emotions rose and fell fiercely, and there was a faint black light flickering in his eyes, which was one of the characteristics of the heavenly demon body. In the face of Xiaorun's incompetent rage, Bai Hong wasn't angry at all and instead appreciated the other party's exasperation. Bai Hong pretended to be the green tea look Xiaorun used to have when he framed and slandered him, and innocently said, but I was originally an orphan. Otherwise how could I have worshipped in this sect since I was young? I'm not like you, who was 14 or 15 years old before your entire family was exterminated. I'm going to kill you. Xiaorun once again let out a roar, hissing like a wild beast, clearly being poked and prodded. Before awakening the self-cognition of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, Xiaorun did value the destruction of the Xiao family, and a large part of the reason for his efforts to cultivate and become stronger was to investigate this matter and avenge the hatred of his family relatives. You're screaming a little too hard. Shut up. White Rainbow pressed her palm in vain, and Linglong Pagoda once again suppressed and lowered. Only a few inches down, Xiaorun could no longer make a sound. The secret area was quiet once again. Looking at the progress of the milky white curtain rising, Bai Hong realized that with Lu Yu's current cultivation, it would take at least a dozen more breaths for it to completely close, achieving the effect of isolating sight and sound. So with a thought, he pulled out a fist-sized piece of mortal iron from his storage pouch. As if afraid that Xiaorun could not really see it, Bai Hong deliberately raised her arm to show it, and then under Xiaorun's maniacal gaze of choosing someone to devour, she melted the mortal iron into iron water, and refined 2 grimly shaped torture instruments, as well as a branch of iron stepping rock. Step rock is a common women's hair ornaments, wearing method and jade hairpin and other jewelry similar to the end of the tassel or pendant, action with the movement of the body and swaying, but also step also shaking, so it is called step rock. White Rainbow shook the iron step rocker to make sure its end decoration could wiggle before he inserted it into the middle of Ryuki's hair like a husband who brushed and coiled his wife's hair. Xiaorun, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, spewed out another mouthful of old blood, and all that was left in his sight was a huge white cocoon. The isolation technique that Lu Yu personally executed has become a reality. The inside and outside of the Xian ice couch were then separated into 2 separate spaces, and while Xiaoren should have been out of sight and out of mind. In reality, after he couldn't see Bai Hong's two figures, he became more and more agitated and angry inside instead. His senses were cut off by the white cocoon, but he could guess what would happen inside. What made him feel even more desperate and remorseful was that in order to ensure that everything was safe, he had even prepared numerous means to induce the thirst of the flowing moon, and as a result, he was now doing all he could to give White Rainbow a graft. Couldn't he even imagine how insatiable Lu Yu would become under the influence of the Xian Mare's body and his pills and scented pouches? And what kind of overwhelming enjoyment Bai Hong would have? It's too much torture. He couldn't even leave. He could only be suppressed and guarded here. One could only stare at the white cocoon. Inside the giant cocoon. Honger, do you really want to be like this? Quicksilver said undauntedly. As long as you stop now, there's still room for everything to be salvaged. And I can pretend that nothing has happened. Then the charge of deceiving my master has been put on my head. Won't I be at a disadvantage if I don't do something about it? Bai Hong pulled on the white ribbon around Lu Yu's slender waist, then gently drew it out, and a chill from the Xian ice couch struck, causing Lu Yu to involuntarily tremble. The beauty's face became more and more embarrassed, and her body couldn't stop trembling, but Bai Hong faintly persuaded, this is actually good for you and me. The reason why you were physically revolted is actually that the power accumulated by the Xian mare's body over the years has nowhere to be vented, and can only be cooped up in your body, becoming a liability and a burden to you. But after today, you won't have this trouble. At least you won't need to suffer from the pain of backlash for 100 years, and you'll even be blessed by the disaster, and you'll be able to build up your cultivation even further. I will also benefit from this, remodeling my Gong body, making up for the flaws in the foundation of the Great Tao, completely awakening my immortal body, and obtaining my natural aptitude, saving at least 10 years of hard cultivation. After hearing these words, Ryuki, who realized what was about to happen, calmed down instead, as if even the pain of her physique's backlash wasn't that unbearable. It was only her scarlet cheeks and slightly trembling voice that exposed her nervousness. I'll definitely kill you. I will not be killed by you. As he spoke, Bai Hong sneered and swung out a slap, causing Lu Yu to feel her body grow weaker and weaker, and she couldn't stop trembling. By now, the light inside the giant cocoon was completely darkened, calling for one to not be able to see anything. Only one strut swayed back and forth, refracting some bright colors. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The golden steps on the temples of clouds and flowers. The hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night. Early the next morning, White Rainbow eyes slightly open. Eyes seem to contain the starry sky, gulping countless avenues of divine charm. Austerity and coldness then out. Not against anyone, but let anyone cannot ignore this majestic gaze. It wasn't until he blinked again that those mesmerizing qualities sank in, changing back to the usual soft eyes. The Xian mare's body is far more powerful than I imagined. Bai Hong secretly sighed in his heart, combing through last night's harvest. The innate chi transformed with the immortal body complemented the foundation of the Great Tao and was indistinguishable from the previous life. The immortal body was completely awakened, and the accompanying innate divine abilities were also regained. The cultivation level also came to the early Yuaning stage, condensing the topmost Yuaning. This was still the result of Bai Hong desperately pressing on, constantly converting the feed of the Xian materia into the underlying and innate chi. Otherwise it wouldn't be difficult to jump directly to transformation. Only after confirming that her state was correct did White Rainbow slightly side-eye the sleeping and exhausted Lu Yu to the side, revealing a bit of a disgusted look. Xian mare's body is a natural stove tripod. She herself is the body of a great cultivator of refining the virtual. As if there is still Shaoran stealing chickens to give on the little means of boosting the fun. The result did not expect to be so unforgiving. The race did not pass half began to beg for mercy. To the late stage is even worse. In order to end the race early, what words are willing to say? What posture are willing to pose? The dignity of the refining void true monarch are all thrown away by her. Chapter 34, Stamping a Streaming Moon. 1,000-year-old basalt ice couch. Quicksilver slowly awoke from his lethargy. His eyes emptied beyond measure as he gazed blankly at the dome of the giant white cocoon. She had another nightmare. The same one again. That nightmare where she was dim-witted and mistook Honger for the bad guy and instead gave all her caring favoritism to Shaoran. Even though it wasn't the first time she had dreamed of it. Honger's miserable, aggrieved first half of her life still called to her heart to sting as if it was being stabbed with the tip of a needle. What made it even more difficult for Quicksilver was that both nightmares ended at the same point in time. And she couldn't even peek at the ending before she was kicked out of the dream world by a mysterious force that seemed to be purposely trying to make things difficult for her. So, is that a demon of the mind or a future that was supposed to happen, or is it all my fantasy? Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and dripped onto the Xian ice couch, immediately being condensed into ice by the low temperature of the 1,000-year Xian ice. Lu Yu painfully covered her cheeks and shook her head. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. It was also this action of covering her face that activated the discomfort in her body, allowing Quicksilver to temporarily detach herself from the sadness of her dream and focus on her situation. It's so uncomfortable. Why is my body sticky and a little sore? Like I've been through a big battle. As if the pain was coming from bones falling apart, Ryuki propped himself up with his arms, and his Dao robe slipped off his shoulders with it. The inexplicable elevation of her cultivation to the peak of refined void, the messy Xian ice couch, the teeth marks and scratches on her body, and the soreness and discomfort all over her body, etc., made her finally recall everything from last night. How dare you do this to me? The thought of last night's travesty, his own indiscretions and humiliations during the match, made him angrier and angrier. White Rainbow, how dare he? How can he be so despicable as to force her? The thought of that torturous gesture and the torture device clamped on his body made Ryuki's anger climb up. It wasn't until she saw several red plums infiltrated by dots of blood on her Dao robes that Liu Yue's anger exploded into a burst of bone-chilling killing intent. Regardless of whether the dream is true or false, I will kill Bai Hong, the traitor who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. LOL. The spread of killing intent that had almost turned into substance overturned an angular piece of jade on the Xian ice couch in a circle, attracting Lu Yu's attention. This is what White Rainbow left before she left. She raised her hand and the jade and the rice paper pressed underneath flew into Lu Yu's hands. This piece of jade was a shadow retaining stone, recording almost the entire process of Xiao Ren's strikes against Lu Yu, leaving it up to her to judge the rights and wrongs. And on the rice paper, there was a message of thousands of words left by Bai Hong. The first half of the message was surprisingly warm, pointing out for Lu Yu the flaws in her current cultivation path and the future direction of her cultivation, the best way to utilize the Xian mare body to cultivate, etc., and even how to conceal the various characteristics of the Xian mare body to avoid being discovered was recounted. In just a few hundred words, it paved a straight path to the Mahayana realm for Lu Yu. Such a highly targeted cultivation plan can be of immense value. This is because it is only possible to achieve this effect if the writer's own vision and pattern have already transcended the boundaries of the Mahayana realm, and also knows the mentee very well, and never hides anything from him or her, and pours out his or her own insights and skills. And just the first requirement was enough to sift out 99% of the people in the cultivation world. After all, Mahayana cultivators were already rare, and those who could guide others to cultivate to the Mahayana realm were even rarer. With such a plan to help people witness the way in front of them, even Lu Yu couldn't help but look tender. Her hunger is still as heartfelt as ever, and it is true that the kindness and gentleness in Hunger's bones have never changed. Unfortunately, what Quicksilver didn't know was that she would be completely wrong about White Rainbow's intentions. The only reason why he had instructed Lu Yu in her cultivation with all his heart was because the Xian mare's body was an extreme furnace cauldron with a long-lasting value, so he needed Lu Yu's cultivation to be able to keep up with Bai Hong's progress. Otherwise, in the future, White Rainbow will become a conformity-stage Dao Lord, and Lu Yue will still be stuck in the refined void realm. So what kind of dual cultivation is that? It's the opposite of being harvested. And when Lu Yu finished reading the second half of the letter, her heart, which had just become a little softer, hardened again, and her murderous intent towards Bai Hong rose again. If the first half of the message was sweet dates to soften Lu Yu's heart, then the second half of the message were all big sticks. White Rainbow warns Quicksilver not to retaliate, not to publicize it, and not to implicate innocence, as he has left enough behind. If Lu Yue had already killed his obsession with overturning the case for the heavy heavenly Dao Lord, then he would welcome retaliation. And when the two of them were together in disgrace, he, an immortal heavenly demon, would not care what happened to his reputation. Although he didn't know why White Rainbow was calling himself an immortal heavenly demon, Lu Yu was still infuriated, with her nature that she would rather be broken than broken. If someone dared to threaten her, she would have long ago gone out of her way to retaliate. But it was the four words heavy heavenly Dao Lord that held Lu Yue in a deadly grip. In her heart, even the innocence of her Xian mare's body was less important than clearing her mother's name. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I can't do anything about you and just let you bully me? Flowing Moon was incomparably angry, the first time he looked within himself. According to White Rainbow, in addition to triggering public opinion, he had also left countermeasures on himself, and it was stated so openly and honestly that there seemed to be no fear of her cracking it at all. A few breaths later, Lu Yu had indeed found a shallow, light-colored mark at the small of his divine soul's abdomen. The mark flickered brightly and darkly, as if it could breathe, continuing to absorb her power for its own use. And its color became much darker under Lu Yu's watchful eye. Lu Yu's face changed slightly. Immediately try to remove that mark. The result, no matter what kind of method, does not work, but let it accelerate the growth. In the twinkling of an eye will be clearly visible. What kind of evil spell is this? Is it the Imperial Slave Seal? But why can't I detect its control over me? Ha! Why can't it be erased? Instead, it's becoming more and more connected to me. Lu Yu's face was gloomy like water, and he tried several more times unwillingly, but the result was that all of them failed, and it also aggravated the presence of the mark. Even on the flat belly of her realistic body, the outline of the mark faintly emerged. Damn! What the hell kind of branding is this? Stamping me as if I owned you. Anger and silence intertwined. On one hand, Lu Yue was annoyed that she couldn't test the mark's function and felt like a personal mark that Bai Hong had put on her. On the other hand, she was also afraid that the mark really couldn't be erased and could only remain on her body permanently. It was a long time before she gave up reluctantly, taking out the spare Dao robe from the storage magic treasure and putting it on. After making sure that Rongzi couldn't see any difference, Lu Yu gently lifted her hand and prepared to cut open the white cocoon. I don't know how he left, but he didn't even destroy the effect of this technique. Darkly thinking of White Rainbow in his mind, Quicksilver had just cut a several-inch slit when the movement in his hand was stalled. It was because she had inadvertently seen the stepping rock and the tiny torture instrument quietly placed at the edge of the Xianbing couch. Thanks to that, last night was not a bad night for her. The white cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Ryuki instinctively wanted to destroy this pile of broken copper and iron, but she urged her cultivation several times. But in the end, she did not go down, but instead received as much as possible in the storage treasure. And only then did she completely destroy the white giant cocoon and step back into the Xian Ice mysterious realm. Master, honors. As soon as he came back, what met his eyes was blood all over the ground and Xiaoran, who was lying weakly in a pool of blood. Xiaoran's face was pale, without a trace of blood. The whole person arched his body, like a boiled prawn lying on the ground, dead, covering his lower body, obviously extremely injured, was hit hard by Bai Hong. Quicksilver's face changed, worried about the safety of her little disciple, but soon, her expression cooled down again. Bai Hong was certainly a treacherous disciple who had taken over her body and deceived her teacher, but based on her experience in her dream and the shadow-retaining stone that Bai Hong had left behind, Xiaorun was by no means a good person either. Neither of these two men's true colors were what she knew them to be. When he thought of this, Lu Yu was even a bit saddened. Could it be that he had such a bad eye for people? However, Xiaorun was ultimately her own disciple, and was now only suspected of being guilty, so it was impossible for her to really abandon him and leave him to fend for himself. After the divine sense swept through and determined the injuries, Lu Yu's face became ugly again. Rainbow, how could that villain Bai Hong be so cruel as to cut off there, or chopped it off at the root? How could she help heal it? After a slight contemplation, with a wave of her sleeve robe, Lu Yu threw several pills into Xiaoran's mouth, and then used her aura to lift it up and send it outside the secret realm. Yun Qin, come over and take care of your senior brother. Chapter 35, tell Bai Hong to get his ass out here and meet me. Second peek. Li Yunqin's bean-sized tears snapped onto the ground as she combed Xiaoran's injuries with her aura over and over again. Her face filled with panic. When I woke up this morning, the sky was falling. The gentle and soft master's face was as frosty as ice, as if she was holding a grudge against the entire world. And without even saying a word more to her, she directly returned to her cave to close her mind. And senior brother Xiao was even more miserable, inexplicably chopped off there, losing an extreme amount of blood, and with countless wounds all over his body, as if he had been abused and tortured. Oh, senior brother Xiao, who in the world hurt you? Why does master refuse to say a word? Li Yunqin choked. Lu Yu's indifferent attitude towards Xiaorun was what terrified her the most. Squeak! Just when Li Yunqin was at sixes and sevens, the wooden door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a tall and slender silhouette walked in, strangely saying, "What is Yunqin grieving for? I heard you crying and wailing all the way away. Who of the two of them bullied you again?" This two of them referred to Bai Hong and Xiaorun. Li Yunqin's crying came to an abrupt end, looking back with red eyes, seemingly a bit incredulous, until she saw the visitor clearly. Then she cried out again with a wow sound, sobbing, Senior sister, you finally came back. Ah. The female cultivator who was called senior sister by Li Yunqin was named Lu Qingchuan, Yuaning Cultivation, one of the 4 personal disciples of the second peak, who was initially worshipped in the second peak at the same time as Bai Hong. which was why she was called senior sister by Li Yunqin. Lu Qingxuan wore a high ponytail, and did not wear the Morning Sun Sword Sect's standardized Taoist robes. Instead, she was dressed in a figure-flattering ranger's outfit that revealed her tall figure, and her two well-proportioned and powerful slender legs were even more eye-catching, making her look quite a bit taller than she actually was. Combined with her heroic face and those sharp and bright phoenix eyes, the chivalrous female warrior in the Jianghu will have an image. Don't cry. Have any grievances and talk to senior sister. Lu Qingxuan stepped into the room. Only then did he see the unconscious Xiaorun on the bed. His complexion immediately changed. His divine sense immediately spread out. What's going on? Why is Xiaorun so badly injured? Lu Qingxuan's phoenix eyes contained fury as she inquired. I've been practicing out of the sect for only half a year. Who is so bold as to dare to injure my third peak's disciples? Are Master and Bai Hong not here? The Morning Glory Sword Sect was not as large clans, and it was difficult to afford so many Yuaning cultivators at the same time. So disciples from all peaks would have three choices if they broke through to Yuaning. One is to be sent to various places as a steward or offering in the local clan for the operation of the power industry, to earn their own cultivation resources, as long as the annual share of the sect, the rest of all their own. The second is to retain the status of disciple in name only, but in reality, they are no longer under the management of the sect. The best of them can be hired as deacons and continue to stay on the mountain in a different capacity. For the rest, the clan will not interfere if they return to their families or find other ways to live. The third was that the personal disciples of the peaks such as Lu Qingxuan were themselves deeply bound to the sect, and were almost in a relationship of glory and loss. These personal disciples of loyalty, combat effectiveness and other aspects are guaranteed, is the mainstay, so the clan is also willing to spend more resources to train. Just need them to regularly walk out of the clan to practice, punish evil and promote goodness, sharpen the strength of the fighting force, to maintain the reputation of the sect, and encounter good cultivation seedling to remember to bring back on the good. Hearing Lu Qingxuan ask about Bai Hong, Li Yunqin became even more aggravated and was about to open her mouth to speak when she was interrupted again. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Healing Xiaoren's injuries is important. Lu Qingxuan tapped his storage pouch and took out an elixir bottle, explaining, this time out I've made quite a few new friends. There's even one person from a top-tier immortal sect who gifted me with a 6-turn life-returning elixir, which is just enough to heal Xiaoren's injuries. A 6-turn life-returning elixir? Li Yunqin exclaimed in shock, not even bothering to wipe her tears. She was surprised and said, Senior brother Xiao doesn't have any worries about his life. Besides, he's only a Jindan. Isn't it too extravagant to let him take a 6-turn elixir? And if this pill is given to senior brother Xiao, then what about you? Senior sister? What about me? Lu Qingxuan's hand movements did not stop at all, feeding Xiaoren to take before continuing. The 3-sect competition has countless opportunities. Cannot let Xiaoren miss. Besides, a pill is just, where are you important? Sister, you are so nice. Li Yunqin was touched beyond words, and another layer of water mist surfaced in her eyes. 6-turn pills had miraculous effects on void refining true lords, let alone a 6-turn life recovery pill, which was equal to giving Lu Qingxuan an extra life. Now that senior sister Lu was willing to let senior brother Xiao have this Dan, just to prevent Xiaorun from missing his chance, the weight of the friendship therein could not be described in a few words, and only when Lu Qingxuan saw Xiaorun gradually gaining blood color did he suddenly remember something and asked, tell me what's been going on lately. How come Master and Bai Hong didn't stand up for senior brother Xiao? And who injured him like this? I have to make the murderer pay. Elder sister like mother. Lu Qingxuan realm and high. Character is also bright and righteous. Often mediate conflicts within the Morning Sun Sword Sect. Preside over justice. So Li Yunqin is like finding the backbone. Calmly will be the recent things to narrate. At the end of the day, Li Yunqin only spoke about Lu Yu's seclusion and Xiaoren's serious injury. And although she was curious as to why her master's father had come out of seclusion for only one night this time, she really didn't know anything about it. I really don't know who exactly senior brother Xiao was injured by, and at this time, Xiaoren, who had eaten the 6 turns life recovery pill, also woke up leisurely, just in time to hear Li Yunqin's last words, and said with difficulty, it's White Rainbow, Senior brother Xiao, you're awake? Li Yunqin said in surprise. It was White Rainbow. It's him who is harming me. Elder sister. It's White Rainbow, he's the one who's harming me. Xiaoren roared out in anger, only to feel humiliated. He was actually beheaded there by Bai Hong, telling him how to see people in the future. And when Lu Qingxuan beside him heard this, His face had already sunk like water and his murderous aura was overflowing. She slowly turned around, her narrow phoenix eyes narrowing slightly as she slowly looked in the direction of the second peak. Second peak. Elder Zhou only felt that the more he tasted of the Green Emperor transformation technique, the more profound it became, and was pondering and studying it in his own room, leaving other matters in Song Li's hands. Song Li, on the other hand, was boredly basking in the sun on the second peak, and on average, he had to rest for 2 incense burners when dealing with one matter. The second peak was such that the disciples and deacons only needed to listen to her command to accomplish their tasks, while she, as a senior sister, had a lot to think about. Only Song Li hadn't been at leisure for long when he saw a figure in the distance shoot straight up into the sky, setting off a roar, and then turning a corner in mid-air, heading straight for the second peak. Let that heartless, bullying, insidious villain, White Rainbow, get out and meet me. Chapter 36, One Wave After Another. Lu Qingxuan? Song Li's expression turned serious as he looked up at Lu Qingxuan, who was stalled in mid-air. Although she didn't know what the other party was mad about, she still said in a chilling voice, running to the second peak early in the morning to show off. Do you think you're the only Yuaning realm cultivator? True Lord Yu had a high vision, excluding Bai Hong as an exception. The second peak only had one personal disciple in Song Li, but there were quite a few deacons at the Yuaning realm. I don't have the heart to argue with you. Call out that asshole Bai Hong and tell him to get his ass back to the third peak to kneel and wait for the master's punishment. Lu Qingxuan did not give Song Li a good face. In her opinion, Bai Hong had only withdrawn from the third peak for a few days, and then turned her head and worshipped under Zhou Qiyu. Saying that there were no problems in it was unbelievable to anyone. This second peak is also not a good person. Maybe it is they who secretly provoked, and only then disturbed the flowing moon lineage of chicken and dogs, the same door to each other. Song Li was similarly displeased when he heard the commanding words. You, Lu Qingxuan, are the third peak senior sister? But I, Song Li, am not the second peak senior sister? As soon as he came up, he had a stinky face and put up a show, asking the disciples of the second peak to kneel down. And did he still have the second peak in his eyes? Besides, it's the White Rainbow you've come to claim. That's Brother White. Song Li has made up his mind to hug the thigh and give Bai Hong as a follower minion, and even bet his own and his master's life on Bai Hong, but as a result, you opened your mouth to scold. Is it not too arrogant? If I don't react to Bai Hong's scolding, how can I feel comfortable to be carried away in the future? Song Li clasped his arms around his shoulders and raised his chin in warning. What are you? Senior brother Bai is now a disciple of the second peak, with my second peak backing him up. It's not like some cat or dog from somewhere can just say they can see him. If you make any more trouble, don't blame me for not remembering the friendship of my fellow disciples. After saying that, Song Li cuffs waved, like driving a beggar to make a repellent action, said, hurry up and go. In the future there is a prior delivery of the invitation to pay homage, and so on the delivery of the invitation to go home and wait for the notification of it. Song Li, you second peak are bullying people too much. Not only was Lu Qingxuan's costume similar to a chivalrous woman, her character was also as fastidious and unrestrained as a chivalrous woman's, and since she thought that there was something wrong with the second peak, she would never hold back her anger, even if she came alone. Giggle! A dark golden halberd emerged from the void, engraved with blazing runes and spitting out gusts of cold light. Lu Qingxuan pinched his hands one after another, so fast that there were only remnants left, drawing several overlapping runic rhombuses, and then violently pushed downward. Nandu Duoyue. Execute! The diamond-shaped light merged with the halberd. The golden light swayed and erupted with infinite sharpness as it headed straight for Song Li to kill. Song Li only felt that there was only a halberd left in front of him. The rest of everything disappeared, and immediately his heart beat wildly, and while pushing his cultivation with all his might to retreat backwards explosively, he set up his fly sword to protect his body. Pust! The many disciples of the second peak only heard a loud bang as the earth seemed to be shaken, rising countless amounts of dust, while Song Li flew out backwards in the smoke and dust, spilling blood all over the ground, until he flew out for a long distance. Song Li was barely able to stabilize his faltering form, but his right hand was pressed tightly against his chest, his face showing pain. Damn! This Lu Qingxuan is really strong. Song Li pursed the corners of her lips and stared dead ahead. The penetrating wound on her heart hadn't completely healed yet, and now that she was suddenly caught up in a fight, there was a vague tendency for it to recur. And even her cultivation was no longer running smoothly, and this powerful halberd equally startled many people. The divine sense of the deacons of the peaks spread out in unison, wanting to find out what was going on, And there were even some dusty disciples who looked like they had just returned to the sect and noticed the Nandu secret technique, and came directly with their swords. Who is Senior Sister Lu fighting? Why are you even using the Nandu secret art? Moving for real. The other person is Elder Zhou's personal disciple? These ones who rushed over directly, with cultivation levels almost all at the Yuaning realm, were all the personal and inner disciples who had been practicing outside for a long time and had returned due to the impending 3-sect competition. There was even a part of them that had traveled with Lu Qingxuan for quite a few road trips, so both sides had a good relationship and a lot of understanding. And the moment Lu Qingxuan swung out his halberd and clashed with the flying sword, he also discovered Song Li's weakness and withdrew his strength in time before he did not cause a tragedy. How did you get so badly injured? Lu Qingxuan asked out loud. Li Yunqin hadn't told her about Song Li being hit by a sword in the heart and nearly dying. None of your business. Song Li's heart was vaguely aching, and the ruthlessness that had been nurtured by his previous life's upheaval was awakened, and he yelled lowly to the deacons on his side. Lu Qingxuan has acted lawlessly and forcibly trespassed on the second peak. Take her down and hand her over to the peak master to be dealt with. Yes, the deacons responded in unison, with a great deal of wariness. Although they were all ordinary inner disciples originating from the Yuaning realm, and it was difficult to compete with the personal disciples in the same realm, but if they were to surround one person, it was not yet known who would have the last laugh, and Song Li's words had only just fallen, and before the deacons could make a move, the group of disciples who had rushed to watch the spectacle silently blocked in front of Lu Qingxuan. Song Li's face completely sank, his gaze sweeping over in turn as he asked unkindly, all of you senior brothers and sisters have only just returned to the sect, and you're going to go against the second peak? Ha ha ha. Senior Sister Song's words are overstated. A handsome young man stood out and explained. Senior Sister Lu was an upright and reliable person with a decent character. She shouldn't be so aggressive. I think there's some kind of misunderstanding between both of you that has led to such a situation. Senior brother will have the cheek to be a peacemaker for once today. It's not too late for you guys to talk things out before you calculate right and wrong. Although he claimed that he was here to be a peacemaker, his words were not even acted in favor of Lu Qingxuan. The others didn't speak, but their stance was equally clear. Obviously on good terms with Lu Qingxuan and quite convinced of her. Seeing what senior brother means, it's my fault that she came to my second peak to spread her wildness instead? Song Li laughed back in anger, cursing like a fried cat. You Chao and Rui have a fart face, and you have the face to learn to be a peacemaker. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you because there's a Patriarch master? Now I'm going to count to 3. If you don't get lost you'll stay in the second peak completely. I'll see how much face you still have when the peak masters come to claim your people. As soon as these words came out, Chao Wanrui's demeanor also went cold, looking down on Song Li condescendingly, obviously moved with anger. The two of them, Chao Wanrui and Lu Qingxuan, one was the sovereign's personal disciple and a strong contender to be the next sovereign, and the other was a senior sister who had convinced everyone by her strength and character. And their stance was almost representative of the stance of these Yuaning disciples. The atmosphere is more and more tense. The original clear sky are because of the many Yuaning confrontation of the breath and change, attracting heavy clouds, seems to be brewing a storm in general. At this time, a female voice that was clearly suppressing her anger rang out. Li, since people have come to our doorstep to be wild, why should we give them time to regret? The faces of the Yuaning disciples led by Chao Wanrui suddenly changed. The party never saw true Lord Qiyu appear. They thought that they were not in the clan. In the next instant, a huge palm transformed by dark clouds slammed down from the sky, slapping Lu Qingxuan and the others to the ground, smashing out a human-shaped crater like a dumpling. Even a casual slap from a true Lord of Refining Void was an unbearable force for them, and they were spitting blood from their mouths and looking disoriented. Escort them and wait for the peak masters to come and claim them. True Lord Qiyu looked calm and walked out from the void with a graceful demeanor. Just like a queen who controlled everything, even if she only revealed half of her face, it made people's hearts and minds sway. It's not bad. The wound is only a minor tear and not a major mistake. Zhou Qiyu withdrew her divine sense and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Just now, she was so mesmerized by her cultivation of the Green Emperor's transformation technique that she didn't immediately notice the problem with the second peak, which was why she was late. This casual slap of hers, however, drew more gazes over, startling the elders. And even Lu Yu, who was in solitary seclusion, adapting to the realm's elevation, was awakened. It was just that as soon as Lu Yufeng probed, he discovered that Lu Qingxuan had been ruthlessly suppressed in the second peak. It's the second peak again, and it's Zhou Yiyu again. Having been robbed of her body by White Rainbow and still being threatened, There was an equal amount of anger in Lu Yu's heart that had nowhere to be vented. At this moment, when he saw Lu Qingxuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, being suppressed, the anger in Lu Yu's heart was completely suppressed. Zhou Qiyu, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Boom! Lu Yu fiercely rose. Her cultivation of refined void was like a mouthful of heavenly abyss, swallowing all the dark clouds over the morning glory sword sect, pressing down horizontally on one side, causing the faces of quite a number of peak masters ranked lower to change. Even Taoist Lord Hanhai felt a threat if anything, and was astonished. Lu Yue, she's at the peak of void refining? How did she cultivate so quickly? If he remembers correctly, Lu Yue only accepted by Hong as a disciple after refining the void, which means she was just practicing step by step, and with little chance of creation within the clan. She finished the path of refining void in more than 10 years, immediately catching up with his cultivation. Taoist Lord Hanhai was struck by Liu Yue's cultivation speed while worrying about Elder Zhou. Zhou Qiyu has to suppress the immortal ruin injury at all times, and simply can't fight at full strength, and then against the flow moon that has just broken through the small realm and is gaining momentum. Chapter 37. They are all your senior siblings, so what can you do even if you let them? Some peak refining void, only half a step short of the harmonization stage. This next Liu Yue's strength, it's keeping 2 to chase 1 in the clan? It should be about the same. After all, Elder Zhou is suffering from the immortal ruin injury and is unable to utilize his full strength. Although the two of them, Lu Yue and Zhou Qiyu, were at swords drawn, the elders of the peaks were still more interested in watching the spectacle. There was no other reason for this. Taoist Lord Hanhai was still around. The two of them were no more powerful than the combined stage, so they couldn't turn over the sky yet. I thought you had something to fall back on, but it turns out to be an improvement in your realm. Elder Zhou laughed coldly, not showing the slightest bit of timidity. Instead, he leaped forward, wanting to compete with Lu Yu. Boom! The crowd only saw Zhou Qiyu's lotus feet gently take a step, and the entire second peak inexplicably trembled. At a later stage, it even echoed with its breath, causing many disciples to stand unsteadily and stagger to the ground. The expressions of the senior members of the sect, such as Taoist Lord Hanhai, were also serious. In the past, Zhou Qiyu was never this powerful. This is a kind of potential, confident that it can easily overcome the enemy, and echoed with the surrounding environment. Elder Zhou's injury. It seems to be better. There is indeed a feeling of being hardy and no longer tied up. The people of the Morning Glory Sword sect were astonished. They thought that these recent bad things would affect their cultivation, and Taoist Lord Hanhai was planning to knock the second and third peaks. As a result, the two peak masters had both gone 100 feet further. So who could justify this? Family members know their own business, and Zhou Qiyu knew very well that although she wasn't afraid to fight with Lu Yu in her heart, her injuries really hadn't slowed down. He himself was merely using the Green Emperor transformation technique to forcefully suppress his injuries, and if he fought for a slightly longer period of time, he would be seen to be false. Fortunately, one person showed up just in time to put an end to such a tense situation. White Rainbow returned from outside the clan with his sword, his face cold, his robes blowing in hunting, and landed next to Song Li under the attention of all the people. When he merely appeared, the flowing moon and Zhou Qiyu in the sky each stopped their hands, with a look of seeing what Bai Hong was planning to do. What's going on here? White Rainbow asked with a frown. Because of his dual cultivation with Lu Yu, he borrowed the Xian mare's body to break through the realm of Yuaning, and his immortal body was completely awakened. Before he went outside the sect to familiarize himself with the immortal body's concomitant innate aptitude. White Rainbow, you traitor! Before Song Li could say anything, Lu Qingxuan roared. How dare you put such a poisonous hand on Xiaoran and even dare to ask what happened? Are you still a human being? Oh, it's you! Bai Hong looked for the sound and saw Lu Qingxuan being smashed on the ground, and said indistinctly, so it's you, the reckless bastard, who stood up for someone again and ended up provoking a confrontation with the peak master. Lu Qingxuan's stubbornness was not inferior to Lu Yu's, and could be described as a lineage between master and disciple. The difference is that Lu Qingxuan can't tolerate sand in her eyes, and always likes to do justice and stand up for people whether they are related to her or not. Unfortunately, she herself is a naive goods. Not only the character dresses like a chivalrous woman, even the mind is also as good as the first time to enter the Jianghu chivalrous woman general deception. The previous life by a lot of people to take advantage of the past, and even because of this unconsciously do other people's accomplices. What do you mean by standing up for someone? You poisoned Xiaoran, can't I still fight for a share of justice for him? Lu Qingxuan climbed up with great difficulty, completely unafraid of the second peak's power, and rebuked, Xiao Ren personally identified you as the murderer. Is he just making things up? Do you dare to say that you were wrongly accused? Indeed I did. Bai Hong frankly admitted it, and with scorn asked back. Then did Xiao Ren say why he was castrated by me? And did he ask your master's opinion? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Numerous onlookers still thought that this time was no different from the previous days. Terrific as Xiao Ren was brutally beaten again. Did not expect to be castrated? Lu Qingxuan noticed the derisive looks on the other people's faces, and his anger increased in his heart. She intentionally only mentioned the injury, but did not say where the injury was. Is afraid of rumors spread? The result of the White Rainbow Award to break the truth. Xiao Ren in the future. How can still be based in the clan? Even if a cultivator could renew a broken limb, this kind of black history would accompany Xiao Ren for the rest of his life. It wasn't just within the clan. This news would inevitably spread out of the clan. You're so mean. Lu Qingxuan's silver teeth were almost clenched. Her body was shaking, and she snapped. Whatever mistake he made, it's not an excuse for you to lynch him. One size does not fit all. If he really made a mistake, I will hand it over to the clan for punishment. But the matter of you maliciously hurting someone must not be left at that. After saying that, Lu Qingxuan turned his head to look at the main peak and said in a shocking voice, Patriarch, Bai Hong mutilated his fellow disciples and confessed to it. I still request that the Patriarch order the law enforcement hall to capture him and punish him according to the rules of the sect. The law enforcement hall consisted of disciples from all peaks, and Lu Qingxuan, who liked to preside over justice, was a member, and his status was not low. Bai Hong looked at Lu Qingxuan's impartial and righteous appearance, and her smile slowly chilled. Law enforcement hall. So there is a law enforcement hall within the clan. I thought it was a decoration. Bai Hong's sneering laughter spread throughout the room as he said aloud. So what if I go to the law enforcement hall? Since one size does not fit all, there are many that I want to clear up as well. What accounts can you have to settle? Stop messing around here. You can't get away with every single thing you've committed. Lu Qingxuan said unhappily. Then I really need to go to the law enforcement hall for once. Bai Hong's gaze was like a sharp sword, sweeping through the crowd in turn, breaking his fingers and recalling. Since Xiao Ren's introduction, he has repeatedly framed me, destroying people's reputations. So what punishment should he be subjected to? You're talking nonsense, Lu Qingxuan retorted. Xiao Ren is pure in nature. How could he ruin your reputation? Ignoring it, Bai Hong continued to ask. True Lord Lu, you took it without telling me, and forcibly distributed the spirit plant herbs I had prepared for myself to advance to Jindan. What crime should Lu Yu be guilty of? Lu Qingxuan blanched. Unlike the framed accusation, this was something she knew about. Xiao Ren attacked and killed a fellow disciple before. Song Li was hit by a sword in the heart and nearly died, but the investigation was inexplicably terminated after she woke up. Are the elders, deacons and disciples in charge of this matter considered dereliction of duty? Li Yunqin harbored Xiao Ren's guilt, willingly gave false testimony to frame others, and spread rumors. Should she be punished by pulling out her tongue? By the way, you also knew early on that my spirit medicine was taken by Quicksilver, didn't you? Instead I was the last to know. As a member of the law enforcement hall, you couldn't stop the theft of the stolen goods in time. So what is your offense? And them? Bai Hong reached out and pointed at the Yuaning disciples behind Lu Qingxuan, and said in a loud voice, they attacked the second peak along with you. Does that count as rebellion against the clan? Do you want to be executed by capital punishment? How can this be considered treason? They are just backing me up for fear that I will suffer on my own. And I just want to give Xiao Ren justice. Lu Qingxuan had become flustered with the naked eye. With every word White Rainbow said, her face turned a shade paler. It wasn't just because she and her friends and family were subjected to White Rainbow's uptight accusations, but because there was surprisingly no one to refute White Rainbow among the other elders and disciples gathered around. Even her master teacher, at this time, was actually silent, seemingly speechless. One size does not fit all. If I really did something wrong, I will be handed over to the sect for punishment and justice for Xiao Ren. But your attack on the second peak for treason must not be let go like this. Bai Hong shook her head and said, returning what Lu Qingxuan had just said in its original form. Lu Qingxuan could only feel his blood rising in anger and shame. And in the end, he couldn't help but retort, you're purposely polarizing these things. You are just trying to find an excuse for yourself to take revenge on Xiao Ren. In the end, it's all in the past. Why are you holding on to it? Is White Rainbow so petty? Xiao Ren and Yunqin are both your senior siblings. So what can you do even if you let them some? Chapter 38. But above genius, there is still genius. What's the point of even letting them some? They're your senior brothers and sisters. Lu Qingxuan's unrepentant questioning echoed on the second peak. Song Li and the others were all dumbfounded, while Bai Hong appeared quite calm because she had experienced this kind of scene countless times in her previous life. Good. Ryuki really taught a good disciple. As stupid and bad as she is. Zhou Qiyu froze for a few seconds before she was convinced that she hadn't heard wrongly, and even with her refined Void True Lord's cultivation and insights, she was still exasperated and laughed by these shameless and extreme remarks. The so-called reasoning of the first to tease is clear even to her, the head of a peak. So how did Lu Qingxuan have the good sense to excuse Xiaorun and Li Yanqin? In the past, Bai Hong was a disciple of Lu Yu, how much he suffered and how he was ostracized. That all has nothing to do with me. True monarch Qi Yu narrowed his eyes at Lu Qingxuan, and swept over the multiple Yuaning disciples behind him, and with a stern expression, he solemnly said, but now he is a disciple of my second peak. It's not just some trash from anywhere that can be bullied. Aren't you guys looking for revenge? Then act like a cultivator and go straight to the ring to decide life and death. Along with those who came with you, all of you will go up to the stage and kill each other. If you guys die, you don't have the ability, but White Rainbow deserves to die. Do you dare to go? Said Zhou Qiyu Miso. With a bang, she pulled out her own flying sword, pointing it at Lu Yu, and said in a chilling voice, or, Lu Yu and I will fight to the death first. Zhou Qiyu was also a top-ranked existence in the Morning Glory Sword sect in terms of her cultivation realm alone. When she assumed the posture and majesty of a great cultivator, how could she be resisted by these Yuaning disciples? A single sentence elevated the matter to the level of a life and death split in the ring, causing them to open their mouths several times. Yet no one dared to actually respond. After all, they were just friends, and no one could afford to take the blame just because of Lu Qingxuan, the central figure. In case any one of you responded carelessly and was really killed in action, would you not be hated by the deceased's friends and relatives for the rest of your life? Including Lu Qingxuan, all of them were set up by a single sentence, awkwardly frozen in place, losing face, but not knowing what to do. Slowly, even the elders of the peaks became serious, because they realized that it seemed that Zhou Qiyushi was speaking from the heart. If Elder Zhou really had such intentions, then the second peak would really be on the opposite side of the crowd. After all, small sects, which peak to cultivate some Yuaning disciples are not easy. Dead one is a great loss, not to mention still die in the same door on the internal fight. The feeling of having someone stand up for you is still new and somewhat indescribable. Bai Hong looked towards the beautiful figure that had shielded herself behind her, slender but incomparably resilient. The touching feeling is really only a little bit. After all, he had stood at the apex of countless cultivators, a heart that had long been cold and stiff in the midst of killing. And it was difficult to act like a true teenager and be attacked by some small details. If you want to rip off those great cultivators who have a long lifespan and have experienced many vicissitudes of life, silent companionship is the most secure method, and only in this way can you slowly warm the heart that has long been cooled. But, just because it's only a little touchy-feely doesn't mean that White Rainbow is going to be content and sit back and accept the protection. Elder Zhou is too high on this group of trash. Why is it necessary to set up a life and death ring to deal with them? White Rainbow stepped forward. Yuaning realm cultivation exploded as much as it could, and the Shenhu peerless sharpness tore through the sea of clouds. The crowd looked up and saw that the sky was all divided into three pieces. A blue and a green were the chi exchanges between Lu Yu and Zhou Qiyu, while another weak but firm aura had unexpectedly opened up a self-sustaining area under the confrontation between the two refined Void True Lords. Daoist Lord Hanhai's expression froze and he eventually sighed. This has been the aura of invincibility. It had nothing to do with physical cultivation. It was all because White Rainbow's Dao mind was solid and not disturbed by external things. From now on, even if a Mahayana cultivator came face to face, it would be impossible for White Rainbow to develop a sense of cowardice. Finally, White Rainbow slowly came to Zhou Qiyu's side and stood side by side with her. Obviously, he was only at the weak cultivation level of the Yuaning realm, but in the eyes of the crowd, his presence was so bright that even a refined Void True Lord couldn't cover the White Rainbow's light. TCH. A little too matchy-matchy. Song Li's mind flickered. Then he quickly smacked himself to forget this treacherous thought. Elder Zhou, just watch. Garbage is garbage after all. And it never becomes a treasure due to a large number. I can suppress it with a snap of my fingers. From the beginning to the end, Bai Hong did not put Lu Qingxuan and the others in his eyes. And at this moment, even if they stood opposite each other, he only swept a glance out of the corner of his eye, and then he gently lifted his hand and pressed it unhurriedly into the void in front of him, and there was an ancient and simple giant tower dropping down from the sky. Lingering tower. The crowd had never seen what Linglong Tower looked like after its giganticization, and at this time, it was actually driven by White Rainbow recklessly, which in turn set him off in a calm and overbearing manner. Boom! The Linglong Pagoda suppressed down. Lu Qingxuan and the others couldn't resist at all, and only after they climbed up from the ground, they were suppressed back again, even more miserable and pitiful than last time. This was because the one who suppressed them this time was White Rainbow, who was in the same realm as them. Lu Qingxuan's face flushed red. She had heard about the immortal body and Linglong Tower, but she hadn't expected the gap between them and Bai Hong to be so great. After a short period of shock, Chao Wanrui was annoyed beyond measure and angrily yelled in a low voice, "What kind of skill is it to rely on the power of a magic treasure, not to mention an immortal treasure of this sect?" As the Patriarch's personal disciple, in Chao Wanrui's eyes, a clan treasure such as Linglong Pagoda shouldn't have been given to Bai Hong to use at all. If a junior had to be picked out as its master, it should be chosen from the main peak, such as him or Lin Xian. If you didn't have Linglong Pagoda, what would an immortal body be? Chao Wanrui was inwardly indignant and gritted his teeth. Don't think that just because you've awakened your immortal body, you can treat us as if we were nothing. And even more so, don't underestimate the heroes of the world. You are a genius. We are also geniuses. We just don't have that powerful treasure. Ha 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 ha. You are also considered heroes of the world? Also considered geniuses? I think you're the one who can't put yourself in your place and treats the immortal body as nothing. White Rainbow laughed as if he had heard a humorous joke. Then his face turned cold and arrogant. What does a genius count as? Genius. It's just the threshold to see me. Do you know what kind of people are qualified to challenge the immortal body? White Rainbow suddenly asked, but disdained the crowd's answer and just talked to herself. If you were born with a dragon and phoenix singing, purple gas to the east and other heavenly visions, young will have 1,000 pounds of strength, fight all the mundane no enemy, 10 years old before the worship of the top immortal sects, and was found to have a special physique, and then poured all the power of a sect to cultivate. The inheritance of the Gongfu when you are extremely compatible, can be called the creation of the school ancestor reincarnation. Magic treasures and masters are the world's top. Then Eugene Dan can battle Yuaning. Yuaning can destroy Transformation God. Transformation God fights to defeat Refined Void. When you go to the extreme in each realm can fight beyond the steps, casting an invincible Dao heart, and then by chance break through the Mahayana realm. White Rainbow's tone was calm and her face was like a smile, as if she was genuinely feeling happy for others. Her tone was even lighter. Then congratulations, you finally have the qualifications to compete with immortal bodies. He raised his eyes and asked, can you do all of this? If it can be done, then you might be able to add a nice battle to my list. Chapter 39, he once suppressed the ages. You're arrogant. Slippery. How could anyone be so ungrateful? Now not only Chao Wanrui and Lu Qingxuan were angry. Even the other Yuaning disciples who had been silent earlier were furious and chastised by Hong for his lack of respect. That so-called good battle record in his mouth would already be a wonderful and extreme life in the eyes of all the cultivators. A fantasy that they would not even dare to dream of. If there really is such a godly man, if one can really experience even a certain fragment of this magnificent legendary life, even death would be worth it. What's more, some even scoffed. What is said is really absurd. The immortal body, even if it is powerful again, you awaken too late. Do you think that just with the immortal body, you can steadily win over the natural-born Daozi who has the accompaniment of visions, and steadily win over the accumulation of the top immortal sects for countless years? Why would a top immortal sect's accumulation of heritage from generation to generation lose out to a single immortal body like yours? It's going to lose. White Rainbow didn't lose her temper due to the ridicule. Instead, it was as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Naturally, she will lose to me, because I will crush all of that top immortal sect, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Ha 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 ha. This reply drew countless snickers. Not only Lu Qingxuan and the others, but the deacons and disciples from the rest of the peaks were laughing together. Even the disciples from the second peak, many of them couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Chao Wanrui is one of the people who laughed the loudest. He felt the appearance of his master's aura, but he even turned around and laughed. Master, I think this White Rainbow is really crazy. He even believes that he can. Hanhai Daojun's complex face came into view, and Chao Wanrui's laughter came to an abrupt end because he seemed to see a trace of pity in his master's eyes. How is that possible? Why would the master have mercy on him? Although he himself was not a 1 in a million wizard, his cultivation qualifications surpassed countless others. Even those disciples of the top immortal sect, there were many who were not as good as him. Obviously I'm already envied by countless people. Why should I be pitted? Chao Wanrue's throat moved. His eyes widened a few points, and he said with difficulty, Master, why don't you say something? Don't look at me like that. Go back. Daoist Lord Hanhai had an intolerant heart, but was even more unwilling to deceive his disciple, so he could only beckon and said in a calm tone, What White Rainbow said may not be impossible to turn into reality. I don't believe it. Chao Wanrue suddenly calmed down and reached out to point at Bai Hong, questioning in a deep voice. There are also gaps between immortal bodies. It's not as if there are no obscure immortal bodies in history, so why must he be the powerful kind? Master, did you hear how arrogant and ignorant he was just now? A cultivator who fought all the way to the Mahayana realm invincibly in the same realm. In his eyes he even only deserves to be a good battle once. That kind of genius only deserves to be a stepping stone? Daoist Lord Hanhai gently shook his head and said, Child, it is true that the master has not lied to you. Those kinds of characters are naturally geniuses. But above geniuses, there are still geniuses. Chao Wanrue was struck by lightning, never expecting his own master to refute him so firmly. The other disciples, such as Lu Qingxuan, also looked in the direction of their respective peak masters. Seeing their masters revealed the exact same expression as Daoist Lord Hanhai. Second elder, this child Wanrue's heart is still a bit poor, so I'll take him away first. Daoist Lord Hanhai looked towards Zhou Qiyu and said with a gentle arch. He didn't know what had happened between Bai Hong Xiaorun again, but Chao Wanrue, an outsider, getting involved in the struggle between the second and third peaks was just naturally justified. The rest of the peak masters of the peaks did the same, leading away their own disciples, while true Lord Qiyu returned the salute one by one and did not stop them. Instead, Bai Hong looked at Chao Lu and the others who were lost in thought, and suddenly opened his mouth and said, Nowadays, you are only yuaning, and you don't read many books, and your eyesight is still narrow, seeing me as a frog in the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. I don't blame you and the others. If in the future any of you do manage to make it into the ranks of the Mahayana, seeing me will be like an ant seeing the sky. Not to mention Chao Wanrue and the others. Even Daoist Lord Hanhai's figure trembled slightly when he heard this, but he didn't turn around after all. Instead he even slapped the back of the disciple's head, causing Chao Wanrue, who wanted to turn around and retort, to hold back. The peak masters were roughly the same, looking deeply at Bai Hong and not saying anything more. But what kind of comments this light-hearted to the extreme words could draw from them was unknown to anyone. Song Li, on the contrary, was the calmest one of all, because what Bai Hong said was the truth, and she was the one who experienced it. From Bai Hong's experience of growing up in his previous life as an enemy of all the world, it was not too much to comment that a phrase of horizontal suppression of 1,000 ages was not too much, and it was even a bit conservative. After all, there had never been any Mahayana cultivator who had grown up under the siege of the entire cultivation world. Even Xiaorun, it was only with the support of various great powers and the help of the heavenly demon system that he was able to have that kind of battle power. The only exception is White Rainbow. Moreover, that Mahayana cultivator who had been extraordinary since his childhood and had been invincible in the same realm all the way through was indeed a person. He was a super genius cultivated by one of the 4 great immortal sects, and originally thought of striking it rich and rewriting the pattern of the cultivation world, but he ended up encountering the great terror of the immortal body and heavenly devil competing with each other. That person, after the multiplication of the first battle to cut down the demons and eliminate the devil, met the White Rainbow, has been honored as the immortal heavenly devil. Since then the battle a defeat a battle, first defeated at the hands of Bai Hong, and then crushed by Xiaorun. So after several cycles, there was a sudden announcement from the Heavenly Immortal Alliance that he had fallen in the attack of the immortal heavenly demon, and now that I think about it, perhaps he was eaten by Xiaorun. Only when the crowd slowly dispersed did Bai Hong look at Songli and asked strangely, the old wound from that sword in the heart came back? It shouldn't be. The Qing Di transformation technique doesn't say that it allows you to heal immediately, but it also doesn't tear the wound again, right? Can I practice too? Songli's eyes widened a few points in surprise. Wasn't that the reward for Shifu helping you out against the true Lord of the Flowing Moon? I thought you were only letting Shifu cultivate. Not to mention. She looked around and carefully transmitted her voice. Not to mention that I know how precious that technique is. A lot of great cultivators died because of it in the last life. I wouldn't dare to practice it casually if you don't say so. Bai Hong waved her hand helplessly and said, Practice, practice, practice. Why didn't I see that you were so measured before? Zhou Qiyu's lotus feet stepped lightly, bringing a burst of a woman's unique fragrance to her nose, smilingly saying, since your senior brother Bai has agreed, then practice as soon as possible. and it's best to practice to an introductory level before we leave tomorrow night. Similar auxiliary cultivation methods can operate on their own without deliberate urging after initiation. The difference is only in the speed and effect of operation. The 3-sect competition. Are we leaving tomorrow night? Bai Hong asked curiously. Not having been involved in his previous life, he didn't know much about it. Well, it's usually a nighttime departure by flying boat, and you can arrive at the entrance to the secret realm in one night. Zhou Qiyu looked into the distance and pondered for a while before suddenly saying, for this grand competition, each peak was allocated 3 places, but the only suitable candidates for the second peak are actually you and Shaoli. If it's usual, we can barely pick out a few more people, but after today, the disciples of the second peak are afraid that they will become a target, and it's too dangerous to get involved if they don't have enough strength. So, this time, we'll just let you and Shaoli go. Zhou Qiyu touched Song Li's head and instructed. She still has injuries. You guys are on good terms, so take care of her if you can. Bai Hong nodded in response, and surprisingly reached out to touch Song Li's head as well. Song Li had the intention to resist, thinking that her lack of height in her previous life might have been the reason she was touched on the head, but on one side was her master, and on the other side was the immortal heavenly devil. Neither one of them could afford to be offended, and in the end, she could only let out a long sigh, and said sorry for her height. While Bai Hong looked at Song Li, who looked like an aggravated man, her heart was secretly thinking. In the end, Lu Qingxuan and Xiao Wanrui and the other Yuaning disciples were all rushing at him and had nothing to do with the second peak, but now it is because he has offended people ruthlessly, causing the disciples of the second peak to be easily targeted and unable to participate in the grand competition. Don't worry, Elder Zhou. I'll make sure to bring Song Li back with all his whiskers. Bai Hong made a promise, and the resources that the second peak receives will not be less than the other peaks. Chapter 40. It was Bai Hong who was wrong and needed to pray for Xiao Ren's forgiveness. Third peak. Lu Qingxuan shrank alone in a corner of the bed and couch, letting blood and dust stick to his skin, with a dark golden halberd thrown beside the bed. She was stupefied, not understanding why the third peak had become like this after she had been out of the clan for half a year to practice. Xiao Ren has only hatred in his eyes. Yun Qin complains about the sky, mentions Bai Hong and gnashes his teeth, and although the master has made rapid progress, she has not said a word to herself since she came back, and seems to be indifferent. And White Rainbow had changed, becoming strange and cruel, almost like a demonic cultivator. She actually had long sensed that the relationship between Xiao Ren and Bai Hong did not seem to be that cordial, but she never thought that Bai Hong would do something so ruthless, that she would directly castrate Xiao Ren, no matter what mistakes Xiao Ren made. White Rainbow is still in good shape and has nothing to lose, so how can she bear to do such a poisonous thing? A few years after your entry into the senior brother, usually called the senior sister and senior brother affectionately, even if the bad can be bad to wear? Crazy. I think White Rainbow, he is really crazy. Lu Qingxuan hugged his legs and mumbled in the corner, while tears wet his collar drop by drop. She and Bai Hong worshipped the third peak together when they were young, and cultivated and grew up together, and always lived with each other as companions, and were true childhood sweethearts. As for Li Yunqin Xiao Ren's stream, it was a few years down the road. In retrospect, she had also had feelings for White Rainbow, whom she had grown up with. Even because of the strong character, Lu Qingxuan also took the liberty of looking for the master to give himself and Bai Hong fixed a doll marriage. Just when the flow of the moon only covered his mouth and laughed softly, did not agree. Along with the growth of the two of them, the cultivation homework became more and more burdensome, so Lu Qingxuan hid his feelings in the bottom of his heart, ready to wait for the baby formation before mentioning it. Then, 3 years ago, when Xiao Ren came to the mountain, she was gradually attracted by the well-behaved and obedient unfamiliar senior brother and gradually let go of Bai Hong. Lu Qingxuan has outstanding looks and delicate features, but her personality is like a tomboy. She has been adventurous since she was a child. She likes to be the leading brother to command others, and she enjoys the feeling of being courted and surrounded in the center. But in Bai Hong, she could hardly see any admiration or reliance on herself, because in terms of cultivation talent and meticulousness, Bai Hong was on top of her, and she could only be directed and ordered. When the two were together, she was always the foil for White Rainbow, but Xiao Ren is different. Xiao Ren always follows her, will listen to her when things happen, will praise her strength, and always ask her for advice on cultivation, and looks up to her. Right at this moment, true Lord Lu Yu pushed the door and entered, meeting the disoriented disciple head-on. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Master, you're finally willing to see me. Lu Qingxuan's eyes lit up, and after seeing Lu Yu, as if he had found his backbone. He complained, "How is it that disciple went out for a trip, and the third peak turned out like this?" Bai Hong-hee. Lu Yu's pretty face was icy cold. As soon as she heard this name, she always remembered last night's wave of fluttering. She was like a floating duckweed in a storm. She could only be at the mercy of others. "It's all White Rainbow's fault." Lu Yu interrupted his disciples crying, as he was always holding an anger in his heart, and rebuked in a decisive manner. "Bai Hong, he has no respect for his elders, and he has deviated from the scriptures. So how could I have this sinful disciple? How dare you press her on the Shinbing couch? He is arrogant, domineering, forceful, and loves to reverse right and wrong." If she had not taken advantage of the backlash she suffered, how could that torture clamp, which is nothing more than mortal iron, make even her refined void realm physique unable to withstand it, trembling unceasingly and breaking into a cold sweat? He has a gloomy and venomous mind. He is vindictive, and when he suffers a little grievance, he has to take revenge. How can he have any tolerance for others? Just bit him a few times, but forced me to say those ridiculous things. Lu Yu's expression was awe-inspiring, and she didn't mind the bloodstained dust on Lu Qingxuan's body as she held him in her arms and slowly said, "That's why this time, for the 3-sect competition, you must wait for an opportunity to retaliate and come back. Doesn't he like the second peak and stand on Zhou Qiyu's side? I want the second peak to be unable to collect half of the earth vein qi. I want to see how Zhou Qiyu will treat him then." For Bai Hong, Lu Yu nowadays most of the anger is focused on the point that she was taken by force, but it is not good to say it explicitly with the disciples. So it will only order, but not explain. After all, it was true that her forced dual cultivation was dominated by White Rainbow the entire time, and there was no problem in saying that it was his fault. However, the focus of Lu Qingxuan's attention fell on whether it was reasonable for Bai Hong to turn into this cruel and arrogant behavior today, and whether she had really suffered a great deal of aggression on this point. So when it's all White Rainbow's fault, those words reached his ears. They undoubtedly gave Lu Qingxuan an answer. It was as if a bolt of lightning had crossed, instantly splitting the fog in Lu Qingxuan's heart. The master said that Bai Hong has deviated from the way of life, to the enemy's door, bully people, to borrow Linglong Tower to suppress the people, and Jiren have no tolerance for others, to castrate Shaoren. Then the wrong is Bai Hong. If a fair person with an iron face like master, who only talks about White Rainbow's problems and mistakes, but doesn't mention a word about what he has suffered and wants to take revenge back, then he must have committed an unforgivable mistake. And what he said about going to the law enforcement hall to lodge a complaint, now that I think about it, isn't it all just some catch-all, on-the-nose stuff? So it was White Rainbow who was wrong, and if Bai Hong is wrong, then I, who stood against him and argued with him, am right. Those things he accused Shaoren of should also be just nonsense. The confusion and self-doubt in Lu Qingxuan's eyes gradually dispersed, and was replaced by incomparable firmness. "Don't worry, master. Even if I break his legs, I will definitely bring him back so that he can repent and reform himself before starting over again." The original 5-member configuration of the third peak was the atmosphere that Lu Qingxuan was most attached to, so for the sake of division harmony, she wouldn't give up the misguided Bai Hong. She was willing to give White Rainbow a chance to correct herself. The following evening, Bai Hong pushed the Linglong Pagoda towards Taoist Lord Hanhai before boarding the flying boat with Songli, not caring about the increasingly dangerous gazes of Chao Wanrui and the others. It seemed that without the Linglong Tower, he was just as fearless of anyone. Such an emboldened attitude angered the many Yuaning disciples he had suppressed. Only Lu Qingxuan stepped out from the crowd and stood still in front of White Rainbow. Without the Linglong Pagoda, the immortal body, even if it's powerful, can't suppress everything, right? Lu Qingxuan's dark golden halberd was carried behind her back and was not received in her storage bag, matching her outfit perfectly, like a chivalrous woman with a horse on the river and lake. Lu Qingxuan looked at Bai Hong's eyes and said seriously, "I will make you realize your mistake and return to the third peak. For sure." What? Bai Hong was like looking at a little cutie. Looking at the other party, she thought to herself that Lu Qingxuan, this one-dimensional little cutie, what kind of magical brain circuits did he come up with? Suddenly putting on the appearance of a savior. Forget it, there's no point in talking more with you now. Lu Qingxuan shook his head and admonished again. You'd better think about how to apologize to senior brother Shaoren. Express your apologies with your actions and pray for his forgiveness. Master Shao has always been more well-behaved and understanding than you, and his heart is also kind. As long as you sincerely apologize, the big deal is to kowtow and admit your mistake. Even if you hurt him, he will definitely forgive you. After saying that, Lu Qingxuan turned to leave without noticing Bai Hong's slowly sinking eyes. Chapter 41 Isolation. After Lu Qingxuan left, the stations of the people on the flying boat became distinct. On one side was the majority led by Chao Wenrui and Lu Qingxuan, while on the other side, Bai Hong and Song Li were sidelined. All 26 disciples are here, so let's go. Only after the crowd had stood still did a white-haired old man walk out from the cabin of the flying boat, followed by several deacons, one of whom was actually still at the cultivation level of a transformation spirit. Elder Son. Greetings, sixth elder. The crowd saluted the old man in unison, and greetings rang out one after another. The visitor is precisely the sixth peak master, the leader of this competition, one of the few old men in the Morning Glory Sword Sect nowadays. His real name is Sun, and those who are familiar with him mostly call him Elder Sun. At that time, the Immortal Ruins exploration failed. The clan's high-ranking cultivators were nearly wiped out. Han Hai Daojun was too young, not enough to stand on his own. It was Elder Sun who shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the Morning Glory Sword Sect that was not in a position to be successful, so his status was very supreme. Elder Sun nodded slightly, not caring about the fact that Bai Hong and the two of them were vaguely isolated, and gestured for the crowd to enter the cabin of the flying boat before opening his mouth. The three-sect competition is considered to be a not-so-small opportunity for you, and I think that the peak masters had many instructions before departing, but the old man still needs to exhort once more. Elder Sun stroked his beard, and his voice contained marvelous fluctuations, causing everyone's spirits to shake as they listened attentively. Within the secret area used by the three clans' grand competition, every once in a while there will be a certain amount of earth vein chi derived and transformed into earth beasts. All you need to do is to hunt as many earth beasts as possible and collect the earth vein chi. And at the same time, you should also guard against others robbing your earth vein chi. Don't underestimate the earth's vein of chi. This is the spirit of heaven and earth. Can be integrated into your life magic treasure to enhance the grade, can also be alchemized into medicine, to help you cultivate. If the amount of earth vein chi was large enough, it could even cleanse the cultivator's marrow, reshape his roots and bones, and increase or decrease his spiritual roots. The reason why the Morning Glory Sword Sect and the Divine Martial Pavilion and the Xian Fire Altar are able to stand proudly over the other sects, and why the disciples have to rely on it more than anything else when it comes to being green. In addition to the earth vein chi, you can also explore around within the secret territory to see if you can encounter some inheritance. But there is only one thing to keep in mind. Stay away from the spatial shattering place in the secret realm, and even if the chances in that neighborhood are great, don't risk approaching it. When Elder Sun said this, he focused on Bai Hong, Lu Qingxuan and the others and said, don't think that just because you have good talent, your luck is also good. The broken space in the secret realm is far more dangerous than imagined. Those shattered places are unpredictable. They will spit out the crippled legacy of magic treasures. They will also instantly erupt with suction, devouring everything around them. Even a great cultivator of the harmonization stage will find it difficult to resist. If you meet them, you will surely die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. The crowd looked aghast and made a note of this matter. After all, those who were qualified to represent the clan in battle were all genius cultivators with a vast and bright future. After explaining the precautions to be taken in the secret realm, Elder Sun left with the deacons. Although he was the head of a peak, he was only responsible for guaranteeing the safety of the disciples and recording their performance. As for any friction or calculations among the disciples, it was always none of his business. Which disciple could be focused on cultivating, and which disciple had a bad heart and had to be corrected in time, were the issues that their master and patriarch needed to consider. How is your Xian Chi sword technique learning going? After Elder Sun left, Bai Hong sat down on the ground and asked Song Li next to him. Still learning, really not slacking off. Song Li immediately revealed a look of hopelessness, and his entire body piled up next to Bai Hong like a puddle of mud. In order to improve her self-protection ability, Bai Hong not only let her cultivate the Qing Di transformation technique, but also took out a set of sword techniques, both of which were first-class top-notch techniques. But the problem is too top-notch. The former she had at least seen the remnants of in her previous life and was considered to have some foundation to quickly get started. But what the Xian Chi sword technique was really nothing. Master's father wasn't even a sword cultivator, and she didn't have that sword talent either. Bai Hong looked at Song Li's lazy appearance and was somewhat helpless, saying, the mixed sword scripture is divided into 3 chi, with the lower being the Xian Chi initiation, the middle being the Yuan Chi minor completion, and the upper being the beginning Chi major completion. After the 3 chi are united, it is the mixed Yuan sword scripture, a superior sword path that refers to true immortals. If you don't even learn the simplest Xian Chi sword technique properly, don't regret it in the future. Song Li's face looked like he had eaten a bitter melon as he cried and whispered, "Senior brother Bai, do you think there's a possibility that it's not that I don't cherish this sword skill, but that it's really hard to learn? Is it so difficult after all?" Bai Hong was quite surprised and asked rhetorically, "If this sword skill is even more difficult, wouldn't you know it after reading it a few more times?" Song Li, "Okay, your immortal body, you're awesome. I don't deserve to discuss this with you." The other side, inside the cabin of the flying boat, Chao Wanrui slowly opened his eyes, nodded to Lin Xian beside him, and then looked at the three people in the corner. "Senior Sister Lu, I don't know how you've considered it. Are you willing to join us?" Chao Wanrui asked with a voice transmission. Lu Qingxuan placed the dark gold halberd across his lap and first observed Xiao Ran's still pale complexion before replying, "If you don't mind Xiao Ran's poor condition being a burden, you can. How could I dislike it? As the sovereign's own disciple, I naturally have to unite my fellow disciples and lead everyone to seize the greatest benefits. Moreover, when senior brother Xiao refines the earth vein qi, his state will definitely improve as well." Chao Wanrui was a little surprised inwardly, not expecting it to go so smoothly, and immediately took a stand. He did know Lu Qingxuan as a person. If it was just a matter of uniting against the other two clans, naturally there was no need to say anything. But the point was that he also mentioned targeting White Rainbow and letting the second peak return without any success, as a way to teach the immortal body a lesson. And he didn't expect to be met with any objections either. Shouldn't she hate behaviors such as bullying the few with the many, backstabbing, etc.? Unaware that Lu Qingxuan was indeed a bit shaken at this point, she wanted more than anything to defeat Bai Hong in a dignified manner and force him to admit his mistake. However, once she thought that she still had to bring along Xiaorun and Li Yunqin, who were in the Jindan realm, and the former was still in a half-crippled state, she didn't have much confidence either. On balance, Lu Qingxuan felt that it was better to have more people. Without Linglong Pagoda, White Rainbow would definitely not be able to defeat everyone. Not to mention that he was so arrogant that he deserved to experience a painful defeat. In this way, it would be able to wear down Bai Hong's arrogance and make him realize his mistake and honestly kowtow and apologize to Xiaorun and his master on his knees and return to live in the third peak. This is all for the good of everyone. This is not considered to be not speaking Jianghu moral justice. Wait until he is reformed. He will personally thank me. Lu Qingxuan thought so. Early the next morning, the flying boat of the Morning Glory Sword Sect crossed a mountain range, bathed in the first rays of sunlight, tinted with some golden warmth, and slowly landed at the entrance of the secret realm. There had long been two flying boats occupying a large open space, and a total of dozens of disciples beside the two boats looked up in unison, and their expressions gradually became serious. "Senior brother Ling, the people from the Morning Sun Sword Sect have arrived. Senior sister Ji, it's Chao Wanrui and them." Chapter 42, You'll beg me to forgive you. Farewell, Peak Master Sun. You guys are a little late to the party. The leading elders between the three clans knew each other well and greeted each other as soon as they met. And although they were all secretly competing in their hearts, there was harmony on the surface. In contrast, the atmosphere among the disciples was much more tense. Lu Qingxuan and the others had only left the flying boat when they noticed the many measuring gazes thrown at them, the provocative and scornful intent of which was not even concealed. "Chao Wanrui, you have quite a few people here this time." In the direction of the Divine Martial Pavilion, a short-haired man with a rather decent appearance took the lead. Even through a layer of iron armor, one could see the outline of his solid muscles, and just by standing in place, he was very oppressive. Lu Qingxuan, on the other hand, introduced Li Yunqin and Xiao Ren on the side. This is the personal disciple of the Divine Martial Pavilion Master, named Ling Xiao, Yuaning stage cultivation, walking the path of body refining, with a superb talent, known as the Young Pavilion Master by all the disciples, with a strong strength, and I may not be his opponent. Senior sister Lu is so strong, can't she even securely win against him? Although Xiao Ren was weak, he still did his best to hold up the scene, making Lu Qingxuan very flattered. Li Yunqin nodded slightly and mentally memorized Ling Zhao's appearance, preparing to avoid the other party as much as possible after entering the secret realm. And in the face of Ling Zhao's pleasantries, Chao Wanrui also took out the sect leader's own faction and blandly said, "Each time the secret realm quota will be agreed upon based on the results of the previous grand competition. 3 years ago my Morning Sun Sword Sect had a good harvest, and the same will be true today. On the contrary, why are you guys missing someone this time? The Divine Martial Pavilion are all body refining cultivators with strong vitality, so even if the realm is a little lower, there is no fear of folding in the secret realm. So every time it is a full complement of people entering, never wasting the quota. That's my Divine Martial Pavilion's treasure. It's staying in the flying boat. It'll come out when we enter the secret realm in a while. Ling Xiao laughed and didn't care as he responded. You're very confident. But unfortunately, we at Divine Martial Pavilion are going to claim the champion of this grand competition. At these words, both of their smiles became extremely aggressive, and their chi exchanges were laid out in plain sight, making crunching and squeezing sounds in midair. Right at this moment, a crimson-colored spiritual energy suddenly made an entrance. Not only did the two not help each other, but it also charged against Ling Xiao and Xiaowen Rui's chi at the same time, forming a three-legged trend. The crowd looked along, and saw a woman with a snow-white slender neck and a slender body with an unassuming appearance walking slowly. She wore a red treasure coat, her feet stepped on black and gold cloud patterned boots, her waist and back were straight, and she didn't mince words in showing off her good figure. The Morning Glory Sword Sect's Patriarch's own great disciple? This woman was as haughty as a female god of war, with an icy temperament. Gently opening her red lips, she said, "First time I meet you, I am the leader of the Xian Fire Altar, Ji Lingyun. I will personally lead the disciples of the Xian Fire Altar to win this grand competition." Compared to the two male leaders, the aggression in Ji Lingyun's eyes was even greater, and with just 2 words, she attracted everyone's attention. Li Yunqin was also surprised by the other party's strength and opened her mouth to ask, "Senior sister, is this Ji Lingyun also very powerful?" "Very strong." Lu Qingchuan's face slightly condensed, said in a deep voice, "The Xian Fire Altar majors in fire law. The disciples from the aura to the character are all as ferocious as a blazing fire, and this Ji Lingyun is one of the best, and just by looking at the chi exchanges, it's even above Ling Xiao and Xiao Wenrui." The leading true legends of the 3 sects had met each other and had a general understanding of each other, and although their competitive hearts were strong, they would not fight in public. After the initial gloomy atmosphere, the disciples of the 3 clans were also vaguely communicating, and Lu Qingxuan even exchanged pleasantries with quite a few people, becoming a dazzling figure second only to the leaders of the 3 clans. After all, can participate in the big competition are almost all Yuaning realm cultivators. Downhill training is a common occurrence, such as Lu Qingquan. This kind of character, make more friends, is also reasonable. Gradually, the disciples of the 3 clans would all have a basic impression of each other, and even those who were unfamiliar would say a few polite words because of their common friends. No more, they could also get some information from the others' mere words, except for Bai Hong and Song Li, who were out of place, sitting quietly beside the flying boat of the Morning Glory Sword Sect and not participating in it. The two of them, one being a newly promoted Yuaning and the other being a Jindan minor cultivator who hadn't gone out to practice, didn't know anyone, and no disciple of the Morning Glory Sword Sect was willing to act as an intermediary. These two are. Soon, the 2 white rainbow people attracted a lot of attention, and there were not a few disciples from the 2 clans who secretly inquired. But whenever someone asked about the white rainbow duo, the disciples led by Lin Xian would reveal a look of obscurity and frown. Just 2 guys who don't listen to their orders and forcefully come to share the credit. Immediately afterward, he would intentionally or unintentionally mention Bai Hong's bad reputation within the Morning Glory Sword Sect in the past 3 years, giving comments such as unclean hands and feet, oppressing his senior siblings, switching to other peaks, and bullying others with his talent and power. Whenever he said that he was excited, he would also pull out Li Yunqin and Xiao Run to corroborate, thus proving that what he said was not false. In this way, even those who had doubts in their hearts, when they saw Xiao Ren's weak pale appearance, they unconsciously believed most of it and silently sighed that it was no wonder these 2 were isolated. Lu Qingxuan had a wide range of connections and vaguely sensed that others were deliberately bad-mouthing Bai Hong's reputation, and with a slight frown she wanted to put a stop to it. But before the words came out of her mouth, she stopped again. These words of slander were excessive and exaggerated, but when she thought of Bai Hong's ruthlessness and desperation, and the pain Xiao Ren had suffered, she felt that she really needed to teach him more lessons and make him suffer more. Only in this way, White Rainbow can remember the 3rd peak, remember the master, remember their own good. This is just like a mundane family raising a dog, to be both beneficent and powerful, in order to make its position mindset correct, in order to have loyalty. Just like that, even if someone begged to testify to Lu Qingxuan, she didn't clarify or slander, she just smiled slightly awkwardly and let the other party figure it out on their own. Once the elders of the 3 clans had finished catching up and the sun had fully risen, the disciples stood back within the confines of the clan, because it's time to open the secret world. Since it was a secret realm shared by the 3 clans, each of the 3 clans would keep a portion of the key, and only by collecting all 3 pieces and putting together a complete key could the entrance to the secret realm be opened. Taking advantage of this lull, Lu Qingxuan came back to Bai Hong's side and admonished, "See the leaders of the Xianhua altar and the divine martial pavilion. No matter how strong your immortal body is, you won't be able to resist the two of them at the same time joining forces. What's more, the disciples of this sect are not on your side, and they will even deal with you. If you are still stubborn, you definitely won't be able to gain anything from this trip to the secret realm, and you will also drag the second peak into the process. Go back with me. As long as you sincerely apologize to everyone, give in, and kowtow to your master in Shaoran, who was deeply brutalized by you, and promise not to do it again. I can maneuver around it for you. A little later, when the entrance opens and you don't move with the large group, you'll be scattered when you enter the secret realm. The entrances to the secret realm were all randomly teleported, so if you wanted to not be scattered with the others, you would need to hook up your chi in advance, so that the secret realm would judge the people as a whole and teleport them all together. Don't make me slap you without entering the secret realm." Bai Hong's patience was limited, and Lu Qingxuan's repeated attempts to get him to soften and admit his faults to Xiao Run were simply a deliberate attempt to anger him. If anyone had dared to advise White Rainbow like that in the first life, their corpse would have been long gone. Buzz. A distinct tremor came from the three sect elders as they put the key away in unison, and they saw a swirl-like ripple slowly outlined in midair. The entrance to the secret world is open. Seeing this, Lu Qingxuan could only let out a sigh and said, "You will come and beg me to forgive you." On the divine martial pavilion side, the disciple who hadn't shown up all this time also finally showed up. She slowly stepped out of the flying boat and casually swept a glance at the disciples of the remaining two clans. Her face bland, and was about to enter the secret realm with the divine martial pavilion's large troop, when her entire body was struck by lightning, as if by lightning. Suddenly looking over to the Morning Glory Sword Sect's side, she exclaimed in an extremely disoriented manner, "Brother Shaoran." Chapter 43, Abusing White Rainbow? The disciple that Ling Xiao called the treasure of the Divine Martial Pavilion was truly shocking as he didn't hesitate to leave his clan's team behind and flew in the direction of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. Even Elder Sun had a momentary freeze, not to mention the Divine Martial Pavilion side. Therefore, until the woman flew down in front of Shaoran, no one stopped her. "Brother Shaoran, Xian Yi really misses you." The young girl's arms surrounded Shaoran's neck, and there was already a water mist accumulating in her eyes, completely not avoiding the crowd's gaze. "When I formed the Golden Dan 2 years ago, I purposely took a leave of absence from the pavilion master to return to my hometown to visit my parents and you, and I ended up hearing about the tragedy in the Xiao family, and at that time, Xian Yi's heart was broken." Xian Yi, Shaoran eyes slightly red, did not expect to still be able to meet with the deceased. Subconsciously the other party will be held fiercely in the arms. The heart is stirred, the love is difficult to help themselves. Fortunately, I mobilized all the forces of the Lu family, and only after making many inquiries did I hear that the Xiao family's young master seemed to be alive, and managed to escape with his life, or else Xian Yi really wouldn't have survived. The more Lu Xian Yi spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and with a little bit of grief, she questioned, "After what happened, why didn't Brother Shaoran come to look for me? Instead he went to the Morning Glory Sword Sect? You clearly know that I'm in the Divine Martial Pavilion and that I'm closer to the Xiao family." This, Xiao Ren's body trembled, as if he had something difficult to say, but looking at the maiden's tearful and pitiful appearance, nothing mattered. He gritted his teeth and said, "There must be something fishy about the Xiao family's matter, and I can't trust the large and small sects around me. In comparison, only the Morning Sun Sword Sect, which is the farthest away from the Xiao family, can be trusted." A few more points. At the same time, Shaoran secretly transmitted his voice. "The strength of the Xiao family's enemies is simply unheard of. Apart from not trusting the Divine Martial Pavilion, I'm even more afraid of attracting enemies and involving your clan." The second paragraph could never be said explicitly. He had to consider the feelings of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. After all, Elder Sun was right next to him. Lu Xian Yi's color of pain increased. She could imagine the pain and fear of a teenager of the Foundation establishment realm who was tragically exterminated and had no family to turn to and no one to turn to. The world is suddenly no shelter, but also always worry about the enemy to kill. That kind of desperate situation, Shaoran brother can smoothly far away, has been extremely difficult. He was not qualified, not in a position to criticize him for anything, nor could he bear to do so. She no longer embraced Shaoran, but her hands were still holding each other tightly, fearing that if she let go, she would lose track of Shaoran again. However, in the next moment, Lu Xian Yi's body shook, endless anger surged in her heart, and her hair flew in all directions. "Brother Shaoran, why are you so weak? It's as if you've narrowly escaped death." Did the Morning Sun Sword Sect treat you badly? Did they bully you? The keen perception brought about by physical contact is even better than divine sense. And with her mind stirring just now, Lu Xianyi did not notice anything wrong. But when she consciously surveyed Xiao Ren to see how her daydreaming brother Xiao Ren had changed, Xiao Ren's weakness was revealed. A shocking killing intent spread out, stimulating the nerves of everyone present. It was only at this point that the crowd suddenly realized that the strength of Lu Xianyi's aura was so strong that it could vaguely rival Ling Zhao's, another leader-level disciple. The people from the Xianhua altar and the Morning Sun Sword Sect were all shocked. They didn't expect the Divine Martial Pavilion to be able to hide so well, cultivating two leaders without saying a word. No wonder they were so confident. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there was an accident in the end. And I wasn't able to hide it from you two old guys. Too bad. Was thinking of giving you guys a big surprise. The Divine Martial Pavilion's elder laughed out loud, saying regret on his lips, but anyone could see his arrogant face. Seeing this, Lu Qingxuan similarly did not return to his previous aloofness, but instead sized up Lu Xianyi carefully, trying to grasp more information. She had thought that the only ones she couldn't securely win were the leaders of the three clans, and now there was a sudden killing of LV Xianyi. If they were to face off with the Divine Martial Pavilion within the secret territory, there was a high probability that Lu Xianyi would have to be dealt with by her. It was a pity that Lu Xianyi didn't care about others, much less notice the number one person, Lu Qingquan. This person is so annoying, complaining there without knowing anything. From the first time she met Lu Xianyi, Li Yunqin disliked this woman who jumped out halfway, especially when she saw the unapologetic close contact between Lu Xianyi and Xiao Ren. She was even more jealous and said in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean the Morning Glory Sword Sect bullied senior brother Xiao? Isn't the reason why they brought senior brother Xiao to the secret realm in order to heal his injuries with the earth vein qi? Your brother Xiao Ren's senior sister?" Lu Xianyi squinted at Li Yunqin, directly overlaying her Yuaning cultivation with her Yuaning cultivation, threateningly saying, "Who injured brother Xiao Ren? Was it you?" Boom! Lu Qingxuan dashed forward to block this majestic pressure for Li Yunqin, his face showing displeasure. "Senior brother Xiao, why does this old friend of yours look like a madman? Randomly striking out to hurt people?" Xiao Ren immediately revealed a blushing smile and pulled Lu Xianyi and said, "Xianyi, I know that you are trying to protect me, but if you make enemies indiscriminately like this, not only will you not be able to take out my anger for me, but you will also be evil to others. It's not worth it." Then brother Xiao Ren, you name who hurt you. Even if I have to spell failure in this grand competition, I will make sure he pays the price. Such a blazing emotion made the disciples of the Morning Glory Sword Sect look sideways, thinking that Xiao Ren was not blessed with good fortune. Not only did he live in the sect in the third peak of Yinggu Yanyan, even when he left the sect for the grand competition, he was able to meet such a stunningly infatuated and good sister. Unfortunately, the injury is a little awkward. Before the recovery, you could only see but not eat, so it was really pathetic. Xiao Ren didn't know what others were thinking, but he was afraid that Lu Xianyi would make a scene again. As the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Xianyi has lived in obedience since she was a child. Neither her parents nor her subordinates would or dared to disobey her. Seeing how she was treated in the Divine Martial Pavilion, it was thought that she was also a treasure held in the heart of her hands. After all, even young Pavilion Master Ling Xiao had said so. Xiao Ren's hateful gaze was thrown at Bai Hong, drawing the eyes of the disciples of the three clans to gather together, making Bai Hong instantly become the center of attention. "You're the one who bullied brother Xiao Ren?" Lu Xianyi imprinted Bai Hong's appearance dead in her mind, revealing a hideous but distinctly beautiful oozing smile. "I'll make you pay back 100-fold and 1,000-fold, and cry bitterly to make amends to brother Xiao Ren before you're abused by me." No one doubted that Lu Xianyi was joking, especially the Divine Martial Pavilion disciples who silently pitted Bai Hong. "Don't look at Lu Xianyi's sweet appearance," Xiao Ren's brother called out to make people's bones crispy. "But this ant's fighting style is the most violent and cruel, wild and arrogant. Until today has not known that the raw scrapped several Divine Martial Pavilion refining body cultivators. Morning Glory Sword Sect such a high offense and low defense sword cultivation sect. Even if it is only one punch by the ring, I'm afraid that it will be fierce. And you." Lu Xianyi turned her words around and raised her hand to point at Songli. "You're standing that close to him, so I guess you're a very close friend, aren't you? I'll abuse you in the first place and tell him to live in guilt and fear for bringing his friend down." After saying that, Lu Xianyi stuffed Xiao Ren with quite a few exquisite porcelain bottles before she flew back over to the Divine Martial Pavilion reluctantly. "Brother Xiao Ren, I'll see you in the secret realm. Xianyi won't let anyone bully you." Bai Hong didn't pay any attention to the other party's provocation, and Song Li only felt a bit unlucky. but didn't react too much. Instead, the corners of Lu Qingxuan's mouth rose as he transmitted his voice. Bai Hong, do you see? After leaving the third peak, you are an enemy everywhere you go, hated and loathed by everyone. Only the third peak, we're the only ones who really mean well to you. We're the only ones who will treat you well. So why do you have to go down one road? Chapter 44, You're really not in my sights. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. The breaths of the Divine Martial Pavilion's disciples were connected, and they stepped into the entrance of the secret realm together, their figures dissipating in the slowly floating ripples. Immediately after that, there was the Xian Huatan Ji Lingyun. A three-colored flame flared up on her body, transforming into a phoenix trailing a long tail feather, and without consulting with the others, she directly swept the 20 or so disciples of the Xian fire altar within the fire phoenix's virtual shadow, and rushed into the secret realm amidst the phoenix's cries. Finally, it was the biggest winner of the last great competition, the Morning Sun Sword Sect. Chao Wanrui took the lead, and with Lu Qingxuan and the other Yuaning disciples, they escorted Shaoran, Li Yunqin, and the other Jindan stage disciples in the middle, except for Bai Hong Songli and the two of them, who were immovably squeezed to the end of the line. Just as the crowd crossed over the entrance to the secret realm, Lu Qingxuan and the others actually seemed to have spoken as if they had agreed to do so, suddenly cutting off the collocated qi and excluding Bai Hong and the two of them. Up to this point, it would be equivalent to two groups of people entering the secret realm and would be transported separately. Elder Sun frowned slightly at the sight, pulling out a roll of jade cylinders to record something, and did not say anything. Only as soon as he entered the secret realm, Songli felt a heavenly rotation, as if he had been knocked, as if he had been struck, until his feet stepped on the ground, and only then did that fainting feeling slowly dissipate. Brother Bai, don't panic. This is a test set up by the three sects in order to balance it out. After all, it's a random teleportation. There will always be the unlucky two teams that will bump into each other right at the beginning, so this is when the competition will be hard power. Songli held his dizzy head to the side. Which side can first get rid of this state? Which side will be able to take the lead? You're not dizzy? Then she saw White Rainbow looking forward with an air of calmness, revealing an expression that looked like a smile. Songli obediently probed out his divine sense, and his face immediately froze, because just 3 or 4 miles away from the two of them, there were actually two groups of teams present. In front of the left was the Xian Fire Altars team. The rolling heat waves emanating from Ji Lingyun were extremely conspicuous. It was hard not to recognize them. As for the right front, there was Lu Qingxuan and the others, and it seemed that the temporary method of cutting off the aura had a limited impact on the secret realm's teleportation determination. An opening encounter with such a low likelihood of catching up with us? Songli slightly smacked his lips. The distance of a few miles was not much different from face to face to the people present. Senior brother Chao, Bai Hong and the others are not far away. Lin Xian stepped forward and reported to Chao Wanrui. There's no need to pay attention to it. We'll just do our best to defend the Xian fire altar. Chao Wanrui gently raised his right hand, signaling the crowd to ignore it. If the two of them insist on coming together, then it is just a matter of whisking them away again. After all, it is the two of them who are out of place and have taken the initiative to isolate their qi. Am I right? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth gently hooked up as he complacently chimed in. Senior brother is right. Since he thinks that his immortal body is invincible, it naturally makes sense for him to disobey the leader's discipline and leave the team alone to hunt earth beasts. What? Lu Qingxuan raised his eyebrows, sensing the sinister intentions of Chao Wanrui's pair of brothers and sisters, and was about to speak out in rebuttal immediately, but was stopped by Li Yunqin. Senior sister, Xiao senior brother, he aggrieved. Li Yunqin, who already had Xiao Ren on her mind and was provoked into a sense of crisis by LV Xianyi's initiative, mumbled, that LV Xianyi of the outer sect is willing to take the heat for senior brother Xiao. How can we, who are pro-sisters, be compared to outsiders? Seeing the third senior sister in this state, Lu Qingxuan could not help but sigh in his heart, recalling Xiao Ren's good behavior and understanding, and saying no more words to refute on the spot. It's just, by them. Although this plan is underhanded, as long as one does not participate in it, one is not complicit in it. On the other side, White Rainbow did not take the two clans to heart. Instead, he carefully captured the faint aura in the air. Never would I have expected to find a hint of the immortal ruins in this small secret realm jointly developed by the three sects. Senior brother Bai, I remember that there should be a crippled and cracked mountain in the distance with some divine minerals buried underneath it, and in my previous life it was because it looked like it had been lifted off the ground, resulting in no one searching for it carefully, and I took advantage of it. Follow me. Bai Hong pulled Song Li and swept toward the side of the Xianhua altar, looking as if she wasn't prepared to participate in the confrontation between the two clans. There, he sensed that the immortal ruin aura was thickening. Senior brother, White Rainbow really did wimp out. A disciple who had been suppressed by the Linglong Pagoda said in surprise. Without the Linglong Pagoda by his side within the secret area, and without the Master Elders who treasured his immortal body, he really wimped out and didn't even dare to go our way. The crowd laughed and laughed, treating the two men's distant figures as if they were lost dogs. In the direction of the Xian fire altar, a disciple similarly reported, "Senior sister, that scumbag who bullied the lower and flattered the upper has landed alone. Should we meet him first? Yeah, this evil thief can make the Divine Martial Pavilion's side hold a grudge. So I guess there are a few extraordinary things about him, right? Xian Fire Altar Main Cultivation Fire Law. The disciples of the nature of the most straightforward, extremely disgusted with the sinister villain, so do not look at the three sects spread all over the White Rainbow's bad reputation. But on the contrary, and White Rainbow have no grudge and no hatred of Xian Fire Altar. The most sincere hate him. Then you'll go and try him out for color." Ji Lingyun was similarly unable to look at Bai Hong, so she gave that disciple permission to try a few moves alone. In this way, she and Xiao Wanrui and the others continued to hold each other back, avoiding being sneak attacked by the other side, until the two parties moved away to a safer distance. That's right, even the Xianhua Tan didn't want to fight the other side in the opening round. After all, what the three-sect competition was about was the harvest of resources, the chi of the earth veins. Now that everyone was empty-handed, it would be futile to fight. There was nothing to grab. "Hey, kid, who gave you the guts to walk away from Grandpa's side? That Xian Fire Altar disciple all the way firelight chase. Will put the White Rainbow stopped. The body flame slowly grows. Provocative, running is faster than the rabbit. Borrowed the road from here, do not know to leave some money to buy the road. Is not to put my Xian Fire Altar in the eyes?" Bai Hong looked at Song Li, who helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, "The people of the Xianhua altar are all like this. When they meet an enemy, they must fight. And if they don't have an enemy, they will make an enmity first, and then fight again. It's also based on the fact that the fire method is powerful and the strength of the disciples are all good. Otherwise they would have been exterminated long ago." "Ah, I remember." Song Li's eyes snapped open, patting his head. Ji Lingyun's previous life seems to be the death of the three clans in the competition. It is said to be the battle to exhaustion and death. But, and the battle, the three clans are incoherent. And even more absolute is the Xianhua altar is still, just admit it. Bai Hong was not interested in these things. And the speed of the imperial sword did not decrease in the slightest, but only pinched up a basic technique condensation water skill in her hand, gathered into a large ball of water, and casually threw it into the distance. "How dare you!" That Xianhua altar disciple's face was furious. They had long been used to their opponents using water and ice techniques that possessed elements of low temperature and wetness, but they had never encountered one that took the condensation technique against their enemy. This is a basic technique. Cultivators trading for nothing, no one wants the spell. Slightly powerful refining disciples can use. Most of the time, it is used to wash clothes. This person was covered in firelight, carrying a red spiked lance, and did not flash at the water ball, directly stabbing at the White Rainbow. As a result, the moment he smashed the water balloon into pieces, a miserable scream sounded at the same time. Ah! This miserable scream was painful to the heart and instantly attracted everyone's attention, while Bai Hong obediently brought Song Li around the block, only to indifferently leave behind a sentence. "Indeed. I didn't put you in my sights. The water condensation skill can be this powerful?" Song Li asked questions like a curious baby, because she felt that compared to what the Qing Di transformation technique and the Xian Qi sword technique were, this water condensation technique that everyone knew seemed to be more suitable for her. Bai Hong laughed without saying anything, but she heard the man behind her screaming interspersed with angry curses. "Senior sister, that goddamned bastard, he used hot water, ah." Chapter 45, Annulment of Marriage. The Xianhua Tan disciple was scalded red, like a boiled prawn, but fortunately the injury was not fatal. A few pills were swallowed, and the thick vitality spread out from its dantian, from the inside out, and the outermost layer of that person's skin quickly dried up and cracked, eventually transforming into a thin layer of human skin that fell off. Only after the rescue was completed and it was confirmed that the disciple had no more hidden problems did Ji Lingyun open her mouth in displeasure and said, "Not even a single move was able to be taken. The face of the Xianhua altar has been disgraced by you." It wasn't that she couldn't accept her side's disciple losing, but she couldn't lose so comically. And this is obviously still the result of the other party's mercy. Otherwise the water mixed with anything, are enough to drink a pot of this idiot. Ji Lingyun looked in the direction Bai Hong left and suddenly laughed. This Bai Hong is a bit interesting. Even if he's really a villain, he's still an interesting villain. When the three clans mix up, we can meet him for a while. Senior Brother Chow. The Shin Flame Altar sent just one person and failed to stop him. A disciple from the Morning Glory Sword Sect reported. Only that he couldn't understand exactly what had happened because he was too far away. Chow Wanrui was not surprised by this, and while observing the surrounding terrain, he said, "It's normal. After all, he's an immortal body. Not just any disciple can come and touch the porcelain, whether the crowd wanted to admit it or not." White Rainbow was at least at the level of the three sect leaders, stronger than the unusual Yuaning by a large margin, and under the intentional counting, he could even fight a battle of seconds. Lin Xian still remembers how humiliated he was. He couldn't help but poo-poo and pricked. This White Rainbow is really selfish. Since there is a chance for the other party to be reduced in number, why be merciful? Can't it be that it's a gesture of goodwill to Xianhua Tan to leave a way out for himself? The people of the crowd. You and I counted down the White Rainbow. Sometimes for his goat, deserter hat. Each other's friendship is getting better and better. The other side of the secret realm. The Divine Martial Pavilion's crowd of disciples set up a formation and quickly determined their positions. About an hour to the west with the sword, there should be a forest of lightning-striking purple bamboos that can produce more than 300 pounds of lightning-striking bamboos. Go there first. Ling Xiao held a jade cylinder in his hand. A map of the secret realm drawn by several generations of disciples of the Divine Martial Pavilion who had participated in the great competition. And although it only recorded less than a quarter of the secret realm, it covered the location of quite a few renewable treasures. Similar maps existed in the Xian Fire Altar and the Morning Sun Sword Sect. However, just as all the disciples were following the order to move to the west, a silhouette flew out from the group and ran in the opposite direction. Ling Zhao's face instantly went cold as a fist seal roared out, stopping it back. Lu Xianyi, after all, we have a marriage contract and it has not yet been broken. Ling Xiao huffed and said, after the marriage contract is broken, I won't stop you if you live or die, but before that, you'd better save some face for the Divine Martial Pavilion, for the Lu family, and even more so for you and me. All the other disciples were silenced. Their eyes didn't dare to look that way, and they all lowered their heads to stare at their feet, as if those few small grasses that were trampled down had infinite charm. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't do anything out of line until the marriage is dissolved. Not to mention that I won't make you lose face. Lu Xianyi's eyes were still worried about Xiaorun, and she said in a cold voice, right now, I just want to hunt some more earth vein chi to heal brother Xiaorun's injuries. The ones that should be surrendered to the clan will not be less at all. You're just sweeping me off my feet right now, trampling on my dignity. Ling Zhao's body continued to emit clicking sounds as his thousand-hammered flesh glistened. He roared angrily and lowly. How can there be a fiancé leaving the clan behind to hunt earth beasts for another man? You don't understand me at all. Lu Xianyi shook her head. You don't understand what brother Xiaorun means to me. When I was isolated, in a desperate situation, and nearly tortured to death by the big house, only brother Xiaorun stood up to protect me and pity me. He was the only one who wouldn't hate me because of my mother's lowly status, and he even saw my talent for body refining when everyone looked down on me, and tried to do everything he could to send me to the Divine Martial Pavilion to cultivate. Lu Xianyi's face softened a few points and said to Ling Xiao, you're very good. I remember in my heart your care and affection for me, but it's a pity that you're not him. I really can't accept your feelings. I'm sorry. How many resources father has taken from the Divine Martial Pavilion and how many benefits he has enjoyed. I will definitely return them to you in the future, little by little, but right now brother Xiaorun needs me. After saying that, Lu Xianyi stepped lightly on her toes, dragging out countless shadows in midair and disappearing from the sight of the crowd, leaving Ling Xiao standing in place with his head bowed, his entire face obscured by shadows, unable to see his facial features. Master, brother? A disciple gathered his courage and cautiously shouted, since that's the case, let's ask all of you senior brothers and sisters to bear witness to my brother. Ling Xiao's voice was low, no sadness or joy could be heard, but the speed of speech was slow and incomparable. From today onwards, the marriage contract between me and Lu Xianyi is null and void, and there is no need for the consent of the master or the Lu family, so all of you no longer have to look at my face to treat her how. But for now, we still need to focus on the big competition. By obtaining a place in the grand competition, we are not just narrowly grabbing resources for ourselves, but also fighting for this opportunity for the other disciples in the clan. Departure. The target is still the thunderstruck purple bamboo forest. Everything is at the young pavilion master's disposal. All the divine martial pavilion disciples answered in unison. The reason why they were willing to honor Ling Xiao as the young pavilion master actually had very little to do with his pavilion master's proximity. The biggest reason was that Ling Xiao would always put the divine martial pavilion in the first place. The three sects' secret realms, White Rainbow and Song Li, were off in a corner, and the two of them had been waiting for more than an hour in front of a continuously expanding spatial rift. The two watched as the crack gradually widened from the size of a fist, and the unique flavor of the immortal ruins grew thicker and thicker. Coming! Bai Hong's eyes condensed and she abruptly pulled Song Li's right hand. Her body swept backward, exiting hundreds of meters away in an instant. And the moment the two of them retreated, that spatial crack also instantly swelled up, rushing out an armor-clad man covered in a wash of blood and holding a broken sword. This person's breath was chaotic, his hair spread out in a bun, and his lips were bloodless to say the least, yet he still maintained an extremely high level of fighting standard. And as soon as he rushed out of the spatial rift, he used his right foot as the center of a circle, and turned back to stab right behind him. When the clank of metal resounded, another person, who was similarly out of gas, blocked a sword with great difficulty and rushed out of the spatial crack, apparently chasing after the former. However, Bai Hong and Song Li's focus was not on the tragic appearance of the two. Is that the Xianqi sword technique? Song Li looked at the person who was the first to rush out and asked with some uncertainty. She had only practiced the sword technique for a short while and had at most grasped some of the skins, plus the fact that this person was faltering and had problems with his cultivation running in his sword stance, so she didn't dare to be sure. Instead of answering, White Rainbow revealed an extremely dangerous look and looked towards the cultivator who had made the Xianqi sword, his eyes obscure and uncertain. Song Li only thought that the mixed elements sword scripture was a top-notch sword Dao inheritance that she hadn't even heard of in her previous life. So when she saw that other people would also use the most basic Xuanqi swords in the sword scripture, she was at most just surprised. But only White Rainbow knows that this world should not have this sword inheritance. This was because the Mixed Sword Sutra was originally created by him and had only been passed down on the Blue Star in the second world. Chapter 46. This is shameless plagiarism. This sudden appearance of the two realms are not low. Even if the oil is exhausted, there is also the level of God-realizing cultivator. If it is the heyday, even if it is not refining void true monarch, it must also be the first echelon of the God-realizing realm. Therefore, White Rainbow did not easily participate in the killing of the two, but instead, convergence of breath and quiet, and Bring Song Li flew farther away to watch the battle. Is a concubine princess ranked in the 20th percentile worth fighting so hard for? The man who stepped out of the spatial crack afterward was panting like a cow, but his eyes were still dead set on the front, questioning, 1,000 husband chief of the great Chu dynasty. Isn't it good to be admired by everyone in the army? Why should you press your family on a waist of a 27 princess? He grinned, revealing teeth full of scarlet, and scoffed, look at your current wretched and miserable appearance. You don't even have a decent set of battle armor, and the broken sword in your hand is still a reward from the army. What exactly is the charm of Princess 27 that you would risk your life for her, and even venture into the spatial rift? Humph, how can something like a pig or dog understand my quest? The thousand chief with the broken sword in his hand had a bright gaze, and a dignified figure appeared before his eyes. Your Highness is fortunate. Today even if I die here, you will not be able to get your way. Not to mention that this is the treasure that your Highness has named to be taken down. Even if I destroy it, I will not be able to leave it to you. With that said, even more powerful sword chi erupted from the gaping hole of the broken sword, surprisingly enough to replace the lost tip and make up a complete long sword. Many veins were born in that sword, gulping out a bitter cold aura, vaguely revealing a bit of the meaning of extinction. At this point, Bai Hong was finally certain that this was by no means a case of someone in this side of the world researching the Xianqi sword by mistake. This was the sword technique he had created in his second life. In this way, Bai Hong's mind changed. He wanted to know where this 1,000 husbandman had gotten the Xianqi sword technique from. The sword is a sharp weapon in Confucianism, has the wind of uprightness, and slow in the sharp edge, with the gentle gas. The spirit is through the spirit. Xian can enter the wonderful. Seeing that this 1,000 husbandman had pushed his Xianqi sword to the extreme, and had a death wish to fight to the death, Bai Hong could only think of some ways to stop it. Therefore, at the critical moment, he imprinted as much of the Yuan Qi sword technique after the Xianqi sword into the other party's brain by means of voice transmission. This 1,000 husbandman's Xianqi sword was already extremely well practiced, only that he suffered from the lack of a method of advancement, so he was never able to condense his Yuan Qi sword. At this time, White Rainbow's sword skill transmitting sound into his brain was like spring thunder exploding, splitting the boulders on the road at once. and in front of his eyes was another piece of sky high and sea wide, the Xian Qi sword, which was predominantly absolute killing, also slowly converted to the more gentle and nourishing Yuan Qi sword. Swish! A sword light shot out steeply, carrying an unparalleled might that blasted the pursuer a full 1,000 meters away, plowing 2 long depressions in the ground. When he fixed his eyes again, the man's battle armor was nearly shattered and could no longer be worn. It just hung gently on his body like a cloak. There was even a deep sword mark on his chest, which almost took half of his life, but it got him through in the end. Ha 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 ha. This is the sword you are preparing to die with? He casually threw away the battle armor that had shattered apart, and his face showed excitement. It seems that heaven's destiny is on the third prince's side after all. You're weakened, and the lethality of a death-defying sword is not even as good as an unusual transformation god strike. This battle armor of mine is actually at its limit, but on the contrary, it just still managed to withstand the last time. Do you think that the heavens can't see past the 27 princesses you chose? The bloodstained 1,000-man commander was not annoyed, and the death wish in his eyes faded away as much as possible as he laughed brightly. Heaven's destiny lies with the third prince? Then we'll have to see how the third prince's heavenly fate will block this sword for you. Boom! Another matchless sword light slashed through. A head with a face of dismay and fear flew high into the air, spilling blood onto the ground and leaving a thick smell of blood. Death is not an option. Before he died, he didn't even think clearly why the 1,000 husbandmen had already run out of gas. But he could still swing the second sword. Even just looking at the grandeur of the sword's light, one sword was better than the other. This is the Yuan Qi sword's subtle place, compared to the focus on killing the Xian Qi sword. Yuan Qi sword cultivation is more dependent on the cultivator's essence, spirit and intention, giving up the extreme killing power. In exchange for the cultivator's own combat continuity, the user vaguely has a nourishing effect. In other words, as long as one could mentally hold up, the Yuan Qi sword could be used without any upper limit, and the more one used it, the less burden one's body would have to bear. Ignoring the headless body on the ground, the 1,000 husbandmen stood still, and suddenly bowed and saluted, thanking, I am from the Dichu dynasty, the Flying Locust Ranger Army's 1,000 husbandmen Xixingyao. I don't know which of you is a high-ranking person to guide us. Can you show up to meet us, so that a certain person can thank you in person? As the words fell, Xixingyao saw a figure slowly walk out from the shadows, dressed in Taoist robes, with a young face and long body, a handsome young man's appearance. Of course, all of this assumes that his slightly feminine, weak suffering demeanor is ignored. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if it is just a transformed god that is weak to the extreme, it can easily kill low-level cultivators, not to mention that it is now carrying Songli, so White Rainbow is not even a real body to go to. Even more, he didn't bother to use his looks. My name is Xiaoran. I don't know what Chief Shi Qianfu has to say. White Rainbow's incarnation clasped his fists and arched his hands as he asked with a smile. That's right, he used Xiaoran's face. No instruction. Where would I dare to instruct senior? It's too late to thank you for your preaching grace. Xixingyao could naturally tell that this teenager was not his real body, but he didn't show half a bit of dissatisfaction, and just thought that it was a great cultivator who had some eccentricities that he was playing with. So he became even more courteous. I'm just really curious as to why the sword path that senior passed on just now would be so compatible with the Xuanqi sword technique, and it's almost as if it has the same root and the same origin. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Of course it has the same root and origin. I created this gong method. Bai Hong secretly spat in his heart, but he also noticed something fishy in the other party's words, so he raised his eyebrows and asked bluntly, what do you mean by coincidence? It's the sword technique you taught me. The look of respect on Xixingyao's face was replaced by excitement and thrill before it dissipated. As he sighed, Your Highness the 27th is limited by his cultivation, and can only create Xian Qi sword techniques. According to Your Highness herself, she is also brewing the two sword techniques of Yuan Qi and beginning Qi at the same time. If someone can cultivate the three Qi at the same time, they will be able to point their sword at the mixed Yuan, and ascending to immortality will not be a problem. Although I am stupid, but I feel that Senior's sword skill and the Xian Qi sword are natural, which has a great mystery, even if it is the two sword skills that Your Highness has not completed. I'm afraid that it is also this level. White Rainbow. This is shameless plagiarism, or vicious plagiarism across the world. Shame on you. Chapter 47, The Secret World Closed Off the Coast. Bai Hong still remembered what Xixingyao had said earlier, and after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly asked, I am not a cultivator under the rule of the Chu Emperor, so I don't know much about the Great Chu dynasty or this princess of the 27th rank. Can I ask you to introduce me? This is all proper. Senior, don't call yourself a Taoist friend. It's too much of a discount for me. Shi Xingyao didn't seem to have rushed into the spatial rift in a panic, and he had a few estimates of where he was, so when he heard that he wasn't in the Great Chu frontier, he acted very calmly. In the face of the senior who had taught him the sword skill and saved him from danger, Shi Xingyao did not hide anything, not to mention that what Bai Hong had asked was only something that was well known. According to Shi Xingyao, the Great Chu dynasty is vast and powerful, with a number of Mahayana cultivators. Even in the Immortal Alliance, it is a superpower that ranks among the best. The 27th princess, whom he was loyal to, was the concubine daughter of the current Chu emperor. In the concept of Chu, the emperor has many children, constantly have newborn children born, just as in the prime of the powerful performance. So the Chu emperor, in order to show their authority and powerful, every year will deliberately blessing some women, to give birth to a few children out of their own, quite some children for a good omen of the meaning. Princess XXVII was born in such a context. Originally, the 27th princess and other used to flush the emperor's son and daughter is not different, like a transparent person living in the palace, neither the powerful mother's family support, but also cannot share the emperor's father's love, empty with the name of the emperor's heir, but do not get the treatment they deserve. Even sometimes, will be some slightly power or background of the eunuchs to make fun of difficult living may not be as comfortable as some merchant's daughter. But just a few years ago, the 27th princess suddenly changed. After a serious illness, this princess has risen suddenly, as if she has changed, repeatedly making amazing moves, stepping on her siblings to climb upward, and quickly entering the sights of the Chu emperor and the courtiers, and then winning 100 battles. Whether it was the highly favored genius prince or the powerful and unruly princess of his mother's clan, they all retreated under its fierce attack one after another, just like dogs that had lost their homes. Yuaning defeats Transformation Spirit. Transformation Spirit fights Refined Void. This 27th princess is not only invincible in the same realm of battle power and has the qualification of a Mahayana, even her enlightenment is extremely powerful, always able to come up with some marvelous and infinite results to offer to the Chu emperor. Rule the country, practicing military refining, combining. Seems that there is nothing under the sky that she will not do, and even the basic gongfa practiced in the military have been further improved by the 27 princesses. After removing the essentials, the bad street of the army's gongfa has improved the efficacy of 2 or 3%, and it is directly after the core inheritance of the medium-sized immortal door. It was during this period that Shi Xingyao was conquered by Princess 27's powerful potential and charisma, and willingly threw herself into her service, delving into the immortal ruins in search of treasures, which resulted in a life-and-death struggle against the third prince's offerings. Then later, he was crushed by the other party's magic treasure and had no choice but to jump into the space rift to fight for a way out, which resulted in him encountering White Rainbow. Are you saying that this spatial rift is connected to the immortal ruins? Bai Hong wasn't interested in the 27 princesses' strong rise to power. Instead, it was the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty's research and exploration of the immortal ruins that attracted his attention more. Precisely, and that is one of the discoveries of His 27th Highness. Shi Xingyao laughed nervously, touching the back of his head and said, 2 years ago, the temple means all together, and finally in the tacit approval of the saint invited the conjoined cultivators to conduct experiments, and came up with this conclusion. The relevant conjecture has long been submitted to the Immortal League. The first-class immortal sect can be accessed. Is it that seniors do not know? Before the words left his mouth, Shi Xingyao smacked himself in the mouth and apologized. It's the late generation who is stupid. Since senior resides in a secret realm, he must be a recluse far away from the world, and naturally will not pay attention to the Immortal Alliance's movements. No, I don't know, simply because the Morning Glory Sword Sect doesn't have enough curiosity to be considered a second-rate immortal sect at best, and isn't qualified to access the Immortal Alliance's latest display of research results. It was only after Shi Xingyao's introduction that Bai Hong realized that this 27th ranked princess really did have a few skills, not purely a shameless plagiarist, but at least in the study of the immortal ruins, she had surpassed the vast majority of cultivators. According to her conception, the immortal ruins were the source of all the secret realms, and every spatial rift in them had once been connected to a secret realm. It was only that some of the secret realms had broken down and dissipated over the long years, or had not been opened for so long that they were automatically closed, and without an exit, the cultivators would be rubbed to death in the spatially shattered turbulence. The reason why Shi Xingyao was able to survive was that he followed the experience imparted by Princess 27 and strictly selected the spatial rift before choosing the secret realm of the 3-sect competition that was in the state of opening. and by a fluke he managed to retrieve a life. Ha! Suddenly, Shi Xingyao and Xiaorun, who was transformed into the white rainbow diversion, froze in unison and looked up at the sky at the same time, with one revealing a look of dismay, and the other gradually leveling off after a brief moment of surprise. This is the self-curing of the secret realm? Shi Xingyao looked at his hands and let out an incredulous shout as he felt the repulsion, if any. The so-called self-curing of the secret realm referred to the self-protective behavior of the secret realm triggered by the forced entry of a cultivator who far exceeded the upper limit of the secret realm's tolerance. In order to accommodate and repel this cultivator with all its might, the secret realm itself would disconnect the superfluous connection with the outside world, making the spatial barriers solid and sturdy until it repelled him. Shi Xingyao is now seriously injured. Holding up barely reached the level of the god of transformation cultivator. Does not it mean that, Senior, do you even have the transformation god realm? The repulsive force he had endured could not be false, so the problem could only lie in the seniors. Even if he could not believe it, he could only come to this conclusion. White Rainbow also felt a bit embarrassed. After Shi Xingyao and the third prince's confessor passed through the spatial rift, they were both seriously injured, perhaps pressed against a line that just wouldn't cause a change. But when Shi Xingyao had a chance to catch his breath and his injuries slowly healed themselves, he crossed that line and caused the secret realm to change. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the leading elders of the three clans looked at the suddenly disappearing entrance to the secret realm, and their complexions all changed. What's going on? Why did the entrance close on its own? Who's doing it? The three old men rushed up into the sky and carefully searched the place where the entrance had disappeared, their divine sense sweeping over and over again, looking terrified. Qualified to participate in the big competition, disciples that are the future of the clan's mainstay. A small number of casualties are still within tolerance. If all with the disappearance of the secret realm together, that would be a big problem. So after just a few breaths of panic, the three leading elders made the same choice, pulling out their summoning magic treasures and anxiously shouting, Patriarch, come quickly. Our Morning Sun Sword Sect / Arcane Flame Altar / Divine Martial Pavilion disciples are all gone. Chapter 48. After all, there are two worlds apart. The moment the secret realm was closed, everyone felt something in their hearts and subconsciously looked up into the distance. But they saw nothing, only their hearts beating heavier and heavier. Senior brother, why do I suddenly feel my heart palpitating and my muscles tightening up? Is there a change in the secret realm? Lin Xin killed his way out of the earth with his sword in hand, blocking the path of a pitch-black humanoid creature that had to face the siege of the other disciples of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, Chao Wan Rui as the leader. The biggest role is in fact in the secret realm before the end of the melee to restrain the rest of the two sects of the leader, so in general will not personally participate in the hunt. At this time just sit in the void in the middle of, for the crowd predatory. There is no harm. Perhaps the secret realm is in disrepair for years and lacks maintenance, leading to problems with the operation of the array. All of these changes are just left to the clan to deal with. Let's continue to hunt the earth beasts and don't delay the main event. Chao Wan Rui and Lu Qingxuan and the other Yuaning disciples exchanged glances and could only see each other's puzzled disbelief. So they gave orders in an old-fashioned manner and continued to focus on hunting earth beasts. The disciples were able to be this peaceful, mainly thanks to not having much insight and not knowing about the secret realm curing. Otherwise, in a closed space, suddenly mixing in a mysterious cultivator whose cultivation was higher than everyone's, not knowing whether he was a friend or foe, who could feel at ease. This is simply no different from the sheep into the tiger's mouth. After all, not everyone can cross the border against the enemy. If there is really a god of transformation iron-heartedly kill, there is no same realm to block. This secret realm can survive. Will not be more than the number of a palm. Senior brother Shao, you come and absorb and refine this earth vein chi to recover your injuries as soon as possible. With many disciples chasing after it, the earth beast could only respond to the battle, and was easily decimated by Lu Qingxuan in only a few rounds, its pitch-black body turning into smoke and dust and dispersing, and ultimately, only a wisp of earth-colored streams of light was left floating silently in its place. As a reward for pulling Lu Qingxuan together to fight against White Rainbow, Chao Wanrui gave her the right to distribute the first 5 strands of earth vein chi in this grand competition. Lu Qingxuan didn't hide anything and directly gave all of this earth vein chi to Xiaorun so that he could recover his injuries as soon as possible. Xiaorun can no longer see any traces of serious injuries now. I think the effect of the earth vein chi is not small. If he refines this 4th strand again, perhaps even his cultivation will be able to advance further. After Lu Qingxuan took a chi recovery pill, he silently stood by the side to protect Xiaorun. His actions were light and familiar, and he was very much looking forward to Xiaorun's changes. If she could let Xiaoran share enough earth vein qi to overtake Bai Hong in the cultivation realm, it would also prove her right and set off Bai Hong's incompetence and mistakes. So she was very active in hunting earth beasts along the way. It was only when Xiaoran was close to that strand of earth vein qi and was about to activate his cultivation to refine it, he saw a black smoke suddenly emerge from the depths of the earth, which even looked like the palm of a hand, and violently rolled away that strand of earth-buried qi, and then disappeared without leaving a trace. In full view of everyone, someone had actually robbed the earth vein qi. What the hell? Who's up to something? Xiaoran's face changed in anger, immediately sweeping over the people present with eyes full of killing intent, suspecting that someone was teasing him. Although the qi of the earth vein could not help Xiaoran get rid of the immortal qi that was coiled in the wound on his lower body and help him to regenerate his severed limbs, it was greatly beneficial to the heavenly demon body. A mere 3 strands of earth vein qi had already helped him make up for the progress of his heavenly demon body's awakening, and he was only a hair's breadth away from full awakening, which was why he was so angry. And somehow, when Xiaoran saw that black smoke just now, his heart burst out with unprecedented desire, almost unable to hold down the throbbing in his heart, as if that black smoke was a part of his body, and should be driven by him. When Lu Qingxuan saw the black smoke roll away the earth's vein qi, his countenance similarly somber, and he looked critically at each of his fellow Yuaning disciples. With so many disciples around, even Ling Xiao and Ji Lingyun couldn't come and go as they pleased, and the only way to make a good setup was to have hard to defend house thieves, without God knowing what they were doing. I don't know which senior brother or sister is playing a prank, but I advise you to better stop in moderation. Now that the other 2 clans are frantically hunting earth beasts, we don't have the time to fool around, Lu Qingxuan said slowly, hoping that someone could voluntarily surrender, but the result was that everyone revealed a look of disgust, sizing up the people around them with skeptical gazes. Fellow Daoist Shi, did you destroy the corpse of that 3rd prince offering just now? Just as Shi Xingyao was secretly marveling at this young senior's talent in the Tao of the sword, he heard Bai Hong suddenly ask, where did his body go? Ah, not right there. Shi Xingyao instinctively looked back, but did not see even a speck of a corpse, and the smile on his face came to an abrupt end, because not even the blood that had spewed out when the head was severed was left there, as if no one had died at all. What's even more horrible is that he was only a dozen steps away from the corpse, but he didn't even notice anything fishy, and if it wasn't for White Rainbow's questioning, he would still be oblivious to the fact that he hadn't realized it. When exactly did it disappear? Shi Xingyao's gaze was blank and he subconsciously looked around. It should be that the moment the secret realm solidified, something took advantage of our attention being drawn and stole the body. Shi Xingyao suddenly felt that Junior Senior's voice had changed, and he couldn't help but look for the sound, and saw Junior Senior's feminine incarnation slowly dissipate, transforming into a bit of light and merging into the youth who was walking slowly in the distance. Next to her was a cute young girl with a petite figure. Is this your true form? Shi Xingyao was once again in a trance, staring blankly at the smile on the young senior's face that had a hint of teasing in its blandness, the gently hooked corners of his mouth and the strands of indifference in his eyes that were hidden extremely deep, surprisingly gave him the illusion that he was facing the 27th Highness. This was not a resemblance in terms of eyebrows and appearance, but the aura of unparalleled self-reservation and contempt for everything that emanated from the depths of the soul was exactly the same as His Highness the 27th. Well, I was looking forward to just dismissing you, but I didn't expect to come across this. Bai Hong looked at the place where the corpse disappeared, and then she covered her nose with some displeasure and withdrew 2 steps backward, and even rubbed the soles of her shoes fiercely on the land, as if she had gotten into something dirty, and the color of disgust overflowed. The stink of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, even if diluted and thinned out, is still annoying. It was also that the Avatar's various abilities were so weak that even his senses were much more sluggish, otherwise he would have realized it at the first opportunity. Shi Xingyao, on the other hand, watched Bai Hong's every move from where he was frozen in place. Like, it's too similar. His pupils shrunk slightly and his heart thumped wildly, even wondering if he had met the bastard son of the Chu Emperor, or else there was no way to explain why someone would be so similar to his 27th Highness. Ghostly, Shi Xingyao opened his mouth and asked, "This Xiao Junior Senior, my last name is actually White." "Oh, yes." Shi Xingyao immediately changed his words and continued, "Then, Elder Bai, may I ask if you're an only child, and do you have any siblings or other relatives?" Bai Hong was all surprised by the other party's brain circuits, not expecting to be suddenly inquired about the family situation in such a critical situation, revealing a slight look of surprise. The question, though, is really well asked. If it was in the first life, White Rainbow would have answered that he was a deceased orphan, with no siblings, but with many fellow disciples to keep him company. But this is his third life. So, of course I did. Bai Hong's face was much softer, and when he mentioned this, he couldn't help but puff out his chest in pride. In the past, I did have a sister who didn't know what she was doing, always following me around like a follower, and especially liked to mimic me. That's just it's hard to see each other again in the future. After all, our two worlds apart. Chapter 49, This is not robbery, but chivalry. There's a sister. Shi Xingyao had a few disappointments because if he only looked at her face, Princess 27 should be older than Junior Elder Bai, and it was only if she was her sister that the two could possibly be related. Enough of this nonsense. How is your current injury? Can you first solve the problem of the secret realm curing? Bai Hong gazed into the distance and catalyzed his immortal body. The faint heavenly devil aura had nowhere to hide and was presented in his eyes. The reason why the immortal ruins were called immortal ruins was because they were the ruins of a battlefield that fell from the sky, a lost part of the immortal realm. Now that the various secret realms are speculated to be connected to the immortal ruins, it seems reasonable that some of the heavenly devil's power is left behind. And in the final analysis, this black pot still needed to be carried on the two men from the Great Chu imperial dynasty. If this heavenly demon power had been unintentionally brought by the two from the immortal ruins, there was no need to say who would be responsible for it. If it had originally lurked in the three sect mysteries, it would have been Shi Xingyao's two men's cultivation that exceeded the upper limit of the mystery's tolerance that had inspired its self-curing instincts. After all, the three sect mysteries had never solidified itself due to the power of the heavenly devil, meaning that it was at best at the level of writing on the threshold of the transformation god. The disciples coming in from the three clans might be weak and not its opponents, but outside of the secret realm, there were at least three god transformation elders blocking the door, making it not dare to act rashly lest it be annihilated by a joint effort. However, after the closure of the secret realm, the disciples of the three sects stranded within the secret realm became unprotected and good blood food, giving it the guts to fight to the death. One must know that the heavenly devil is, to put it bluntly, just an aggregation of negative forces that are tainted to the extreme. Unlike humans who still have to cultivate in order to break through the realm, it can grow endlessly as long as it keeps devouring high-quality flesh and blood or heavenly treasures. And if the disciples of the three sects and the earth vein chi are all turned into sustenance, it will have no fear of the elders outside the secret realm, and it will be able to escape with ease. Sorry little senior Bai, my injuries are really not light, and the healing pills have all been eaten. There is no way to leave immediately. Shi Xingyao's face showed embarrassment, and his speech took on a few moments of weakness. He was overly injured, and currently couldn't carry the ravages of the second spatial rift. The Dichu dynasty is extremely far away from the three secret realms, if not through the spatial rift through, even if you take the fastest shuttle, all the way unimpeded, the teleportation array to use, at least 4 or 5 days and nights to barely be able to arrive. However, Princess 27 extremely valued the heavy treasure that he had captured this time, and in order to prevent a long night's sleep, he felt that it would be more prudent to return to the immortal ruins on the same route after recuperating from his injuries, as there were his own people on the other side of the immortal ruins to receive him. Since that's the case, why don't you come with me first? You help me hunt some filth and I'll provide you with extreme healing treasures. Bai Hong looked indifferent and did not show any reproach, but instead issued an invitation, which made Shi Xingyao quite touched and hastily agreed to this errand. With the help of fellow Daoist Qi, we'll be able to get a lot of earth vein Qi this time, perhaps going for the most in history. Bai Hong nodded slightly, very satisfied with Shi Xingyao's reaction. Then said to Song Li. Song Li was first stunned, then remembering Shi Xingyao's cultivation realm. A bad smile then appeared on his face as he asked with a cheeky grin, is senior brother Bai preparing to directly rob the other people of their earth vein Qi? In the past, before the end of the great competition, the disciples of the three clans would break out into a melee, fighting each other for the earth vein Qi hunted by the other. That would be called robbing, but we are different this time. Bai Hong shook her head and corrected. The secret realm is mixed with heavenly demons and evils. The three immortal sects are in the same breath and work together in advance and retreat. So this time we were worried that the disciples of the friendship sect would meet with poisonous hands, and we had no choice but to make this move, to take the danger all on ourselves. It was a chivalrous move. Not only will I bear the pain of taking their earth vein Qi, but I will also make them sincerely thank me. Song Li 2 lifetimes have been the role of a passerby who goes along with the flow and accepts the situation. Where there has been the experience of taking the initiative to do something, simply can't suffer from this kind of stimulating feeling of secretly doing bad things. The small face immediately becomes red because of excitement, and nods his head in a row to say yes. Boom! Luciani leapt forward and swung a red tasseled spear with one hand, smashing it fiercely on top of the ground, blasting the earth out of a 10-meter deep pit, but did not gain the battle results it deserved. Damn! What the hell is that thing? Where is this terrifying earth beast? She touched her unconscious left arm with some impotent fury, only to see that the outside of Luciani's small arm was suddenly missing a large chunk of flesh and blood, and there was a faint black mist lingering around the gap, not only preventing the wound from healing, but also slowly eroding her body. When she was first bitten, she hadn't lost control of her arm. Swish! Before Luciani could catch his breath, a black shadow drilled out from underneath his feet, reaching out with a long sharp claw to dig into his heart. If he was caught by him, Luciani would have no choice but to give up his physical body and turn into a Yuan-ing to escape. However, she was, after all, a disciple trained by the divine martial pavilion, with a strong fighting talent and an even stronger intuition to avoid harm, and she could vaguely perceive that the purpose of this black shadow was to make her give up her physical body. Dang! Luciani slung her red tasseled spear in front of her body to receive this digging head-on, but then she saw the other party turning back in the same direction and grabbing at the storage bag at her waist. This was what annoyed Luciani the most. There were a full 7 channels of earth vein chi in the storage bag, all of which she had prepared for her brother Shaorun. How could it be snatched away from her? She exerted force at her waist, forcibly changing the trajectory of her body shape before protecting her storage bag. Immediately afterward, Luciani stabbed out another shot fiercely, spitting out fiery flames and pulling away from the black shadow in the process. Why is Divine Martial Pavilion's senior sister Lu alone and in distress, and looking so wretched? At this very moment, the figures of Bai Hong and the others appeared outside the battlefield, and Song Li even pretended to recite his lines. Somewhat theatrical. Is this not the time for my Morning Sun Sword Sect disciples to pull out their swords, to help each other? White Rainbow! Luciani hissed in a low voice, his face showing anger. Even though he was still in danger, he still burst out with powerful killing intent, wanting to kill Bai Hong with his bare hands. This is the man who hurt her brother Shaorun. This black shadow isn't something you can deal with. You'll die if you keep dragging it on. Hand over the earth vein chi now and I'll make sure you can live. Bai Hong said condescendingly, her expression indifferent, caring neither for Luciani's hostility nor her life or death. Don't you dare! Luciani burst into a rage. Her fingers holding the gun were slightly whitened from the excessive force as she snarled. As long as I'm still alive, you'll never think of getting your hands on brother Shaoren's things. Dang! 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 Under the anger of striking out, Luciani surprisingly fought the black shadow several times with just one arm, dispersing the outermost layer of black aura covering the other party and seeing what exactly was inside. That's a person. Luciani was astonished beyond measure, for the man had his head separated. His face was fearful, and there was not a single fluctuation of vitality in his body, like a puppet on strings, but he was flexible and even managed to cast spells to fight with her. This is the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. It has a strong erosive nature. Since your left arm was swallowed in blood and flesh, I'm sure that the devil's energy must have long since invaded your body along with the wound. And the more you mobilize your cultivation, the faster he will erode. White Rainbow said indifferently. Disengage from the battle now and suppress the demonic energy with all your might. You still have a redeemable chance. Even if I die, you'll never try to snatch the earth vein chi. That was prepared by brother Shaorun. Then you have to be able to give it to him, too. White Rainbow shook her head, seeming to feel some pity, and said, does he know that you died fighting for him? You were dragged to death here. I can get the earth vein gas just the same. Shaoren but do not know exactly what you died because of. He is still surrounded by senior sisters and sisters. The appearance are not inferior to you. You are willing to die quietly like this for nothing, without a trace of value. Will he be surrendered to the people? Luciani. Chapter 50, Lu Qingxuan, why am I also responsible? Luciani is ultimately unable to part with her long for brother Shaorun, gritting her teeth and thinking about catching up, before she reluctantly took out 7 rolls of jade cylinders from her storage bag. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! She raised her hand, and the 7 rolls of jade cylinders shot out in 7 completely different directions like cannonballs. The earth vein chi is sealed in the middle of the jade cylinder. How much you can take depends on your skill. After saying that, Luciani's figure shifted and transformed into 3 streams of light that were virtual and real, likewise disappearing far away in different directions, preventing White Rainbow from flipping out or Black Shadow from continuing to tangle with her. Getting quite discreet, Bai Hong didn't care about Luciani's caution. He just took one step and activated the divine heavenly jade clear thunder technique, condensing the surging endless lightning into a single fist and blasting it as far as he could towards the front. Boom! Thunderbolts appeared and seemed to light up the sky for a few moments. Anxious to go to collect the gas of the earth pulse of the black fog corpse is even the first time to issue a miserable scream. Behind the blood and flesh of a scorched black, vaguely exudes the smell of roasted meat, quickly turned into a black gas into the ground, disappeared. And the roll of jade cylinder it had set its eyes on was also pocketed by White Rainbow in the process. Senior brother. The remaining 6 jade cylinders are all here. A few moments later, Shi Xingyao and Song Li rushed back with the jade cylinder without missing a single earth vein chi. Senior did not stop that demon-possessed corpse? Song Li looked around and asked a question with some confusion. Immortal bodies were already restraining the power of heavenly demons, and White Rainbow had been a top cultivator, so it didn't make sense that he couldn't take down a dead body manipulated by a mere wisp of heavenly demon power. Make the best use of things. Let it act as a hunting dog. Searching for the whereabouts of some more earth vein chi for us is just. Besides, if it doesn't go to grab it, how can we rightfully receive the earth vein chi in the hands of the disciples of the 3 sects? Bai Hong's divine sense swept through. The 7 rolls of jade cylinders were all fine, and it was indeed too late for Lu Xianyi to do anything in such a short period of time. Earth vein chi is considered one of the few uncontaminated forces, a pure aura nurtured by heaven and earth, not even possessing attributes in itself, and ranks high on the recipes of extraterrestrial heavenly demons, ranking even higher than the blood and flesh of cultivators. Therefore, if that heavenly demon power wanted to grow itself at the fastest speed, it would definitely go and attack the disciples of the 3 sects, because only the disciples of the 3 sects would concentrate on hunting earth beasts and storing a large amount of earth vein chi. In the eyes of the heavenly devil, it was no different than helping him peel the crab shell off in advance. So it is. Song Li nodded gently and did not say anything. This is robbing while the fire is burning. This is overcrowding. We can't do this. That kind of bull *********. She and White Rainbow had been through so much that they had long since looked down on many things, whether it was said that they had lost their beginnings or they had a heart of stone. In any case, both of them didn't want to be good anymore, and they hadn't put the safety of the disciples of the 3 clans in their hearts. What's more, before entering this secret realm, those people also counted and ostracized them together. This revenge she still remembered in the small book. What 3 disciples? Asking just isn't familiar. Fellow Daoist Shi, these 2 channels of earth vein chi are given to you to help you quickly recover your injuries and even your cultivation. White Rainbow handed out 2 jade cylinders and suggested, there will be more in a while, but I suggest not absorbing all of them, or else as your cultivation recovers, the secret realm will solidify more and more, and the pressure you bear will be more and more. Just recover enough first, and leave some behind to be used again when you enter the spatial rift. Shi Xingyao froze and accepted the 2 jade cylinders, wondering in his heart why Junior Senior Bai was not very old but knew so much about the secret realm. Only after a few more seconds of trance did Shi Xingyao hastily excuse himself. I can't accept these 2 channels of earth vein chi. We agreed to cooperate with each other, but it turns out that I didn't help with anything. I'm ashamed to receive it. No matter, Lu Xianyi should be an exception. The fallen single person carries several more chi of the earth's veins. If I were a heavenly demon I'd look for her first. Bai Hong shook her head, not caring about the attribution of the district's 2 earth vein chi, and continued, there will be a time for you to make a move in a while, so don't be lazy at that time, and just help me protect Song Li again. Then thank you, little elder Bai. Shi Xingyao came from the military, and his character naturally had the bravado of a military cultivator. So he didn't squirm and took the jade cylinder and began to refine it. These 2 channels you also proceed to refine first. Ask me again when you run out. Jindan stage cultivation is a bit low after all. White Rainbow launched 2 more jade cylinders at Song Li. Refining now? Don't we go after the heavenly demon first? Song Li was a bit surprised. The cultivation level of the Jindan stage was lower, and unlike Shi Xingyao, he could quickly refine it, so usually he only proceeded to absorb it after returning to the clan. Wait a little longer. Without letting the disciples of the 3 sects be beaten and pained, they won't willingly hand over the earth vein chi. It comes down to what is known as name and shame. If you inform them in advance and ask them to give up the chi of the earth vein, they will only think that you have ulterior motives. But when it is difficult to save both the lives and the earth's chakra energy, you take away the earth's chakra energy and leave them alive, and they will be grateful to you for saving their lives. Bai Hong had summarized the failures of his first life, and one of the lessons was that things must be done in name only, occupying the high ground of righteousness and morality, just like Xiao Ren did in his first life. Obviously, He was a true immortal body. And Xiaorun was the reincarnation of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. But as a result, just because Xiaorun pulled the banner of justice every time, he was actually able to turn black and whitewash his evil deeds, and also branded himself as a devil. The dominance of the heavenly demonic body over other inferior negative forces is proclaimed to be an immortal body restraint, while the natural enemy-restraint relationship of one's true immortal body is rumored to be a mutual suppression between evil forces. This shows that the world's monks don't care how the truth is. What they really care about is just whether you have a tenable reason. At the same time, the disciples of the three clans were attacked by plural black shadows at almost the same time. Ji Lingyun transformed into a fire phoenix, raising her hands and throwing her feet to shower down a large area of true fire. A large area of the mountains and forests were burned up, coloring half of the sky into crimson red, but the damage to that black mist was minimal. As the battle dragged on for a longer period of time, the Xianhuatan disciples began to show their fatigue, and the storage bags of a few disciples were also seized by the black shadow in their haste. Don't waste your energy. These black shadows are by no means earth beasts, nor are they disciples of the three sects. Seeing that the several disciples' storage bags were swallowed in one gulp, and even the earth vein chi in them was absorbed by the other party, growing stronger and stronger, Ji Lingyun could only avoid the enemy and ordered, "All protect the storage bags they have kept. Let's meet up with the other two clans first. Something has really gone wrong with this grand competition." Ling Xiao of the Divine Martial Pavilion made a similar decision. On the side of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, the trust of the people, which had been broken due to the theft of the earth vein chi, was also able to be re-established. "I don't have a problem with the rendezvous, but shouldn't we get White Rainbow and the others back first?" Lu Qingxuan, face a few anxious, while swinging out the war halberd, said, "This black shadow cannot be chopped and burned. We cope with a few heads of the district is so laborious. If the White Rainbow they are entangled, is not their lives have to be, then you should go by yourself." He himself didn't know to follow the clan's team closely, and now who can blame him if he's in danger? Chao Wenrui's expression was icy cold as he refused. Who knows if there are still more black shadows present? Instead of meeting up with the two clans first and going for the disciple who has fallen alone, are you going to let everyone risk their lives to find him? Lu Qingxuan thought to himself that he only wanted to give Bai Hong a painful lesson, but did not want him to die. Hearing this, naturally annoyed, yelling lowly, "It was you guys who teamed up to force him away. Why don't you go and find him?" "Not you, but thus." Chao Wanrui's patience was also exhausted in the battle with the Black Shadow, and he sneered, "Doesn't this matter have your acquiescence? Didn't you also take the opportunity to mention the conditions? Did the 5 channels of Earth Vein Shi not prioritize the distribution to your senior brother? What kind of good person are you pretending to be now?" He refused to follow the clan closely and left as soon as he was driven away. That was his own fault and deserved to die. But if you really want to blame someone for that, do you think you're that innocent and have no responsibility at all? You're no different than the rest of us. Don't think of yourself as immaculate and innocent. Lu Qingxuan was struck by lightning. I'm responsible for that too? She just didn't stop Chao Wanrui and the others. She just wanted Bai Hong to suffer a little bit. Why? Did she talk as if she was in league with them? So, you're going to go looking for White Rainbow alone? Chao Wanrui pressed. I can take care of your senior brother and sister on your behalf. After all, they are all disciples of this sect. But if you, one of the top combatants, are not there and have not done your due diligence, don't expect me to take special care of the two of them. It's all up to you. Lu Qingxuan raised his eyes to look at Xiaorun and Li Yunqin, his eyes struggling. Senior sister. Li Yunqin couldn't help but call out. I. Lu Qingxuan looked at the cold Chao Wanrui again and hesitated for a long time, not knowing what choice to make. Chapter 51, Lu Qingxuan's True Character. Lu Qingxuan looked around and realized that surprisingly no one here had raised any objections. Even Li Yunqin and Xiaoren, 2 of her own people, had stood against her, believing that Bai Hong deserved to die. Even some people nonetheless don't want to save, but also showed a gloating snicker. They seemed to be very pleased with White Rainbow's fall from grace, thus recovering the dignity of being suppressed and having less of the immortal body. A huge mountain on the road to cultivation. Lu Qingxuan felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. A suffocating cold slowly engulfed her, making her unable to exert half of her strength. Even her anxious and worried mood became disheveled in the process. I got it. Lu Qingxuan's voice was hoarse and his lips were a bit dry and cracked, so he could only bow his head to the crowd as if he was resigned to his fate. After all, she was only one person. She still had to take care of her senior brothers and sisters a little more. And there was also the task of hunting the Earth Vein Chi at hand. If no one was willing to act with her, facing that unknown number of mysterious black shadows, what could she do alone? Afraid that even self-preservation would be a problem. It's not my fault. I've tried. They're the ones who are heartless and selfish and won't reach out to you and stop me. After all, Lu Qingxuan didn't have the courage to leave the group and search for White Rainbow on his own, and could only keep opening himself up in his mind. What she did was good enough. So many people only she wanted to go over to find Bai Hong. It was just the general trend. She had no choice. Even if something really happened, she had an explanation to her conscience. You really are on your own. Lu Qingxuan pursed his lips and lifted his dark golden battle halberd to charge at the mysterious black shadows once again. But in his heart, he was a bit puzzled. Had these black shadows become more numerous and stronger? White Rainbow, who was far away on the other side of the secret realm, did not know about Lu Qingxuan's entanglements and struggles. But even if she knew, Bai Hong would not be half touched, and would even have to snicker at Lu Qingxuan. She's always had this wavering personality, only uttering the right crap, but never having the guts or ability to practice what's right. If she was opposed by others, she would only make a symbolic rebuttal, as if she only had to move her lips and not be so firm in her attitude, and she would not be responsible for any subsequent results, good or bad. If it is a good result, then she Lu Qingxuan obedient to the general trend, but also contributed, naturally have merit. If it's a bad outcome, then she has expressed dissenting views. She just can't argue with the majority, and naturally the blame doesn't fall on her. Simply put, Lu Qingxuan is a super non-stick pan that is good at making excuses for himself. Don't look at her outwardly brash and righteous character, like a chivalrous woman in a play, but in reality, she can't handle half of the things, and will only look for other people's mistakes. Why are the Xian Fire Altar and Divine Martial Pavilion fighting at a time like this? How big is the grudge? With her immortal body's sensitivity to demonic qi, Bai Hong led Song Li and the two of them all the way to track down that heavily demonic force, and collected the treasures and spiritual plants, or fallen earth beasts with her hands. And finally, after an hour, she saw the disciples of the three sects once again, only the scene was much more chaotic than he had expected. Obviously, there were dozens of heavenly devil black shadows causing chaos and constantly attacking the disciples of the two sects, but Ji Lingyun and Ling Xiao did not join forces against the enemy. Instead, they held each other back, hardening the situation into a 1+1 <2 situation. White Rainbow could not help but sigh at the sight. Really two groups of great cleverness. The disciples under them are each fighting strongly. The Xianhua altar has two disciples who are dying. The leader is still jockeying with each other on the sidelines. The two of them have someone who has been started by the other side? Moreover, there was no sign of Lu Xianyi in the field. It seemed that she might have fallen alone earlier by her own choice, and now she should be going straight to her Shaoran good brother. Ji Lingyun, don't be too deceitful. I said what Lu Xianyi did has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao did not notice Bai Hong and the others, concentrating on dealing with Ji Lingyun's true fire. His cheeks were blackened. If you say it's irrelevant, then it's irrelevant? If you can't even control the disciples under you and allow them to act, what's the use of having you as a leader? Ji Lingyun's killing intent pierced to the bone. Her voice was icy cold. I Xianhua Tan kindly saved Lu Xianyi, but she suddenly rose up to injure my fellow disciples and snatched 11 channels of earth vein qi. And the two disciples who were robbed under my hand almost lost half of their lives. So you want to get rid of the relationship by saying that it is none of your business? So what do you want? Justice. Of course. Ji Lingyun attacked ferociously. Mad as hell, you first return the 33 channels of earth vein qi to the two of them, and then bring Lu Xianyi in for questioning, and likewise beat him half to death, and twice more, in order to solve the hatred in my heart. Ji Lingyun was moved to true anger. The mysterious black shadow was coming from a bad place. She had thought of doing a good deed in saving Lu Xianyi as well as preserving a living force, but she ended up being backstabbed by that woman. It was simply bad luck. This can't be right. Ling Xiao was pressed and beaten for half a day, and heard such a harsh request. The same fire is very big, my divine martial pavilion hard work to hunt and kill the beasts of the earth. You open your mouth to be divided away from the fast 1/5. Really think that the lives of two of your disciples that valuable? Not to mention the people have not yet died it. Then let's keep fighting and everyone die at the hands of this damn thing. Ji Lingyun is worthy of being the leader of the Xianhua altar, and is not afraid at all when things go wrong, and has a fierce look of looking down on life and death. Ling Xiao had not thought that Xianhua Tan had gone crazy to such a degree, and was immediately choked and did not know what to say. You are willing to die this stupid. I do not want to. As it happened, Bai Hong saw that the disciples of the two clans were about to be routed and took the initiative to stand out, attracting the attention of Ling Xiao and Ji Lingyun. The two leaders, if you guys argue anymore, the disciples will really die out. Should you listen to my advice? White Rainbow strolled into the fray, casually saving one of the Shin Fire Altar disciples and repelling a heavenly demon Black Shadow in the process before continuing. Neither of you is willing to concede to the other. So how about you guys concede to me? Hand over all the earth vein chi, and I'll ensure that your lives are safe. Who the hell are you to have a say in this? Ji Lingyun sneered and casually condensed a giant flame axe, directly chopping towards White Rainbow. Although Bai Hong's hot water version of the water condensation technique was creative, it wasn't enough for her to put it in her eyes. Ling Xiao similarly blasted out a fist seal, heading straight for Bai Hong, obviously neither looking at this vile little cultivator with a bad reputation. Good words are hard to persuade the ghosts of the dead, and mercy does not help the self-dead. White Rainbow shook her head and didn't even make a move to dodge and resist, seemingly treating the two men's attacks as flowery fists and simply commanded, "Fellow Daoist Shi, show your force." Boom! A huge sword blade came down across the ground, crushing the disciples of the two clans and the heavenly demon Black Shadow to the ground. The Black Shadow of the heavenly devil is invisible. The square is broken into black smoke to gather again, but the two Sect disciples can only lie on the ground. Even the baby is forced to be suppressed in the body. Transformation stage. Who is he and how is he a transformation god? Ling Xiao and Ji Lingyun exclaimed in unison and looked at the figure behind the White Rainbow, their gazes filled with shock. This secret realm is clearly not allowed to enter above the Yuaning realm. Where did White Rainbow find a harmonized god cultivator to be a fighter? Further associating Bai Hong's strangely poor reputation with the many oddities of this grand competition, Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly turned cold and he growled lowly, "So you're the one behind this? You're the one who's counting on everyone, aren't you?" Ji Lingyun's gaze also turned unkind, revealing two sharp tiger teeth as if she wanted to bite. "Ha! What are you talking about, silly?" Bai Hong slapped Ling Xiao a few meters away, then lifted his foot and stomped Ji Lingyun's head into the dirt, and under the watchful eyes of the many disciples who were choosing to devour them, he said, "Counting even the Morning Glory Sword Sect, the disciples of the three sects can be considered to be stupid, weak, and bad with all three pussies. Silly be weak be bad be. If I were behind it, you guys would have been killed just after entering the secret realm. Don't stare at me like that. I really am saving you guys. It's reasonable to charge some money for buying your lives. It's just a bad service. But didn't you guys laugh quite happily when you were slandering me behind my back earlier?" Bai Hong beckoned and continued, "Song Li, collect all of their storage bags, and if any of them don't cooperate and dare to bare their teeth at you, just beat them to death directly." Ling Xiao and Ji Lingyun were only angry, but the other disciples of the two clans instinctively showed some fear. They weren't like geniuses like the leader, who had been carefully cultivated as soon as they entered the sect, so they had seen more of the human condition, and naturally, they could feel that bone-deep indifference that Bai Hong had towards the lives of the disciples of the two sects. This man is in no way kidding. He really didn't mind killing people if they didn't listen or deliberately messed up. Chapter 52, My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and what I do is righteous. Even if Shi Xingyao still had injuries yet to be healed, it was still enough to suppress these disciples after a series of great battles, so the process of collecting the storage bags by Song Li was exceptionally smooth. Senior brother, the two clans have hunted a total of small 300 channels of earth vein chi, and they're all here. Song Li pushed his cultivation and pushed a pile of jade cylinders and a pile of colorless jade towards White Rainbow. It was the Divine Martial Pavilion that used jade cylinders to store earth chakra chi, while the Xianhua altar used special jade. White Rainbow lightly lifted her finger, then divided some of them to Shi Xingyao, saying, "The previously agreed upon payment. These should be enough for fellow Daoist Shi to heal her wounds, and perhaps you can even bring some back." Shi Xingyao did contribute this time, so he frankly accepted the earth vein chi. The small 300 channels of the earth's veins of chi also has not attracted him to have any mischief born. The Dichu dynasty was a top power, with countless heavenly materials and treasures, and although the earth vein chi was rare, it was not without alternatives with similar effects. While Ji Lingyun and the others heard the word reward, they were even more convinced that Bai Hong was the one behind the scenes, and that these two must have had a dirty deal that would involve the so-called reward, and the content of the deal was roughly to help deal with them. The outer sect disciples. The Morning Sword Sect's people were right. You are a sinister and venomous villain. With Bai Hong and Shi Xingyao around, that heavenly demon power didn't pester them too much, and after attempting a few attacks, it retreated for the time being. This made Bai Hong even more convinced of her idea, and it also gave Ji Lingyun and the others free time to curse. Trading with a transformation god of unknown origin. Aren't you afraid that he'll suddenly flip out and slaughter all the disciples of the three sects? You short-sighted cutie. Ling Xiao also held back his anger and tried to convince Bai Hong to come back to his senses. Transmitting, that mysterious black shadow is numerous, and each one has the cultivation of a yuaning. If he dispatches the black shadows to swarm around him, it's unlikely that even if you alone are strong enough, you'll be able to get out of it. Secretly let go of us, then wait for an opportunity to find Xiao Wanrui and the others. The three clans will only be able to fight against him. Otherwise you're just seeking skin with a tiger. These people clearly thought of the power of the heavenly devil as Shi Xingyao's means. As for the matter of Shi Xingyao's backlash, Bai Hong was not so worried at all. It wasn't because he believed that Shi Xingyao was a good person, but because he was inherently fearless of the transformation god. However, the disciples of the Xianhua altar and the divine martial pavilion took turns transmitting their voices, urging him to turn over a new leaf, which was indeed a bit annoying. That black shadow was created by a force of heavenly demons. It has nothing to do with me or Shi Xingyao. Can't you really see it? White Rainbow got tired of hearing it and spoke directly. It needs cultivator blood and flesh or earth vein chi to strengthen itself. That's why you guys got attacked. Can't you notice that it's getting more and more numerous and stronger? Are these all the things that happen after a disciple dies and the earth vein chi is taken? Ji Lingyun and Ling Zhao's faces sank as they began to recall the fights along the way. They did not have a deep impression of when the so-called heavenly devil's power became more and more powerful. But after the earth vein chi was collected by the White Rainbow just now, the black shadow indeed no longer kept a close eye on them. Meanwhile, White Rainbow, who held a large amount of earth vein chi in his hands, had indeed become the black shadow's prime target, only to be blocked by Shi Xingyao. How plausible does it seem that is? Ji Lingyun and Ling Xiao looked at each other and nodded slightly. But you still haven't explained where that transformation god cultivator came from. Ji Lingyun looked toward Shi Xingyao, who was concentrating on refining the earth vein chi, and said in a cold voice, introducing foreign aid is already cheating. Not to mention that you're doing things too desperately. There has never been a grand competition where there would be a case of stealing all the opponents. Aren't you afraid that the two clans will retaliate afterward? There won't be anyone who will serve you. Relying on the god-realizing cultivators to back them up before robbing them of their two teams, the clan behind them didn't even need to find another reason to make trouble. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, White Rainbow let out a not-so-small laugh and asked rhetorically, why do I want you all to serve me? You can't even take down a couple of crippled heavenly devil's doppelgangers. Do you guys think your faith is valuable? Heroes are short of breath and children are long of love. Whichever of these two is stained, it will not become a great thing. Bai Hong distributed some jade cylinders to Songli and said casually, if I can't even carry the grudges and misunderstandings of just a few dozen disciples, then what's the point of mentioning ascending to immortality? Ji Lingyun and the two of them were suddenly speechless, and the way they looked at Bai Hong vaguely changed a little. Regardless of what he did, the boldness of the speech was still very much to their liking. I hope you are clear about what you are doing. Don't regret it. Later, Ji Lingyun said resentfully, and cut off the idea of bothering to speak again. White Rainbow's answer was also very simple. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and what I do is righteous. He would not intentionally seek justice or right, but it was true that there were few things more righteous for this world than dealing with the heavenly devil. There were no words along the way. White Rainbow led the remaining dozens of disciples from the two clans and quickly found the Morning Glory Sword Sects group. Because there was also only a large amount of cultivator flesh and blood and earth vein chi left on the side of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, there was no other option for the heavenly devil's power. However, unlike the two teams, the Morning Glory Sword Sects team hadn't lost a single person, and instead, they were vaguely showing signs of suppressing the power of the heavenly demons, causing the leaders of the two sects to stare in disbelief when they saw them. Soon, the hearts of the two leaders who saw the situation clearly were all relieved. As long as it wasn't Xiao Wanrui's credit, it was fine. Otherwise wouldn't the two of them look useless? That one is called Xiaoran, isn't he? Is he that powerful? Ji Lingyun muttered. She remembered that before entering the secret realm, Xiaoran was still a sickly-looking man, and she didn't expect that a day had passed, and the sickly man had transformed into a god of war. Not only had the realm been mentioned to the Yuaning realm, even the battle power had increased tremendously, and the battle with the Black Shadow was even more dominant. Much stronger than her. Ling Zhao's was even more complicated, taking on a bit of the grief of a bitter master. After all, Lu Xianyi and he had had a marriage contract, and it was for Xiaoran that she left the team alone, and she was also gracious enough to sneak up on the Xianhua altar, which was the trigger for his fight with Ji Lingyun. It can be said that everything is because of Xiaoran. Now, seeing his brave and ferocious appearance, He really deserves Lu Xianyi's trust. As expected, Ji Lingyun and Ling Zhao's gazes swept by and simultaneously spotted LV Xianyi, who was mingling in the Morning Glory Sword Sect's group. At this time, although she was still a little weak, she was far healthier than when she was saved by the Xianhua Tan, causing Ji Lingyun to bring a few moments of surprise into her hateful gaze. Because the Xianhua Tan had once had a disciple die from the black shadow biting off his flesh and blood and his demonic qi entering his body, they had also tried various methods, but none of them had been able to solve the problem of demonic qi entering their bodies. Brother Xiaoren really is the best. Lu Xianyi's gaze followed Xiaoren closely to witness his bravery and invincibility. After Xiaoren's brother refined the earth vein qi, not only did his injuries heal, he even had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Having only entered the Yuaning realm for the first time, he had erupted with a strength strong enough to outperform a veteran Yuaning like Chao Wenrui, and had easily gotten rid of the demonic qi problem for her. Thanks to their strength and restraints on demonic qi, the center of gravity of the Morning Glory Sword Sect's team was shifting towards Xiaorun. As for how the erosion of the original leader's authority would feel, she didn't care. Just when the people of the Morning Glory Sword Sect were all incredibly excited, feeling that they could get rid of this black shadow, a sweeping persuasive voice leisurely came. If I were you guys, I try to stay away from Xiaorun now, or else I'll be easily implicated later. The crowd snapped their heads up and saw a group of silhouettes transformed into black dots in the farthest distance that were slowly getting bigger, and the leader was none other than the long-missing White Rainbow. When Lu Qingxuan saw that Bai Hong was alright, the little bit of guilt in his heart immediately dissipated, while the other Morning Glory Sword Sect disciples revealed looks of disgust. What's more, some sneered and asked rhetorically, isn't this the second peak that left the group? How did you get mixed up with the other two clans? Was it under their protection that you survived? If I were him, I would regret it to death in my heart. After all, who would have thought that senior brother Shao would be this invincible in his heyday, and that the alchemy demon's sacred body would still be able to suppress this black shadow? Must regret did not hear him start to provoke. Let us away from Shao's senior brother it. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughs rang out from the Morning Glory Sword Sect's group. The demon refining sacred body was the pseudonym Xiaorun had given to the heavenly demon body, or else it couldn't explain why he was able to suppress the power of the heavenly demon. This is still the case that Bai Hong first awakened the immortal body in this life after convergence. The first life he directly turtled up, claiming that the refining of the devil immortal bodies. Lu Xianyi followed the sound and also met with her enemy and directly complained. Brother Xiaorun, it was that Bai Hong who took advantage of people's danger and robbed me of 7 channels of earth vein qi. Otherwise I could have brought you 18 channels. Xiaorun slowly raised his eyes, feeling the unceasingly strong power that burst out from the fully awakened heavenly demon body. His eyes were filled with confidence and anticipation as he laughed fiercely and said, White Rainbow, have you ever thought you would die today? Chapter 53, remember not to be so stupid in your next life. Are you thinking you've improved and want to challenge me? As Bai Hong swept his gaze, dozens of black shadows transformed by the power of the heavenly devil had already gathered around him, dyeing this large area of land black, and Lu Qingxuan and the others, who were also under Xiaoren's courageous breakthrough, had unconsciously penetrated deeper into the enemy's formation. You don't deserve to be challenged by me yet. It's just justice for everyone. Xiaoren walked out a few steps with his hands in the air and extended a hand in the direction of White Rainbow. The sky above Bai Hong's head steeply had a spiritual qi converge, manifesting a grayish-white sky-covering giant palm that followed Xiaoren's mind. Then, Xiaoren's palm slammed down. Bang! The huge palm imprint slapped White Rainbow right in the middle, and the land where he was hardened and compacted, smashing out a several meters deep pit and imprinting the traces of a 5-fingered open palm. Strand after strand of heavenly demon power fled down the furrows of the land, converging in the distance, reorganizing, and condensing into human form once more. This was the black shadow that had just been slapped together and dispersed. Senior sister, Yun Qin and Xian Yi, you have harmed too many people and have long been beyond forgiveness, so why don't you just be transcended by me? Xiaoren slowly flew high into the sky and proudly said, Brother Xiaorun, senior apprentice Brother Xiao. Hearing these words, Lu Xianyi and Li Yunqin were greatly moved. Their eyes seemed to have stars twinkling in them, and their gazes towards Xiaorun were drawn, deliberately slapping and shattering a few more black shadows to make the surrounding heavenly demon power even more dense. Is he trying to make his home field advantage a few points bigger? As the smoke and dust dispersed, Bai Hong was unharmed and looked down on Xiaorun from above, shaking his head and saying, The fear of me emanates from your bones, yet you have to bluff like a child. The thought of it is laughable. Can't understand what you're saying. Xiaoren let out a cold snort. His body was covered in a great haze of light, fiercely clenching his fist, radiating a crazy devilish will to fight, and condensing the manic blazing thick strength into his right fist. Shedding demon fist. Heavenly devil confuses the heart. Xiao Ren roared out in a low voice, pushing the heavenly demon body to operate as much as he could, and for the first time, he performed the heavenly demon's inherited martial technique. Heavenly demons who wanted to devour flesh and blood and refine all living beings had to be defiantly crazy. So if they wanted to truly utilize the power of the demon fist of sacrifice, they couldn't leave themselves a way out. Each punch was to be swung in the direction of running out of gas and draining himself. Every time he swung out a punch, Xiao Ren's innate aptitude was also activated by at once, continuously cutting down on White Rainbow's battle spirit while also allowing Xiao Ren's figure to reach another level of speed and strength, causing the crowd of the Divine Martial Pavilion to stare in disbelief. This Xiao Ren's physical strength was even stronger than their professional body refining cultivators. Ling Xiao only felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Since he was young, he has been playing the body, soaking in medicinal baths, eating sacred pills, climbing the nail mountain, suffering from the pain of the stone hammer, the pain of hot oil pouring on the body. How is it that now the body seems to be still not as good as Xiao Ren? He was a gust of wind 2 days ago. Is this the extent of advancing to Yuaning? Then you should indeed look for a home field advantage. Bai Hong completely disregarded Xiao Ren and similarly let out a low gulp, surprisingly not avoiding the punch and taking the initiative to meet it. He spat out his breath and struck out a soft and smooth palm wind, surprisingly wrapping Xiao Ren's unrelenting, life-sacrificing fist force, ultimately dissolving the madness of the same death. Boom! With the two people as the center, a wave after wave of huge pressure spread out like ripples. The black shadow of the heavenly demon that had tormented the disciples of the three sects to the point of madness unexpectedly collapsed into gas when it was touched by the ripples. As fragile as papier-mâché, the faces of the crowd of onlookers changed slightly, especially the leader-level characters, who were shaken far more than they had imagined. Catching and killing looked simple. In fact, then the two sides of the fight is 100 times more dangerous, because the fight you even if you are no longer good, but also through the scale of magic or fluctuations, roughly estimate its power. To cope with the time is also more abundant. But like these two people's close combat, art power does not show. Thousands of pounds of gravity are hidden in the limbs. Maybe which hit is the other party prepared to kill. Simply cannot be defended. Moreover, Ji Lingyun and Ling Xiao had the hindsight to realize that every time the two collided and exchanged blows, Xiao Ren was actually using killing moves. Will his stamina never be squandered? If I have this kind of combat endurance, it won't be a problem to fight through the entire secret realm. Ji Lingyun murmured. The Xin fire altar majored in fire magic and emphasized instantaneous explosions, so the battle endurance was shorter. And the disciples under the door had always paid close attention to the distribution of physical strength and mana. To spend money as recklessly as Xiao Ren did, they could not even dream of it. But when it comes to martial arts attainments, it's still Bai Hong who is more powerful. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment and said, every time White Rainbow's response was just right. He was able to neutralize the attack without any injuries and save his physical strength at the same time. Rather than fighting, he was more like playing with a child. Ji Lingyun was a bit disheveled for a moment and sighed longingly. Is the Morning Glory Sword Sect hiding so deeply, taking out two disciples of this level at once? At this point, the leaders of the two clans already had to admit that their skills were inferior, or they were being crushed on all fronts. The only thing to be thankful for is that they don't get along, and sooner or later they will have to fight to the death. The two leaders were cultivated enough and experienced enough to be able to see the great danger from the plain and ordinary killing and fighting, and their hearts were astonished. However, in the eyes of the vast majority of disciples, the battle between the two was a bit thunderous. At most, they could detect that Bai Hong seemed to be more fluid. That's why there are always a few smartasses at times like this. A figure quietly appeared from the dirt. This person was wearing the Dao robe of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze focused and ruthless. Swish! Since the moment it appeared, the long sword in his hand was thrust out in a smooth motion, heading straight for the back of White Rainbow's heart. Morning Sword Chi. The founding ancestor of the Morning Sun Sword Sect was a sword cultivator, and the sect was named after his self-created Morning Sun Sword Code. This Morning Sun Sword Chi can be said to be the most orthodox direct lineage inheritance, and only the pro-transmitters of the peaks are qualified to cultivate it. So the identity of the assassin is self-evident once the sword chi comes out. By the time Chao Wenrui saw the scene, the tip of the sword was less than the width of 2 palms from the White Rainbow. Don't! Stop it! Chao Wenrui's face suddenly changed. His eyes were glazed over. His voice was mixed with panic as he shouted, Lin Xian, don't do anything stupid. No! The assassin was none other than Lin Xian, one of the Morning Sun Sword Sect's newly promoted Yuaning, who had succeeded in breaking through the realm by virtue of 2 channels of Earth Vein Qi after entering the secret realm. He and White Rainbow already have hatred, promotion of infancy, and feel the ability to increase. So when the sea Shaoran vaguely fell into the wind when, finally cannot hold down the heart of the evil idea, ready to small help Shaoran A. But until Lin Xian completely stabbed his sword chi out, it was as if White Rainbow hadn't even noticed, not making any evasive or blocking movements, until the tip of the sword touched White Rainbow's Taoist robe. It was only in this instant that Lin Xian realized with horror that it wasn't that White Rainbow hadn't noticed, but that there was no need to block. His long brewing sword chi was even like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing outside of White Rainbow's body, as if an abyss that swallowed everything existed, blocking all dangers and malice for him. So it's you. There were a few light voices coming from the front of the sword, and Lin Xian subconsciously looked up, but he could only see a White Rainbow figure in a patch of light, with a pair of indifferent, noble violet eyes. Immediately after that, the second half of White Rainbow's words rang in his ears. Remember not to be so stupid in your next life. Chapter 54, White Light names the sun and the moon. Purple breath exhausts the bulls. White Rainbow's voice fell. Lin Xian only felt a light breeze blowing up on his face, accompanied by a slightly cool touch that refreshed him somewhat. Immediately afterward, the breeze began to rage, as if it had turned into a gale of sand and gravel caught in the desert. A tiny tingling sensation came, and Lin Xian felt as if liquid appeared on his face, flowing into his mouth with a fishy salty taste. Along with the pain, his vision was slowly disappearing, the colorful world in his eyes gradually being eroded by darkness, leaving only that last glimmer of light. Then, Lin Xian's body trembled, and the radiance in his eyes completely dimmed. Without realizing it, he died peacefully. There was no struggle, no resistance, and even less pain. It seemed to be the most soothing and relaxing death, full of human light. However, the disciples who witnessed this all revealed a look of shock and horror in unison, as if they had witnessed some kind of bloody and violent tragedy, and some of them even weakened their legs and staggered to the ground, constantly rubbing themselves behind them. What is this? That? Ling Zhao's face was pale, his heart was beating wildly, and his brain kept trying to comprehend the scene he was seeing. With the powerful eyesight and hearing of the Yuaning stage, he remembered everything clearly. He only heard and saw Bai Hong say 2 words to Lin Xian as if she was coaxing a child, not showing the slightest bit of killing intent, not to mention half a bit of aura fluctuation, and even turned around to continue to fight Xiaoren after she finished her words, not showing half a bit of means at all. But Lin Xian, a Yuaning cultivator, it's as simple as dying? After White Rainbow turned around, countless clearly visible ripples emerged, as if they contained arcane truths, spreading out in all directions with him at the center. Lin Xian took the brunt, facing the terrifying ripples, but as if caught in a fantasy world generally frozen in place by the waves of the general waves washed over and over again. Skin first, then hair, muscle tissue, bone, metacarpals. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was peeled away in layers as if he was a cabbage, and as if he was a burning candle. He slowly melted and eventually disappeared, leaving only crimson blood all over the ground. In the direction of the Xianhua altar, a disciple trembled and looked at the blood and water all over the ground before saying, Senior Sister G, I feel that this White Rainbow, White's senior brother, the person seems to be quite good too, huh? Ji Lingyun returned to her senses and glanced at him, but did not retort, because this disciple who spoke was the same one who had been doused with boiling water by White Rainbow. Originally, he was still very unconvinced of being captured, and on the way, he quietly transmitted his voice, gabbling that White Rainbow was a dog fighting for power, and that he couldn't do anything without the backing of the god of transformation. But now it seems that he has not only been convinced, but has also begun to be grateful. After Ji Lingyun pondered for a moment, she said, Go back and investigate carefully. What exactly is the origin of this Bai Hong, and who exactly is badmouthing his reputation? Bad reputation? What does that mean? That he's actually a good guy? Hearing the incredulous tone of the disciples of this sect and looking at their clear and stupid eyes, Ji Lingyun felt a sense of powerlessness surging up and said in a good-natured manner, If he wasn't a good person he would have held back until now to kill? Didn't you see the miserable faces of those people from the Morning Glory Sword Sect as if they had lost their lives? But where he did this earlier, no one dared to mock and ridicule in front of him. And if you have the strength to casually get a Yuaning progenitor killed like him, Do you need to use underhanded tactics to bully anyone you want to? Someone with this kind of strength at this age wouldn't care to engage in underhanded tactics. The disciples of the Xianhua altar gradually woke up and marveled. Right, oh, what you said, senior sister, makes so much sense. Ji Lingyun. In fact, not only the disciples of the three sects were shocked, even Shi Xingyao, who was watching the battle, had a few horrified looks on his face at this time, feeling a gust of dizziness coming from him, and his eyes were a little bit unable to see anything. This is horrible. It wasn't that the scene was bloody and frightening. Shi Xingyao had fought in 100 battles and had long seen bloodier and crueler sights. What truly frightened him was that so far, he hadn't detected any form of power fluctuation, as if the life-threatening ripples had already existed. Something so bizarre that it almost broke his perception. Thinking about it, Shi Xingyao still couldn't care less about risking offense. Turning his head to look at Song Li next to him, hesitantly asking, Miss Song, what was that just now from Junior Elder Bai? The white light contains the sun and the moon, and the purple breath lines up the bulls. Song Li didn't answer, but just read a poem to himself, then said, this is supposed to be a verse describing a sharp and valuable ancient sword. What do you think of using it here? Shi Xingyao recalled the purple divine aura that flowed through Bai Hong's eyes when she turned around, and subconsciously nodded, saying, it's very appropriate. Poems describing ancient swords. Then, as if waking up from a dream, as if he understood something, he asked, so that was also a sword Dao tactic by Senior Bai in the square? Song Li didn't say anything, only leaving behind a meaningful smile that made Shi Xingyao feel that he had guessed correctly. And then, is a torrent of admiration born? It turned out to right the Yuan Shi sword trick is not the limit of white small seniors. In the sword road, his attainments have not been their own can understand. Seeing that Shi Xingyao's face was full of admiration and seemed to be truly convinced, Song Li nodded in satisfaction and looked away with a few more moments of embarrassment. That verse indeed describes the sword no less, meaning, the white sword light can cover the sun and the moon, and the purple sword chi rushes up to the sky and shoots straight to the bullfight. However, in his last life, since the rise of the immortal heavenly demon, these two lines became verses specifically describing his innate avatar, Great Tao Melting Pot. The Great Tao Furnace is extremely powerful. When the white light flickered, the furnace turned into an abyss, strongly absorbing 10,000 paths for Brother White to refine and ponder. When it flashes purple, the furnace turns upside down, and can release a flood of 10,000 paths, beheading gods and burying immortals, is enough to rank in the top 3 of the history of the great killing art. On the side of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, everyone was still in a frozen state, because no one really believed that White Rainbow would actually dare to risk universal condemnation by abusing and killing his fellow disciples in such a cruel way. Even Xiao Wanrui was only afraid that Bai Hong would come down hard and waste Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Bai Hong to be even more ruthless, desperate, and ferocious than he had imagined. Really? Dead? Lu Qingxuan's phoenix eyes widened. Her ancient face was in a daze, and it was only after a long time that anger appeared in her eyes. The dark golden war halberd that never left her hand instantly transformed into a stream of light, which she violently threw out, shooting straight towards White Rainbow. How dare you kill a fellow disciple? Lu Qingxuan's hoarse and angry questioning resounded throughout the room, attracting everyone's attention. Why did you kill him when you clearly had the strength to slap him away? Bai Hong blasted Xiao Ren with a punch. The tremendous force toppled Xiao Ren's back with a fist mark. Then he smoothly grabbed the halberd that was shooting like an arrow off the string. His eyes were calm beyond compare, and he met with Lu Qingxuan's blood-filled eyes. Lin Xian tried to stab me and ended up dead. Now you're going to stab me again. Do you really think I won't kill you? Chapter 55, like a father beating his son. As if he didn't notice Bai Hong's displeasure and wasn't afraid of his threats, Lu Qingxuan still yelled lowly, so why did you kill him? It wasn't just Lu Qingxuan who cared. In fact, everyone was quite concerned about this. Lin Xian was, after all, the Patriarch's personal heirloom, and his status was slightly different from that of an ordinary disciple, so even the disciples of the other two clans might not be able to lay a deadly hand on him. Plus, Lin Xian was simply not strong enough to threaten White Rainbow, so how could one see that killing him outright was not a good choice? A lot of hassle, a lot of hidden dangers, and most importantly, there is no need for this. Bai Hong frowned slightly, staring carefully at the hysterical Lu Qingxuan, and said indifferently, kill if you want to. There's no reason. His tone of voice was so light that it was as if he wasn't talking about a human life, but rather a casual conversation. Even the group from the Xianhua altar that were short-tempered and didn't like to use their brains could hear Bai Hong's disbelief. Kill, if you want to? Lu Qingxuan's eyes widened as he looked dead at Bai Hong's icy gaze that was enough to freeze his soul. She seemed extremely dissatisfied with this answer, as if she had been hit by an invisible shock, and staggered backwards, repeating over and over again, "Kill if you want to. Kill if you want to kill?" Such an answer that didn't count as an answer made her simply unable to accept it. She has always believed that the same disciples should support each other, enjoy the blessings and difficulties together, even if there is friction between each other should not break through the bottom line. So before asking the question, she actually had some hidden expectations in her heart. She knew that it was Lin Xian who had sneaked in first, misbehaved, and committed a serious crime, so as long as White Rainbow gave a passable reason, like whoever wants to kill me will die. Who knew he was so fragile that he couldn't even take a single move from me? Think of him as a black shadow sneaking up on me and accidentally killing him. These reasons she could accept all of them, but the only one who couldn't take it was this one. You're really fiendish. The White Rainbow I know is willing to give them one more chance even if they meet someone even worse. Lu Qingxuan's eyes gradually turned cold and said, "The current you don't put anyone in your eyes at all. I can't see love in your eyes. And even more so, I can't see kindness. Maybe the fault is ours." Lu Qingxuan shook his head, only feeling that his idea of bringing Bai Hong back to the third peak was really laughable and nothing more than wishful thinking. "Master and I were wrong from the start. We shouldn't have expected anything from you. You're basically a born bad seed who despises life and kills with a vengeance." "I was born a bad seed?" As if she had heard a heavenly story, Bai Hong suddenly pointed her spear at Xiao Ren and said, "Then wouldn't senior brother Xiao Ren, whom your entire third peak is spoiling, be the dirtiest, despicable, and unpleasant humanoid creature under the heavens? Don't you dare insult Xiao Ren." "Where did I insult him? Is it not he, Xiao Ren, who ruined my reputation, framed me for a crime, and now desperately wants to kill me?" Bai Hong asked a rhetorical question and said, "Xiao Ren would never stay his hand if he could kill me. If he really killed me, would you question him as if you were killing your father's enemy, to scold him for being born a bad seed?" Lu Qingxuan was instantly stunned and was just about to utter a retort that Xiao Ren was not that kind of person when he saw Xiao Ren once again rushing out from the surroundings of the heavenly demon Black Shadow. "White Rainbow, die for me!" Once again rushed out Xiao Ren's figure unexpectedly skyrocketed a few rounds. The Morning Glory Sword Sect's loose Taoist robes all became taut. Between the agitation of qi and blood, Xiao Ren's moves all went straight to the vitals. Lu Qingxuan, however, couldn't even spit out half a word. If Xiao Ren killed Bai Hong, would she really be particularly angry and even turn against Xiao Ren over it? The answer is no. When Xiao Ren killed Bai Hong, she would definitely be angry, but at most, she would punish him severely, but would not act more excessively. The two men do carry different weights in her mind, even as her standards for people fluctuate up and down. Lu Qingxuan couldn't fool himself, which was why he was speechless. Quite rarely, Lu Qingxuan began to think about whether he was really that righteous and right. The White Rainbow seems to be interrupted by Lu Qingxuan's interest. "Do not want to fight with Xiao Ren again." A move between the style, but also instantly and several times more powerful. White Rainbow snapped to the side, dodging Xiao Ren's attack. The physique that had been baptized by the earth vein chi finally showed its sharpness. His right fist steeply clenched in the air, his entire arm firing up like a thick bolt, stopping Xiao Ren across the waist. Boom! Powerful blow blasted on the waist. Xiao Ren's eyes are almost staring out, mouth coughed up blood, also mixed with small pieces of internal organs fragments. Look miserable. Xiao Ren was suddenly hit hard and showed the same ruthlessness. What sheer body magic fist also cannot care to use, directly with the hand as a claw, violently pull out the White Rainbow lower een. "I've been guarding against you for a long time." Bai Hong grinned. Xiao Ren was extremely vindictive. Having castrated him himself, he must have wanted to double his revenge back, but unfortunately, he was still too weak. Bared, Bai Hong's right foot retreated, and his body's center of gravity was lowered along with it, and with one hand gently probing downward, he grabbed Bai Hong's sharp claws, but that wasn't all. His free hand merged his palm into a blade, and solidly stabbed into Xiao Ren's shoulder. When Bai Hong got serious, the battle immediately took on a one-sided situation, beating Xiao Ren as easily as a father beating his son. If Xiao Ren had not forcefully adjusted his stance at the last moment, it would have been his head that was pierced through. "Senior apprentice Brother Xiao Ren!" A series of exclamations rang out. Lu Qingxuan saw Xiao Ren fell. Life was in danger. The same rage steeply reached out a move. The dark golden halberd will emit a buzzing. Surprisingly, like a living thing with a mind, is about to run back to the master's hands. Nandu's secret art. Rise, for 4 rays of light rose up between Lu Qingxuan's body, transforming into 4 ancient runes, namely force, speed, mantra, and law. She pinched her hands and was extremely fast, guiding the 4 runes to integrate into Xiao Ren's body, and even more so with the war halberd. Even his cultivation continued to climb, erupting with strong power after strong power, and ultimately not stopping until the peak of Yuaning. It was a chance she had gotten in the secret realm. Incorporating the Nandu secret art into one's body could raise the upper limit of all aspects, as well as renew one's life at critical moments. However, the next moment, the dark gold war halberd was stopped by its owner, who was going to deal with the enemy and easily held in his hand. Let go. This halberd is the relic of a merged stage Doubtfather. You are not recognized to use it without the trial left behind by him, and you will only die from the backlash if you forcefully seize it. So don't blame me. Lu Qingxuan burst out and roared in a low voice. If you have the sense to let go now, you won't be injured. I'll save Xiaorun, and well water will not offend river water. How can it be considered well water when you're saving a guy who's desperately trying to kill me? Bai Hong felt the constantly struggling halberd and laughed coldly. Not to mention the fact that it's just a Daelord's relic. What do I need its approval for? I just need to be able to use it. As the words fell, a few points of white light flickered in White Rainbow's pupils, and a wave of overwhelming power surfaced and wrapped around the dark gold battle halberd. Lu Qingxuan was about to laugh at Bai Hong's insouciance, daring to fight against the treasures of a harmonious stage cultivator even at Yuaning cultivation level, when he abruptly realized that he had actually lost control of his halberd. Swish! A matchless cold light flashed by. Xiao Ren's body broke into 2 in an instant, the blade of the war halberd still dripping with unfinished blood. No! Lu Qingxuan and the others were in a state of despair. Chapter 56, Xiao Ren's past life chance. Morning Glory Sword Sect's trigger to destroy the sect. No! Li Yunqin, Lu Xianyi and the others roared their hearts out, not caring about the heavenly demon black shadows eyeing them from the side. All of them seemed to be going crazy as they desperately ran in Xiao Ren's direction. You deserve to die. Lu Qingxuan's face was twisted, his body was trembling, and the eyes that looked at Bai Hong were completely devoid of emotion, undoubtedly the same as looking at an enemy. Ever since she had returned to the clan this time, Bai Hong and Xiao Ren had been at swords drawn, and whenever they came across the necessity to break out into a fight, it was a fight with the purpose of killing. That well-behaved and obedient Xiao Ren has become this crazy and tyrannical, and must have suffered a lot of aggression. And it's all thanks to White Rainbow. Lu Qingxuan mourned in his heart and stood shakily in place, his eyes staring deathly at White Rainbow. I won't let you off the hook. Lu Qingxuan tore his sleeve robe, slashed his palm, poured crimson blood on top of the broken robe, and swore, Lu Qingxuan, no matter how many years I have to wait in this life, and how many means I have to use, I will definitely kill Bai Hong, and avenge Xiao Shidi, in order to fulfill this friendship between fellow disciples. And me. Lu Xianyi hugged Xiao Ren's half-body, her head full of green silk naturally hanging down, hiding her face. I will definitely kill him as well. I will make him beg for his life and beg for his death. Sacrifice to Xiao Ren's brother's spirit in heaven. 2. When Bai Hong heard this, she just cursed casually and turned toward Songli. As a result, just in the moment he turned around, he saw Li Yunqin's gaze of hatred mixed with panic again. She hated White Rainbow too, but didn't even have the guts to stand up for herself, and only dared to live quietly in her hatred. There's no need to hide. You Li Yunqin are a fool even though you didn't dare to stand up and swear. Bai Hong cursed at Li Yunqin and looked at the Morning Glory Sword Sect and the others in the distance, striving to level a bowl of water. And all of you, too. Chao Wanrui calmed down as early as the moment Lin Xian died, just staying with the crowd, his eyes deep, seemingly plotting something, not even getting angry at being verbally abused by Bai Hong. And after Bai Hong cursed, she only felt soothed and in a better mood. It was hard for Daoist Chi to sit in and help suppress the heavenly demon. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to violently beat up Xiao Ren with such pleasure. White Rainbow stretched her back and turned her words around. But the next thing is some private matters behind closed doors. I wonder what is fellow Daoist Chi's plan. Shi Xingyao could naturally hear the intention of sending off in the words, but he was a bit hesitant, saying, this heavenly demon power has yet to be removed. If I leave rashly, will Junior Senior Bai be able to hold out? It's not a blind. White Rainbow had relied on him to easily suppress the Xian Fire Altar and the Divine Martial Pavilion, and had killed the senior brothers of the 2 strongest members of the Morning Glory Sword Sect one after the other, so it could be said that he was at war with the 3 sects. If he didn't have him, a transformation god, to hold down the fort, he was really worried that Bai Hong would be defeated by the disciples of the 3 clans who swarmed over him. Oh, You mean them. Bai Hong read Shi Xingyao's hidden worries and waved her hand with a smile. It's okay, when Xiaoren revives in a while and the power of the heavenly demons riots, they'll be on their own and won't have the energy to bother me. Resuscitation? Well, it's the recovery. Bai Hong smiled and said, you carefully observe the flow of those heavenly demon powers and see if they are all flowing towards Xiaoren? Shi Xingyao gazed at his spirit and pushed his divine sense to the extreme, not letting go of any wisp of scent that went his way, and sure enough, he found a rather pure heavenly demon power that was slowly drilling into Xiaoren's upper body. What is going on here? Shi Xingyao was greatly shaken. The man didn't die through, and his firstborn quietly left his body when I first blasted him into the black mist raised by the power of the heavenly demon. Can the physical body fight normally even if the first baby leaves the body? If he hadn't been subdued when he first saw Bai Hong, Shi Xingyao would have had to suspect that he was poking fun at himself. Yuaning is a cultivator's body essence and spirit intention, compared to the physical body. Very fragile, must not easily leave the shell protection, but once the Yuan baby out of the body, the physical body will become an empty shell with only instincts. But he recalled Xiao Ren's performance. Obviously everything is usual. Let's not talk about superfluous matters. Fellow Taoist, she should leave this secret realm first. Bai Hong clapped her hands and didn't answer for Shi Xingyao, instead saying, the longer the secret realm is cured, the harder it is to return to business as usual. Now that Xiao Ren's Yuaning is fighting with the power of the heavenly demon, there is no need to worry about being interfered with. It's just the right time for you to leave. Return quickly. Isn't that Princess 27 still waiting for the heavy treasure you've captured? What about young elder Bai and Miss Song? Wait for Xiao Ren to revive, and then beat it into a dead dog with only one breath left. As for the secret realm side, after you leave, the curing will slowly be lifted. Shi Xingyao shook his head and said, what I'm referring to is whether or not Junior Senior Bai can suppress the disciples of the three sects. And what about the power of the heavenly demon? Do you need me to do it for you? Kinda cares about me. White Rainbow smiled. Refused to say three sect disciples are all dirt. Do not need to put in mind. As for the power of the heavenly devil, after Xiao Ren recovers, the power of the heavenly demon is almost gone. No need to worry. In fact, what Bai Hong was waiting for was Xiao Ren's revival. From the very beginning, he didn't want to really beat Xiao Ren to death, and he couldn't. After all, the heavenly demon system possessed the ability to resurrect at random locations. Therefore, the oath of certain death made by Lu Qingxuan and the others due to Xiao Ren's tragic death was especially ridiculous to Bai Hong. If he wanted to completely kill Xiao Ren and break his system's random resurrection ability, White Rainbow would have to have a harmonized cultivation to do so. The real purpose of his action this time was only to force Xiao Ren to absorb all of the heavenly demon power to avoid any leakage. And Xiao Ren really lived up to his expectations. When he realized that he had fallen into a disadvantage halfway through the fight, he hit on the idea of those heavenly devils' power, quietly sacrificing his Yuaning, like a vacuum cleaner with full horsepower, to go to his heart's content to absorb the power left behind by the heavenly devils of the same race. Absorb as much as you like. It's best to take all the power of the heavenly devil under your control. White Rainbow glanced at the heavenly demon Black Mist, her gaze vaguely taking on a bit of anticipation. The heavenly demon body was incomparably hungry for the heavenly demon power of his fellow clan members, but how could his innate avatar, a great Tao melting furnace, not be hungry for the heavenly demon power? Seeing that Bai Hong had a plan, Shi Xingyao stopped talking and just bowed deeply, which Bai Hong accepted openly. The Yuan Qi sword technique had been taught to him, and it was only natural to receive a gift. Only after Shi Xingyao bowed, and immediately did not leave. Instead, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade-long box that was wrapped in layers of black fabric. This box was about as long as a small arm and as wide as the palm of one's hand, engraved with intricate patterns that resembled ancient runes, esoteric and magical, calling for one to not be able to take their eyes off of it. This is the heavy treasure that I seized for your highness. It is said that this box is loved by the heavenly Tao. Even if it is just to touch it, stained with some breath, it will be loved by the heavenly Tao, and it can be turned into a safe place in case of trouble. And it may be the case when I meet the white little senior. Mr. She has nothing to offer. And I have been favored by you two but have nothing to offer in return. So please don't mind if you two touch this box, as if to take a good omen. In fact, once the box was revealed, not only was Bai Hong attracted to it, even Song Li couldn't take his eyes off of it and stared at it to death. This was because she clearly remembered that in her previous life, the Morning Glory Sword Sect was destroyed by the mysterious Mahayana precisely because Xiao Ren had caused a great deal of trouble in the secret realm of the three sects, and the biggest chance Xiao Ren obtained in that big competition was a jade-long box. Chapter 57, So it's you. Song Li's usual cheeky and happy demeanor completely disappeared as he looked at the jade-long box with a grave expression and asked, "Big brother I'm talking about if you hadn't encountered us, resulting in the accidental loss of this long box for the disciples of the three sects to pick up, would the great Chu imperial dynasty have overreacted?" That's not an offensive question to ask, because translated that means if you die and your stuff gets taken away, will someone stand up for you? Fortunately, Shi Xingyao is not a small-minded person, but also because of the White Rainbow and 27 Princess is too similar to love the two extremely favorite, so did not turn the other cheek. Perhaps it will, but it also depends on the nature of the incident. Shi Xingyao thought for a moment and said, "The third prince and his highness have almost torn their cheeks. It would be fine if one of the parties got to go, but if it's us, the men, who were robbed and killed, causing the jade box to be in circulation, I'm afraid that this matter would be very difficult to make good." Song Li's eyes grew deeper and deeper, and the small hand in his sleeve robe clenched its fist, but his face smiled as he asked, "Such as sending out Mahayana cultivators to strike in retaliation, and directly destroying the clan? Ha ha ha, that's a question she can't answer." Shi Xingyao laughed out loud and put the jade box away while pondering. The third prince's mother's clan is not small, and there are a lot of party members in the court, so perhaps we can ask a Mahayana cultivator to make a move? The main reason why he didn't mention what would happen to Princess 27 was because he didn't have a bottom in his heart either, and he didn't know if there were any Mahayana cultivators who were willing to bet on it. Although Princess 27 is talented, which cultivator who can cultivate to the Mahayana realm was not a pride of the party when she was young? Unless the Mahayana realm had the intention to take on a disciple or make a good karma, almost no one would be able to get into their eyes purely based on talent. Her 27th Highness ultimately suffered a disadvantage in her appearance, and could only rely on herself to gain the support of the great cultivators, but honestly speaking, Shi Xingyao felt that it wouldn't be necessary to go through so much trouble if he destroyed one of the three clans. The situation of the three sects he has long been in the conversation roughly understand. From the heart, the three sects randomly pick out really do not deserve to let the Mahayana realm out of the way. Send more refining the virtual or the body will be enough. So it's the third prince of Chu? Song Li had a guess in his mind and returned to his smiling appearance, waving his hand in farewell. "I see. Thanks for clearing up Big Brother Shi's confusion. She Big Brother must be careful all the way. Don't be shady by the third prince's side. If it causes misunderstandings, our small sects can't afford it to be a big disaster." Shi Xingyao smiled without saying a word, and a Xian Qi sword chopped out, splitting the spatial crack that had originally disappeared due to the solidification of the mystical realm once again, and then his body flickered and disappeared into the depths of the three sects' mystical realm. Only after sending Shi Xingyao away did Bai Hong return his attention to the disciples of the three clans, along with the increase in the amount of heavenly demon power that Xiaorun was storing. Lu Qingxuan and the others also realized in hindsight that he was not dead, and he was also getting stronger every moment. This kind of surprise thing naturally made the Morning Glory Sword Sect's disciples overjoyed, and then all of them, at Lu Qingxuan's request, set up their formation and displayed their defense against Bai Hong, fearing that Bai Hong would take the opportunity to make up for his mistake and kill Xiaorun once more. Look at the two places that are becoming more and more solidified. This is what I mean when I say that if we don't stay away from Xiaorun in time, sooner or later we will be dragged down by him. Bai Hong touched Song Li's head and scattered all her coiled-up hair buns. Since she saw that jade long box, her interest had not been high, seemingly indulging in the memories of her previous life. "Which two places?" Song Li asked with a skittish look as he peeled off Bai Hong's right hand that was messily rubbing her hair. "Here." A pair of glasses completely condensed by aura was handed over. Song Li put on the glasses and looked again, and realized that there were two more bright ominous auras in his field of vision. One place was at Xiaoren's severed body, which was being guarded by the Morning Glory Sword Sect's crowd at the moment, while the other place was where Xiaoren's Yuaning was. Song Li was surprised to find that Xiaoren's Yuaning appeared to be fighting, entangled with another ball of solidified heavenly demon power. "One moment I will devour you, and the next moment you will refine mine." It's the instinct of heavenly demons to devour each other. The corners of Bai Hong's mouth hooked up as she vaguely leapt into action. The residual heavenly demon power is a great tonic for Xiaoren, but how is his heavenly demon body not an opportunity to regather spiritual wisdom for the heavenly demon power that is only left with instincts? That heavenly demon power won't be absorbed honestly, and it's pretty much discovered Xiaoren's cannibalization of itself now, so it'll soon put up a fight. As if to verify Bai Hong's words, a figure that had been lurking for a long time finally appeared when the battle was at its most anxious. The black shadow violently rushed into the black mist. His moves were wide open, and each attack was extremely targeted at Xiao Ren's Yuanning, turning the original struggle between the two on a spiritual level into a battle between the physical body and the Yuanning. This put Xiao Ren in an extremely passive position, and he had to quickly drill back into his body. Buzz! Accompanied by the return of the Yuanning, Xiao Ren's body, which was originally broken in two, turned out to be as if it had turned back in time, completing the piecing together under the eyes of the crowd. And even the blood that had been spilled was withdrawn as much as it could be. Damn! It's still close. Xiao Ren covered his head and got up. The long period of time in which his Yuanning left his body to fight made him vaguely a bit overwhelmed. Senior, brother, Xiao Ren. Another gasp rang out. The crowd was surprised at Xiao Ren's resurrection. Even Xiao Wenrui, who seemed to be dead at heart, looked at him a few more times, and eventually mouthing his lips a few times without speaking. And White Rainbow saw this miraculous scene without any fluctuation in his heart. Renewing a broken limb is just a matter of what body type can do it. Not going for another kill, elder brother? Seeing this, Songli gently asked, instantly causing Lu Qingxuan and the others to tense up. Lu Xianyi even protected Xiao Ren behind her, vaguely revealing a death wish. Her brother Xiao Ren had only just revived. He still didn't know what condition he was in, and it was hard to fight with Bai Hong again without being at his peak. So this was her time to protect her brother Xiao Ren. Bai Hong, if you dare to touch a hair on Xiao Ren's brother's head again, I will never let you go even if I gamble on the entire Lu family. LV Xianyi stepped out with a firm voice, pushing her cultivation to the extreme, and the slightly tattered golden armor on her body glowed. Look back. White Rainbow didn't care about the other party's haywire. Instead, she rather thoughtfully pointed behind him and reminded, be careful of the danger. Oh, White Rainbow, you're going to pull another trick. Everyone don't turn back. Lu Qingxuan ordered with a cold snort. It was true that she wasn't that smart, but she knew what to do with her enemies. Whatever White Rainbow wants to do, just make it impossible for him to do it. Pust! A muffled grunt came from behind herself, and at the same time, hot and wet liquid splashed behind Lu Qingxuan, causing her just now somewhat complacent complexion to stiffen. No longer caring about antagonizing Bai Hong, Lu Qingxuan turned back violently, and saw a scene that made her regret it too late. One of the Morning Glory Sword Sect's Yuanning disciples still maintained his alert stance, his body facing forward towards the White Rainbow, but his head, however, had disappeared. Next to him, there was a pitch-black figure with a mouth grinning up to his ears, chewing on something, and along with the chewing of his bloody mouth, the clacking sound of bones crumbling continued to resound, and in his hand, he was holding a severed arm, trying to insert it into himself. It was the third prince's offering, whose body was taken by the power of the heavenly devil after his death. After being devoured by Xiao Ren for the most part, that remaining heavenly demon power had to infuse what little power it had left within this corpse, making up for his loss through flesh and blood. The first targets were naturally the disciples of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. Chapter 58, Lu Qingxuan, Bai Hong, I beg you. We were wrong. Outside, the three sect heads gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, each followed by a multitude of elders behind them, their faces one more somber than the other. Has the key to the secret realm failed completely? Why can't it be opened by force? The Divine Martial Pavilion Master was a middle-aged man with broad arms and a resolute face. At this moment, he revealed a slightly anxious look and once again confirmed to the elders around him, Pavilion Master, this secret realm was not opened by our three sects. It was only discovered and utilized by us. Forcing it to open while it is solidified is equal to letting the secret realm self-destruct, which only the one who opened it can do. The Divine Martial Pavilion Master was silent. In fact, he also knew all this, just watching the disciples' soul lamps go out one after another. The mortality rate is the highest in all the years. He was really anxious. On the other hand, on the side of the Xianhua altar, the disciples' soul lamps were likewise extinguished quite a bit, but compared to the introvertedness of the Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master, the Xianhua altar sect leader's approach was much simpler. He directly used fire, wanting to rely on a fire technique to burn through the secret realm alive and save the disciples. Fortunately, the Xian Fire Altar sect leader was stopped in time by the Hanhai Taoist monarch and the others joining forces, or else the disciples inside would have to be roasted to death for the most part before the secret realm was burned through. As for the most calm of the three sect masters, it was Taoist Lord Hanhai. So far, no one from the Morning Glory Sword Sect had died. Fellow Taoists, don't worry, since no new disciples have died. I think the situation within the secret territory should already be under control. We have to believe in the abilities of the disciples. Tao Lord Hanhai stroked his beard and said, with a calm attitude and a look of being in control, White Rainbow immortal body's combat power he has some understanding of. Crossing the border against the enemy is no big deal. And observing the secret realm curing degree, terrific as a transformation god broke into it, he's really not that worried. It was just that this accomplished look fell in the eyes of the other two clans, making it look especially beaten up and suspicious. Old Han Hai, you don't need to talk there. You don't feel any pain if one of your clan's disciples didn't die, do you? The sect leader of the Xian Fire Altar didn't give the slightest bit of face and scolded. After such a big event, you old brat are still sitting comfortably. This all couldn't be your morning sun sword sect's ghost, right? Although the divine martial pavilion master didn't say so explicitly, that skeptical look no longer needed to be said. Obviously, he was also suspecting the morning glory sword sect. Soon, though, that one suspicion was shattered. Elder Sun's face was slightly flustered, holding several soul lamps that had already been extinguished as he stepped forward, anxiously saying, Patriarch, something big has happened. The soul lamps of our disciples have gone out four at once. Lu Qingxuan and Xiao Ren's soul lamps are dimming and brightening at times. They seem to be injured. Dao Lord Han Hai steeped in impatience and asked in a hurry, what about White Rainbow's soul lamp? White Rainbow's is smooth. Elder Sun swept his divine sense and identified the aura of the White Rainbow soul lamp and said, not only is it smooth, even the lamp is particularly solid and bright. It's actually no less than a transformation spirit cultivator. His divine soul is really powerful. It seems that he's been given quite a formidable chance to create awe. Hearing this, Daoist Lord Han Hai's face showed bitterness. Let's hope. Isn't the two of them killing each other? At the same time, someone in the direction of the Divine Martial Pavilion likewise came forward in a panic and hurriedly said, Pavilion Master, Lu Xianyi's soul lamp is wavering. It looks like it's in danger. Within the secret territory, Xiao Ren's tiger eyes were rounded and he once again fought with White Rainbow like a madman. And that heavenly demon power that was forced to inhabit the corpse by Xiao Ren also began to hunt for blood food in a big way. The Morning Glory Sword Sect disciples were in the same team as Xiao Ren. So naturally, they were inevitably tainted with some of the heavenly demon body's scent, which was equivalent to having an extra fragrance than the other two disciples, and were naturally more cared for. Among them, Lu Xianyi and Lu Qingxuan and Li Yunqin were the most popular. It was just that Li Yunqin's cultivation level was low and not as nourishing as LV and Lu's coming. So she was relegated to the back of the line and was not attacked in a focused manner. However, at this time, Lu Qingxuan, who was being frantically attacked by the corpse of the confessor and had almost no power to fight back, was completely unmotivated to defend the enemy, and instead, he kept roaring and screaming curses at Bai Hong. Bai Hong, if you have a shred of conscience, get out of my way now and stop pestering Xiaoran. Lu Qingxuan's forehead was filled with false sweat as he shouted, these are all your fellow disciples. It turned out that Bai Hong and Xiaoran fought to one place, the aura of the immortal body spreading out, and the great Tao melting furnace was activated with full force, as if it was a great abyss, refining every single one of Xiao Ren's heavenly demon auras. In this way, the demonic aura of the heavenly demon body was dead confined to a few meters around the two of them, and the confessor corpse could not detect the heavenly demon body, so it began to retreat and target the Morning Glory Sword Sect's disciples, the corpses of the god of transformation cultivators. Counting the reinforcement of the power of the heavenly devil. Even if Lu Qingxuan and Lu Xianyi join hands, they can only be beaten, but the only one who has the ability to fight with the corpses of the offerers, Xiao Ren, is also stopped by the White Rainbow. Deadlock. Lu Qingxuan, who realized this, suddenly became deeply afraid. It's not the fear of offering a corpse, but the fear of White Rainbow's cold-blooded scheming. He must have known that it would be this consequence, so he intentionally stopped Xiao Ren, allowing the confessor corpse to have the opportunity to go on a killing spree, so that the disciples of this clan would fall like rain. But, why? Why did White Rainbow target the sect's disciples so much? Was it because people were ruining his reputation? No, that's not it. Lu Qingxuan's eyes have been a reddish red. The other two sect disciples likewise laughed at Bai Hong before entering the secret realm, but was not targeted by him, and Bai Hong is the character of a Jair. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning passing through, Lu Qingxuan instantly thought of a possibility. She snapped her head up and shouted, her voice hysterical, like a madwoman. You heard that, didn't you? When the heavenly demon Black Shadow attacked the clans, I proposed to go and get you back, but it turned out that all of them disagreed and cursed you to death, wishing for your demise. You must have heard those words, right? With that many means of yours, in this palm-sized place of the secret realm, you must be able to listen in on our every word and action. That's why you want revenge. Because White Rainbow had become vindictive. anytime someone showed killing intent towards him, they would surely be met with White Rainbow's unrelenting counterattack. That's the only thing that explains everything. Lu Qingxuan's entire body went into a frenzy as he watched the confessor corpse gnaw off half of the body of a disciple of the sect with his mouth while chasing after her and Lu Xianyi. Another one dead. Lu Qingxuan knew that person. It was a fellow disciple that she had traveled with when she was out training. The other person admired her and was even secretly in love with her. It's just that he's always thought he was hiding it so well, but he's so surprisingly clumsy that anyone can see it. Although Lu Qingxuan didn't like the other party, he didn't hate ignorant and pure emotions. But now, that living person just like this without any power to fight back died, but also died this miserable. Golem. Looking at the still warm body, Lu Qingxuan nearly collapsed inside. She hated the consecrated corpse, and even more so, she hated herself for not stopping their plot to destroy Bai Hong's reputation, and why she hadn't held out a little longer to lead everyone to Bai Hong and Song Li. White Rainbow, you win. Get out of the way. As long as you don't stop Xiaoren so he can have room to save the others, we promise we won't offend you again. Seeing that the White Rainbow was unresponsive and still easily dragged Xiaoren, any Xiaoren's cultivation how to explode could only be trapped in that several meters area. Lu Qingxuan suddenly closed his eyes, took a heavy deep breath, and opened his eyes to plead. Bai Hong, I beg you, to be wrong. Please don't delay any longer. Enough disciples of this sect have already died. Please be magnanimous. Chapter 59, Confession of Guilt. Lu Qingxuan had conceded in public, admitting the mistakes of the many disciples of the Morning Glory Sword sect, and praying that Bai Hong would leave a thread of life. But unexpectedly, Bai Hong remained unmoved, playing Xiaoren in the palm of his hand, and asked rhetorically, what makes you think that you can understand all of this as long as you admit defeat and give in? Lu Qingxuan people were dumbfounded, not expecting Bai Hong to be half-hearted. Her eyes were crimson, her spirit was already on the verge of collapse, and she loudly questioned, then what else do you want? Just say it if you have any conditions. What exactly do you want? Before entering the secret realm, some people said that I was mixing with the team to share the battle results. Bai Hong's eyes were cold, and she spoke slowly, saying, since you've been scolded like this, then hand over all the earth vein chi and whatever other heavenly treasures the Morning Glory Sword sect has collected along the way. Lu Qingxuan was stunned and subconsciously repeated, all the earth vein chi? Naturally it's more than that. After all, you are different from the other two clans. Bai Hong shook his head and pulled out another blank jade cylinder, throwing it in front of Lu Qingxuan, saying, you and Xiao Wanrui also need to sign a confession of guilt, stating the ostracization and targeting that Song Li, second peak, and I have suffered, admitting the guilt of this lack of competence, lack of knowledge of people, and unfavorable imperial command, which, when all of these reasons are added together, have led to the Morning Glory Sword sect's casualties to be so heavy. It's an accounting. Bai Hong was still a disciple of the Morning Glory Sword sect in the end, and if something went terribly wrong with the team, naturally someone would have to take responsibility for it. He was a kind-hearted person who couldn't see the scene where the disciples were shirking their responsibilities and dumping the blame on each other, or pointing the finger of blame at themselves in unison, so he needed to set a tone for the matter ahead of time. How many people will believe it then? It would be none of his business. Hearing this, Lu Qingxuan was truly frozen. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of disbelief flowed out of her bewildered phoenix eyes as she screamed angrily, why? I clearly never thought of actively harming you, and I was even the only one in the entire Morning Glory Sword sect's team who said that I was going to look for you, so why did you have to drag me into this? She, Lu Qingxuan, was not the leader, and although she had the obligation to look after her fellow disciples, in the end, she would not be rigidly required to take much responsibility, but if she signed a confession of guilt, the nature of the situation would change. If she signed the plea, she would have gone from being a member of the team to a deputy leader, one of the decision makers, and would need to take unlimited responsibility for the team, and this time, the casualties of the Morning Glory Sword sect were so huge. It must be a heavy penalty. This will become a stain that cannot be washed away. She is afraid that this life will not be able to get the clan's vigorous training and preferential treatment, and even more so the qualifications to take over the position of the Peak Master, which is equivalent to the Morning Glory Sword sect. She can only be a deacon at most. Lu Qingxuan staggered, only feeling that the result was worse than killing her. Why do you have to hold it against me? Do I make you this hateful? Lu Qingxuan was especially puzzled. She admitted that she had targeted Bai Hong first, but she had never used plotting and scheming, or she had done so out of a sense of fairness and in the hope that he would repent in time. So why did he hate himself so much that he had to push people to the brink of extinction? You think I hate you and that's why I'm purposely taking revenge? White Rainbow raised an eyebrow and shook her head. One has to suffer the consequences for what one has done, but even more so for doing nothing. You usually take yourself as the senior sister of the law enforcement hall, and you love to administer justice and mete out punishments from the heart. So why do you feel that it's not a sin to stand by and do nothing when it comes to yourself? In terms of strength you are only a little worse than Chao Wenrui. In terms of connections everyone serves you, although you are not the leader, but it is no different from the leader. But how do you do it? Bai Hong's face was bland as she calmly said, "You're targeting me. As long as I have violated the sesame-sized door rules, that is moral corruption. Born bad, rotten wood cannot be carved. Even if I just cannot collect the force in the fight, the other side cut a oilskin. You also want to criticize me greatly. Ruthless punishment, beautifully called the Iron Face, is selfless. The law does not tolerate mercy. And what about Shaoran? If he makes a mistake, you have to push it on to me as well. And then repeat the steps above to establish your fair and righteous persona." Lu Qingxuan's lips turned white. She couldn't actually remember any of this anymore. Perhaps at that time, she was only heartbroken for Shaoran. So she let Bai Hong, who was a senior brother, take care of her junior brother and take away some of the punishment, not expecting Bai Hong to care so much. "Is that why you're here?" "No. I just want you to know that just as you don't need a reason to wrong a good person, I don't need a reason to do what I'm doing, just because." Bai Hong said word for word, "I do." Lu Qingxuan's heart completely collapsed, and the color of despair in her eyes intensified, because she knew that the most unreasonable thing in the world was the three words, "I am willing." White Rainbow, you'll get what's coming to you. Lu Qingxuan was like a deflated mannequin, fell to the ground and muttered, "Why are you so vicious? Are you not afraid of the sect to pursue the matter? Backtracking and victimizing the disciples. And you still want us to take the blame for you? This is not fair. You will not have a good result." Bai Hong looked at the collapse of the formerly valiant chivalrous lady, who looked like a tattered rag doll falling to the ground with a broken expression, with no inner fluctuation, and even wanted to laugh a little. "What is struck, shall be held." Lu Qingxuan liked to be courted, liked to be held in high regard wherever she went, liked to make decisions for people to show off her status, liked to use the power of the law enforcement hall when she was in a position of power. Then she was going to be held by her reputation, status and power. Just as she did not need to come forward to admit her fault, did not see Chao Wenrui are on the side to hide it. But she couldn't. Her positioning of herself was that she was the common senior sister of the big guys. Only by maintaining the identity of the big sister first could she enjoy the benefits that came with her identity. So when despair came, she had to do something that was in line with the identity of the big sister as well. Negotiate with an enemy so powerful as to be desperate. As for what Lu Qingxuan had said about fairness, Bai Hong hadn't even put it in his mind. Is it fair to say that Shaoran, with his long sleeves, can frame his fellow disciples with only flowery words and convince you? Bai Hong smiled and said, "Profit is more important than fairness. As long as I remain a one heavenly immortal body, I am worth more than all of you put together. So guess who will have a harder time ending up in a good place than if the higher-ups in the sect know that you had tried to harm me?" Lu Qingxuan was struck by lightning. His throat kept swallowing and he wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Bai Hong. "If you don't sign a confession again and keep dragging it out, I don't mind talking about it more, but there won't be many living people in this clan at that time. You. Lu Qingxuan shed tears of blood and her face was hideous, as if she wanted to die with Bai Hong, but out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the bodies of the Morning Glory Sword Sect's disciples, and that ruthlessness suddenly gave out. She wanted to stand up, but in the end, she couldn't use any strength in her body, so she could only crawl to the jade cylinder with her hands and feet, and grabbed it as if she was resigned to her fate, and said sadly, "I'll sign, please stop, I confess." Chapter 60, First Edition Yuan Qi Sword Technique, Great Chu Dynasty, Entrance to the Immortal Ruins. A team of 700 to 800 people of Golden Armor Army stood with bated breath, although it did not make a sound. But just look at the cold light of the golden armor, has already dyed half of the sky into gold. Anyone who sees it will have to praise a sentence of grandeur of the power. What was even more horrifying was that the lowest realm in this golden armored army even had a Jin Dan stage cultivation. If he was placed in a small clan at the end of the line, he could even be an elder. But in this army, he could only do the messy chores of serving war horses and guarding supplies. The gap between the immortal sect's forces was just so wide, and before this solemn army was a broad row of nearly 1,000 men. There are not bad posture of the palace women 120 people, holding bottles and fans. There are highly skilled zither masters and dancers 70 or 80. holding the zither negative sword, singing and dancing. There are dozens of paintings of the road, everyone holding the brush tracing. There are 5 Jianji sharp guards within the palace close to the protection of. All this for the 2 men at the very front. Old 27, who do you think will come out first today? The young man at the head of the group had a dignified appearance and a soft voice, as if he were a brother and sister gossiping in an ordinary family. Inquiring, do you want to bet something with my brother for a prize? Although the person who spoke was quite kind, and even appeared to be lacking in majesty, those attendants who stood on both sides didn't dare to have the slightest bit of relaxation in transgression, not to mention not daring to do the thing of evil slaves bullying their masters, because everyone knew that the third prince's majesty and power didn't need to rely on a cold, stern face to show off. Old 27. Sounds awkward to me. Don't you talk in a roundabout way? Do you really think that if you read a couple of rankings, we're a family that loves each other? You go ask these palace maids and eunuchs to see if they believe we are close? Next to her, a yellow-robed woman of about 25 or 26 years of age looked disgusted and frowned. Also, don't call yourself my elder brother, or I'll chop you to death sooner or later. The attendants next to them immediately fell to their knees and trembled when they heard such treasonous words. Their heads bowed so low that they were nearly buried into the ground. If one were to say who in the great Chu dynasty other than His Majesty dared to be so disrespectful to the third prince, then Princess 27 definitely counted as one. But people that had the capital to scold, they lackeys did not dare to listen, so they could only bow their heads to show their obedience and submissiveness. The third prince was refuted in this way. The face is not annoyed, but instead asked with a smile, calling the name is too rusty, calling the ranking you don't like, then you say what you like to hear called. I love to hear you ursines call daddy. Dead smiley. Chu Qianqiu cursed in her heart, but she also knew that this was too shocking. Even if she said it, she would be verbally abused, so she can only stop there and said, Bai Lu, if you really don't know what to call me, just call me Shiro. Chu Qianqiu was silent for a moment, seemed to remember something, became arrogant, raised his chin and said, this is the down number I gave myself. Said. Chu Qianqiu words turn, suddenly smiled, squeezed eyebrows said, as for the lottery, this fairy today mood is good, will not take your things for nothing, but if you really overreact, how about rewarding my men some good treasure? After all, I'm poor can't even uncover the pot. As the words fell, the entrance to the immortal ruins suddenly erupted with a burst of white light, and some with slightly lower cultivation were even shaken so much that they couldn't open their eyes, while Chu Qianqiu revealed a smug smile as he greeted them with large strides. You've done well, old Shi, ha ha ha. Before Shi Xingyao could stand still, Chu Qianqiu's small hand snapped on his shoulder. Really give me a fight. In the end, you took out that stupid beeping confessor, right? Your Highness. When Shi Xingyao returned to the immortal ruins through the spatial rift, he went all the way to the immortal ruins with his mighty pressure all the way to the exit of the immortal ruins, resulting in a slight de-energization, and then letting Chu Qianqiu pat him down a few times, without even completing a single sentence. While behind Chu Qianqiu, the third prince's face was a little bit gloomy. He was upset for 3 reasons. One of them was that according to his projections and preparations, he had already given that confessor a sufficiently powerful magic treasure, and he could clearly have steadily suppressed Shi Xingyao, so how could he have been killed in return? Secondly, Chu Qianqiu was able to precede him, discovering the abnormal fluctuations of the immortal ruins portal and recognizing the identity of the visitor. The implications of this had to make him wary. After all, although the father emperor set up, the crown prince did not care about the difference between men and women, he cared about the level of talent and cultivation, because the immortal dynasty was different from the mundane. Only if the emperor himself was immensely powerful could he suppress the foolish courtiers. If the slightest vulnerability was revealed, those hyena-like ministers would swarm to seize the real power of the immortal dynasty. The lord is strong and the minister is weak, and the lord is weak and the minister is strong. The tens of thousands of years of history of the immortal dynasty has always been like this. Thirdly, Chu Qianqiu, as a sudden dark horse, was naturally in an antagonistic competitive relationship with him, and if she felt happy about winning the treasure, he would naturally be unhappy. But unfortunately, Chu Qianqiu didn't care about the third prince's heart activities. She was currently concerned about Shi Xingyao's physical condition. Your Highness, don't worry, Mr. Shi didn't return safely, and even captured a heavy treasure for you. Put the jade box aside for now. It is important but not worth the lives of the brothers under my command. Chu Qianqiu shook his head and said in a low voice, Zhu Haiyan, that Wuyang's gave the confessor high-level magic treasure, right? This time I was the one who fell for it and let him get away with it. But don't worry, I'll get back at him and make him pay for playing mind games. Your Highness is overstating the case. I'm actually blessed by the misfortune of meeting a youthful heavenly pride just like you, who is also a great master of the sword Dao. Shi Xingyao was touched in his heart. In addition to his talent and means, he also saw Chu Qianqiu's protective character in the beginning. How powerful can a sword Dao expert be? Could he still be able to complement the mixed sword sutra? Hearing Shi Xingyao say this, Chu Qianqiu was a bit disinterested and casually asked, "Don't be fooled by others. You should practice the Xian Qi sword technique. The mixed Yuan sword scripture is really a remarkable sword Dao inheritance. When you recuperate from your injuries, I'll teach you the Yuan Qi sword technique, and you'll be able to do it." Chu Qianqiu could no longer speak halfway through her sentence. This was because she had suddenly realized that Shi Xingyao had actually executed the Yuan Qi sword. This is clearly the line of traveling Qi of the first edition of the Yuan Qi sword technique. A true orthodox direct lineage. Chu Qianqiu's body trembled slightly, his eyes widened abruptly, and his entire body became agitated. When the mixed sword scripture was first drafted, the requirements for people were too high to be popularized by all. So in order to take care of the public before publishing, Lao changed a simplified version of the mixed sword scripture with reduced power and difficulty out and submitted it to the cultivation department for promotion. So theoretically, there are only 2 people who have seen the first edition of the mixed sword sutra under the sky, and now Shi Xingyao has become the 3rd person. Just thinking about the possibilities represented behind this, Chu Qianqiu felt tingly with electricity. Old Shi, Chu Qianqiu almost roared out in a low voice. His face was extremely out of control, but he stared at Shi Xingyao with a deadly stare. Even the jade box was thrown aside, saying, "Who taught you this Yuan Qi sword? Without any details, tell me everything. Don't drop a single word." Chapter 61, Are You Threatening Me? Shi Xingyao carefully retold his encounters in the secret realm, narrating the story, and Chu Qianqiu listened so attentively, leaving aside the hundreds of people behind him, even ignoring the 3rd prince Chu Haoyan. It wasn't until then that Shi Xingyao saw the increasingly bright eyes of his own highness and finally noticed the abnormality. His highness was too excited, and there was still anticipation in his eyes, but instead of thirsting for the kendo everyone, it was as if he was anticipating the man himself. Could it be that your highness and young elder Bai have known each other for a long time? It shouldn't be. Your highness has grown up in the imperial city of Chu since childhood, and has never strayed. Shi Xingyao's body suddenly shook, and then associated the 2 men's similar temperament, the same strong talent, and the mixed sword scripture that is only this. Could it be that little elder Bai is the royal son that his majesty left behind? Only this could explain Chu Qianqiu's unusual excitement and anticipation. Shi Xingyao's face became more and more cautious, and his wording when talking about Bai Hong was also much more respectful, and he even brought some personal filters when talking about what Bai Hong had done. But he didn't expect to be directly rejected by Chu Qianqiu. Impossible. How could he be compassionate? I think it's obvious that it's not good to explain to the 3 clans after killing them all. Chu Qianqiu waved his hand, smiled very brightly, and said with certainty, "If he has transformation god cultivation, none of those disciples who dare to bare their teeth will survive. And if he has refined void cultivation, the Immortal Alliance is afraid that it will have to reduce its members by 3 again without a sound. You 2 do know each other." Shi Xingyao's heart spat madly. This is not even the other party's mode of action to understand it. How to make it seem as if they have never met? Old 20. Chu Qianqiu's bright smile immediately converged, turning her head to look at Chu Haoyan, revealing a dangerous gaze. "Fairy Bailu, is it always okay to call it that?" Chu Haoyan smiled faintly, and with a few moments of curiosity, he continued to ask, "I've never seen you so attached to any young handsome man. I wonder what the other party's origin is. It's all about to hook my princess of Chu's soul." Although Chu Haoyan was chatting with Chu Qianqiu, his gaze never left Shi Xingyao's body. Shi Xingyao had the intention to conceal it, but it was not good to disobey the emperor's order, so he could only turn his gaze for help to Chu Qianqiu. "Elder Li, please take my token and go with old Shi." Chu Qianqiu didn't answer, but only spoke to himself as if he was communicating with the air. "The teleportation arrays on this journey are at your disposal. Light up the name of Great Chu, and anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without pardon. Make sure to find him as fast as you can, before Chu Haoyan's people do, and then ask a few questions to confirm his identity." An old figure emerged from the void, with white hair and beard and a stooped figure, as if he was an old farmer who had labored in the fields for his entire life, and could be bullied by anyone. However, the moment he saw Elderly, the 3rd prince's face was much heavier. Overhaul of the ensoulment period. Seeing his appearance, surname is not familiar. should not be recorded in the records of the mountains and wild cultivators, but Chu Qianqiu is how to get acquainted with each other. But also let his allegiance? The third prince was envious. Don't look at his mother's family as powerful, but also loved by the Chu emperor. Visible refining virtual above the great cultivators still have to be careful with their words. Can't set a little frame. Otherwise those who are above the top of the great cultivators, even the emperor's face is also not given as well. Look at Chu Haoyan's eyes. They're starting to dart around again. I'm sure he's not looking for a good thing. So elderly. Your task is not a heavy one. Chu Qianqiu threw out a jade cylinder and instructed. When you meet, just ask the questions on the cylinder directly. If he can answer half, be sure to bring him back politely. If he can answer 2/3, everything depends on his mood. Listen to his command to act. The specific scale Li Lao own control. If he all right. Chu Qianqiu's words were slightly stuttered. Decisively said. If he all answered correctly, then it will be as if I am personally present. Must not let him suffer half a bit of aggression. All listen to his orders. You face me with how respectful. See him to have how polite. Your Highness? It was only when Li Lao heard this that he slightly revealed some surprise and looked up, but he just happened to meet Chu Qianqiu's eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. Elderly is relieved. He is not a wanton disciple. And, if you want to break through to the Mahayana, this chance may also be imprinted on him. The moment these words came out, Elderly's face stiffened slightly, and even the breath of Chu Haoyan, who was listening from the sidelines, stuttered. Below the god of transformation, even if the qualification is stupid, it can only be considered as the limit of ordinary people if they can rely on heavenly materials or grinding time to grind up. Refinement realm upwards. Then non-celestial pride untouchable. Even the royal heir has to look at their own destiny. Outsiders cannot help too much. And to the peak of the body, but also can only seek that a trace of illusory chance, resulting in countless body stage wasted years, and ultimately died in 3,000 years under the apocalypse. But now Chu Qianqiu was so certain that someone could help the harmonization stage breakthrough? This was a chance that even the royal family of Great Chu would be jealous of. Chu Haoyan's eyes narrowed slightly and gave a look to the attendant at the back, who then understood and retreated silently to the back of the crowd, and immediately afterward flew towards the imperial city to seek out the third prince's mother clan. It's me. It's all because I'm small-minded and secretly hate Bai Hong. So I secretly agreed with all the masters and brothers to ostracize him. Lu Qingxuan's heart crumbled within. The tears in his eyes never ceased, trembling as he inscribed his divine sense within the jade cylinder, confessing all his sins with Chao Wenrui. Alright, the earth vein Shi is all yours. And I've written the confession. So go stop that monster. Don't let it kill again. The moment Lu Qingxuan finished writing his confession, it was as if all his strength had been drained out of him, and he immediately went limp. But he didn't forget to ask Bai Hong to keep her promise. Bai Hong nonchalantly beckoned Xiao Ren and read the confession again before revealing a satisfied smile, no longer using the talented avatar, Great Tao Melting Furnace, to spread Xiao Ren's heavenly demon body aura out, and he himself gently stepped out, leaving the battlefield to Xiao Ren and the Confessor Corpse. Just at this time Xiao Ren's state has not compared to the previous. A rich demonic gas by the Great Tao Furnace, refining away most of the offering the corpse and hunted down several people as a blood meal, but only managed to fight a draw. But even so, the Morning Glory Sword Sect's disciples were still very thankful, revealing their bewilderment and joy after the robbery. But just when Lu Qingxuan thought that the matter was understood and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, a figure flashed steeply through the ranks of the Morning Sun Sword Sect and landed beside Song Li at the edge of the battlefield. White Rainbow! Lu Xianyi's pale and powerful fingers clasped on Song Li's throat and shouted loudly, "Return Brother Xiao Ren's earth vein Qi! That's all from Brother Xiao Ren's hard work of hunting. You don't deserve to take it. The Morning Sun Sword Sect is afraid of you, but I am not. This little girl has been carried around by you all the time, so I'm sure she must have a very high place in your heart?" Lu Xianyi's gaze toward Xiao Ren was filled with heartache as she growled lowly, "Now, if you don't want her to die, you should immediately give up your resistance, seal your own cultivation, and kneel down to make amends to Brother Xiao Ren so that he can take it out on her, or else you'll be waiting to collect her corpse." Having said that, Lu Xianyi's fingers also exerted a slight force, pinching Song Li's skin into a depression, as if with some more force, he could tear open the throat and reveal the flesh and blood therein. In response, Bai Hong smiled contemptuously and asked rhetorically, "Are you threatening me?" Chapter 62. Is that a threat? White Rainbow's eyes narrowed, leaving only a slit, appearing to be smiling, but causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. To this day, no one would treat Bai Hong as a weak person to be bullied, and cultivators with strong personalities usually had the characteristic of never being threatened. So with this claw from Lu Xianyi, the eased situation was intensified once again. Ling Xiao was even more secretly screaming bad at the side, although he insisted on breaking off the marriage contract with Lu Xianyi, but the emotion over the years is not so easy to wear out, so he instinctively worried about it, fearing that Bai Hong would abuse it. She's not threatening you. She's clearly threatening me. Just as the atmosphere became more and more condensed, Song Li, somewhat uncomfortably topped with a reddened little face, spat out with difficulty, "Obviously I'm the one who's about to be strangled to death. What are you being so goddamn cheerful about there? Don't move." Lu Xianyi's hands became even more forceful. Her sharp pink and white nails pierced into Song Li's veins, and blood gurgled out along her fingers, quickly staining their clothes red. "Your mother's maid. Why are you sticking your nails in? Do you have any mud under your nails? It's disgusting." Song Li felt a pain in his neck and his face became more and more ugly, but not because his life was in danger, but because he felt that Lu Xianyi was not hygienic. "I said you're not allowed to move again. Otherwise I'll kill you." Lu Xianyi's face was stern, very dissatisfied with Song Li's lack of cooperation. She's obviously got her life in her hands, and she cares if her nails are clean? Lu Xianyi was only distracted for such a moment, but she suddenly felt a sudden pain in her wrist that was pinching Song Li. Swish! It was only when the pain came clearly that a white aura turned away, and the matchless sword she cut through, cutting through the wind, isolating the air, and also slicing Lu Xianyi's right hand, which was as tough as a flying sword, into two pieces. Xian Qi sword technique. Song Li had been practicing diligently before entering the secret realm, and with a sword skill founder like Bai Hong following her around and giving her instructions, and having seen the advanced version of the Yuan Qi sword skill at Xi Xingyao's place, she had almost stretched the external conditions to the extreme, and if she couldn't learn it anymore, she would have to commit suicide and shame herself. When Lu Xianyi let out a muffled grunt from the pain, but her strong rationality overcame her instincts, and almost at the same time, she raised her other hand and joined her fingers into a palm, entwining the rolling sharpness and stabbing straight at Song Li's dantian. This strike, surprisingly, was meant to directly sneak up on the Yuaning, causing Song Li's soul to be scattered. But long before her wrist broke, it was too late. A broad palm appeared noiselessly in front of Song Li's belly, easily answering a thrust that was enough to open up a mountain and shatter rocks, and in the process, he gripped four of LV Xianyi's fingers and gently folded them in the opposite direction. Click it! For crunching sounds came, and Lu Xianyi's long, white fingers were broken in response, leaving only her thumb, which was leaning back, to escape. Ah, pain! 10 fingers are a pain that is difficult for ordinary people to endure. Lu Xianyi let out a cry of pain, and before she could retract her injured fingers, her delicate little face was covered by a large hand, so that she could only look at the person through her fingers. Needless to say, this person was none other than White Rainbow. Lu Xianyi had never faced off with Bai Hong head-on from the beginning to the end, and Bai Hong's most golden battle within this secret area was nothing more than holding Xiaoran at bay. So before this, Lu Xianyi was not at all clear about Bai Hong's terrifying features, but now the horror begins to become tangible. Bai Hong looked into her angry eyes and suddenly tilted her head gently, saying, "I clearly didn't know you before, yet you hate me like this, and your eyes are too ugly for my liking." As the words fell, a finger pressed into the socket of Lu Xianyi's right eye with a gentle, yet unstoppable gesture. Teeth-rending screams came from Lu Xianyi, who began to struggle violently, letting out a heartbreaking roar in trying to cover her eyes with her hands, only to find that one hand was fractured and the other was directly chopped off. "White Rainbow, you've bullied people too much." As soon as Xiaoran, who had just barely managed to settle the corpse of the donor, turned around, he saw the miserable scene of Lu Xianyi, and an infinite rage flared up as he fought his way towards Bai Hong. However, before Xiaoran, there was a person who had already blocked in front of Lu Xianyi. "Bai Hong, that should be enough. Do you still want to really gouge out Lu Xianyi's eyes?" The young pavilion master of the Divine Martial Pavilion blocked in front of Bai Hong, his face tough, and said, "Killing is not a headache." She was just talking from the beginning to the end, and did not cause any serious consequences, and now that her hands are wasted again, and one of her eyes is blinded, it's already enough of a punishment, isn't it? For a body-refining sect like the Divine Martial Pavilion, a broken arm or leg or a fractured bone and other external injuries were no big deal. But only Bai Hong's fingers had some mysterious aura attached to them when he was poking LV Xianyi's eyes, which caused him to worry immensely, fearing that he wouldn't be able to recover, and so he stepped forward to stop it. That's because Song Li is strong enough that she can only stay at the level of talking. Bai Hong corrected Ling Zhao's mistake and said, but if Song Li was a bit weaker, she would have died here. Ling Xiao looked toward Song Li, but saw that the young girl's neck, which had been pinched and bleeding holes, had already recovered as before, and not the slightest trace of injury could be seen. This amazing self-healing power caused a body-refining cultivator like Ling Xiao to be slightly moved. Obviously, such a powerful self-healing ability was inseparable from the Qingdi transformation art. So you had to poke her eyes out? Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, Lu Xianyi is my Xinwu Pavilion's true heritage. Her eyes can't be blind. At least not both eyes. If you really want to let it go, can I compensate you for one of her eyes? Ling Xiao was not Lu Xianyi. He understood the terrifying nature of the white rainbow. So from the very beginning, he had never thought of a fish out of water ending. He was afraid of involving the other disciples of the Divine Martial Pavilion. I remember you just broke off your engagement with her. Right. And you're still so affectionate? Bai Hong raised her eyebrows slightly and sighed that Ling Xiao was really a competent licking dog. It was really eye-opening to see how he could still be so defensive when all that was in Lu Xianyi's heart was Xiaorun. He applauded admiringly, and was quite moved. It is rare for the young pavilion master to be so devoted. It is really touching. Since this is the case, the two of you gouge out your eyes together, so that you can be a pair of blind lovebirds. Others? Even Song Li was a bit confused when he heard this, never expecting that instead of letting the two go, Bai Hong would have to gouge out one more pair of eyes. Ling Xiao also never thought it would be such a dilemma. For a moment he froze in place, in and out of the dilemma. In the distance, Song Li looked at the figures of the Divine Martial Pavilion's crowd and quickly frowned, leaving aside such a silly big man like Ling Xiao. Why was there no LV Xianyi among Xiaoran's many confidants in his previous life? This kind of obsessive and beautiful female cultivator, according to Xiaoran's nature, there is no reason not to accept it, right? Did the Lu Xianyi of her previous life die early? Just as Song Li was reminiscing, the silent atmosphere in the secret realm suddenly changed, and the crowd could even clearly feel a lightening of the pressure on their bodies, as if the sky had lifted a few points and was no longer so cramped and narrow. After Shi Xingyao of the Transformation God Realm left, the curing of the secret realm was finally lifted completely. Is this restored? The faces of the disciples of the three sects were all happy, immediately noticing that the secret realm had returned to normal and lifted the curing. And then, the crowd's reaction was surprisingly consistent. First, they glanced at White Rainbow, then they all fled towards the exit of the secret realm with their swords, even exerting all their strength, fearing that they would be caught by White Rainbow if they fell behind. Even Ling Xiao was no exception, except that he didn't forget to bring along Lu Xianyi. Wow, they're all running so fast, aren't we going to follow them out? Song Li looked at the fleeing figures of the crowd and asked. They went out first, and once they told their respective clans what happened, it would be hard for us to escape with our wings. After all, after the secret realm solidified, the god of transformation elders outside the door would surely ask for help. And when White Rainbow went out late, he would not be facing a god of transformation, but a great cultivator of the refining void and harmonization stages. Chapter 63, Same Master. Thousands of differences. Why should I leave? Are they not the ones who are now desperately trying to escape this place? Bai Hong clenched her fist in vain and smashed it lightly on Song Li's head a few times, saying, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knows how to make holes. After meeting the most elite batch of disciples from the three sects, I have already guessed how their masters are. It's not enough to worry about. After saying that, Bai Hong took out dozens more channels of earth vein qi, urging Song Li to refine it as soon as possible, and wait until when she had eaten her fill and could no longer refine it. Then the two of them would leave the secret realm. Song Li didn't excuse himself, and joyfully received the earth vein qi, and did his best to catalyze his cultivation, and began to cultivate in an extremely extravagant manner. This secret realm opens once every 3 years. The number of earth vein qi that can be born is extremely limited. If any clan can obtain more than 300, it is a great harvest. But even so, after deducting the part of the sect, each participating disciple's average share of the earth's vein of qi will never be more than 10. So Song Li now really have a kind of drinking kanji with a golden bowl. Drink a bowl of the kind of feeling. White Rainbow did not rush to refine the earth vein qi on the side, but slowly activated the great Tao furnace, and began to parse and digest Xiaoran's heavenly demon power. The heavenly devil was, after all, an existence that was the counterpart of a true immortal, so its power level was equally high and far more valuable than the earth vein qi. And this time, he was quite a bit ahead of schedule in terms of acquiring it. He remembered that in his first life when he first refined the power of the heavenly demon, he was already at the level of refined void true lord cultivation. The quality of the heavenly devil's power in this secret realm is not high, so it's good to leave only one seed to slowly harbor it. White Rainbow's eyes flashed, and did not refine all of the heavenly devil's power, only taking a sliver of pure devil's chi and turning it into a seed to keep, and the rest of the devil's chi was stored for later use. After all, you might have to be embarrassed a bit more when you get out of the secret realm. Woo woo, Master, you're finally here. I thought I'd never see you again. Pavilion Master, you have to do it for us. On the other side, the disciples of the three clans rolled and crawled to escape from the secret realm, fearing that if they ran slowly they would be caught back by the White Rainbow as a companion. And as soon as the crowd exited the secret realm, they saw that their own patriarchs and elders were there. A wave of heartache surged wildly, and some people couldn't help but howl, looking at the disciples' disheveled appearance with their dusty faces and nearly collapsed Taoist hearts. The elders of the various sects were doubly distressed, and even the questions that came to their mouths were choked back. Fortunately, the leader-level figures of the three clans were ultimately stronger than the other disciples, and were still able to maintain their sanity, and were able to clarify the cause of the incident. Senior Lin did not die at the hands of an outsider. Instead he was directly beaten and crushed into a bloody mist by that White Rainbow. You must punish him severely. Chao Wanrui went out of the secret realm and saw Dao Lord Hanhai once again. Feeling that the person who backed him up had come, he finally couldn't help but complain. At those words, Daoist Lord Hanhai's face darkened. Even though he had long been certain of the young disciples' fall through the extinguished soul lamp, he still felt a bit of a sense of unreality when the news was confirmed. As for the three of them, Lu Qingxuan, they also gathered around true Lord Liuyue's side and couldn't help but tell of the targeting they had been subjected to in the secret realm. Senior, Bai Hong, he's gone too far. Our Morning Glory Sword Sect was in danger and Xiaoren not only didn't save him, but also blocked senior brother Xiao from rescuing him, resulting in the death toll of nearly half of our sect's disciples. You must make him pay the price. Li Yunqin wiped her tears and cried, but Lu Yu just held her in her arms. But her gaze was on Lu Qingxuan's body without leaving. She always felt that this disciple of hers had become very strange. The confident look in his eyes was gone, and his temperament was even a bit fearful. In contrast, Li Yunqin, who was as lively as Li Yunqin and could cry and sue, was instead nothing of consequence. Qingxuan, what's wrong with you? Why have you not said a word since your return? Were you wronged in the secret realm? True Lord Luyue softly inquired. Master, am I really a moralistic and very bad guy? Why does White Rainbow hate me even more than he hates the person who wants to kill him? Lu Qingxuan's pupils were unfocused, and her tone of voice was flat and unliving. Even though she had signed a confession of guilt, she felt that she shouldn't be held in such a grudge. When Lu Yu heard this, she said in her heart that it was bad. She was afraid that Lu Qingxuan had been shattered in his Dao heart by the White Rainbow and had fallen into self-doubt. He was about to open his mouth to comfort, but Lu Yu realized that the atmosphere in front of the secret realm had abruptly changed. The Morning Glory Sword Sect was actually locked by a strong divine sense, and the high-level cultivators of the Xianhua altar and the Divine Martial Pavilion had slowly leaned over. Fellow Daoist Han Hai, I don't want to say much about right and wrong. What happened in the secret realm is clear in your heart. So let's talk directly about how to deal with it. The Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master walked in a dragon's footsteps and took the lead in blocking the Morning Glory Sword Sect's path. His body's chi bursting forth, causing turbulence in the mountains and forests and frightening away countless birds of prey. The earth vein chi being snatched up was still a secondary matter. It could be claimed back later on and was an acceptable loss. However, Lu Xianyi's miserable appearance really angered the Divine Martial Pavilion Master. The marriage contract between the two disciples is gone. Second only to Ling Zhao's good seedling wasted half. Even if the injury recuperates, it is difficult to guarantee that there is no hidden danger equal to the future of the Divine Martial Pavilion of a pillar of the Ra chopped off. Such a loss would have been unacceptable, but also happened to be related to the Morning Glory Sword Sect. He really cannot calm down. Daoist Lord Hanhai also had quite a headache when he heard this. He really didn't think that a mere grand competition would affect the friendship of the three sects. The Arcane Flame Altar doesn't have too many requirements for the Morning Glory Sword Sect. Just return the Earth Vein Chi. After all, that's not a trophy obtained by the strength of the disciples. It doesn't count. On the other side, the Xian Fire Altar Sect leader also intervened horizontally, and after asserting his claim, he looked at the Divine Martial Pavilion and laughed contemptuously. I think it's better to let the Divine Martial Pavilion concede. The disciples under the door have no sense of proportion and deserve to be beaten into a waste. My Xianhua Tan disciple was kind enough to save someone, but I didn't expect to save a white-eyed wolf back and be bitten back. It's a good thing that what's-his-name White Rainbow was quick to do his job, or else this matter would have never been settled by my clan. This refers to the incident where Lu Xianyi was rescued, but instead sneaked up on the Xianhua altar and snatched away 11 channels of earth vein qi. Daoist Lord Hanhai had his head in his hands because instead of calming the incident, the ridicule of the Xuanhua altar would evoke the wrath of the Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master, making things even more difficult. Is the Morning Sun Sword Sect handing over that White Rainbow? He strikes so viciously. I think he'll be a devilish scourge in the future, so we might as well clean up the door at an early date. As expected, as soon as Xian Huatan's words fell, the Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master let out a cold snort, an invisible forceful aura spreading out, uprooting quite a number of large trees as he said unhappily, "Who is this Bai Hong's master? Tell his master to come out and speak. I would like to see who can teach such an irredeemable disciple." Divine Martial Pavilion crowd of elders vaguely surrounded over. There is Hanhai Daojun dare to say a word of no. Will open the trend of the two clans' war? While the Morning Sun Sword Sect and others subconsciously looked to the flow of the moon, only to realize that the two people break things, and then cast their eyes to the side of the Tsetsi independent of the Zhouqiu. Only Bai Hong and Song Li had entered the secret realm this time in the second peak, and neither had come out yet, so there was naturally no one around true Lord Qiyu. What? This White Rainbow has two other masters? Divine Martial Pavilion Master eyebrows condensed, line of sight swept over the flow of the moon and Zhouqiu, although found that the two women are refined void true monarch, but not the slightest scruple. But instead of questioning, White Rainbow perverse collusion with the unknown way of the god of transformation cultivator robbery. This killing and he cannot get out of the relationship. I do not know that the two of you, is it to protect him or to clean up the door, but also my disciple's affair? Lu Yu had long heard the cries of Li Yunqin and the others and vaguely understood the truth of the matter, knowing just how excessive what Bai Hong had done was. After all, this is just a big competition. Really should not take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge, and even more should not see the death of the rescue. So small-minded. How can I get to prove the road? Lu Yue true monarch slightly frowned. The beautiful face has a few difficult feelings flow, want to ease the contradiction of the three sects, so he said, although the rainbow child out of his hands do not know the importance of the situation, almost wasted the disciples of your clan, creating a lot of killing, but he, good, it is well that you have confessed his crime, and saved yourself the trouble of dwelling on it, and making a vain mockery of it by sophistry. The Divine Martial Pavilion Master suddenly laughed out coldly and was about to speak but was interrupted by Zhouqiu. But my ass! You can keep quiet if you don't have a brain. Zhouqiu looked at Lu Yue and steeply snapped. You're not Bai Hong's master now, so stop spamming here and get your ass back to the clan to await your orders. Qiyu true lord was burning with rage. If not for the consideration of someone next to her, she was afraid that she would have to directly start cursing. She never thought that there would be a pig teammate like Lu Yu. Now the two clans are forcing their way to the door, and what they want is for the Morning Glory Sword Sect to recognize Bai Hong's crime, and set the tone of this matter first, and brand Bai Hong as a rebel, and then how to deal with it is not at their disposal? At the very least, they should let their two clans intervene and work together to delineate the punishment for White Rainbow. This should have been a bottom line that could not be tested, but as a result, once Lu Yu opened her mouth, the two clans reached their goal at once. No wonder White Rainbow hates you guys so much. Elbow-turning idiots. Zhouqiu a mouthful of silver teeth are to be clenched, and immediately stepped forward, and Hanhai Daojun side by side, sneered, what dissatisfaction? Wait for my disciple to come out and then say, let us face to face. Before, we're cool you guys just roll to where to stay. Don't think that I don't know the disgusting things that your two sect disciples made. Now move a stone to stone their own feet no to pursue the matter. Want to bully my disciples? No way. True Lord Qiyu's refined void cultivation exploded, and a solid and lifelike shadow also came out from within her body, looking exactly the same as Zhou Qiyu, precisely the biggest symbol of the refined void stage, the out-of-body incarnation shadow. Refinement. Refining is the transformation of the spirit into a shadow. Just wait for the shadow and the body to merge into one. It is the stage of the Taoist monarch, and the moment this shadow came out, it also meant that Zhou Qiyu was ready to fight for her life. Chapter 64, The Human Realm Can Destroy the Mode of Heaven. A true lord at the peak of void refining wanted to fight for his life. Even a great cultivator at the harmonization stage had to be cautious, not to mention the elders who were at the same realm as Zhou Qiyu. Each of them stood in a tight formation and took out 100% of their energy to deal with it. The Divine Martial Pavilion only wanted to seek justice for Lu Xianyi, punish the culprits severely, and maintain the sect's face. but it was not prepared to really get into a never-ending situation with the Morning Sun Sword Sect for the sake of a Yuaning disciple. Lu Xianyi is not qualified for that. The purpose of the Xianhua altar was even more pure. That is, they hoped to get back the earth vein qi. If they could punish Bai Hong, then it would be great. If not, they did not force it. So when Zhou Qi's life-fighting stance was put out, the real power figures of both clans were strangely silent, unable to soften, much less open their mouths at will to intensify the conflict. On the side, Daoist Lord Hanhai's heart that was in a quandary and hanging high in the air even died outright. How did you have the face to scold true Lord Luyue just now? Although the flowing moon is destroying its own prestige and is not conducive to the subsequent negotiations, at least there is still room for maneuver. You are directly going to start a war. Can you do things step by step and then fight when you really can't talk about it? Hello? Pavilion Master. Although my Lu family is not a vassal of the Divine Martial Pavilion, but we think we have never been sorry to the Divine Martial Pavilion. Always support the decisions of the Pavilion Master. The things we do are not too different from the vassal, and even the matter of marriage is directly agreed upon. And now that Xianyi has been tragically poisoned, you have to seek justice for her. Just when everyone was silent, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped out from the crowd of the Divine Martial Pavilion, dressed in the Divine Martial Pavilion's clothing, carrying a white-sheathed longsword on his back, and his appearance was a bit similar to that of LV Xianyi, but just by looking at his figure, he didn't appear to be a body-refining cultivator. The visitor was none other than Lu Xianyi's clan elder, and according to seniority she had to call this person her third uncle, Elder Lu. The Divine Martial Pavilion Master's face changed slightly, and there were a few moments of difficulty and hesitation as he looked at the third uncle of the Lu family's anger-laden gaze. The Lu family was a cultivation family and had a deep relationship with the Divine Martial Pavilion, because a generation of the LV family's oldest ancestor had practiced in the Divine Martial Pavilion. Only his natural talent was not enough to stay in the pavilion, and only then did he have no choice but to leave the Divine Martial Pavilion after the Yuaning stage, find another way out, and found the LV family. With this relationship, the Lu family had always been inextricably linked to the Divine Martial Pavilion, constantly relying on the Divine Martial Pavilion to develop and grow, and ceding many of its benefits to the Divine Martial Pavilion, until LV Xianyi worshipped in the cabinet, was found amazing body refining talent, became a hot disciple after. LV family is bet on LV Xianyi, lifting the whole family's strength to support, such as this Lu family's third uncle, originally has no connection with the Divine Martial Pavilion, is a pure transformation godsword cultivator, but after Lu Xianyi took the initiative to worship into the pavilion, as an elder with no real power, both the Lu family and the expression of loyalty, but also convenient to take care of Lu Xianyi, so such a loyal fan suffered, or about the rise and fall of the family of the great difficulties. Shenwu Pavilion owner is really not good to deal with. If you are not careful will be cold below the heart of the cultivators. Quite a few points to write a tiger hard to get down intention. Buzz. Just as the Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master was in a difficult position, the entrance to the Three Sects secret realm once again rotated, driving a breeze that drew everyone's attention over. Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the vortex almost simultaneously, causing the disciples of the three clans participating in the grand competition to shiver in unison, subconsciously revealing a look of panic. All calm down. It's just a Yuaning disciple like you guys. Don't let fear take over your mind. Almost at the same time, the high-ranking cultivators of the three sects drank in unison, pulling the disciples out of their fear with their profound cultivation, and at the same time, calling out to them to be secretly terrified. Just how ferocious was this white rainbow? To the extent that it scared this many elite disciples and even elder progenitors with just a blurry figure? The two patriarchs of the Arcane Flame Altar and Divine Martial Pavilion frowned darkly, their minds slowly having a change of heart. To this extent, it is no longer just an exchange of benefits. Since the disciple obviously has a knot in his heart, the fear of the white rainbow has been branded into the heart, if not untied in time, for fear of affecting the future of the cultivation progress. So the white rainbow thing really cannot be good. He must be made to fall miserably and break the fear of the disciples in order to do so. Long River One Sword. Kill. It was at this moment that Elder Lu's gaze had locked onto White Rainbow, as he pinched his hand with a sword trick, a flying sword glittering with silver light soared into the sky from its white scabbard, turning a few corners before landing firmly in front of his body. A mouthful of tongue blood was sprayed on top of the blade, and there was rolling sword chi that blossomed into purple light after purple light, making this sword more and more dangerous and obviously not a mortal product. In the next moment, Elder Lu's sword intent flourished around his body, and his cultivation at the realm of transformation of the God realm was pushed to the extreme, causing the many disciples to be unable to withstand the sharp sword intent and murderous aura, and they had to retreat backward. Mutilate my Lu family's Qilin son, and atone for it with your life. Elder Lu's divine sense spread out, invoking the spiritual chi of heaven and earth like a flood, and with a distant point toward the entrance of the secret realm, he followed his strongest sword doctrine killing move and swept toward the white rainbow. This move was Elder Lu's full strength. He had even burned dozens of years of his life for this, and his power had even vaguely touched the limit of the spirit transformation realm. How dare you? Zhou Qiyu's willow eyebrows rose up, her heart equally angry, not expecting that someone from the divine martial pavilion would be even more ruthless than her, taking someone's life as soon as they struck out, even skipping the step of confrontation. And the ones he was going to kill were all his own disciples. Swish! Zhou Qiyu and her silhouette simultaneously transformed into streams of light and shot out steeply, one holding the small tripod of her own magic treasure and smashing it towards Elder Lu, and the other resisting in front of White Rainbow Son Li's body. As a result, Zhou Qiyu had only just stood still, and even before she could stabilize her stance, she felt a large, warm hand gently wrapping around her slender waist, pulling and tugging her to the side. What are you doing? Zhou Qiyu has been wearing a half mask, and is a refined void true lord, wherever you go or high above, calling people do not dare to easily approach. When was the opposite sex this touch or more private waist? Suddenly some overreaction, cold face inquiries. I'll just deal with this one on my own. However, Bai Hong did not pay any attention to him, and just said something to himself, then pushed True Lord Qiyu aside and stared at the high-ranking cultivators of the three sects with a burning gaze, surprisingly not placing Elder Lu in his eyes at all. Correct one of your mistakes. I'm not the same as them, not some ordinary Yuaning cultivator. So, it's normal for them to be afraid of me. Madaka. As the words fell, Bai Hong unexpectedly pulled out the flying sword from Song Li's waist, letting out a clear sword sound before casually handing it forward. Boom! The vast and boundless clouds above the secret realm suddenly churned up, as if attracted by some kind of existence, and even madly surged towards where White Rainbow was, like a heavenly river pouring in and spring thunder exploding, pouring all over Elder Lu's body. This sword, the same as not Yuaning realm can cut out, not to mention the White Rainbow is still swimming, calling people to look at the heart of the cold, seems to be unable to explore the upper limit of his strength at all. How did this happen? Elder Lu had also not expected that a disciple of the district who was a stranger to transformation spirit on borrowed power could casually cut out such a magnificent sword, and his heart was equally shocked. If you have this strength, why do you need to pretend to be someone else? Wouldn't it be better to just sweep the disciples of the three clans? Bang! 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 A series of explosions appeared as the tip of Elder Lu's sword began to disintegrate, followed by the body of the sword, the boring, the hilt, and finally the man himself. The rest of the crowd simply did not expect this result. The full force of the Hall of Goddess of Transformation sword cultivators blow, but even more than the casual sword of the Yuaning disciple, and in turn fell into a body death of the road, really let a lot of people sweating hairs, the alarm bells ringing loudly in their hearts. After all, among them, there were also quite a few god transformation cultivators with strengths similar to Elder Lu's, or even weaker than Elder Lu. Zhou Qiyu was the only one who stood next to Bai Hong. Naturally she could feel the power of that sword, and for a while, she was also caught up in deep shock, staring blankly at Bai Hong. She asked herself that she was also considered gifted, or else she wouldn't have achieved the cultivation of refining the void. But she might not have been able to wield such a sword when she had transformed into a god. Only when you can cross the border against your enemies one day and easily kill them will you be considered qualified to compete with me. Understand? Bai Hong condescended, his gaze slowly sweeping over the disciples of the three sects as if he were teaching a child a lesson. Only then did he look at the high-ranking cultivators of the various clans and asked, I don't think the disciples of the various clans will say anything good about me, but I don't want to confront them one by one, so I'll save myself the hassle and just tell you what you want to do. How about it? In his eyes, the crowd couldn't find a trace of scorn or respect for the high-ranking cultivators, as if the crowd was no different from Elder Lu. Until this time, the head teacher of the Xianhua altar slowly returned to his senses, looked at the devastated mountain peaks, and slowly spat out a few words. The extreme realm of the earth can be destroyed by the heavenly moat. The Xianhua altar was one of the branches of the top immortal sect power Xianhua cult, so compared to the vast ocean Daolord and the divine martial pavilion master, the Xianhua altar patriarch was even more knowledgeable and had seen how strong the top immortal sect's heavenly pride disciples were, so he lost his voice in horror. Extreme realm cultivators that can break the realm rift. Isn't that a demonic spirit that only the top immortal sect can raise? What right do you have to the Morning Glory Sword Sect? Chapter 65, True Lord EU's Hope. Extreme realm cultivators, referring not to a specific realm, but a concept that was circulated in the wider cultivation world beyond the three sects, and could only be cultivated by those top immortal sects. And the threshold of becoming an extreme realm cultivator was having the ability to kill enemies across great realms, and the higher the cultivator's own realm, the more gold it contained. After all, refining chi to defeat the foundation and yuaning to kill the transformation god is completely two difficulties, which can be called the difference between clouds and mud. A heavenly pride like Bai Hong, who could easily kill a transformation spirit with a casual sword, had never appeared even in the Xianhua sect's main altar. Therefore, the Xianhua Tan sect leader was truly shocked, with a kind of shock of, ordinary villagers in a ravine have shared controlled nuclear fusion technology with you. However, those who were most horrified belonged to the crowd of the Divine Martial Pavilion. A spirit transformation grand cultivator died so abruptly and comically? Under the rule of the Immortal League, the clans have few wars of extermination. Most frictions can be resolved peacefully. The three clans said a sentence of peace has been long and not excessive. So Elder Lu may be the highest cultivation of the Divine Martial Pavilion in recent decades, the war depths of the highest cultivation. Strange shame. The Divine Martial Pavilion master's face grew more and more gloomy as he twisted his head to look at Bai Hong, and saw Zhou Qiyu standing shoulder to shoulder with her out-of-body incarnation, protecting Bai Hong to the death, with an air of fighting for her life at any time. Lu Hui, if you have even a trace of guilt in your heart towards Bai Hong, a tiny bit of self-consciousness as its master, then come forward and fight for your life. Zhou Qiyu's gaze was stern as she drank to True Lord Luiyue. The Divine Martial Pavilion is ambitious. Seeing Bai Hong's talent will surely lead to murder. Whether to sacrifice Bai Hong in exchange for a false peace between the two sects, or to die defending it to the end. You choose yourself. Quicksilver's eyes were confused, and she seemed to be caught in another dilemma. If you die to protect White Rainbow, what if the Divine Martial Pavilion really goes to war? The two clans' war is not compared to private grudges. The war, once started, will not stop because of the will of a few people. Do not die. Thousands and tens of thousands of people simply do not have the possibility of peace talks. She herself was naturally not afraid of death. But was it really worth dragging down so many people from the Morning Glory Sword Sect for the sake of Homer alone? Good. Since you won't stand up for yourself, then stay away from Bai Hong in the future and don't pester like a fly. Zhou Qiyu got angry when she saw Liu Yue's weak look and pointed at Lu Yue and scolded, "From now on, I'm Bai Hong's own master. If the clan doesn't protect him, I'll take him out of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. There's always room for him in the sky." No. Hearing that Zhou Qiyu wanted to take Bai Hong far away, Lu Yu was completely flustered because even when Bai Hong quit the third peak, she never said that she wanted to quit the clan and still lives near her. But if true Lord Qiyu's prophecy came true, where in the world's vastness should she look for White Rainbow? Lu Yu was terrified and could no longer control her emotions, fearing that she would never see Bai Hong again. Boom! Another peak void refining chi shot up into the sky, stirring up the thick clouds in the sky. True Lord Quicksilver similarly summoned his external transformation deity. His eyes were firm, and he stood at the forefront of the Morning Sun Sword Sect with his sword. Moderate discipline is fine, but if anyone tries to kill White Rainbow, I'll kill them. The frost sword intent of the great completion spread out recklessly, freezing 1,000 miles and freezing everything, causing the crowd to feel the cold and shiver unconsciously. True Lord Quicksilver, again, was fighting for his life? The two-peak refining void who are clearly prepared to fight for their lives. The Hanhai Dao Lord who still hasn't taken a stand. And then counting the White Rainbow who is already comparable to the goddess of transformation cultivator. Such a lineup, anyone who looked at it would have to have their scalp numb, and could even easily sweep away some weaker small sects. The Divine Martial Pavilion side, for a time, fell into the wind and became vulnerable. After all, the sect wasn't a one-word house, and all the elders had their own ideas, and not everyone was willing to risk their lives for the sake of the Lu family. Wait, don't do it yet. Just as the great battle was about to break out, the Xianhua Tan sect master's figure flashed and stopped in the middle of the two sects. Our three clans have always been on the same page. Why do we have to go to such an extent? The sect leader of the Xianhua altar naturally saw the tension of the situation and looked to both sides. Placating, this matter of what Bai Hong did was indeed a bit out of the ordinary, but it was also LBCNE who offended first, so it's considered to be a matter of cause and effect. Those of us who are division elders naturally have to defend our disciples, but we can't be unreasonable. Now that both sides are at fault, I think it's better to put this matter on hold and see what the Lu family is planning to do, right? He looked at the Divine Martial Pavilion Master and asked, after all, the LV family is not a vassal of the Divine Martial Pavilion, and the old ancestor of the LV family is still alive. So when his offspring has a problem, you have to listen to people's thoughts as well, don't you? The Morning Glory Sword Sect naturally doesn't want to start a war lightly, but it doesn't fear war either. Dao Lord Hanhai coughed and said, "Humph." Divine Martial Pavilion Master sleeve robe flung, face a little cleared up. The same tough, Divine Martial Pavilion also do not fear war, but since it involves the Lu family, let's see what the Lu family ancestor is thinking, or if the Lu family is resentful in their hearts and wants to seek justice for their clan, I, the Divine Martial Pavilion, will support them. Good talk, all good talk. After discovering that Bai Hong was an extreme realm cultivator, the Xianhuatan sect leader had an extremely good attitude, and was surprisingly reasonable, unable to see his usual mixed-up behavior, which made people somewhat skeptical as to whether his violent temper was real or not. Let's put this matter on hold and talk about the matter of the Earth Vein Qi. Although White Rainbow is strong, but after all, he has assumed the hands of another person. This matter is ultimately unruly. We need to discuss a result before we can do anything about it. The top brass of the three clans had no problem with this. Even Bai Hong has never thought of really swallowing the Earth Vein Qi alone. The reason why he grabbed it first was simply to establish prestige and avoid the three sect's disciples from going against the grain and making small moves behind their backs. Taoist Lord Hanhai and the other senior members of the three sects met on the spot to discuss the distribution of the Earth Vein Qi. Bai Hong, on the other hand, was allowed to return to the clan first due to her special circumstances, and was temporarily guarded by Zhou Qiyu, who was responsible for her safety. Elder Zhou, this is all the Earth Vein Qi hunted by the three clans. After Song Li and I refined it, there are still more than 600 to 700 channels left. Please hand it over to the Patriarch. Only when they returned to the third peak did Bai Hong pull out her storage bag and said to Zhou Qiyu, "By me to deliver it?" Elder Zhou was first stunned, and then realized that Bai Hong was not asking her to help, but was clearly giving her benefits. 600 or 700 channels of Earth Pulse Qi. She intercepted some and then handed over no one knows. This is a considerable harvest. After all, the Earth Pulse Qi has a price. The three sects do not have excess inventory. You guys have a lot of heart. Zhou Qiyu gave birth to a few moments of relief that Bai Hong could have this kind of character, and that it was not in vain that she was resolutely defending her attitude. But this Earth Vein Qi really isn't of much use to me anymore. True Lord Qiyu shook his head and refused. I also refined 8 channels of Earth Vein Qi when I was young, and now that I'm at the refined void cultivation level, it's really limited in how much it can help me. So why don't you two refine a few more channels? Master Teacher, I've had my fill. Song Li waved his hands and said, I've refined 20 to 30 channels in a row, and I really can't eat anymore. Although the Earth Vein Qi was a good thing, but refining too many quantities, the effect would be greatly reduced. True Lord Qiyu looked at Bai Hong, but saw that Bai Hong did not take it either and said, Elder Zhou, although the Earth Vein Qi cannot help you raise your cultivation, it can soothe the injuries of the Yuan Shun, and it is a must-have for treating your immortal ruin injuries. These words were like the first sound of spring thunder, splitting in the heart of True Lord Qiyu, causing her to actually feel a few moments of dizziness. Can you heal the wounds of the immortal ruins? Joey, you subconsciously touched the left cheek, but only touched the half of the cold and hard silver mask. The immortal ruins injury was so difficult to heal. She had originally prepared herself mentally to wear a mask for the rest of her life, but now the peak was turned around and Bai Hong suddenly said he could cure it? Really? Really? True Lord Qiyu's body unconsciously leaned forward, almost on the verge of sticking to White Rainbow, and a light-scented breeze hit his face. Even if only half of her face was revealed, Zhou Qiyu was a heavenly beauty, and the expression of hope that flowed out of her unconsciously was the most compassionate. Bai Hong, you're not lying to me, are you? I hate it when people lie to me. In Elder Zhou's flat, ancient, wave-free eyes, there were actually a few more moments of suffering, fearing that this was just a joke from Bai Hong. Chapter 66, Pure-Hearted Elder Zhou. Naturally, I won't coax the elders in this regard, Bai Hong responded with a serious face. Although Elder Zhou was a bit out of sorts, White Rainbow wouldn't entertain any flirtatious thoughts, but instead grew more and more serious. Early on in Song Li's narration, Bai Hong knew how much Elder Zhou cared about the 2 wounds on his body, especially the one on his face, which had almost turned into an obsession. But she is such a beautiful and powerful woman, but she has never done anything to hurt the world. Always keep her heart clear, and stick to the bottom line. At this moment, She is just a little bit out of control. And where is it worth making fun of? White Rainbow was in awe of her, especially after having seen all the evil deeds of those dignified great cultivators who quietly took people to refine pills and make medicine with their souls just for their own selfish desires. Bai Hong appreciated Zhou Qiyu's perseverance even more. Elder Zhou, after all, was also a great cultivator of refined void who had crossed the heavenly tribulation. Even though he was excited for a moment and his mood was fluctuating, he adjusted very quickly and looked at Bai Hong with hidden kindness and a small amount of gratitude in his gaze. The way Bai Hong treated her obsession with such seriousness and earnestness really scratched true Lord Qiyu's itch, making her feel the joy of being respected for the first time. For the first time, Elder Zhou did not see Bai Hong as a junior who needed to be protected by himself, but instead placed on the same level and treated him as a friend. This kind of respect has nothing to do with her cultivation level, and does not come from power, but simply recognizes her deepest desire, which is not the same as the respect of those who are afraid of her cultivation and do not dare to show their thoughts. So, how do I go about it? Elder Zhou glanced at Song Li, who was also happy for her, and asked cautiously. The difficulty of getting rid of the immortal ruin injury is only secondary. The key lies in the fact that its dual damage to the Gong body and Yuanshan is synchronized. So if you want to be cured, you must also synchronize the treatment of the body and the soul. And if there is even the slightest difference in the progress of the two, both of them will instantly relapse. Bai Hong said in a deep voice. Let me see the wound first. Zhou Qiyu's eyes were filled with different colors as she nodded her head in agreement. Indeed. I once directly wiped away the flesh and blood on the left side of my face and then healed it with a tremendous amount of life force. And as a result, the wound would grow along with the new flesh and blood. As he said that, the silver mask on Elder Zhou's face was also taken off, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Looking closely, Elder Zhou was indeed a serious and proper ice beauty, like an orchid in an empty valley, with an elegant temperament, cold as frost in the Danfang eyes, hidden a touch of compassion for the younger generation and the weak, but also the stubbornness to adhere to the heart of the road. That is different from the cardamom girl's maturity charm, is the time-brewed mellow wine. Although her skin was still fair and tight and full of elasticity, not inferior to Song Li at all, she had an additional gentle motherly quality, and even the cloud-patterned Dao robes, which rose high but didn't show half of her skin, spoke of a mature and gentle charm. Zhou Qiyu's image gradually overlapped with the head teacher in Mai Hong's second life school. However, she was indeed a beauty that could compete with the Xian materia. A flash of amazement flashed through Bai Hong's eyes, but she didn't indulge in her pouring face, and then she began to probe the wound in earnest, which also made Zhou Qiyu secretly feel relieved. It was the first time since her injury that she had shown her true face to the opposite sex. How is it? Can it be cured? Elder Zhou asked expectantly. It's slightly more troublesome, but it doesn't affect the treatment. Bai Hong pondered for a moment and gave an answer that pleased Elder Zhou. Then it all depends on you. But don't worry, I won't let you treat me for nothing. This is a great favor. Later, before Zhou Qiyu finished speaking, she was interrupted by Song Li, who was watching from the side. Master, why are you suddenly so cautious? You don't look like a master who is a master anymore at all. He. You still dare to make fun of master? Elder Zhou feigned thinly veiled anger and raised his hand to slap Song Li's head, only to hear Bai Hong pick up the conversation. Today it really doesn't seem like Elder Zhou, who is usually so generous. You don't have to be so nervous. Bai Hong's voice was smooth as she said, after breaking away from the third peak, although I have never treated you as a master, Elder Zhou's kindness in firmly sheltering me is something Bai Hong does not dare to forget. Now you look like this instead make me a little overjoyed. So Elder Zhou mustn't feel that you owe me anything. If you don't care that Bai Hong is a disciple who has no eyes for his master, we might be able to be friends. Zhou Qiyu sniffed and didn't say anything for a long time, and finally sighed a long, cloudy breath, seeming to be relieved of a lot of things. That's right, anyone who has been at the third peak for a long time wouldn't want to recognize a second master. I understand your feelings and choice. Elder Zhou smiled sincerely and lamented. Since there's no master-disciple bond, I'll just consider it as making a little Taoist friend with unlimited potential. After all, with your natural talent, you'll probably be able to catch up with me soon. However, the people of the Morning Glory Sword Sect consider us to be master and disciple after all. So in private, we can talk to each other as equals. But when there are outsiders around, even if you don't call out to me as master, you still have to maintain the respect of your master's elders, as it should be. Bai Hong gently nodded her head, not objecting to this, and then said, I need to perform the immortal body's innate aptitude to synchronize the healing of the physical body and the spirit, so I hope Elder Zhou will bear with me for the many offenses that may come next. After saying that, Bai Hong gently raised her hand and held Elder Zhou's cheeks with both hands. Her palms were smooth and soft to the touch, but the only thing that was revealed was the wound. Hiss! Along with the operation of the Great Tao melting furnace, a cold sensation slowly came from the wound, causing Elder Zhou to feel a bit uncomfortable. But before she could react much, she felt Bai Hong's large hand exert a slight force, and surprisingly, he pulled her in front of him. The white rainbow's black hair then came closer and closer to her, eventually surprising her with its forehead on the left side of her face. Just like a loving Taoist couple, making such intimate movements, Elder Zhou could even feel her breath fluttering onto Bai Hong's neck, her delicate earlobes instantly turning red, and even her cheeks were vaguely a little hot. Such intimate interaction with the opposite sex was still a bit too exciting for Elder Zhou. Bai Hong also noticed Elder Zhou's abnormality and said softly, "My cultivation is not high, so only by covering the wound with my spirit platform and activating my natural aptitude at the same time can I minimize the error and synchronize the healing of my Yuan Shen in body. So don't be overly concerned, Elder Zhou." The spiritual platform was located in the center of the forehead, which was the place where the Yuan Shen resided, and the divine sense spread from the center of the brow, so there really wasn't a problem for Bai Hong to do so. "Oh, I didn't." Along with White Rainbow's explanation, Elder Zhou could even feel the androgynous scent coming from his nose, and instead of fading, the blush on his face became brighter and brighter. Although this posture is humiliating, but after all, Zhou Qiyu is a high-ranking cultivator who has seen a great deal of wind and waves, and indeed can clearly feel the slow dissolution of the wound. And there is no tendency to recur. A heart will also slowly calm down. But next to Song Li, but suddenly remembered something. Big eyes in the white rainbow and Zhou Qiyu body swept back and forth, revealing a difficult color. Want to speak but stop. The wound on the masteress face can indeed be treated like this, without much overstepping, but if she remembers correctly, the other bigger wound seems to be wounded on the masteress left chest. Song Li face gradually odd. Thought Bai Hong needs to stick to the face in order to heal. Then in a moment Bai Hong will not be ready to stick his forehead on the chest of his master, right? Chapter 67 Zhou Qiyu, what? Come once a week? Half a day later, Bai Hong slowly opened his eyes, some imperceptible fatigue flowing out from the bottom of his eyes, and realized that Song Li had dozed off on the side, and Zhou Qiyu's eyes were even more tightly closed, her arms encircling his neck, the weight of her entire body pressing up. Apparently also slept through the long healing process without realizing it. The sleeping Qiyu true monarch was practically held in Bai Hong's arms. The warm and soft touch of jade was tender and delicate. It seemed to be even more fragile than tofu, and with a light touch, red scratches would surface. Realizing this, Bai Hong could not help but have a few moments of apathy, subconsciously comparing true Lord Qiyu to Lu Yu. In terms of appearance and color, the two are both of excellent standard, cannot be distinguished between the better and the worse. The difference is only in the different preferences of different people. However, if we talk about scent, Elder Zhou's body was a light fragrance mixed with a slight milky smell, whereas once Lu Yu's Xian materia was activated, it would emit a depraved smell that was hard to describe but was enough to arouse the heart's desires and make people sink. In the midst of her scattered thoughts, Bai Hong suddenly realized that a touch of scarlet was rapidly creeping up on the elder's skin, and her soft and delicate body became a little stiff, and her long eyelashes fluttered for a few moments. It seems to be awake. Bai Hong was not embarrassed, and smoothly shook Elder Zhou's body, smilingly said, "Elder Zhou, wake up, the treatment is over. You may want to see if you are satisfied?" "Well, can't believe it's dragged on this long." Zhou Qiyu put on the appearance that she had just been woken up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said in a calm manner, "It's really not like that. I would even sleep through it, so I'll let you laugh at me." Saying that, Elder Zhou even stretched out his waist, and his wide Taoist robe tensed up as a result, revealing a tightly wrapped, floating and convex gourd-shaped body silhouette. Bai Hong looked at Elder Zhou's clumsy performance and wanted to laugh a little in her heart, but she stifled it stiffly, secretly saying that Elder Zhou's skin was too thin. Surprisingly, it's really healed. On the other side, when Zhou Qiyu saw her scarless face in the mirror, her entire body froze in place, as if she had forgotten the embarrassment she had just experienced, and bean-sized teardrops slammed down, soaking her chest's towering bodice. She reached up with a trembling hand and stroked her smooth cheek, and was surprised that she still had a few unreal illusions, fearing that it was a beautiful dream. Pinch. Song Li also woke up at an unknown time and quietly twisted on Elder Zhou's arm, as if he knew what was on Elder Zhou's mind. He smiled and asked, "This time Master doesn't have to worry about it being a dream, right?" "Well." Elder Zhou inhaled a deep breath. breathing several times before calming down. Looking at Bai Hong's gaze has been brought with gratitude. Said, a long-cherished wish to fulfill. Actually did not expect to rely on you hereafter, but wherever you have a request, I will certainly go all out. Elder is too polite. There is still a wound that has yet to be treated, Bai Hong said politely, but she saw that Elder Zhou's grateful expression was violently stunned, as if she had remembered something, and her fair skin flushed once again, from her cheeks to her neck, all of which were tinted with a faint pink color. What kind of shy and sensitive body are you? You can't move without turning red all over, and it's too nice to wear, right? Bai Hong only felt that this Chi Yu true lord was too understandable and cute, even more easily shy than a little girl, unable to hide it. With the slightest bit of emotion, her chi and blood would rise, and then on the other hand, her character was still particularly conservative. If this has a Taoist couple someday, I'm afraid that every time I double cultivate, I'm going to become pink. But do you need to be so shy about treating your next wound? Bai Hong was slightly puzzled before she remembered where the second immortal ruin wound was located. Master, why are you suddenly blushing so red? You're not shy, are you? At this time, Song Li suddenly opened his mouth to urge, with a look of having seen too much, saying, hurry up and treat the second wound. You have not been able to advance to the harmonization stage for so many years. I have a feeling that the immortal ruin wound is to blame for that. Ha? Who? Who said I'm shy? Where am I shy? Master, this is the excitement of having a long-cherished wish realized. Elder Zhou was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, immediately sitting up straight, almost bouncing up from his chair. His mouth hardened and he said, but it's just a wound. What am I shy about? For a teacher of this age, accustomed to the changing winds and clouds, where is it worth for a teacher to be shy about? Oh, then perhaps the apprentice has misunderstood. Song Li scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Said, nowadays, many people are too thin-skinned, and do not understand that the doctor's parents' heart, there is no difference between men and women. Brother Bai's treatment method is unusual. I'm not afraid that you will be attracted to it, but also because of the shyness and refuse to treat it. Such people can be much more now, and be looked down upon. Song Li knew his master's character best, archaic and conservative while still having a thin skin, and disliked being belittled by others the most. So if she didn't block her master's retreat ahead of time, she might actually have to postpone the treatment because of her shyness. This would be fatal in Song Li's eyes. After all, that wound was extremely close to the heart, and it would be a lie to say that it didn't affect his cultivation. Compared to this, being taken advantage of by White Rainbow is really nothing. Besides, the immortal heavenly devil is really not so bad as to have bad intentions at this time, right? So on balance, Song Li decided to give Elder Zhou a push. Humph, does Master still need you to tell the healers? Elder Zhou lightly grunted. His heart panicked a batch, but on the face had to pretend to be calm. To the White Rainbow proudly said, you do not need to think too much, just for me to heal the stubborn disease. After all, this seed is a refined void true monarch, will not let the taboo disease to avoid the doctor's things happen to themselves. After saying that, Elder Zhou's delicate hand rested on the lapel of her coat, but she was slow to move. After a moment of silence, Elder Zhou suddenly got up and walked outside, saying, suddenly I remembered that I haven't inspected the Dan room today, or another day. Change what day? Change the day. Song Li had long predicted that his own master would back down on the battlefield, and with one hand he pinched his sword to stop Elder Zhou's path, and with one hand he drew out a plain-colored gauze sash and tied it around Bai Hong's eyes, saying, you must be cured today. Hey you rebel, don't strip me. I'll do it myself. Elder Zhou's resistance was ineffective, and Song Li pressed him down on the seat with one hand and directly made a move to strip off the plain Taoist robes, leaving the trembling and heavy soft skin exposed to the cold air. In a haze, Bai Hong realized that the gauze belt used to cover his eyes didn't seem to be very thick, and as long as he opened his eyes, he could vaguely see the scenery outside, taking in the movements of Song Li and Elder Zhou. At this moment, Elder Zhou was indeed colored a pink color due to her shyness, and her tall stature paired with her erect form was surprisingly enough to ignore the pull of gravity. The next moment, Bai Hong felt her head being pressed forward by Song Li, hitting his soft and warm body. Her face seemed to be wrapped in a light cushion of air, relaxing her body and mind. Swish! While experiencing a good touch, White Rainbow also detected an aura of the immortal ruins that was even greater than before. The great Tao furnace was slowly activated, and the power of the immortal body was like a tentacle, slowly coming into contact with the immortal ruin wound, drawing out the stubborn power within it strand after strand. Not only was this immortal ruin wound longer and deeper than the one on Elder Zhou's face, Even the entanglement with her had reached the point where you are one with me and I am one with you, greatly increasing the difficulty of treatment. Elder Zhou, this wound is like a maggot attached to the bone, almost becoming part of your yuan shen, and it's also very close to your heart, so I'm afraid it can't be cleared in one go. Bai Hong had not expected the situation to be this tricky either, and after some thought, she opened her mouth. Yikes! You hold your tongue for a moment and use the transmission. Elder Zhou only felt Bai Hong's breath spit in front of her body and tickle her, making her almost unable to stop herself from screaming out, and her body grew weaker and weaker, nearly falling over. Senior brother Bai, then is it still possible to heal this condition of senior? Song Li's slightly worried inquiring voice sounded. This wound had almost begun to affect her master's health. It was just that she hadn't said anything about it. The master in her previous life was of this nature, refusing to expose a trace of weakness. It can heal, Bai Hong mused. It's just that it can't be eradicated in one go. If my current cultivation level prevails, once a week, it would take about 7 times. When Elder Zhou sniffed, he immediately began to struggle, and his slippery skin rubbed against Bai Hong's face, making him feel as if he was an ant trapped in 2 mountains, with no way to go up and no way to go down. What a joke! Elder Zhou's mind can no longer be calm. Only once let her be so shy that she almost fainted, but also to be cured once a week? Chapter 68, Are you here to ask for punishment? Bai Hong swear. He really did not have the intention of taking advantage of eat tofu, but cannot help the tofu themselves to his face, even if he just open his mouth can. Elder Zhou's wounds were extremely deeply entangled with him, and while the great Tao furnace melted away the wounds of the immortal ruins, it also inevitably affected Elder Zhou himself. Coupled with the presence of the white rainbow, she then felt more and more strange. Her body was so sore and weak that she was even able to fiddle with Songli, who had just entered Yuaning. For a few moments, White Rainbow was still maintaining the operation of the great Tao furnace, and was not good enough to get involved in the tussle between this pair of masters and disciples, so she could only give a dark cry of innocence as she was squeezed around by Elder Zhou. Frankly speaking, the experience of being an orphan in his first life has had a profound effect on Bai Hong, making him instinctively favor older women who are mature and tolerant and possess motherly qualities. Elder Zhou happens to be one of the best. After all, her looks and figure are all superb, and her status as a teacher's elder also comes with a natural sense of taboo. It is well known that a sense of inhibition is approximately equal to irritation. So even in the second life of Blue Star, teachers, directors of instruction, and other identities were evergreen in a certain part of the movie industry, having produced a number of masterpieces. But now, White Rainbow really doesn't have that mind. This kind of treatment, which could be called charming, instead affected its performance, causing the treatment effect to be greatly reduced, and after spending most of an hour, it was surprising that it only allowed the wound on Elder Zhou's chest to shrink by less than 0.1%. It'll work too. I'm actually happy with it. After the treatment, Elder Zhou's earlobes were still red, highlighting his inner unrest, but his speech and demeanor were no different than usual. Even though the wound has only shrunk a little, I feel a sense of relief at breaking the cage and regaining my freedom. Elder Zhou violently clenched his fist, and between his slim and slender fingers, there was a surprisingly loud rumbling sound, the sound of air being pinched and burst. And then she looked at Bai Hong, her gaze slyly saying, "Otherwise, I'll see that the next treatment is postponed for a while. This already makes it a lot easier for me. Seeing as you're also a bit too tired, I'll wait for you for 1 more year. I think by then you should have touched the threshold of refined void, or even already be a refined void warrior. So it's good to help me heal at that time. Anyway, we've made it through the first armor, so it's not too bad for a few 100 days. How about it?" It wasn't that Elder Zhou had made a wild excuse, but rather, Bai Hong's display of natural talent and battle prowess had convinced everyone of his potential, and that in a year or two, he would have to be a transformation god stage at the bottom. If the identity of the extreme realm cultivator was also taken into account, then it could be completely treated as a refined void true lord. With one's cultivation doubled, healing Elder Zhou was naturally no problem. Bai Hong naturally had no objections to this, only saying that Elder Zhou could always seek him out for treatment if he needed it. On the contrary, Song Li had a few regrets. She was more interested in letting her own master heal as soon as possible and have no more worries. 3 days passed in a hurry. These 3 days of the Morning Glory Sword Sect can be described as calm and quiet. The disciples who have returned from the 3 secret realms of the 3 sects live in deep seclusion, and no longer have the pride and confidence of earlier. And their pridefulness has been easily crushed by the White Rainbow. The elders sensed the sense of crisis and closed their doors to cultivate, while Taoist Lord Hanhai hid in the middle of his cave. holding Lin Xian's soul lamp in a daze. As the Patriarch, he naturally knew how egregious the act of sneak attack was, so he didn't hold Bai Hong accountable, instead taking more care of him due to his immortal body status. However, when the night was deep, Dao Lord Hanhai would always remember a scene from back then when he taught little Lin Xian, making him gloomy. As for the Xianhua altar and the Divine Martial Pavilion, they also compromised on the issue of Earth Vein Qi. White Rainbow snatched all the Earth Vein Qi belongs to the Morning Sun Sword Sect, but the Morning Sun Sword Sect needs to take out 2/3 of it to lend to the two sects, and will need to pay back a portion of it every time they have a big competition in the future. However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, the Divine Martial Pavilion's flying boat appeared above the Morning Glory Sword Sect. An old man with plain clothes and a pale face descended from the sky, followed by 7 or 8 men of different ages, and led by the Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He came straight to the main peak. The Divine Martial Pavilion has come to pay a visit with the LV clan's old ancestor, LV Zhengqiao. The Divine Martial Pavilion Master's cultivation erupted, sending his voice in all directions, booming more than just like thunder. The Lu family. On the second peak, Elder Zhou, who was refining pills, snapped his eyes up, his face showing an unkind look as he put away the scorching hot Dan tripod in front of him. If she remembered correctly, when the Divine Martial Pavilion said that it was up to the Lu family, now that the invitations had not even been delivered but they were flaunted on the doorstep, could it be that they were here to look for White Rainbow's trouble? Zhou Qiyu's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the main peak hall. She wanted to see who dared to be unfavorable to Bai Hong. In the meantime, the crowd at the third peak similarly raised their heads, and upon hearing that the LV clan's ancestor had arrived in person, Xiao Ren's face revealed a look of resentment and unhurriedness. LV Xianyi was miserably abused by Bai Hong, and he was naturally furious in his heart. But ever since Lu Yu's Xian mare's body had exploded, Xiao Ren could clearly feel Lu Yu's estrangement and mistrust of him, which was tantamount to making him lose his biggest backer, and he didn't dare to act rashly. This is when the role of the still-favored Li Yunqin comes to the fore. She held onto Lu Yu's arm and shook it, pleading, "Master, let's go and take a look. The LV family ancestor is not coming from a good place. He is bound to come to ask for punishment. I want to see Bai Hong give in and concede defeat." In Li Yunqin's opinion, for a pro-leader-level genius to be beaten into a half-complete state was tantamount to breaking the future of the LV family, and the people of the LV family were bound to be furious. And the Divine Martial Arts Pavilion Master as a middleman to lead its door. It means that the other party is not ready to rough to come. The probability is to be reasonable to seek justice. In this way, the advantage of violence held by White Rainbow was greatly curtailed, and it was inevitable that he would be punished for compromising the friendly relations between the two clans. Even if it was just a walk in the park, she wanted to see White Rainbow eat her words. Lu Yu's face was hesitant. She really didn't know how to face Bai Hong now. Her heart was very complicated. To Bai Hong, she had both the anger at having taken her body and the licking love between master and disciple, plus the heart-demonic dream that was unknown to be true and came to an abrupt end in the first place, making Lu Yu's indignation, fondness, and guilt intertwine. Then go check it out. Lu Yu was silent for a moment before she finally opened her mouth and agreed, taking Li Yunqin and Xiao Ren to the main peak while Lu Qingxuan stayed at the third peak to watch over the family. In fact, since signing the confession of guilt, Lu Qingxuan had been in the midst of self-doubt. His Taoist heart collapsed, and he neither practiced nor refused to see anyone. By the time Lu Yu and the others arrived at the main peak, there were already quite a number of people gathered in the main hall, with the elders and deacons surrounding the center, with only the sound of conversation coming out. 49 300 years of blue fire fruits, 1 dendro of Earth's heart milk, 100 pounds of each of the 5 elemental crystals, 1 pair of binding immortal ropes, and 1 purple electric lightning veil. Listening to the names of the treasures being read out one by one, Li Yunqin gradually became shocked from bewilderment, and in the end, she was even a bit gloating. Could this be the compensation claimed by the Lu family's old ancestor? Li Yunqin was overjoyed, although there wasn't anything too rare and hard to find inside. But in all things, one is afraid of accumulating small amounts, adding up to a considerable amount of wealth, even enough to make a small immortal sect break their backs. This time Bai Hong will have to hemorrhage hard, and even need the clan to pay for him maybe. Serves you right. This is retribution. Li Yunqin joyfully perked up her ears, ready to listen to Bai Hong's embarrassed bargaining voice, but she didn't expect an old voice to take the lead before Bai Hong spoke. I don't know if these compensations, prepared by the Lu family, can satisfy little friend White Rainbow or not. What? Li Yunqin's face stiffened and her eyes glazed over, wondering if she had heard wrong. Aren't you here to ask for punishment? Why are you even giving gifts? Chapter 69, The Great Chu Immortal Dynasty. Not only was Li Yunqin in a daze, but even the Hanhai Taoist monarch and Bai Hong and the others were likewise a bit confused. Especially White Rainbow. He looked at the Lu family's third uncle that day with clear killing intent, looking like he wanted to put him to death. That's why he killed him. But as a result, today, the family's oldest ancestor logged in. But instead, he came to make amends and apologize? Your family has lost a spirit transformation cultivator, and Kiran Z has been beaten to half completion. Bai Hong was a little puzzled by the other party's thoughts, so she didn't open her mouth and look directly at the Divine Martial Pavilion Master, but she saw the other party let out a long sigh and said, "There's no need to be that vigilant. Since I acted as a go-between to bring LV Lao to the door, how could I possibly let him play a tricky trick?" After Lu Lao understood the situation, he did come to make amends sincerely. When the old ancestor of the Lu family was active, the contemporary pavilion master of the Divine Martial Pavilion hadn't even been born yet, so it wasn't too much of a stretch to honor him as Elder Lu, and the brief explanation from the Divine Martial Pavilion's pavilion master also caused Taoist Lord Hanhai and the others to quietly relax their guard for a few moments. The Divine Martial Pavilion was no longer a top 3 local sect power. It might not count for much in the entire cultivation world, but in this acre of this state, it was an absolute behemoth that needed to love its feathers and maintain its reputation. Things came out of the blue. So I've made the Morning Sun Sword Sect's Dao friends laugh. Lu family old man's voice with the characteristic hoarseness of the elderly, vaguely exudes a bit of decay breath, smiled and said, "There are juniors in the family advocating retaliation, but also hope that the Divine Martial Pavilion is also involved. The chance of victory is even greater." But they were all rejected by the old man, but also suppressed a few people. He looked towards Bai Hong, his cloudy eyes filled with admiration and envy, and said, "Duke Bai is really young. Surprisingly, he is still a legendary extreme realm cultivator. I'm not afraid to laugh at you all. If it wasn't for the matter of Old San, I would have never known in my life that there was even a concept of the extreme realm. But it is also because of this that the old man is even more unable to let the Lu family make an enemy of Mr. Bai. After all, this old thing of mine won't live long. I see that Lu Lao is clearly in the refined void cultivation. When he lives with heaven and earth, how could he have aged like this?" Taoist Lord Hanhai frowned and asked. In fact, as soon as the old ancestor of the Lu family came in, he realized that the other party was in an incomparable state of decay, and his life force was nearly withered. But it was only because it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe just now that he was not able to open his mouth and ask. Failed to get through the heavenly tribulation, yet did not die under it. The Gong body is defective. The life force is just leaking out. The Lu clan ancestor shook his head and didn't avoid the matter, causing the refined void true lords present to show their astonishment. Strictly speaking, there is no longer a limit to the life expectancy of the cultivator, but every 1,000 years need to be transiting the apocalypse. Into the living, the defeat is dead, but never heard of not transiting the apocalypse, but the person who survived. With the heavenly calamity as a breakthrough, the two sides obviously warmed up, and Bai Hong, as the center of the incident, had to accompany him on the sidelines, slowly smoothing out the ins and outs. This is a simple matter to say, summarized, but the Lu family ancestor knows that his days are numbered, and see the family Qilin's son is bent on wanting to stand up for the orphans of the Shao family, but the result is to mess with the terrifyingly talented, strong background of the enemy, want to shelter the family once more before death, so he gave up an old face, to make amends to come to the door. In the speech, there is no lack of hate for Lu Xianyi's lament, coupled with its wrinkled old face and stooped posture. It is really heartbreaking. Bai Hong was silent for a moment, turned his head to look at Song Li behind True Lord Qiyu, and transmitted, "It doesn't matter to me if Lu Xianyi is alive or dead, but it was you that she hijacked in the first place. So what does senior sister Song think?" It was not a good idea to put this matter out in the open, as it would easily result in a moral abduction of Song Li, which was why Bai Hong transmitted her voice to inquire. "I don't really care, or I'll collect 2 treasures and leave it at that." Song Li interest is not high, if according to her current character, will inevitably choose to cut off the roots. After all, when the old ancestor is dead, the Lu family has no constraints. Who does not know if they will engage in any further retaliation? So it is the safest to kill a clean through and through. But for one thing, she didn't have that strength, and now she was just a Yuaning cultivator. Secondly, it is because, in the body of the Lu family ancestor, she vaguely saw the shadow of the previous life of the Qiyu true monarch. Strong support. The two are generally despondent, weak, but still want to cover the wind and rain for the clan and the family, so that she had to be touched by the feelings. Moved compassion. Could be. Bai Hong nodded slightly and walked over to the small mountainous pile of treasures, casually picking up a few and calmly said, Elder LV, the rest of the treasures you can take back with you. I've taken these treasures, and the enmity between me and LVCNE in the secret realm is considered to be eliminated. And in the future, as long as she doesn't bare her fangs to me, I'll by no means make things difficult for her. But if she's dead set on not changing. Bai Hong didn't finish his words, but that thick murderous aura was already the best explanation. How is this going to work? Lu family old ancestor's face changed slightly, hurriedly refused. White Prince does not pursue. The old man naturally 1,000 thanks, but send out the gift which has no reason to take back. But please quickly accept. Daoist Lord Hanhai was actually very satisfied with Bai Hong's generous approach, earning face for the Morning Glory Sword Sect. But once he saw that the Lu family's old ancestor was even forcibly handing Bai Hong treasures like a relative who forcefully stuffed a child with red envelopes on New Year's Day, he couldn't sit still either, and hurriedly got up to stop him. After all, do not want to accept is one thing, but push or not push back is another thing. You directly accept the red envelope, to be laughed at. For a while, the Morning Glory Sword Sect and the few family members brought by the Lu family's oldest ancestor were mixed up in a mess. One side had to give it, and the other side didn't want it in any way, so it was quite lively. According to the Immortal Alliance's information, the Morning Sun Sword Sect is located in the northern part of Liangzhou, and is a medium-sized immortal sect. Elder Li, it's pretty much in this neighborhood. Shi Xingyao held a compass and followed the guide, and behind him was a harmonized stage Taoist monarch, Li Qixing. The two of them had come across several continents without sleep or rest, only to find a medium-sized immortal sect called the Morning Glory Sword Sect to deliver a token from His 27th Highness. Elder Li nodded his head gently. The overbearing divine sense of the symphony stage spread out, far more expansive than Shi Xingyao's coverage, so he was the one scouting the way along the way. Shi Xingyao could only be regarded as a human standee specializing in holding a wayfinding compass. Soon, Elder Li spotted an imposing mountain gate not far away among the clouds and mist, with the 4 big words Morning Sun Sword Sect on it, which was exactly the purpose of the duo's trip. Swish! Elder Li admired Chu Chenqiu from the bottom of his heart, so after she mentioned the Mahayana opportunity, Elder Li was really on board. At this time, White Rainbow was already near his eyes, so he subconsciously probed his divine sense into the mountain gate, wanting to be the first to see what kind of character White Rainbow was that could make His Highness evaluate him in such a way. Whether the move was offensive or not was not part of its consideration. A medium-sized immortal door is just a big deal. There is a great body cultivator, or a small place of origin, definitely not as strong as him. However, the divine sense only swept through the main peak hall, making Elder Li's brows furrowed high as he asked with some uncertainty, is that one being tugged around White Rainbow? Morning Glory Sword Sect, main peak. White Rainbow was being tugged around like a ragdoll, going with the flow, as the Lu family ancestor and the others desperately tried to stuff things into his arms, and from afar, it actually looked as if he was enduring some new type of bullying. But in the very next moment, a heaven-shaking powerful pressure descended steeply. A blood-colored stream of light seemed to be like a cannonball, but it directly blasted a hole in the Morning Glory Sword Sect's protector formation, and then the momentum did not diminish as it smashed straight into the main peak hall. Boom! The people present only felt that the ground shook and it was almost difficult to stand still, and Taoist Lord Hanhai and the Divine Martial Pavilion Master were even as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, instantly assuming a fighting stance and looking towards the rolling smoke. I wonder if it's too much to ask which of our fellow Taoists is traveling here? Tao Lord Hanhai asked in a deep voice, and that grave expression made everyone realize what the problem was, and the void refining realm like the LV clan's ancestor was even more grave. Ensemble stage Tao Lord. It was still an unfamiliar and battle-hardened harmonization stage, enough to set off a huge upheaval. Someone from the members of the LV clan showed a bitter expression and pulled the sleeve of the LV clan's oldest ancestor. Transmitting, Ancestral Grandpa. We're early. This conjoined stage Daojun is obviously not good. Is running to the Morning Glory Sword Sect. We are completely dripping muddy water. If it is a day late to come, maybe the Morning Glory Sword Sect are going to be destroyed for the most part. Why do you want to apologize to that White Rainbow, but also to send so much stuff? The district is a junior. The oldest ancestor of the Lu clan did not say anything. There were indeed many people in the clan who did not understand him. They just had to listen to him due to his status. Now at the slightest problem, this part of the family jumps out, which proves that his hold on the family is declining. However, By the time that uninvited guest opened his mouth to speak, Elder Lu's face full of worry converted into joy, because he clearly heard that harmonization stage say, "By order of His 27th Highness of the Great Chu Immortal Dynasty, he has come here to search for the trace of Bai Hong by Gongzi. Who dares to disadvantage him?" Chapter 70. Brother. Someone is bullying me. Come and help me. The oldest ancestor of the Lu family couldn't even suppress his smile, and glanced back at his great-grandson. All in good time. This was the ensemble stage Dowlord who had destroyed his Lu family like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. You're still talking about being implicated in a mess and feeling sorry for the treasure you gave away? The grid is too small. The Lu family's oldest ancestor had never been so satisfied with his choices, because even if he came even 1 hour later today, he might not be able to obtain Bai Hong's forgiveness. It's the difference between icing on the cake and giving it away. The former was even more like going to browbeat Bai Hong under the threat of the harmonization stage, and only the latter could show the sincerity of the Lu family to turn a war into a war. So at this moment, the Lu family's oldest ancestor stood smoothly without the slightest worry, and White Rainbow, who was the center of everyone's attention, slowly withdrew her gaze, causing Lu Yu's expression to darken. Just now, when the Great Chu Immortal Dynasty's harmonization stage came in aggressively, as if they wanted to trouble Bai Hong, Li Yunqin's mouth was grinning to the root of her ears, very happy, but instead, she drew Bai Hong's attention. This look didn't matter. The sight sweeping over to True Lord Lu Yu made Bai Hong recall the many anomalies of Lu Qingxuan in the secret realm. Did you say something to Ryu Kayasumi? Like you wanted her to teach me a lesson or something? Bai Hong's gaze was slightly condensed, and although he didn't open his mouth or transmit his voice, Lu Yu just read his gaze. It was a tacit understanding that the two had built up over a decade of companionship. Lu Yu's heart trembled. A little bit weak, subconsciously averted his gaze, but then remembered Bai Hong's act of charging the teacher. Anger arose, hard to move his gaze back, and Bai Hong distantly stared at each other. So what if I am? I haven't gotten revenge on you yet after you drove Qingxuan to that point. True Lord Quicksilver gritted his teeth, remembering the miserable appearance of Lu Qingxuan's shattered Dao heart, and hated to let White Rainbow suffer for him. Very well, it seems that you still can't put yourself in your place, or lack of conditioning. As soon as Bai Hong's mind moved, an imprint in the sea of consciousness that showed an inverted triangle shone brightly, spitting out a charming glow of purple and pink. At the same time, Lu Yuhate's expression was violently stunned, only to feel that the mysterious mark at her belly was unexpectedly hot and painful. The pain penetrated deep into her soul, and even with her cultivation as a refined void true lord, she could only barely resist it. What's wrong with you, master? Li Yunqin found that Liu Yue's delicate body was slightly trembling, even as if her legs were soft and unsteady, so she hurriedly inquired. White Rainbow. Not knowing the utility of the mysterious seal being urged for the first time, how could Quicksilver not understand that it was White Rainbow who was up to no good? And the flames of anger in his heart were sky high. Was he treating her like a slave by leaving such underhanded marks on her body? Lu Yu vaguely revealed a few points of killing intent. Bai Hong's move was really touching her bottom line. Unfortunately, at this time, everyone in the Morning Glory Sword Sect was waiting in tight formation, fearing that the mysterious ensemble stage would make a move. So no one realized that Lu Yu's killing intent was aimed at Bai Hong. Duke Bai, this is the token that His Highness handed over to you, and then there are some questions that need to be asked of you. Elderly respectfully presented a small black axe that was only the size of his thumb, causing Bai Hong's pupils to shrink slightly, revealing a look of remembrance. In the second life, Bai Lu had just started middle school and was particularly fond of stinky beauty, wanting a small jade sword pendant that was popular in the circle of female cultivators at that time. So she urged him to go and buy it. The result is that Bai Hong playful, deliberately chose a handle and ugly in black, but the most cost-effective small axe pendant of the open mountain. Exactly the same as this. Angry Bai Lu 10 days ignore him. But in the end, the two made up, and Bai Lu didn't throw away the Kaishan axe pendant even after she bought the small sword, instead tying it together around her waist. Swish! Bai Hong couldn't help but use the secret method of the second life to catalyze this axe. The principle was similar to the lock screen password of a cell phone, but he didn't expect that this small axe would really explode with a strong light. The small axe gradually melted and gradually changed into a thumb-sized humanoid. This is the art of puppetry? Elderly was quite surprised that he had carried the small axe all the way, but he had not found the slightest abnormality, and had thought that it was just an ordinary token that did not have any special functions. Elderly, there's no need to ask those questions. Just based on the fact that he was able to activate this axe, there's no need to verify anything else. A slightly distorted, but still audible excited female voice rang out. And it was precisely the voice of Chu Qianqiu, the 27th princess of Great Chu. And the source of the voice was clearly the little black axe transformed into Thumbelina. Yes, Your Highness, Elderly responded with a cry, and immediately sent out a divine sense to receive Shi Xingyao, who had been blocked from the Morning Glory Sword Sect. After all, Shi Xingyao was only at the level of harmonized god cultivation, and couldn't be prohibited from moving at the speed of the harmonized stage. So when Fang realized that White Rainbow was suspected to be targeted, Elderly threw Shi outside. White Rainbow? Who is this? Daoist Lord Hanhai and the others looked at the little man on White Rainbow's palm and asked in confusion. It's just family. Bai Hong revealed a soft smile. Her gaze never left the tiny puppet, and said, it is one of my family members who has been separated for a long time. It's 2 lifetimes long. The little man that the token transformed into wasn't calm either, trying his best to suppress his sobs as he laughed and cursed. It's really you bastard. I guessed it was you. No one in this world knows the first version of the Mixed Sword Sutra. I guessed it was you shameless too. In contrast, White Rainbow 3, being a human being, was obviously quite a bit calmer, but his mind still rose and fell as he smiled and said, after all, no one else has the face to plagiarize me except you. Humph. The young girl named Bai Lu in her previous life and called Chu Qianqiu in this life snorted coldly and was not convinced. Bai Hong didn't care and continued, to think that you've made it to the harmonization stage. It seems like you've had a very comfortable life. Ha! It's not comfortable at all. The Great Chu Road War is approaching, and as the heir to the throne, yet I can't even get together anyone trustworthy. I always feel that some of them have been bribed and are preparing to turn against me. In front of Bai Hong, she wasn't some gifted 27 highness who didn't have to pretend to be strong and could pour out her grievances and trepidations, like a child who was tattling to her elders. Backstabbed, falsely accused, robbed of credit, deliberately suppressed, targeted by a coalition of other royal heirs, and even assassinated. Shiro recounted what had happened to her, without any need to hide anything. The only thing to pay attention to is to control the puppet transformed by the token to condense its voice into a line, so that it won't be heard hilariously by the onlookers. And on the side of the onlookers songly, although there is no gossip to listen to, a heart is gradually cooled down, vaguely showing the color of fear. It was only because White Rainbow's face grew more and more somber. This was a grim expression that she had never seen by Hong show since she awakened the memories of her previous life. Although there wasn't any killing intent or fury, it was particularly terrifying and mind-blowing, awakening Song Li's deepest fears, because this was not the expression that the Morning Glory Sword Sect's immortal body, White Rainbow, should have revealed, but rather the hideous demeanor of the undying heavenly demon when it slaughtered the Immortal Alliance. Only White Rainbow's face was shrouded in shadows. His cultivation was actually unconsciously running, as was the Great Tao melting furnace, which was completely on the verge of erupting. When he had killed the Lu family's transformation god with a single sword, Bai Hong hadn't even been this serious. What exactly is the origin of this princess of Dichu? How could she make senior brother Bai show such a look? Could she also be someone who has relived her life? Song Li's heart was shocked, wildly guessing. Rummaging through the memory cannot be found in his previous life and the immortal heavenly devil relationship close to such a point. But it didn't matter, because Bai Lu's last words completely strained Bai Hong's sanity. Brother, someone in Dichu bullied me. To help me. Chapter 71. Who needs to be killed? How many? In the first life, Bai Hong was the enemy of the world, and all of his friends and family were rebellious, and the entire cultivation world was expecting him to die, and a heart was broken and full of holes and scars. At that time he was like a stressed beast, no longer having time to distinguish between good and evil, resisting equally, and even hating everyone who came near him, until he died. Reborn in his second life, he croaked as a baby, living in the relatively peaceful Blue Star with no internal or external problems, having parents and sister, experiencing true family and friendship, and the scars of his last life being erased by the care of his family. It could be said that the reason why the present-day White Rainbow had not transformed into a cultivator and slaughtered the world, and had even deliberately suppressed the hatred in his heart and tried not to hurt the innocent, was all thanks to his experiences in his second life, which had allowed him to realize what it was like to be loved sincerely. It was the salvation of his heart. Even his obsession with ascension in this life was merely the hope of borrowing the power of a true immortal to find a way home and reunite with his family. But now, there are people who want to bully his sister and destroy the last piece of pure land in his heart. Brother, someone in Dichu is bullying me. Come and help me. As soon as those words came out, Bai Hong only felt his brain explode, as if a million thunderbolts had exploded in his brain, and he could no longer think. Boom! A monstrous sea of fire violently erupted around White Rainbow, roaring and spreading in all directions, enveloping the entire hall. The cultivators inside the hall backed up in unison, leaving the main hall as much as they could, but while some of them were actively avoiding it, others were caught off guard and swept out. In the split second when the sky full of flames erupted, Daoist Lord Hanhai and the Divine Martial Pavilion's Pavilion Master frowned, while Elderly was horrified beyond belief, looking at Bai Hong with a more and more respectful expression. This was true anger, and it was actually the aura burning on its own. With only a sudden angry emotion, it can make the fireline aura riot and ignite out of thin air, and the power is still not inferior to the transformation goddess strike. How strong is the White Rainbow? The crowd can't even dare to think about it. Perhaps only the Lord of the Flame Avenue was capable of doing so. Elderly knew that there were still geniuses on top of geniuses, and became more and more convinced that his Mahayana chance was imprinted on Bai Hong, while Dao Lord Hanhai and the others were puzzled as to where Bai Hong's anger came from. After all, in the eyes of the crowd, White Rainbow had never suffered a loss. Instead, he had pressed all the incoming offenders into submission, and there was no chance for him to get angry. This is true for Lin Xian, Xiao Ren, Lu Qingchuan, and Lu Xianyi. Lu Yu's heart and soul trembled as well, her face complex as she looked at Bai Hong, her eyes dark and deep, calling out to people to not be able to see through her thoughts. Who? Bai Hong suddenly took a deep breath, and the blazing flames around him were as if they had a life, converging at his feet and turning into a flaming lotus that swayed incessantly. Bai Hong slowly raised his eyes in the reflection of the firelight and looked towards the crowd of onlookers, revealing an untamed and murderous smile. The unquenchable flame, the dense killing intent, the monstrous anger and madness, all melted into the White Rainbow's figure, deeply imprinted on everyone's heart. Hard to forget. Patriarch, this great hall. Bai Hong calmly opened his mouth, and before he could finish his sentence, Elderly threw out a storage bag and decisively said, 27 highnesses have compensated on behalf of Duke Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong stopped speaking and slightly nodded to the Patriarch before looking at Elderly and asking, who do we need to kill in the Great Chu Dao War and how many? A simple sentence, but there is an infinite amount of bloody gas floating out, as if the crowd is in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Lao breathing slightly stagnant, pupils are shrunk into a needlepoint. Dichu Road War is to the heir of the main fight. The protagonist is all the royal son and daughter. Others are but to help punch only. Even if the dead really appeared, it should be the heir of the emperor out of the call properly. It is not possible that you help, but also really want to kill the emperor's son or daughter of the Chu? I'm sorry, he only felt that the White Rainbow should be killing as the name. Cannot help but be, this. You better ask His Highness. Bai Hong looked towards the tiny puppet he was dragging in his hands. When his emotions were out of control just now, he was also doing his best to protect the safety of the puppet, not letting it suffer a bit of damage. Rather, no need to kill so many la. Bai Lu could see Bai Hong's reaction through the puppet, and a warm current passed through her heart. But Bai Hong's unexplained majestic killing intent also surprised her greatly. To know in the Blue Star when the White Rainbow, but is known as a good student, smooth but not mercenary, made many good friends. Even if a body of cultivation is amazing, things are also the first reasoning, is the name of the other family's children. But in this world, you've become a murderer? Abrasive, as usual. Bai Hong pawed Bai Lu's little puppet, put it into his pocket, and inquired to Elderly, can you tell us about the Great Chu Dao War and how I can help your 27th Highness? Although Elderly's name was Li Slayer, he wasn't a cutie who only knew how to kill. Naturally he could see that Bai Hong and His Highness had a great relationship, so after just a moment of contemplation, he said truthfully, the Crown Prince is still undecided. The position of the Eastern Palace is vacant. The Dao War is the best stage for all the royal heirs to prove their abilities, and it can attract all forces to bet on themselves and become a boost for their bid for the throne. And the biggest weakness of His Highness the 27th lies in his birth and age. Your Highness is not like the third prince, who has the support of a powerful mother clan, and unlike the Grand Prince, who is as old as he is, and has experienced many Dao Wars, he has long since gained the support of heavy ministers of sufficient weight. All of these are disadvantages for your Highness, so it is very difficult to recruit truly powerful cultivators, such as Shi Xingyao, who is actually one of your Highness's trump cards. Not only that, your Highness, because of his young age and late start, there should still be quite a few spies arranged by other imperial heirs among his followers, so if Duke Bai wants to help your Highness, he first needs to select 2 trustworthy, capable, and non-betraying cultivators to help him with the fist. with a minimum cultivation level of harmonized spirit to start with. And refining Void's engines are the best. The reason why they didn't say harmonization stage was because there weren't that many harmonization stage cultivators in remote places like this. Refined Void True Lords are best. Bai Hong's eyes turned back and forth, gradually having an idea, and suddenly pulled out the small puppet in his pocket, and asked Bai Lu, "Can you take out a healing holy relic? Something that could be called a holy thing for healing." Living dead flesh and white bone was just the base of the base, usually with strong vitality, just enough to be used as a consumable for healing the wounds of the immortal ruins. It was just a pity that the Morning Glory Sword Sect was located in the middle of nowhere, and didn't have such a good condition. Of course the healing sacrament can be taken out. Bai Lu's little puppet made a thoughtful look and quickly replied, "It's not much, but there are 6 or 7 of them. Which of your friends is seriously injured?" "Not really serious injuries, just as payment for asking someone to step in." Bai Hong was already set in his ways and said with a smile, "Wait until I hire a peak void refining true lord back for you. As for that remaining spot, I'll personally top it." Bai Lu was overjoyed when she heard this. Regardless of her previous life, she had unconditional trust in Bai Hong. Although Elderly felt that Bai Hong's Yuaning realm was really a bit low, he didn't object in public. And after White Rainbow had said this, she turned her gaze to Lu Yue. It wasn't that he wanted to ask Quicksilver for help to aid in the battle, but he needed to settle the score with Quicksilver before heading to the Great Chu dynasty so that she could set herself straight. Chapter 72. Although the main peak hall was set ablaze, because the flames came and went quickly, it did not cause serious damage, and what was destroyed was only some unusual items. Elderly compensating on his behalf was considered to be giving enough face, and naturally no one within the Morning Glory Sword Sect would stand up to oppose it. After all, a harmonization stage cultivator from a top-tier power, who was tired of living to find someone else's trouble. Even if the people from the Morning Glory Sword Sect were stupid, they would know which people they couldn't afford to mess with. Just like Bai Hong after returning from the 3-sect competition, everyone knew that senior brother Bai had ruthless means and heavenly battle power. So those who had ridiculed Bai Hong in the past were now flattering one by one for fear of retaliation. Subsequently, Dao Lord Hanhai personally sent away the Divine Martial Pavilion Master and the others, which was considered to have completely turned the page on the matter of LV Xiani, allowing the LV clan's old ancestor to breathe a long sigh of relief, and vaguely fearful of the future, not daring to think of what would happen to the LV clan if he persisted in his vengeance. Elderly and Shi Xingyao, on the other hand, were arranged to rest at the main peak, and were personally accompanied by Patriarch Hanhai Daojun, who introduced them to some of the scenery and monuments of the Morning Glory Sword Sect as a sign of respect for the harmonization stage cultivators. Second peak. Bai Hong and Song Li returned from the main peak with Elder Zhou, incidentally mentioning the matter of the Dao War in the Dichu Imperial Dynasty and wanting to invite Elder Zhou to come out. Elder Zhou had only just received a great favor from Bai Hong, so naturally she wouldn't excuse herself. But Bai Hong's next move still left her somewhat appalled. This is the 10,000 laws not invading the glazed body. After activating it, the body is comparable to a physical cultivator of the same realm. The disadvantage is that it consumes too much. Your defense is a weak point, so it's better to practice a little bit. This is the mixed sword scripture. Song Li also practiced it. It boosts the attack power tremendously, and it can likewise complement your means of output, as well as the divine heavenly jade clear thunder technique. The vertical earth golden light, volume after volume of unheard of, yet mysterious and incomparable jade cylinders were placed in front of him, and true Lord Chiyu suddenly felt like a bumpkin. Wait a minute, don't give me any more feats. No merit. How can I practice these feats when I haven't even fought yet? Elder Zhou refused repeatedly. Picking out any one of these jade cylinders would be enough to make a refined void true lord's heart flutter. She was too embarrassed to take advantage of such a bargain, originally owed Bai Hong a huge favor. If she was brazen enough to accept these, I'm afraid she couldn't pay back the favor even if she paid Bai Hong herself. It's better to be on the safe side. We can't let you go to war at your own risk, Bai Hong insisted. These Gongfu Daofa were nothing in his eyes. They were all things from the immortal ruins or the Blue Star, and it was the fact that the immortal sects were shabby, which made a lot of the Gongfu slowly break the inheritance. Master, just take the opportunity to learn. After all, the opponent is the top power of the Immortal Alliance's refined void yet. Don't take it lightly. Song Li naturally hoped that the stronger Elder Zhou was the better, and also followed to persuade, not to mention that the stronger the master is, the better the chances of Princess Dichu's victory are. You don't learn this and that and you don't practice that. It's not dragging your feet. This, Elder Zhou frowned slightly, somewhat hesitant. the conservative and archaic side of his character manifested itself, wanting to seriously do the best in everything, and was pinched by Song Li's dead center. Bai Hong smiled at the sight and nodded gently to Song Li, quietly exiting Elder Zhou's cave. Since Song Li, who has Zhou instruction manual, is here, he doesn't need to talk too much. And, Bai Hong looked up into the sky, a bright moon hanging high in the sky. After sending off the people of the Divine Martial Pavilion, and then resettling and entertaining Li Kueisheng and Shi Xingyao, the day passed by in a hurry, and the moon was already deep. Bai Hong touched the golem that had fallen silent and changed back into the form of a small black axe, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Being able to reunite and recognize Shiro was really an unexpected pleasure. It was just that the puppetry was not safe when they were separated by thousands of miles, so both of them tacitly did not mention Blue Star and just waited until they met in Dichu. Thinking about it, Bai Hong remembered Lu Yu, and her complexion immediately sank, revealing a few shades of dissatisfaction. It's time for an education since she can't put herself in her place, White Rainbow muttered, and suddenly turned into a stream of light, flying straight towards the third peak, Flowing Moon Cave. Because the night was already deep and in the middle of her own cave, Lu Yu was dressed casually at this time, fading out of the Peak Master's majestic Dao robe and only wearing a layer of plain white veil, revealing a large portion of snow-white skin, releasing an amazing charm. She had been suffering from the backlash of the Xian mare body for many years, and she had to do her best to hide her physique during the daytime, so she gradually developed the habit of not liking to wear too much, and late at night every day was considered a rare moment of relaxation for her. And today, Lu Yu's silent cave had welcomed an uninvited guest. White Rainbow entered the cave brightly without alerting anyone in the third peak, and even Lu Yu was an afterthought until White Rainbow appeared in her line of sight and snapped back to her senses. What are you doing here? Lu Yu's face showed a huff, not forgetting what Bai Hong had done, and said in thinly veiled anger, coming uninvited in the dead of night and trespassing in the Elder's cave. You deserve a beating. After saying that, a channel of ice swords condensed out of thin air and shot towards the vitals of all parts of Bai Hong's body. In this regard, White Rainbow does not flash not to avoid. Let the flowing moon attack. The result of those eyes soared but in the last moment, and steeply stopped in front of the White Rainbow. Even a little bit of oil skin did not cut through, and it was still actively manipulated by Quicksilver. Her body tensed and froze in place, her face showing anger, as if she was wrestling with something, and soon a fine layer of sweat grew inside and out, and her whole body was hydrated. Although you are two great realms above me, a slave mark is a slave mark. Either you can't plant it, or once you do, you can't harm me. Bai Hong shook her head, seemingly with some emotion, and gently stroked away some of the fragrant sweat on Lu Yu's forehead. After all, his realm is too low. Forcibly planted a slave seal is already a trick to borrow the gift of the body of the Xian mare, and now it is difficult to fully catalyze the slave seal, and can only rely on the do not harm the master of the slave seal, this iron law, but also in the sense, like the influence he exerted on Lu Yu today. In fact, the effect is very bad. Normally, once the slave seal is activated, Lu Yu should lose her temper on the spot, fall to the ground, or even cry in pain is right, but she could obviously forcefully resist with her cultivation, reaching a delicate balance. Unfortunately it's not daytime, there are no onlookers watching, and I don't need to collect myself. Bai Hong gently lifted Lu Yu's pointed chin and locked eyes with her for a long time, but did not take her indignant and unyielding eyes to heart. Forcibly resisting the control of the slave seal was already the limit of Quicksilver. Jabla! A cracking sound rang out, and Lu Yu only felt the white veil draped over her body slowly fall off with a few slight chills, and her entire body was completely exposed to Bai Hong. Bai Hong looked calm and did not rush to enjoy the view. Instead, she gently helped Lu Yu smooth her long hair that was draped over her head to the back of her head, tying it in a ponytail that did not interfere with her vision. Hair already pulled back won't get in the way. So, Bai Hong sat down on the chair with a big horse and smiled at Lu Yu. You kneel down first, there's something I need your help with. Chapter 73, You're just a stove. Ahem. Vomit. Quicksilver fell to the ground, supporting her body with her hands, constantly dry heaving and coughing, but her eyes looked at Bai Hong with indignation, as if she wanted to eat him alive. As Bai Hong looked at Lu Yu's wretched and tender appearance, a hint of vengeful pleasure and a strong sense of conquest actually flared up within her heart, and the smile at the corners of her mouth grew more and more unrestrained as she recklessly sized up her former master. Nowadays, he has long since not been that dull and stubborn old man. Naturally, he will not deliberately control the mood of the heart. Everything is to go along with the mane, so when the White Rainbow found out that retaliation will make him happy, things will be difficult to be good. Ahem, well, let's get on with it then. As White Rainbow reached out, an invisible force lifted the flowing moon and floated it in midair, slowly sending it towards White Rainbow's body. White Rainbow, what the hell do you want? A hint of trembling had already been brought to Quicksilver's angry questioning voice, as she could actually guess what Bai Hong was going to do, but she couldn't even escape, as vulnerable as a lamb to the slaughter. The cultivation of the refined Void True Lord was unexpectedly bound and could not be mobilized in the slightest. Do not want me to find what you do, always ask some strange questions. White Rainbow suddenly said some inexplicable words, seemingly answering Lu Yu's question. Lu Yue was first stunned, then realizing the true meaning of Bai Hong's words, she immediately revealed a look of unbearable humiliation and gritted her teeth. You've gone too far. When I break this seal, I will definitely make you pay the most painful price. Snap. With a backhand, White Rainbow slapped out a resounding slap on Ryuki's face, leaving her a little dazed, seemingly not comprehending the current situation and why she was being beaten. Things to come later when you've really cracked the slave seal, but right now you need to pay the price. Bai Hong was expressionless, looking at Lu Yu without a trace of pity in her gaze as she said in a cold voice, you are nothing but a hearth tripod, yet you can't put yourself in your place, and you even abetted Lu Qingxuan, allowing her to offend your master. Don't you think that such a disobedient hearth tripod should be punished? When Quicksilver sniffed, her delicate face began to turn livid, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Her body exploded with fur, and she roared with disbelief. You're treating me as a stovepipe? How dare you treat me as your stovepipe? Or what? Or what do you think you are? Bai Hong raised her eyebrows slightly, not moving on the surface, but secretly feeling new and strange. Lu Yu nature is bland, like quiet, not like to move. Things are even more submissive, only their own sadness, few emotions to show, so most of the time, she showed our lamentation, regret and other emotions, never this kind of anger. Lu Yue clenched his hands tightly into fists, even stretching his neck without regard for his personal image, bringing his face closer, the tip of his nose almost pressed against the tip of Bai Hong's nose, staring deathly into his eyes, somewhat maniacally forcing the question. If you treat me as a cauldron, why did you leave behind that one cultivation guide to show me the path to the Mahayana realm? Why didn't you try your best to harvest me, instead choosing the dual cultivation that is beneficial to both parties? The word stove tripod is derogatory, refers to the tools for people to pick up the cultivation. Is the use of that is discarded, the loss of great objects, really be used as a stove tripod cultivator, perhaps a few times will be wasted, reduced to a cultivation loss of all the invalid, and the day of the White Rainbow and she in more than a number of times. Therefore, Quicksilver refused to believe that White Rainbow was using her as a furnace, even though she had been planted with slave seals all over her body, perhaps from the very beginning. In Quicksilver's mind, White Rainbow had some subtle differences from the others. White Rainbow sniffing revealed some color of understanding. He naturally can hear the flow of the moon words that a touch of flow of the moon themselves may not find the sentiment. But, so what? Was he supposed to respond? To forgive? To accept with ecstasy if Ryuki liked him? Bai Hong was calm inside, like a deep lake, and spoke the truth without any psychological burden. Of course it's for sustainable cultivation. The Shin Mare's body is one of the physiques that is second only to the immortal body, and even better than the immortal body in some aspects. Don't you think it's too much of a pity to use it only a few times before it breaks down? He spread out his hands, his face full of arrogance, and said aloud, the Mahayana realm will not be my upper limit. My cauldron naturally has to be good enough as well. Otherwise one day my realm will be far superior to yours. So won't it be you picking on me? Lu Yu still didn't believe it. In some aspects, she was especially stubborn, even to the extent of paranoia, just as in the first life she believed that Bai Hong was the heavenly devil. That Bai Hong, no matter how much effort she made, it was difficult to change her perceptions, and the same was true at this time. Alright, how can a stove tripod ask its master to answer questions for it? You just need to help me cultivate. White Rainbow had a few moments of impatience, so she directly turned Lu Yue over, so that her back was to herself, and then drew out a golden rope and tied Liu Yue's hands and feet on the same side together. Don't you put me down. Lu Yu suddenly felt a lightness in her body. Bai Hong's arms then went through her leg sockets and stood behind her to pick her up. A purple gauze belt also blinded Lu Yu's eyes so that she couldn't see much, and her eyes were in darkness. In this way, the immortal binding rope and the purple electric lightning veil gifted by the Lu clan's ancestor were both useful. You put me down quickly, otherwise I won't be able to spare you. I'll definitely make you pay. Quicksilver struggled as hard as she could, writhing desperately in Bai Hong's arms, but she was never able to break free, and along with the feeling of weightlessness, Quicksilver's angry curses faded away. "Put me down. Don't. I can't get my feet on the ground." Early the next morning, Song Li walked out of True Lord Chiyu's cave with satisfaction. After a night of persuasion and enlightenment, Elder Zhou finally let go of his unnecessary insistence and was willing to practice the many techniques left behind by Bai Hong. "Did Senior White just come back? What did you do?" Suddenly, Song Li saw Bai Hong walking from the bottom of the mountain. Her complexion rosy, her eyes bright, and even her cultivation seemed to be more refined. "Just doing morning exercises. Don't mind me." Bai Hong waved her hand and stretched, then passed by Song Li and headed for her quarters. Looking at the distant figure of White Rainbow, Song Li suddenly wrinkled his small nose. "Somewhat strange. Good familiar fragrance. White's senior brother. This is to see who went. The smell is so strong." Meanwhile, the third peak, Li Yunqin got up early and went to greet Lu Yue in the morning after dressing up, and incidentally wanted to ask a few questions about cultivation, only to find that the door to the master's cave was tightly closed, and it was silent inside. Until a few moments later, only came Lu Yu's breathless tired voice, like shouting over that horse. "Let Li Yunqin first go back," saying that he occasionally feel the wind and cold. The body does not feel well. To rest for a day. Even though Li Yunqin was puzzled and didn't understand why a refined Void True Lord would also get wind chill and be unwell, he could only bid farewell and go back to pondering on his own cultivation. Chapter 74, Bai Hong. When did I become the Prince of Dichu? Morning Glory Sword Sect. In front of the mountain gate. "Mr. Bai, please take the flying boat and ride this boat, then borrow the transmission arrays of the forces along the way, and we'll arrive at the Imperial City in no more than 4 or 5 days at the latest." Although Li Kueisheng is old in appearance, but the spirit is very full. When facing the White Rainbow did not have any connubial period of arrogance, but rather quite warm. Then the neighbor's grandfather are kind. It can be said to be respectful in the front and respectful in the back, but the reason why he was behaving this way actually had little to do with the fact that the Mahayana chants was imprinted on White Rainbow, simply because last night Shi Xingyao had spoken about his speculations as if he were gossiping about the secret stories of the royal family. A remote small clan suddenly appeared as supreme genius, bearing the capital of the Mahayana, and the princess of this dynasty have known each other for a long time, with deep feelings, but almost no one knows the relationship between the two of them. The princess, who has always been arrogant, was able to put down her face to ask for help, and the other person was not afraid of hardships, pulling in the clan's masters, and traveling 10,000 miles to help, without the slightest fear of deception. Plus both of them have practiced many techniques with the same root and origin, such as the Mixed Sword Sutra and the Green Emperor's Art of Transformation. Not only that, but I also vaguely heard yesterday that your highness had called Duke White Rainbow brother, and called him extremely smoothly, without any reluctance. Elderly looked serious and shared this little secret with Shi Xingyao. In front of a harmonization stage cultivator, a small puppet sound transmission technique was ultimately a bit crude, and even if he hadn't intentionally eavesdropped, the sound drilled itself into his ears. Therefore, once he and Shi Xingyao combined their efforts, they became more and more certain that Bai Hong was definitely the Chu Emperor's stray bloodline. The only way to explain the intimate relationship between Bai Hong and Chu Qianxiu, and even Chu Qianxiu's self-named White Dew Fairy, is corroborated in the eyes of the two. White Rainbow and White Dew. That really sounds like a brother and sister pair. Shi Xingyao tasted the two names and said with some emotion, "But your highness seems to be older than Duke Bai? Your highness is 24 this year." And when I asked Daoist Hanhai yesterday in casual conversation, he said that Duke Bai had just reached his crown not long ago. Elderly recalled some memories and lamented. It seems that the age has also been deliberately blurred. Perhaps it was just to cover people's ears that they tampered with Duke Bai's age. For a great cultivator above the void refining stage, blurring the bone age of an infant or young child wasn't that difficult, and even if one was willing to pay the price, even suspending the progress of its growth and development could be done by completely freezing it, which was considered to be an alternative suspension of time. So a difference in age is nothing. I thought the royal struggle was cruel enough, but I didn't expect to see just the tip of the iceberg. The heavenly family is merciless. This saying honestly doesn't deceive me. Shi Xingyao was greatly shocked and pondered. With the talent of the White Rainbow Hall, Duke, if he lives in the Imperial City he will definitely not live to adulthood. Even His Highness Qianxiu only in recent years has he stopped hiding his clumsiness and revealed his sharpness. So he came up with this plan. I think it's a helpless move. At the mention of this, the two of them looked at each other, and both of them showed admiration for one person, and that was Chu Qianxiu's birth mother. the unnamed concubine who was not favored. With these conditions alone, the two have already brainstormed a great drama. And the image of a great mother who endures the pain of separation of flesh and bone only to preserve her child comes to life. To be able to lay out such a far-reaching and well-thought-out layout is really a strange woman, making the two of them clap. But it is a pity that she had a bad fate and died when His Highness Jianxia was young. Other side. Seeing that Bai Hong, Zhou Qiyu, and Song Li had said their goodbyes to the people of the Morning Glory Sword Sect and boarded the flying boat in turn, Elder Li and Shi Xingyao stopped transmitting their voices and began to maneuver. To say 1,000 words. These are two people's private speculation. White Rainbow is not the heir to the throne. Wait until the imperial city to try will know. After all of the Dichu royal family could activate the true king's bloodline flowing in their bodies, borrowing power from the Dichu ancestors, which was something that couldn't be faked no matter what. Boom! Not only was the Great Chu immortal dynasty powerful, even its flying boats were far superior to the three sects, and almost instantly turned into streams of light, disappearing from the sight of the people of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. Master, the people have gone far away. Let's go back too, Chao Wanrui said respectfully from the side, his eyes smooth, without the slightest hint of hatred present. Ever since White Rainbow's sword had cut down the transformation god and Li Killer had descended, he had completely let go. The gap was too big, so big that it made him despair, and made him realize that the immortal body was not something that people like him could touch, and if he continued to get stuck in it, the unlucky one would only be himself. Alas, it's just that the people are gone. So what's the use of thinking about it now? Daoist Lord Hanhai shook his head, a few more moments of relief in his eyes. He had actually been thinking about whether or not he should let the second peak travel to Dichu. After all, it was a doubt battle between the imperial heirs of Dichu. It was not something that a small clan like the Morning Glory Sword Sect could be involved in. The slightest inattention would result in death there, and would even involve the clan. However, risk and opportunity coexist. If Bai Hong and Zhou Qiyu can get some benefits in Dichu, it will be a great opportunity for them, which is equal to strengthening the strength of the Morning Glory Sword Sect in disguise. Just as Dao Lord Hanhai was about to return home, there were surprisingly a few silhouettes coming in flying boats on the other side, with styles very similar to Li Lao's. Those people are not bad cultivation. Standing at the head of the boat is an imposing youth. This Morning Sun Sword Sect is really remote and hard to find, so I guess old 27 picked up the people a long time ago, right? Daoist Lord Hanhai only heard that youth mention his own clan when he spoke to himself, so he secretly kept an eye out. This senior, I am Chu Haoyan, the third prince of Great Chu, and I have sent my detachment here for certain matters. Dare I ask if my sister, Chu Qianqiu, has picked up your sect's cultivators? Daoist Lord Hanhai's expression was stunned, not expecting another group of people from the Great Chu immortal dynasty. Looking at senior's face, I really did guess right. Chu Haoyan's doppelganger shook his head regretfully and turned around to leave with his people. If Chu Qianqiu was gone, then the Morning Sun Sword Sect had no attraction for him to speak of. But it was also at this time that one of the many attendants he had brought with him routinely rattled the compass in his hand. This compass was the treasure of Chu Haoyan's mother clan. It could search for genius cultivators. Chu Haoyan had unearthed several cultivation geniuses with this compass, and now they were all its loyal fans. Your Highness, the compass is lit. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth in surprise, calling out to Chu Haoyan, its red-ons flashing. There are 3.5 channels. Chu Haoyan turned back violently, his face carrying a strong look of surprise. 3 semi-red auras flashed, proving that this tiny Morning Glory Sword Sect actually had 3 people with Mahayana qualifications. The remaining half of the path, if it was lucky and had more chances, would also have a better chance of advancing to the Mahayana realm than normal people. Let's go. Follow me to see if I can recruit them to my command. Chu Haoyan's gaze brightened slightly, secretly saying that it was truly an unexpected pleasure. And with a simple salute to Daoist Lord Hanhai, he didn't care if he agreed or not, so he directly sent his men to break in. And what Chu Haoyan was flying towards was clearly the third peak of the Morning Glory Sword Sect. Daoist Lord Hanhai looked at Chu Haoyan's back and suddenly froze a little. 3.5 Mahayanists, all at the third peak? The third peak now had a total of 4 people: Lu Yu, Lu Qingxuan, Xiao Ren and Li Yunqin. Moreover, listening to his words, this third prince of Great Chu still wanted to recruit the third peak? Chapter 75. Where is the clean kill? Isn't there still one left? On the flying boat, Elder Zhou was a character that made serious efforts in everything he did, and since he decided to return Bai Hong's favor, he naturally had to do his best as well, so he hadn't even stepped out of the door after boarding the flying boat. and had been comprehending the gongfu that Bai Hong had taken out. And Song Li so much earth vein she is not for nothing to eat to hold on to. The Saman a few days ago successfully broke the realm of Yuaning, knitted Yuaning the high quality of the high quality. So that Elder Zhou are a little staggered. Bringing Song Li to this Dao battle was also Elder Zhou's attempt to bring her to see the world in advance. After all, having produced such a high quality Yuaning, Song Li's future achievements wouldn't be too low. At the very least, he would have the capital to jump out of the category of the 3 sects, and wouldn't be able to live in that acreage of the Morning Glory Sword sect for the rest of his life. 4 or 5 days passed in a flash. Shi Xingyao had been in contact with Bai Hong for a long time, so he was relatively relaxed, while Li Kueixing had been observing Bai Hong's every move, wanting to learn as much as he could about this prince who had strayed from the people. However, after several days of contact, he surprisingly found that Bai Hong was completely out of touch with his predicted murderousness, ruthlessness and cruelty, as if the white rainbow with murderous intent that day in the main peak hall was a fake. This made Li Lao more and more touched, feeling heartfelt happiness for his own highness, which at least meant that Princess 27 had a heavy position in Bai Hong's heart, or else he wouldn't have gone against the norm and become angry like that. Duke Bai, there's something I need to talk to you about in advance. When they were almost close to the imperial city of Great Chu, Elder Li and Shi Xingyao were obviously much more alert and said seriously to Bai Hong, there is no impermeable wall in the world, not to mention that your highness is still a dark horse in the spotlight, so the fact that she asked you to help her in the battle shouldn't be able to be hidden from everyone, and there might be people who will step in to stop her, like the group in front of us, for example. Bai Hong gently nodded her head, then lifted her chin, signaling the crowd to look ahead, and sure enough, she found that at some point, a team of dozens of people had assembled in front of the flying boat. At the forefront of the group, a young man in silver armor and holding a steel spear stood proudly with a lofty arrogance between his brows. And when he saw Bai Hong and the others notice him, he swung the spear in his hand violently, sweeping out 100-meter-long forceful energy, blasting a horizontal gully out of the flat earth. Just this hand alone revealed his transformation god cultivation, and he was still the best in the transformation god realm. You're the foreign aide that Princess 27 got back from outside? How come you're so weak? To think that you're only a Yuaning. The young man's mouth muttered, but his voice traveled in all directions, causing the crowd behind him to burst into laughter, while he himself pulled up his gun, revealing a lack of interest, and suddenly pointed the tip of his gun at White Rainbow. Concubine daughters are like this, have never seen the big world. Even though they are carrying royal blood, they cannot clean the other half of the blood of the course. Now since the crow has turned into a phoenix, into the eyes of the big man, then you dogs still do not roll over to kowtow to the 23rd Highness? The young man with the gun held in his scorn and chided as if scolding him. Otherwise, when His Highness the 23rd sees this, he will still blame me, Tian Zhihai, for not being able to educate my children and grandchildren in their younger generations. At the furthest distance behind Tian Zhihai, a young man leaning on a soft couch watched with a smile on his face, clearly the so-called 23rd Highness. While Shi Xingyao saw this scene, his pupils narrowed slightly as he introduced Bai Hong. This is the 23rd Prince and Tian Zhihai under his command, even though the 23rd Prince isn't favored. But, shoo, Bai Hong interrupted Shi Xingyao's introduction as if she were coaxing a child, and nuzzled forward to ask, if he dies, will it have any adverse effects on your highness? That's the most important point. In the first life, the one Bai Hong killed was the Chu Emperor. And it was true that he did not know much about the rules of competition for his children's generation. You killing him won't have any effect. After all, where are the Dao wars that don't kill people? Shi Xingyao replied. Since the 23rd Prince wants to stand against His Highness by taking this pitch against His Highness, he naturally must also be prepared to bear the loss. While Shi Xingyao's words fell, Tian Zhihai and the others suddenly erupted in a burst of laughter, looking down on Bai Hong from on high and laughing. You dog's ambition is really good. Grandpa, I really like it. When you have enough to eat after Princess 27 in the future, maybe you can come to me as a dog. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Tian Zhihai's aura grew even stronger, directly crushing towards Bai Hong, without any regard for elderly on the flying boat. It was because everyone knew that although a merging stage cultivator was powerful, he must not easily go down in a Dao battle, or else some of the weaker royal sons and daughters wouldn't even have the slightest chance to struggle, as the merging stage could easily decimate everyone under their command. Since it won't affect Shiro, let's kill them all, Bai Hong calmly said, and then took a step out, meeting the pressure of Tian Zhihai and the others against the current, actually wanting to use the power of one person to crush Tian Zhihai and the others head-on. Since Shi Xingya was well aware of Bai Hong's skills, he didn't have the slightest worry. He just felt that after Bai Jr. Sr. had come out of the 3 sect mysteries, his killing spirit was really not small, and he was even directly about to kill all the opposite side of the world. So it seems that the 27th Highness position in his heart is really very important. Shi Xingya secretly lamented, but completely failed to notice that when Bai Hong asked if he could be killed, his eyes were only on the 23rd prince at the very back, while he was looking at Tianji Hai, the guard's entourage. Boom! White Rainbow seemed to casually point out a finger, as if pointing in the void, but the next moment, the bodies of several companions around Tianji Hai trembled in unison, as if they were thrown into a meat grinder. Their bodies were quickly squeezed into mud, and even their Yuaning Yuanshan didn't manage to escape. With just one finger, he killed 6 of the opposing team. Tianji Hai's face even changed abruptly, and there was more of a strong look of scorn in his gaze toward Bai Hong. Kill the transfiguration god now. Tianji Hai's eyes widened in shock as he confirmed that Bai Hong hadn't hidden his realm. Yuaning killing a transformation god. This White Rainbow was actually an extreme realm cultivator, coming from the Great Chu immortal dynasty. Tianji Hai naturally knew the terror of the extreme realm cultivators, and his heart immediately grew timid. Even the 23rd prince who was watching the battle from the rear, similarly gave birth to this idea. Wait, since you are an extreme realm cultivator, then this time, click. Bai Hong violently arrived in front of Tianji Hai and pressed his palm on his face, followed by a slight force, which caused his cervical vertebrae to snap 180 degrees, with the back of his head directly attached to his back. Tianji Hai's Yuanshan floated out. His eyes are already thick shock. After all, he did not expect White Rainbow to kill himself. The same only use a move. Obviously he has to be a lot more powerful than the unusual god of transformation is right. In the next moment, the shock in his eyes was converted into fear, as he suddenly realized that White Rainbow had actually pointed at his Yuanshan again, merged his fingers into a sword, and slashed out a sword light from afar. Wait, this is just a test from His Highness, the 23rd, I concede. Wow! As the sword light drifted past, Tianji Hai's Yuanshan gradually developed cracks and suddenly shattered like glass, turning into countless pieces that flew apart in midair. As for Tianji Hai's body with a broken neck, Bai Hong threw it at Shi Xingya in a smooth manner and said in a cold voice, hang his body up. It's fine to build it into a Jingguan. In short, let everyone see it. The scene of Tianji Hai being killed in seconds did indeed cause all those who were secretly observing to turn pale, as Bai Hong's strength far exceeded the crowd's imagination, and the identity of the extreme realm cultivator alone was enough to add a lot of light to Chu Qianqiu. Within the next dozen or so breaths, the 23rd prince's people were like lambs to the slaughter, being turned into corpses by the White Rainbow, the efficiency of which was so high that it left Shi Xingya somewhat shocked. Worthy of being your highness's elder brother. Strikes so crisply and cleanly, kills cleanly so quickly. Shi Xingya was born in the military, so he naturally knew how to arrange the corpses to best deter others, but he didn't expect Bai Hong to not come back after killing everyone. White Young Senior, what else do you want to do? Way has been established. After that no one should dare to stop me. Before the words were even finished, Shi Xingya's face revealed a look of horror, and even elderly did the same, because they clearly saw that after White Rainbow killed everyone, he was actually walking towards the 23rd prince. Where's the clean kill? There's still one left, isn't there? The words that made people's hearts stop beating also came leisurely at this moment, as White Rainbow spoke gently, as if stating reality, but made everyone's brains go blank. Chapter 76, Not Giving Face to Anyone. You're going to kill me? The 23rd prince was actually extremely carnal about the deaths of Tianji Hai and the others. After all, those were his forces, and one less was a loss. But White Rainbow's words still made him feel a bit ridiculous and laughable. I'm a pure royal bloodline. The Dao War is a private royal matter of my Chu. Letting you guys get involved to share the benefits is already a royal favor. But as a result, you even want to kill me? Bai Hong's face did not change in the slightest when he heard this. He had killed even Emperor Chu, so how could he care about one of Emperor Chu's many children? So when this 23 chose to oppose Shiro, his end was already predetermined. White Rainbow raised his right hand, and thunder coalesced at his fingertips, transforming into a hideous dragon that carried the might of the vast heavens and headed straight for the 23rd prince. Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Thunder Method. Once this thunder method came out, the 23rd prince burst into color. He was only also the cultivation of the transformation god, not yet a physical cultivator. Naturally he didn't dare to take it hard. Does he really want to kill old 23? Should we care? We can't really let old 23 die at the hands of an outsider. Father would be furious if he knew when he came out of the gate. Who cares? It's best to kill them quickly. The people under Chu Qianxiu don't know what they're doing, and she's going to be implicated as well. A sound exchange resounded in the dark. Many royal sons and daughters hiding their identities and revealing their hearts. And in the end, surprisingly, no one really stood out to stop White Rainbow. As for the 23rd prince himself, he was also worthy of being the Chu Emperor's heir, and carried quite a few magical treasures on his body. Although he hadn't been able to dodge the divine heavenly jade clear thunder law, he had resisted that killing force. It wasn't until after the strike that he finally determined that White Rainbow wasn't bluffing after all, but really wanted to kill him. This maniac. The 23rd prince couldn't believe that someone was really trying to kill a royal prince of Great Chu within the sphere of influence of the Great Chu immortal dynasty. Tian Zhihai's living steel spear was held in by Hong's hand and violently thrown forward. Boom! That steel spear carried awe-inspiring thunder, transforming into a white light in midair. And surprisingly, it was the first to strike afterward, fiercely piercing through the 23rd prince's body and pinning him on top of that long spear. It's all slow to say the least, but it's only a split second. It wasn't until White Rainbow nailed the 23rd prince to the wall of the flying boat like a fowl that Shi Xingyao and elderly woke up as if from a dream and realized what had really happened. Junior Elder Bai. You are actually trying to kill the 23rd prince? Shi Xingyao was greatly shocked, but White Rainbow simply ignored him and instead stepped forward once again, coalescing another lightning spell. Wait, I was reckless in this matter. I shouldn't have viewed the old 27 as a tool for me to make a stand, and I'm willing to pay the price. His body quickly swept backward, wanting to pull away from the White Rainbow, but the White Rainbow was like a ghost that followed him like a shadow, and he couldn't shake it off. Do you know that in the Tao War, only the Chu Emperor's bloodline is allowed to kill each other, and if an outsider like you kills an imperial heir, the entire clan will be executed to pay for their lives. White Rainbow's killing intent remained unchanged, and he continued to strike out thunder spells unhurriedly, and with every flash of thunder, a magic treasure would shatter on the 23rd prince's body. What were the rules of the Dichu Dao War? Bai Hong wasn't sure and didn't care. He only knew that this 23rd prince had wanted to be unfavorable to Bai Lu. That's enough out of you. In the next moment, the 23rd prince seemed to be furious to the extreme, and fiercely shouted. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. A majestic power of overwhelming force unexpectedly burst out from his body, condensing into an emperor's crown that landed on top of the 23rd prince's head. It instantly pushed its aura to its peak, even more terrifyingly mysterious than White Rainbow. Under this power, the divine heavenly jade clear thunder law lost for the first time, and the long dragon transformed into thunder was exploded by its grip, turning into dots of microscopic ons that dissipated into the air. Shi Xingyao and elderly looked at each other and nodded to each other. The 23rd prince had indeed chosen to inspire the true king's bloodline to save his life. This is a bloodline aptitude of the great Chu imperial heir, which can only be activated by someone with the bloodline of the Chu emperor flowing in his body, and after performing it, it is said to be able to borrow power from the immortal ancestors of the great Chu immortal dynasty from across the sky. The more the purity of the bloodline was recognized by the ancestor, the more increase it would receive. For example, the 23rd prince could only condense a crown, whereas the current Chu emperor could condense the full body costume of his ancestor from the past, and his strength could skyrocket several times. Although this bloodline aptitude was not as good as the innate aptitude of all types of physiques, it was superior to the strength of the ancestors, so even if the royal heirs could only borrow a weak sliver of power, it would be enough to get them through the hard times. But it still wasn't enough for White Rainbow. White Rainbow Dragon Walk. Right hand clenched fist. There was a glazed color light shining on the fist, and then he blasted out punch after punch, like rain smashing down. Bang! 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 Every time a punch landed, the crown above the 23rd prince's head dimmed, until after 10 or so punches, the crown's shadow was already shaking, and it was hard to be seen by the naked eye, and only a harmonized stage downlord like elderly could make out a single crack on that crown. However, limited by their eyes, they did not notice the slightest difference. The essence of this type of borrowed power aptitude is to borrow power from a strong person in a similar group through some specific relationship. Since it was a borrowed force, it was not about one's own physical state. So normally, the silhouette of that great Chu ancestor could be broken and defeated, but it should not become dim. Because it's a reflection of declining concentration. The great Tao furnace slowly operated, and white ons constantly flickered in by Hong's eyes, refining the 23rd prince's bloodline power. This so-called borrowing the power of the ancestors, Bai Hong had seen Xu Huang use it in his first life, and it was purely a deceptive contraption. because there were no immortal ancestors in Dichu at all. The essence of the true king's bloodline, in fact, is a member of the royal family of the Chu kingdom to verify the bloodline, through the disguise of the Chu emperor to the country's chi borrowing power, to see the affinity with the Chu emperor's bloodline, because only the emperor of the Chu kingdom can mobilize the country's chi national power. Therefore, the more similar the bloodline was to the Chu emperor, the more power was borrowed, and the original bloodline of the Chu family was actually not peculiar. If any of the Chu emperors were not related to the Chu royal family by blood, then the members of the royal family would immediately lose this bloodline aptitude. After being refined by the great Tao furnace, I will be able to cross over to the Chu emperor and borrow power directly from the Chu kingdom's national fortune. Although I can only do that, White Rainbow nodded with satisfaction. The harvest is quite fruitful. It is not in vain that he personally entangled with the 23rd prince. Otherwise, after the enchantment, so what? Still too weak. In the next instant, White Rainbow's killing intent was displayed without reservation, and the Xianqi sword was steeply swept out. The 23rd prince's heart alarm bells were ringing loudly, and he shouted miserably, "If you kill me, the whole of Chu will not be able to tolerate you, and will surely pursue you to the ends of the earth." White Rainbow's awe-inspiring killing intent truly terrified him. Swish! At the same time, a silhouette steeply stepped out from the void, setting off a roar, protecting the 23rd prince with one hand, and rigidly catching the Xianqi sword with the other. Surprisingly, it was another refined Void True Lord. This matter also please give the Grand Prince a face. Do not dwell on it again in the coming days. The Grand Prince will have heavy thanks. As the words fell, Bai Hong's Xianqi sword completely collapsed, and Bai Hong also turned around and left, not paying the slightest attention to this refined Void True Lord. Elder Li, remember to hang the corpse of this 23rd prince at the highest place, Bai Hong said calmly before glancing at the refined Void cultivator and asked, "Where does the Grand Prince get the face to take me as a fag and hide until the end to save people before inviting them to buy their hearts? Do you deserve it too?" It was only then that this void refining cultivator realized that the 23rd prince had long since died of gas. Chapter 77, Did you really die laughing? Are you worthy? White Rainbow spoke in a calm tone, not knowing if he was ridiculing the Grand Imperial Prince or the void refining stage true lords under his command. If it were in normal times, the man would have to be angry for this, but now he completely ignored Bai Hong's small disrespect, because the 23rd prince is dead. The Great Chu Dao War had only just begun. Even the Imperial heir's men hadn't begun to kill each other. Everything was in the testing stage as it was said, but the Imperial son was the first one to die. Still, he was killed by a first-time outsider against the odds, and even the true king's blood and refined void cultivators failed to save him, truly throwing the dignity of the Great Chu immortal dynasty to the ground and stomping on it, and the sky was stabbed through. You deserve to die. This cultivator was so furious that even his beard trembled with rage. As a refined void true lord, he is not a nobody even in Dichu, because of the identity of the Grand Prince. There are even many families that have great respect for him, and will offer cultivation resources and delicate wives and concubines, and wherever he goes, he is the guest of honor. But all this could be shattered by the appearance of the White Rainbow. Even an extreme realm cultivator couldn't kill an enemy across two great realms, while the 23rd prince had died under his protection. Even if Bai Hong was finally sentenced to death, he could hardly escape the blame, and would have just as little to show for it. After all, Emperor Chu and the others wouldn't be able to tell whose men you were and whether or not you had guardian duties to the other emperors. The king is a vassal. No matter who you hang out with, you are a lackey, and you have to serve every master. That's why the Dao War has the unspoken rule that you can only kill each other between the royal heirs, and now the unspoken rules are being broken before him. White Rainbow, under the command of Princess 27, disrespecting the Chu Emperor, defying imperial authority, killing the imperial heir of Chu as an extreme realm cultivator, and destroying the rules of the Dao War. This is a crime so heinous that it cannot be punished, and he needs to be suppressed to the point of extinction as an example to others. You deserve to die for your sins. This refined void cultivator's eyes were resentful. A shadow split quietly appeared, and together they conjured up a mottled ancient clock, and then with a forceful slap on the clock, a volatile bell sound spread out and went straight to the White Rainbow. Now, the only way he can personally kill White Rainbow, to maintain the prestige of the Great Chu Heaven, in order to make up for his mistakes, so that the Great Prince try to mediate for him, to see if it can be dealt with leniently. So the first shot is the full force, without the slightest reservation. His Majesty has never said that the imperial heir is not to be killed, and there have been no written rules inscribed in the Dao Wars throughout the generations. So if you make a move on Duke Bai because of this, and use your power to oppress others. Don't wish for me to follow suit and rough you up as well. Li Lao's face was as deep as water, steeply blocking in front of Bai Hong, raising his hand to condense a transparent barrier, stopping all the sound of that heart-stopping bell, without letting Bai Hong suffer a single injury. Li Slayer, you are playing dumb. The man's face changed slightly and he stared at Elderly with a deadly glare. His eyes flashed with a touch of scorn but did not recede, and even vaguely ignited a greater fighting spirit to go toe-to-toe with him. Directly facing the Li Kuei-shing of the combined stage still had a chance of survival, but if he let Bai Hong go in this way, he would really have no chance of survival. Whether or not I'm pretending to be a fool, you're not qualified to judge. If you're not convinced, you can go to His Majesty and sue me. I'll take the blame for anything that happens. I'll take the blame for it. Li Slayer. Elderly stood proudly, as if a giant wall stretched across, blocking the other party's path. Although in his heart, he was also quite critical of Bai Hong's reckless approach, but in front of outsiders, Elder Li's stance remained firm and would not drag his feet for Chu Qianxiu. His Majesty is in seclusion, and the Dao War is routinely organized by the Patriarchate, so where can I sue you? And say that you're not playing dumb? This refined void cultivator gritted his teeth and suddenly looked away, saying aloud, everyone, are you all just going to keep watching Li Kuei-shing's ferocity and have to protect this lawless person? He was not an extreme realm cultivator, so naturally he could not fight against the Li Lao of the harmonization stage, and coupled with Bai Hong's own formidable strength, even if he briefly broke through Li Kuei-shing's block, he might not be able to forcefully kill Bai Hong. So this refined void cultivator chose to pull everyone down with him under despair. Don't think you can hide by not showing your faces. I remember the scent of most of you and can guess who is hiding in the dark to observe. If I am punished for the death of the prince, I will surely bite you out one by one to see if I am more culpable for the unfavorable protection or you are more culpable for standing by and watching. In front of life and death, this refined virtual cultivator is not afraid of offending people. Gaze slowly swept through the void. In someone hiding place slightly pause, although did not point out the name of the person hiding in the dark, but also proved that what he said is not false. Shame on you. I can't believe I'm still doing this. The many cultivators in the dark face stiffened, did not think that there is a dog in a hurry to jump over the wall this hand, but they again did listen to the orders of the heir behind their respective imperial heir. Sit back and watch. The 23rd prince was killed. Not long after, a dozen or so figures emerged. They were the subordinates of the various imperial heirs, the strongest of which actually had the cultivation of refining the void, and even the weakest of them was at the peak of Yuaning. White Rainbow killed the imperial prince. Indeed, his crime is not punishable. Killing people to pay for their lives, heaven and earth. Not to mention that the dead is still the imperial son. Please don't stop, Elderly, or else. An imperial heir can only be killed by an imperial heir. Give it up, Li Kuei-shing. You can't protect him. Since they had shown up, the positions of the people were no longer hidden, at least in the matter of the 23rd prince. They had formed an alliance for self-preservation and worked together to force Bai Hong and the others. When Elderly saw this, his face gradually became ugly. He wasn't afraid of these people joining forces, but he had to consider whether the attitudes of the many imperial heirs would affect Chu Qianxiu and force her into an isolated dilemma. Is a royal heir superior to all men? Just as Elderly was in a difficult position and wanted to secretly contact Chu Qianxiu, Bai Hong suddenly asked, I only heard you guys keep saying that I shouldn't have killed the emperor's son and that it's a heinous crime, but you never said that the emperor's son shouldn't have done it to me. So you guys think that the emperor's heir killing me is heavenly justice? When the crowd heard this, they laughed out loud as if they had heard some funny joke, and some even nodded their heads and said, where did Princess 27 find that little cutie? Or is it an extreme realm cultivator? The imperial heir is not superior in Dichu, so where should he be noble? It should be so since, can't you even understand the nature of Dao warfare? One of the transformation gods stepped out and teased, the imperial heir will usually only fight with the imperial heir, and we are just the supporting cast, but if you are not strong and unlucky, and are killed by whichever imperial son or daughter in passing, you will naturally have to admit your bad luck, or else you won't take the risk. So why should you be allowed to take the benefit of the Dao battle? There were many tests in the Great Chu Dao War, so naturally there were many opportunities to be taken, and in this regard the crowd was treated the same as the royal heirs, a rare opportunity for cultivators of ordinary origins. Because of this, there were many cultivators who had thrown themselves under the command of those imperial heirs who were not in a position of power, because they just didn't come for the merit of following the dragon, and only wanted to gain more benefits from the benefits. I see. What a lesson. Bai Hong nodded seriously, as if he was a serious student, and asked again, The imperial heir is the protagonist of the Dao War. The protagonist doesn't have to be responsible for killing the supporting characters, and the supporting characters can only admit their own bad luck. But you guys also said that the bloodline aptitude of the borrowed power Chu ancestor can only be used by the imperial heir. Am I right in understanding it that way? Do I need to ask about that? You're not really a cutie, right? That transformation god was stunned, and the smile on his face grew wider as he said, "Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Did you really die laughing?" In the next moment, the head of this flesh transformation cultivator who was laughing suddenly fell off and was thrown elsewhere by a force, and his Yuan Shen was grabbed by a large hand, which was then crushed into pieces. There was silence all around. White Rainbow shook her hand to clean up the residual traces of the man's Yuan Shen, still wearing a smile on her face, and said, "That's what I call dying of laughter. But you'll have to consider yourself unlucky." The crowd was only shocked for less than an instant. Then they all revealed their anger, and immediately took up a battle stance, surrounding the White Rainbow in the center, cutting off all of its retreats. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Colorful techniques and treasures were offered up, setting off bursts of ear-piercing booms, but as a result, before they could even execute their moves, the anger on their faces froze, revealing disbelief. This was because a bloodline fluctuation in Emperor's Shadow that all Chu cultivators were quite familiar with had descended on Bai Hong without warning. Chapter 78 9 Tasseled Crowns. Bloodline to the purest. Boom! White Rainbow's cultivation instantly erupted, and the great Dao furnace operated crazily, setting off a burst of air-breaking roars within his body, and even outside of his body. There was suddenly an infinite amount of wild winds blowing, with White Rainbow as the absolute center, which quickly transformed into a stormy vortex. And in the midst of the hissing gale, an emperor's silhouette in imperial robes and a crown, with his face hidden from view, it came down with a bang. The emperor's silhouette gradually merged with the White Rainbow's figure, and his movements were completely consistent with the White Rainbow's, until the slightest difference could not be seen, and only the set of emperor's robes and crown remained outside. The emperor's robe was woven with sun, moon and dragon patterns on the shoulders, and embroidered with stars and mountain patterns on the back. And when worn on by Hong's body, it unexpectedly had an indescribably heavy and majestic appearance, just like the presence of an emperor himself. Bai Hong's cultivation skyrocketed as well, and the strong national fortune of the Great Chu immortal dynasty constantly surged into his body, providing a comparably horrifying increase in all aspects, allowing Bai Hong to feel pure power after a long time. Of course, the so-called powerful here is only compared to this life, but even so, White Rainbow was satisfied. After all, it was a power he picked up for nothing, so he couldn't be too harsh. On top of the flying boat in the back, Li Kueisheng and Shi Xingyao's pupils narrowed as they felt the powerful oppressive sensation of the true king's bloodline, and they both revealed a look of surprise. And they knew it. White Rainbow was indeed His Highness Qianqiu's own brother, an extreme realm cultivator left behind by his great Chu, a royal son as good as any. Subsequently, the two men realized that Bai Hong's true king bloodline lent its strength far more than expected. And that surprise turned into horror along the way, only feeling light on their feet, as if they were living in a dream. Seeing this, Song Li hurriedly moved out 2 seats and placed them behind the duo, fearing that they would accidentally fall to the ground. And even Elder Zhou was affected and exited his cultivation state, walking out of the flying boat with a puzzled look on his face. The cultivators who surrounded the White Rainbow and wanted to capture it, on the other hand, looked blankly at the crown on top of the White Rainbow's head, and only felt their minds buzzing, as if they had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, and for a while they were actually at a loss as to what to do. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. 9 tassels. The refined Void True Lord sent by the Grand Prince turned pale, his scalp tingling, his figure shaking more than once, even forgetting to breathe, but his voice trembled as he muttered, "Impossible. How could you be an imperial heir? How could you be?" 9 tassels. The tassels hanging below the crown. Each tassel is threaded with gold wire and pierced with 9 jades, totaling 12 tassels, which are part of the emperor's costume of the Dichu immortal dynasty. And when the great Chu imperial heir inspired the true king's blood and borrowed power from the Chu ancestor, the number of tassels on the crown changed according to the concentration of his bloodline, and was categorized into 5 tassels, 7 tassels, 9 tassels, and 12 tassels. The 12 tassels are exclusive to the Chu emperor, and can no longer be evoked by bloodline concentration alone. So a crown of 9 tassels would mean bloodline to pure. One of the prerequisites for even inheriting the throne of the Chu emperor was to be able to conjure up a 9-tasseled coronet, and there were quite a few chances in the Dao War that were specifically prepared for the royal heir to purify the concentration of his bloodline. And nowadays, the only ones who could conjure up the 9-tasseled coronet crown were the Grand Prince Chu Haoming, the 3rd Prince Chu Haoyan, and the 27th imperial daughter Chu Qianxiu. The 3 of them had been watched by countless people even before the start of the Dao War, and their every move would have a great impact. It was because of the extremely high concentration of the bloodline that they naturally gained the favor of the people of Dichu's group of ministers. This was an advantage that was hard to match with the other imperial heirs. And today, the 4th royal heir who could conjure up the 9 tassels without purifying his bloodline appeared. White Rainbow slowly raised his eyes. The color of his pupils had been dyed gold, as if he was a merciless emperor, making it impossible to see the change in his emotions, caused by stimulating the true king's bloodline. While this merciless gaze fell into the eyes of others, it caused those cultivators to tremble inwardly in unison, giving birth to a strong fear, withdrawing a few steps backward, and even having the urge to kneel down. At the same time, far away in the imperial city of Chu, there are also a few people suddenly got up, face slightly changed, looked away from the city, seems to have a sense of heart. Outside the great Chu imperial city, White Rainbow stepped on the astral dipper and stood in front of the crowd. The pupils of his eyes flashed with a brilliant golden color as he slowly asked, "Anyone else who wants to kill me and wants to have my godly soul annihilated can come forward." Silence. Nothing but silence or silence. The only thing that has a huge advantage in the world of cultivation is that there are too many means to verify bloodline affinities and not to raise a child for someone else. So although the crowd did not know where Bai Hong popped out of the royal sun, but the true king bloodline will not lie. The Chu ancestor's shadow descended, enough to break all the doubts. Even if the Chu emperor is here, we'll have to pinch his nose and say that this is his child. Therefore, no one even thought about counterfeiting, and only the fear of offending the 9 tassels of the imperial heir remained in their hearts. Seeing that no one answered, Bai Hong gently put her hand on the shoulder of a transformation spirit cultivator and said in a pleasant manner, "I remember you saying that an imperial heir is just superior. Even if you are killed by an imperial heir, you can only consider yourself unlucky. So I want you to be unlucky as well now. Is that okay?" That person trembled like a sieve chaff. Hate to travel back in time to the past, an incense stick before their own poison into a mute. At this time, but also can only face pleading. To the White Rainbow said, "Your Highness, is a small wrong. Our small people have eyes and do not recognize Tai, cannot recognize the true blood of the royal family. Begging for your Highness mercy, begging for your Highness pity." While saying that, he also slapped his own mouth. The force was extremely huge. Only a few slaps down, this person's cheeks were swollen high, the corner of his mouth with blood, even his teeth were knocked out a few. In this place far away from the imperial city, in the wild mountains, and with his loyal imperial heir absent and no one to back him up, he was really afraid that Bai Hong would slaughter him in passing. After all, the 23rd prince has already proved with his life that Bai Hong is not a good man or woman. Even the prince was killed directly. Is it still worse than a small minion of you? The jurisprudence of the White Rainbow has been in an invincible position. The strength of the body stage of the Li Kishing sit in the town. This dozen of cultivators is really a heavenly. Into the ground. The bowels are all repenting green. Bai Hong looked at the shivering crowd. His heart was calm. Although he had killed countless people, enough to put all butchers to shame, he was not a pervert who took pleasure in this. Elder Li, what do you think should be done with these people? Are any of them targeting Bai Lu? Bai Hong pondered for a moment and looked back at Slayer Li, ready to listen to his opinion more. After all, Li Lao is Bai Lu's right-hand man, and is the origin of the great Chu immortal dynasty. Understand the situation. Not sure to ask him right. Your Highness, in my humble opinion, why don't you let them all go? Elder Li had long since adapted to Bai Hong calling his Highness Jianxiu Bai Lu, and responded with an arch. Although it's true that some of the royal heirs behind them have had friction with his Highness Jianxiu, killing them won't achieve much retaliation, and will instead tend to aggravate the conflict. So it wouldn't be better to let them go back to proclaiming your return and building momentum for His Highness. Although Dao War did not value public opinion and everything was based on achievements, the 2 9-tasseled imperial heirs joining forces strongly could ultimately serve as a great deterrent. And it was not good to say that it would attract the support of some of those who were indecisive or change the selection tendency of the heavy ministers. Bai Hong nodded gently, agreeing to Elder Li's suggestion. And so on this day, a dozen or so of the royal heir's cronies returned to the imperial city in tears, spreading the news of the return of a 9-tasseled prince who had been in exile since his childhood, attracting countless sidelong glances. Bai Hong's name had also spread throughout the entire imperial city of Great Chu in a matter of calendars and teas, being recited by countless people. Chapter 79, Shaoran, waking up to the sky collapsing. After Bai Hong let the crowd go, Shi Xingyao took the initiative to take on the dirty work, piling up the heads of those several Dichu cultivators into a jingguan, with the corpses dangling as much as possible, leaving a trail of dried and blackened blood on the outside of the flying boat. And the head and body of the 23rd prince were placed in the most conspicuous position, fearing that the crowd would not see him at first glance, not leaving the so-called heir to the throne with the slightest semblance of dignity. But this flight, until entering the imperial city of Chu, but no one dares to come forward to accuse Bai Hong. Even the soldiers on duty in the imperial city are as if they did not see, directly released, and even Bai Hong's identity has not been verified. Joking aside, although it had only been less than half an hour since the 23rd prince had died, the news was enough to spread all over the city, and all those who were qualified to know about it would be the first to know about it, while the soldiers in front of the city gates would be the first to face the white rainbow directly. Finally gone. A soldier's waist was straight and his eyes were not slanted. He didn't dare to look directly at the flying boat where white rainbow was. He could only observe quietly with the divine sense he had spread out. It was their duty to monitor the surrounding movements with their divine sense, and it was not considered an offense. This white rainbow, his highness, is so strong aura. He did not show his face. I feel intimidated. The 23rd prince is also a brother anyhow, right? Even directly chopped and hung on the flying boat, is by no means mediocre. Another person was very uncomfortable with the fact that Dichu's prince was not even surnamed Chu, and hesitated slightly before saying. The crowd nodded at the words. Although there had been deaths of imperial heirs in the past generations of Dao wars, most of those had been caused by accidents, or the killers had deliberately disguised them as accidents, so at least there was an excuse that made sense. However, the one who flaunted his battle record after killing someone like Bai Hong was unique to Scorpion Ting. Although he had not been seen, the fierce and boundless air of not to be messed with was conveyed as much as possible by the 23rd prince's corpse, giving a strong shock and intimidation. Even the classic scene of the imperial city's pride looking down on a countryside cultivator from a remote mountain valley had not been staged, and the voices criticizing Bai Hong for not knowing the rules and etiquette had not appeared, so there could not be any gossip. No words on the way. Although Bai Hong and Elder Zhou and the others could perceive that after entering the city, the flying boat they were riding on was subjected to countless gazes, none of them dared to overstep their bounds, and no one came back to pick a fight, and entered Chu Chencho's princess mansion very smoothly. Haha, I knew someone was going to show loyalty. I didn't think you'd go straight to 23, that cutie. Slaughtered. Why did you strike so hard all of a sudden? It was only when they entered the mansion, before the people even disembarked from the boat. A slightly gloating silver bell laughter rang by their ears. Elder Zhou looked in search of the sound, only to see a flash of aqua blue streams of light, and a large, smiling pendant was added to White Rainbow's back. The young girl with thick black hair, soulful and clear eyes, wearing a light blue cloud brocade sarong, was riding on Bai Hong's hindquarters like a wombat. Her lotus-root white arm wrapped around Bai Hong's neck, was stretching her swan-like neck, and brought her face to Bai Hong's ear to ask, "Why are you still as annoying as a monkey? Has it been so long since you've been beaten that you don't even know to come out and get me yourself?" White Rainbow frowned slightly. Backhanded grabbed by Lu. Will it from the body pick down? The corner of the eyes of the smile is how to hide cannot hide. The two, however, have long stunned onlookers with their intimate and natural interactions. Song Li revealed an apocalyptic expression, trying to recall whether the unlikely heavenly demon had any acquaintances, and whether he should go and brush up on Chu Chencho's favor, while Shi Xingyao and Li Kueisheng were shocked at their own highness's perverse liveliness. If they hadn't read the Overlord's play text, they both would have really wanted to say with emotion on their faces, "It's been a long time since I've seen your highness smile so happily. If I had picked you up in person, I would indeed have been able to enter the city today without any problems. But do you know how troublesome it would have been in the future? Gossip won't be less. Maybe you'll also be rumored to be my love interest. Similar to a little cutie like 23. Will also pop up one after another? And those courtiers' attacks. Speaking of this, Bai Lu completely cannot suppress the laughter. With a shoulder topped the White Rainbow, squeezing eyebrows, now can be good. I estimate that those people will have to go crazy to turn over the starting note. Really is the great Tao melting pot, right? This magical power is really powerful. Ah, you say all are born of a mother and father. How do I not have it? Immortal body has some of the characteristics of a true immortal, once certified forever. So even if it is the second life rebirth, White Rainbow was equally burdened with the immortal body. Show over strong might, let Bai Lu good envy. It was just that Bai Lu didn't know about Bai Hong's experience in her first life, and had always thought that Bai Hong, like her, had come to this world inexplicably. Elder Zhou and others could not understand Bai Lu's words. but Son Li's eyes lit up when he heard them, finally determining that this Chu Qianqiu should be the late friend of Bai's brother in his past life. So he secretly thought of getting close to Chu Qianqiu. Unfortunately, she didn't know that White Rainbow had a second life. Other side. An even more luxurious and grandiose flying boat sped off, heading straight for the imperial city of Dichu. Third Prince Chu Haoyan's doppelganger was seated at the main seat, looking at the 4 people from the Morning Glory Sword Sect with a satisfied look in his eyes. Of the 4 people on the third peak, true Lord Lu Yu had no interest in the great Chu immortal dynasty. Lu Qingxuan's Taoist heart collapsed, and likewise didn't care about anything, but the 2 people named Xiao Ren and Li Yunqin were the most active and cooperative. And with a little bit of explanation about the benefits, the 2 people already had their hearts set on Great Chu. With the cooperation of these 2 people, true Lord Lu Yu was swayed by half. After all, as a master she still very much hoped that her disciple would be better than Blue, and to be able to travel to the Great Chu immortal dynasty to see and meet with them was a good thing any way you look at it. While the other half of the breakthrough was in Lu Qingxuan, the third prince had seen a lot and could naturally see where Lu Qingxuan's problem was. And just by promising that he could help Lu Qingxuan regain his confidence and restore his Dao heart, he talked the 4 people from the third peak into it. Even though Lu Yu could only go out for the sake of his disciple and agreed to participate in the Dao battle. It's just that. This will pit us against Rainbow again. Quicksilver was worried, her heart complicated. She should have hated Bai Hong for what he did to her, but for some reason, every time she helped Bai Hong cultivate afterward, she would have the same nightmare. As if it was a story that happened in another parallel world, she witnessed with her own eyes that she had failed White Rainbow time and time again, driving him to the abyss of doom, and was simply horribly stupid. If something like that really happened, she hated to cut that self into 1,000 pieces, pulling the tendons and skin, so that it will never be allowed to go beyond life. But on the contrary, every time she woke up, she couldn't remember any details, and only knew that she had done something wrong, and was sorry for White Rainbow, and left an empty stream of guilt in her heart. I'm really fiendish. Lu Yu shook her head and turned her gaze back to Li Yunqin and Xiaoren. A flash of dislike could not help but flash through her eyes, which was quickly suppressed again. After the dream, she had surprisingly developed negative emotions towards these 2 disciples as well, only that she was still able to suppress them, so she didn't show them. Now, after the 2 learned about the specifics of the Dichu Dao War, they were excitedly plotting something, seemingly wanting to borrow the power of the third prince to find Bai Hong to avenge his former shame. But soon, along with the flying boat's extreme speed, the third prince's doppelganger trembled violently and returned to the control range of the main body, which intercommunicated with each other and quickly combed through all the information, revealing an ugly expression of having eaten. How is it that after only a few days out, he's got a 9-tasseled brother-cum-competitor? And it's the same White Rainbow that Chu Qianqiu invited. The third princess doppelganger's face was gloomy, and he looked at True Lord Luiwei with a black face, suddenly asking, dare to ask, where True Lord picked up the White Rainbow. After being a guest of the Morning Glory Sword Sect for a few days, he roughly understood the grudges on the third peak. Lu Yu was stunned at his words, but he did not rush to answer. Instead he cautiously asked back, I wonder why Third Prince asked about this. Is it related to the Dao War? The Third Prince detachment was silent for a moment, nodded, and reluctantly said, I just received the exact news. Bai Hong He is my Chu's exiled prince. What did you say all of a sudden? The third peak crowd were all stunned at the words. Even Lu Qingxuan looked up at Chu Haoyan with a face full of confusion, and Xiao Ren even revealed an expression of the sky collapsing. He was rubbing his fists ready to go to a large company to fight a career revenge on the biggest enemy only to turn his eyes to find that the enemy is a large company. The young owner. The kind of inheritance rights. It's not ing stupid. Xiao Ren snapped to his feet and asked incredulously, how can Bai Hong be the Dichu imperial prince? Is Third Highness not amusing? The evidence is overwhelming and ironclad. The third prince interrupted Xiao Ren's questioning and directly performed the water mirror technique, reproducing the scene of Bai Hong activating the true king's bloodline, and whispered, this true king's bloodline cannot be performed by anyone other than an imperial heir of Chu. Chapter 80, Mother of the Flowing Moon. Heavy Heavenly Daelord's Broken Sword. Chu Qianqiu's residence. Elder Zhou's master and disciple were arranged to visit the princess residence and pick a place to stay, while Bai Hong Bai Lu and the 2 of them took the opportunity to catch up on old times. She had come to this side of the world for several years, and there were so many things she wanted to tell White Rainbow. Is that Zhou Qiyu Lao's Taoist partner? However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Bai Lu revealed a slightly immodest smile and said, you're really consistent. Do you like older mature big sisters that much? I remember when you were especially attracted to women like the head teacher and so on. And you're always so lewd and girlish. Bai Hong expressionless response. Bai Lu from childhood this is this kind of Crumb's character. Explaining the misunderstanding is useless, but will make her more vigorously repeat you rush. Only cold treatment is the best response. Remember to bring out the healing holy relics. Don't let Elder Joe make a trip for nothing. Bai Hong patted Bai Lu's head and asked herself, how many years ago did you come here? Remember what happened to Blue Star? This was Bai Hong's biggest doubt since his third life, as he had absolutely no recollection of what had happened to Blue Star, as if as soon as he opened his eyes, he had rejoined the Morning Glory Sword Sect. Sister-in-law's injury you do not have to worry, with how many healing holy relics I all wrapped up, but the Blue Star. Bai Lu supported her chin with her hand, revealing a distressed and troubled look as she shook her head. I can't recall anything, all my memories have stopped at the moment when you broke through the Mahayana realm. Old brother. So I really am a true immortal above the Mahayana. Bai Hong nodded slightly. He vaguely remembered that his own self in the Blue Star had indeed transcended the Mahayana realm. No one before or after him, but his other memories were all gone, and it seemed that something was blocking him. A real mystery. Forget about it if you can't think of it. Let's talk about your Dao battle first. Bai Hong is not a dead bullseye person, although he is suspected to be a true immortal, but also by the inexplicable power to interfere with the memory of this point is very scary. But the matter has come to this point. The heart is worried about it is useless. It is better to first for the White Du to win the Dao war. The Dao battle isn't really difficult. I had Olchi go to the immortal ruins to seize the treasure just to solve the sword Dao test. Bai Lu handed out a jade long box, the very one that Shi Xingyao had seized, saying that it could bring good luck to people, and let Bai Hong and Song Li touch it before they left. I haven't been idle these past few days, gathering people to translate the name of this sword box, called Heavy Sky. And there's a broken heavy sword inside, which is pretty much what I predicted. I didn't want to take matters into my own hands and leave your mixed sword scripture to the sword Dao pass, so I had to find a sufficiently weighty sword weapon to offset the bill, and that's why I remembered the heavy heavenly sword box in the immortal ruins, which I'd had an acquaintance with. Bai Lu explained. It turns out that the Great Chu Road War is not only to compete in battle cultivation, will also take the opportunity to include some of the royal heirs of their respective chances, enriching the Great Chu heritage, such as the sword test is so. In addition to competing against each other, the sword Dao pass also needs to leave behind an esoteric sword Dao inheritance or sword weapon, which is not difficult for the royal heirs who have the support of their mother's power. But Bai Lu, who is alone, has just been taken advantage of. Now that you're here, old brother, everything is up to you. Bai Lu's brain gradually stopped thinking after seeing her own oldest brother, happy to be an invalid and just listen to Bai Han's command. This sword case can't be handed over. At least the broken sword inside must be taken out. White Rainbow ran her hand over the surface of the sword case and said slowly. He didn't have much of an impression of the sword box, but the word Heavy Sky was familiar to Bai Hong, because it was the name of Ryuki's supposedly sinful mother, Dao Lord Heavy Skies. In his first life, Xiaoren had indeed harnessed a broken heavy sword that seemed to be called Heavy Sky, and it also matched up with the disappearance of Daoist Heavy Sky in the immortal ruins. Perhaps the reason why Xiaoren was able to find the missing Dao Lord Heavy Sky was also because of the broken sword inside? White Rainbow whispered to himself, remembering what happened to him in his first life. If he broke with the master and disciple of Lu Yu, it was because of the outbreak of Lu Yu's Xian mare body and he was misunderstood as a lecher. Then what made Lu Yu determined to kill herself was because of the death of the Chongshao Dao Lord. He had fought with Xiaoren within the immortal ruins, and he himself had the upper hand, beating Xiaoren into fleeing and hiding all over the place. And he saw that he could kill his enemy. But then he had an accident. Xiaoren's Heavy Sky heavy sword somehow suddenly glowed and erupted with the power of the Mahayana stage, actually taking Xiaoren far away. When Bai Hong followed the traces again to find Xiaoren, Xiaoren looked as if he had just devoured a great tonic treasure and was somewhat propped up, and his strength had unexpectedly skyrocketed by several times, so that he was able to press Bai Hong to fight and nearly killed him. With no choice but to fight and retreat, White Rainbow seized the opportunity to disappear far away. And then soon, at that time, already as the stage of the merging of the flow of the moon will come to the door, on the White Rainbow shouting to kill, hit hard without mercy, while denouncing the White Rainbow sins, while saying that they want to avenge the mother. It was only then that Bai Hong reacted to the fact that the great tonic that Xiaoren had devoured that day was the heavy heavenly monarch. But unfortunately, as usual, Lu Yu didn't trust him and thought that Bai Hong was being sophomoric and excusing himself. The biggest pillar and obsession of Quicksilver is her mother. So after this incident, Quicksilver has completely borne the idea of killing White Rainbow, and to this end, she has continuously put in efforts, and has even used the excuse of learning the truth to lure White Rainbow out to kill him several times. Heavy sky heavy sword. The memories of past grievances and feelings of displeasure surged up in unison, and Bai Hong's gaze gradually turned cold as he looked in the direction where the Morning Glory Sword Sect was located, a morose smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I can do what Shaoran can do, and I can do it, and in this life, the heavy sword of the heavy heavens has fallen into my hands since I am in it. Hopefully, you won't let me down too much, having already carried the charge. White Rainbow didn't mind carrying it a second time. At the same time, above the flying boat of the third prince's detachment, Lu Yu suddenly and inexplicably felt cold all over her body, as if she had fallen into an abyss of despair, and her heart was beating hard, with a palpitating feeling of impending catastrophe. What's going on here? Why is it that the closer I get to Dichu, the more uneasy I get? Shouldn't I be here? Quicksilver frowned and covered her heart, vaguely worried. Just as Bai Hong and Bai Lu were talking, a sudden clamor came from outside the princess's mansion, and a maid, with a panicked face, hurriedly ran in from the outer courtyard. Your Highness, the Patriarchate sent someone, saying that they wanted to invite Your Highness Bai Hong to the Patriarchate to register the Jade Ultimatum, but it turns out that they brought a full set of dragon trapping formation flags with them. Bai Lu's face was immediately gloomy. The Zhongrenfu was the institution that managed the affairs of the clans in the Dichu immortal dynasty, and its power was not small. While the trapped dragon formation flag was a magic treasure that was specialized in suppressing royalty who resisted the decree. The whole set of array flags totaled 36 small flags, which could weaken the degree to which the imperial heir borrowed power from Chu Zu, and would not be used easily. And since the array flags were brought out today, they had already sideways expressed the Zhongrenfu's attitude towards Bai Hong. The visitor is not good nah. Bai Lu's eyes narrowed slightly as she remembered that Grand Prince Chu Haoming had always had a good relationship with the sovereign's house. Chapter 81, The Right Honorable Patriarch. The comers are not good, let them wait first. This heavy sky sword box is somewhat interesting. Bai Hong's divine sense probed within the sword box and attempted to take out the broken sword therein, only to find that the sword box fit in unexpectedly with the immortal body. Not only did it open up actively after sensing Bai Hong's intentions, but it even vaguely revealed a sense of dependence. In terms of intimacy, it was actually not much worse than the Morning Glory Sword Sect's Linglong Tower. After noticing this, Bai Hong's interest intensified, and for the first time, she also became curious about the heavy heavenly Taoist, a curiosity that had nothing to do with Lu Yu, but was purely an interest in the heavy heavenly Taoist himself. Although the material of these two broken swords is good, there is no special thing at all, and the spirit that was originally brewing has long since dissipated, so it is so docile to me because of the immortal body? Bai Hong slightly activated his immortal body and stroked the broken sword, and sure enough, he detected a remnant of power cheering, seemingly eager for the immortal body's aura, constantly responding to Bai Hong's every thought. It's not something that's common. Although White Rainbow's cultivation level was low, the immortal body's bitterness and level was extremely high, second only to true immortals and the heavenly Tao. The fact that that power in the broken sword was active as a result could only mean that its owner's bitterness was comparable to that of an immortal body. Taking out the broken heavy sword from within the sword box had actually only delayed for less than a tea, but the Zhongrenfu cultivators outside were a bit impatient, and even ignored the maid's obstruction, forcing their way into the courtyard just in time to collide with Bai Hong and the others. You guys are so bold, forcing your way into the princess's residence in an attempt to assassinate me? When Bai Lu saw her residence being forced to break in, her face immediately clouded over, and directly threw a hat for assassinating the princess. As a result, the person in charge did not panic and laughed. 27 nieces are really not to be messed with, only to be branded as an assassin when we walked into the courtyard. If we take 2 more steps further in, are we going to turn into a revolt? The other few Zhongrenfu cultivators were all smiling, and did not take Bai Lu's threat to heart, because those who could have some status in the Zhongrenfu were all related to the Dichu royal family, and they were originally royal relatives. The man then turned his gaze to Bai Hong, carefully looking him up and down, leaving no trace of the heavy heavenly broken sword he was carrying in Bai Hong's hand, and politely said, "This is the one that Lord Right Patriarch said, the stray Bai Hong, isn't it? According to seniority you still have to call me uncle, but today, Lord Sovereign is in a hurry, so I'll save you the hassle and just follow me directly." As the words fell, this person turned around and pushed open the door of the princess's residence, revealing 36 harmonized spirit cultivators neatly lined up outside the door. each holding a small triangular flag more than half a person high, which was the trapped dragon formation flag that was specially designed to target the imperial heir. Men, present those shackles. The Zongrinfu cultivator let out a low gulp, and someone next to him stepped forward and took out a pair of black shackles, making a gesture to cuff Bai Hong's hands. Forbidden spirit shackles. You're treating him like a prisoner? Bai Lu became furious and raised his fist to blast at the person holding the shackles, causing his face to change too much to block, and he was instantly forced back 7 or 8 steps, coughing out a large mouthful of crimson blood. You dare to disobey the sovereign's orders? Instead of being angry, the man was delighted, as if he was expecting this very scene, and behind him, the 36 spirit transformation cultivators shouted out in unison, simultaneously offering up their trapped dragon formation flags, covering the sky and covering the sun as they came towards Bai Lu. Bai Lu was constrained by the array flag restraints and was unable to fully utilize all her strength, but without the slightest hesitation, she shouted, "Elderly, set them off for me, life or death. Shi Xingyao, go and call everyone here. Today we will first fight the Zongrinfu." It was so hard to reunite with her old brother. Bai Lu naturally wouldn't let Bai Hong suffer half a bit of wrongdoing, just as her old brother had protected her. So even if it was the clan house that the royal family members talked about, Bai Lu was not the least bit intimidated and directly showed her fangs. However, at that moment, Bai Hong suddenly stepped forward, taking a step of more than 10 meters to the front of the trapped dragon formation flag, and gently waved the heavy sky-broken sword. Wow! Heavy Sky was originally Bai Hong's best heavy sword, and attached to a mysterious power of not lesser degree. Just by urging out the sword chi, the connection between the 36 trapped dragon flags and the cultivators was severed, and a piece of them fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Lu's figure flickered, steeply placing a steel blade against the back of the Zongrinfu cultivator's head, and laughed morosely. The Zongrinfu is really marvelous. Handcuffing whoever you want to handcuff? The back of the brain and Yuan Shen were locked in unison. Only needing Bai Lu to move her small hands would cause her soul to fly away, and with Li Kueisheng gawking at the side, the man finally showed some panic. Shiro, don't be impulsive. Right, Patriarch suspects that Bai Hong is a spy infiltrating into Great Chu, which is why he ordered us to apprehend him and bring him back to the Patriarch's office to be tried. You are now committing a crime. You fart. Bai Lu's anger was unabated, the tip of his blade piercing through his skin as he questioned. Righteous Zongjing was originally Chu Haoming's traitor. Can you believe anything he says? Haven't you guys seen Lao's 9-tasseled coronet? The 9-tasseled crown can only prove his imperial lineage, not that his heart is toward Great Chu. The man stoutly retorted. That's what Lord Right Sovereign said, and I was just doing what I was told. Humph. In the next instant, a cold snort abruptly sounded in the ears of the crowd. The 36 trapped dragon flags unexpectedly floated up again, forming a large formation in the blink of an eye, manifesting a golden chain that surrounded the white rainbow. Bai Hong's face remained unchanged, without any semblance of trapped panic, and asked in a low voice, "It seems that it is the so-called right sect that is manipulating the formation flag now? So what if it's the old man who's controlling it? Why aren't you affected in the slightest?" An aged voice came from all directions, already suspicious of White Rainbow. All the imperial heirs of Great Chu are restrained by the trapped dragon flag, not to mention the fact that I personally activated the grand formation. If you are really the 9-tasseled imperial heir, why didn't you react halfway? Haoming, this child said really good. This White Rainbow body are doubtful. Only once appeared to decapitate the royal son. More like deliberately come to impede the road battle. What's more, even the clan's office does not know the prince. Chu Qianxiu can invite him back. The suspicion is also not small. Need to be suppressed in the clan's office first, carefully interrogated. As the words fell, another chi surprisingly rose up to the sky within the imperial city of Dichu, facing away from right sect Zhang and trapping Bai Hong in the center. Left Zhongzheng. Zhua Zongjing did not want to get involved, but White Rainbow was not afraid of the dragon trap flag, which is indeed suspicious, so he also had to come forward to take a position. After all, apart from the clan order, the right and left Zongjing were the most powerful, and they naturally had to react. You want to suppress Shiro? Bai Hong looked in the direction of the source of the voice and suddenly smiled. He had come here for Bai Lu. Now that he had confirmed that the right sect was helping to deal with Bai Lu, was there any need to hesitate? There's no need for you to crown yourself with excluding dissenters. Today I'll first suppress you in the Patriarchate. White Rainbow's eyes showed killing intent as he violently took a step forward, his cultivation exploding as another emperor's shadow descended, directly stepping through those formation flags. At this moment, the entire imperial city of Great Chu was abuzz with excitement. No one had expected such a big show to be staged. Being an imperial heir but going up against the right patriarch. Has this Bai Hong gone crazy? Chapter 82. I am the ancestor of Xian Chu. For 3 lifetimes, White Rainbow had only one sister. Although he always bullied Bai Lu and made her wow with anger, it didn't mean that he could tolerate other people to be unfavorable to Bai Lu, especially in this Dichu immortal dynasty's Dao battle, where the slightest carelessness would result in a total loss. Therefore, when Right Sovereign pointed the finger at Bai Lu, it was destined that Bai Hong would not put things to rest. Thick clouds rolled up in the sky, transforming into an emperor's shadow that melted into Bai Hong's body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket, arriving at the peak of the transformation god in the blink of an eye. This was already the limit of the true king's bloodline, because there was a heavenly rift between transformation spirit and refined void, and a transformation spirit that hadn't crossed the tribulation couldn't step into refined void no matter what. When Bai Hong took a step, it was as if the earth was trembling, and the 9 tassels that hung down from the coronation crown also collided with each other, clattering and clattering, demonstrating the purity of the great Chu bloodline. Zhuo Zongjing was a man with a thin figure, and at this time, when he saw Bai Hong conjure up the 9-tasseled coronet crown with his own eyes, that hostility faded a lot, or at least there wasn't a trace of suspicion towards Bai Hong's identity anymore. Now that you and I have witnessed him activate the true king's blood and call forth the 9-tasseled coronet crown, you still want to interrogate the 2 of them? Zhuo Zongjing asked. I still say the same thing. The bloodline may be true, but who says the imperial heir won't betray the immortal dynasty? Right Patriarch clenched his teeth and said, only once he came back. He killed the emperor's son, took action against the Zhongrenfu cultivators, and against you and I. It's simply trampling on the majesty of the royal family. Who dares to guarantee that he didn't intentionally cause a disturbance? Don't forget, although my great Chu immortal dynasty is powerful, it's far from resting on its laurels. The Xianhua cult and the 7 kings' house streams can always be watching intently. Otherwise why would his majesty be in seclusion to realize the great Tao of cause and effect? Zhuo Zongjing was at a loss for words, looking at the white rainbow killing with its astonishing aura. He could only whisper, but there's no way for you to prove that he's a spy. Even the dragon trapping formation flag was broken. Is he still not a spy? Right Zongjing's face was as gloomy as water as he rebuked. If all the royal clans are not afraid of the trapped dragon formation flag and do not submit to the Patriarch's office's discipline, what kind of a mess would my Dichu have to be in? Rumble. Between the 2 of them talking, the white rainbow had already killed. The mixed Yuan sword scripture was urged with all its might, using the heavy sky-broken sword as the medium, gulping tens of thousands of sword chi haze lights high above the imperial city, reflecting the imperial city in a chilling atmosphere, and fiercely chopping towards the Zhongren mansion. Alas, the left Zongjing side and had no choice but to offer up a copper mirror, enveloping the clan house within the mirror and meeting the white rainbow along with the right Zongjing. Although the 2 of them are both refining the virtual cultivation, but can only call out the 5 tassels and 7 tassels of the coronet, by the 9 tassels suppressed dead. Plus white rainbow is the anger containing out of the extreme realm of the cultivator, can be across the great realm of the battle, so for a moment, surprisingly, really a stalemate. The 2 have an edge, but not much. Such an outcome was clearly not acceptable to the duo. If the sovereign manor wanted to maintain its majesty, what it needed was a devastating victory to ruthlessly suppress all offenders. But now the situation was reversed, and instead, it set White Rainbow off as a godly and invincible warrior. Please help with the genealogical ultimatum. Right Zongjing roared. His divine sense spread out, communicating with a scroll with an ancient aura within the Patriarch's mansion, which was none other than the genealogical jade ultimatum of the great Chu imperial family. Since the establishment of the immortal dynasty, this jade ultimatum has been resting with the country, has been infested by the national fortune, has long been no ordinary magic treasure. Need to right and left Zongjing to catalyze together, in order to show a trace of power, enough to suppress all the imperial heirs of the Great Chu. The dragon trapping formation flag is a weakened version of the Jade Ultimatum with a single function. White Rainbow, why don't you obediently bind your hands and give an account of the mastermind behind you? Right Zongjing urged the Jade Ultimatum as hard as he could, bearing great pressure, and his face was dyed red by the surge of chi and blood. No matter how gifted you are, it is impossible for you to resist the power of the Jade Ultimatum, unless you can ascend to the throne and become an emperor, or my ancestor of the Chu dynasty comes back to life. Looking at the huge Jade Ultimatum shadow that connected heaven and earth, Bai Hong did feel no small threat, but it was of little use. When the first Chu emperor died in battle, he had also summoned a Jade Ultimatum to help him, and was smashed hard by White Rainbow, melting it with the Great Tao Furnace. So comparing only the understanding of this jade ultimatum, the left and right Zhongzhang might not really be able to compare to White Rainbow. After all, the true owner of the jade ultimatum was Emperor Chu, and the two of them were at best considered to be tool people serving the magic treasure. Chu Huang is as fake as the Mahayana realm. Ascending to the throne as an emperor is very difficult. With my current strength cannot be defeated. But Chu ancestor resurrection. I may not be unable to do it. There were channels of pure white streams of light flashing through White Rainbow's eyes, like a bright starry sky, which was precisely the manifestation of the great Tao furnace, being catalyzed to the extreme. Since the true king's bloodline was not borrowed from the Chu ancestor, but rather drew in the national fortune to add to his body, then theoretically, as long as his great Chu bloodline could be even purer than that of the 12 tassels of the Chu emperor, it would be the equivalent of the Chu ancestor's resurrection. Boom! 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 A roar resounded within White Rainbow as the great Tao furnace compressed and recompressed, purified and repurified the 23rd prince's bloodline power, that 9-tasseled coronet crown. Under the horrified gaze of the right and left Zhongzhang, was suddenly added one more tassel, 10 tassels and a crown. How is this possible? His bloodline concentration is still rising, Zhou Zhongzhang shouted incredulously. On the other side, Bai Hong's entire cultivation was also filled into the great Tao furnace as much as possible to grow that seed of bloodline power, but it still reached its limit in the blink of an eye. This was not Bai Hong's limit, but the limit of the 23rd prince's bloodline. So the next step was for Bai Hong to set his sights on the national fortune that was swimming in the air of the entire imperial city. Phew! The great Tao melting furnace expanded in scope, like a bottomless abyss that carried the great Chu kingdom's fortunes over in large swathes. However, White Rainbow did not choose to absorb it, but only temporarily accommodated it in her body, only waiting for the matter to be returned. It wasn't that White Rainbow couldn't refine it, but the Mahayana that was spawned by the national fortune was indeed a bit weak. The country is not the country of one person, and the country's fortune is naturally not the fortune of one person, and incorporating too much refutation into the body will do more harm than good. 11. 12 tassels. Along with the addition of the immortal dynasty's national fortune, 2 more tassels had been added to the crown on top of White Rainbow's head, and had completely subdued the two Zhongzhang. The two were completely numb, especially the right Zhongzhang, although he sat on the mouth of the crown, but the essence is still in the big prince to clear the obstacles just did not expect to kick to the iron plate. Although White Rainbow has not ascended to the throne of the Chu emperor, but the 12 tassels have been no different from the Chu emperor himself. The real difference is just cultivation. Even the genealogical jade ultimatum that the duo had painstakingly invited out was no longer under control, refusing to suppress the White Rainbow. But that's not enough. White Rainbow most of the cultivation used to refine the true king bloodline. The body is especially empty. If just let the jade ultimatum is no longer targeting themselves, it is really too much of a loss. Left and right Zhongzhang still have refining the virtual cultivation as a dependence. So even with a 12-tasseled shadow coronet on his head, White Rainbow still hasn't stopped absorbing the nation's fortunes. At the same time, deep within the great Chu palace, a man with furrowed brows slowly opened his eyes, exuding discouragement, and muttered to himself, "Why is the avenue of the ages so difficult to become? With my qualifications can't I even do it with a small Chengdu?" Recalling that inexplicable extra memory, Chu Huang became more and more eager for the avenue of the ages. This is not only the inheritance of the Dichu royal family's avenue, but also a prediction tool to help him understand the future. Whether or not to avoid the end of the destruction, all depends on whether or not you can master this road, cultivating the avenue of the ages. What exactly is missing? If the ancestor is truly alive in heaven, please teach the children and grandchildren of the future generations. In the next instant, the Chu emperor jerked his head up to look out of the palace as he sensed that a large chunk of Great Chu's qi was steeply missing. Along with the decrease in qi, Emperor Chu's probing qi inevitably came into contact with the White Rainbow divine consciousness, so his body was suddenly stunned. A coronet with a vaguely 13th tasseled birth? Before he had time to be shocked, Chu Huan was pleasantly surprised to find that the dash of aura he had been missing from his cultivation of the Avenue of the Ages had all been made up. Did the ancestors really manifest? Chu Huang was ecstatic, and when he smoothly probed his divine sense out, he saw an unfamiliar teenager, and then his joyful color froze. The old ancestor is a bit too young for that. Chapter 83, Greeting His Highness White Rainbow. Emperor Chu naturally wouldn't really consider Bai Hong as an immortal dynasty ancestor, but a 13-tasseled imperial heir who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere had indeed surprised and intrigued him. It doesn't feel like it looks like me, but the true king's bloodline is as good as fake. Is it another one-hit wonder like old 27? With the true king's blood as proof, Emperor Chu would only suspect that he didn't know his own son, as he really had too many heirs. Yet he never thought of counterfeits coming into play. Coupled with Chu Qianqiu's precedent in front of him, he didn't have much suspicion of the suddenly appearing white rainbow, and didn't even have the scruples of being surpassed by his offspring. Strength was fundamental in the cultivation world, and as long as he remained a Mahayana realm cultivator, his position would not be threatened. It would be better to say that Emperor Chu was delighted at White Rainbow's appearance. After all, the touch of aura that he was missing from comprehending the great Tao of the ages was precisely what White Rainbow's 13-tasseled crown had made up for. This grace can be big or small. To a small extent, it is just a royal heir to feed the immortal dynasty to repay the favor. But if to a large extent, it is the same as the grace of recreation for him, to help people into the work of the road. So when Emperor Chu saw the Patriarch confronting White Rainbow, his brows frowned imperceptibly with a few moments of dissatisfaction. This is a royal heir who can help me on the great Tao, and if it were not for the great crime of treason, you would dare to take action against him so easily? Swish! Emperor Chu took out a drop of his heart's blood and pushed it noiselessly in the direction of the Patriarchate, then closed his eyes once again. Sense is difficult to seek, but the royal heir cannot run away, so he is not in a hurry to reward the White Rainbow. The most important thing is also to participate in the avenue is more important. Moreover, a single drop of Mahayana realm's heart's blood could already guarantee him an absolute advantage. In front of the Patriarchate, the genealogical jade ultimatums glowed blindingly, reflecting one royal family after another, while the right and left Zongshangs were shocked at Bai Hong's 13-tasseled crown. They naturally knew what this meant for Great Chu, for His Majesty, for this Tao war, and even for the position of the Crown Prince. As the eldest son, the Great Hall should have had the greatest advantage in taking the throne, but the 13 tassels of the coronet were enough to turn everything upside down, and no one would have wanted you to survive that. The killing intent in the right Zongzheng's eyes surged like never before, almost treating White Rainbow as an enemy that must be killed, even going so far as to burn his cultivation to catalyze the jade ultimatum. Boom! 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 Right Zongzhen's black hair steeply paled, spreading all the way from the roots to the tips of his hair, and the wrinkles on his face instantly became deeper, furrowed, a look of old age with cloudy eyes. What are you going to do? Do you want to kill him? Zhou Zongjing noticed that the power of the jade ultimatum had surged, almost exceeding the limit of the two men's catalytic powers, and immediately asked with great alarm. The jade ultimatum needs two people to drive together. The right Patriarch not only burned himself, but also put him on the fire. Either both ends of the power imbalance was countered by the jade ultimatum, or they increased their output to keep up with the right sovereign, and then they were sucked into dryness. Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Thunder Method. Mixed Sword Sutra. All laws do not invade the glazed body. Bai Hong was not afraid. She did her best to activate her immortal body, and all sorts of amazing means were brewing. And Elder Zhou also took a step forward to protect Bai Hong behind her. Bai Hong's mind sank into the sea of consciousness and fished out a small, ancient tower. Linglong Tower Void. As the Morning Glory Sword Sect's greatest treasure, this tower would naturally not allow Bai Hong to easily take it outside the sect, much less let it appear in front of the top forces, for fear of not getting it back. However, it was also precisely because the Linglong Tower was a supreme treasure that it was equally not difficult to separate out a shadow that carried part of its might. Buzz! Just a second before the Linglong Tower shadow appeared, the right and left Zongjing but all sprayed out a large mouth of blood. The light blooming jade ultimatum is also instantly dim. From the movement to static. Why so? Right Zongjing's eyes widened and he almost gritted his teeth. He had already injected most of his power into the jade ultimatum, nearly running out of gas, just to use this treasure to exterminate White Rainbow. Can't you see? This is clearly His Majesty making a move. The left Zongjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had dragged on for a little while longer, he might have been as miserable as the right Zongjing. It's His Majesty making a move? Right Zongjing's wrinkled face revealed a flash of dismay, and just as he was about to retort, he saw a drop of blood glowing with a golden aura appear out of thin air in front of Bai Hong, actively melting together. The rich imperial aura on that blood droplet made Right Sectarian's voice suddenly hoarse, and he couldn't make half a sound. He still recognized the Chu Emperor's aura. Now that the Chu Emperor had even directly bestowed a drop of his heart's blood, it was evident to what extent he favored Bai Hong. Such an honor has never been bestowed upon any royal heir. The left Zongjing sighed, pushed the right Zongjing's shoulder, whispered, "Can't you see it now? His Majesty already has a preferred candidate." The right sovereign's heart trembled again at his words. Don't look at all the forces supporting the Imperial Air Road War is hot. In fact, the final choice is still in the hands of the Chu Emperor. It didn't matter if the Imperial heir won or lost the Dao battle, it was only important to be recognized by the Chu Emperor. And when you think about it, in addition to suddenly popping up this point, Bai Hong is really excellent in all aspects, and the 13-tasseled coronation crown alone is enough to crush the legitimacy of all people's jurisprudence, including the Chu Emperor. But right Patriarch's lips were dry and cracked, his eyes cloudy, and he was about to explain when he realized that the Jade ultimatum lit up again, returning the power that the two of them had previously injected into it. Only the number was somewhat incorrect. The right Zongjing loses in more and takes back less. The left Zongjing is just the opposite. I think it is the Chu Emperor intentionally. Slightly small punishment. I kowtow to your majesty for not killing me. Right Patriarch's body trembled and slowly made 3 obeisances in the direction of the palace, and he had just raised his head. But he happened to see a scene of the White Rainbow stopping the Chu Emperor's heart blood from melting together. Only White Rainbow suppressed the blood drop with his terrifying cultivation and refined it several times with the Yi Great Dao melting furnace, to ensure that there were no hidden dangers before putting it into a porcelain bottle and throwing it to Bai Lu, who was at the side. This is useful to you. Find time to refine it. Bai Hong didn't care about this chance and casually gave it to Bai Lu, calling the left and right Zongjing incredulous. Noticing their gazes, Bai Hong also revealed a provocative smile and knowingly asked, "Do you two Zongjing still want to interrogate me? It's the psychopaths who will continue to interrogate you." Zhou Zongjing cursed in his heart. Targeting Bai Hong again at this time would be slapping Emperor Chu in the face. "Your Highness is joking. This matter is all a misunderstanding, and I dare not overstep my bounds." Zhou Zongjing obediently bowed to Bai Hong, shocking a circle of onlookers' jaws. When had they ever seen the Patriarchate stoop so low? But this was not all. Not only the left Zongjing, even the right Zongjing, who had flagrantly supported the Grand Prince, even showed a complicated face. After hesitating for a split second, Right Sovereign deeply bowed and saluted. "I pay my respects to your Highness Bai Hong. This matter is all my fault. The humble minister is willing to take all the blame." Bai Hong calmly accepted this gift and said, "Whichever imperial heir you support, convey it to him, her so that she doesn't have some crooked thoughts about Bai Lu, or else they won't have the good fortune of the two of you." As one of the parties involved, White Rainbow could naturally feel the Chu Emperor's presence, and knew even more about what the Chu Emperor had done. And even the flash of aura from his participation in the Great Tao of the Ages was something that White Rain had done on purpose. The right sovereign swung his head even lower at his words, but did not show any sign of defiance, calling out to the other imperial heirs in shock and anger. Meanwhile, Third Prince Chu Haoyan's doppelganger had just brought the crowd from the third peak back to the imperial city and was about to rush towards the patriarchal mansion. According to the rules, an imperial heir who invited foreign aid from outside of Dichu was to report to him personally. Chapter 84, Lu Yu, Honger, return mother's sword to me. Senior sister Lu, you need to pull yourself together. Otherwise aren't you being made a joke by that White Rainbow? Senior sister, you are just being tricked by that villain Bai Hong. Where is he that invincible and strong? If you gave me that much earth vein chi, I would be just as no worse than him. In the end Bai Hong is a despicable villain. If not for the fact that senior sister's heart was tied to her fellow disciples and was forced by him with the lives of all of them, how could she have signed that confession? Senior sister is a Mahayana. This is the result measured by the great Chu immortal dynasty. Shouldn't senior sister be proud? On the third prince's flying boat, Li Yunqin and Xiaoren took turns to persuade him, constantly downplaying the factor of Lu Qingxuan's failure, portraying Bai Hong as a negative character who had succeeded by a fluke, but was actually worthless, only for Lu Qingxuan to reduce the guilt and frustration in his heart. This is part of the method given by the third prince, since Lu Qingxuan's Dao mind had collapsed during the battle with White Rainbow. Then, to put it bluntly, he was suddenly hit too hard and fell into self-doubt, leading to a collapse of his beliefs. Then it would only be necessary to recreate a false Dao mind for Lu Qingxuan first. First, let him regain his self-confidence. At least he could fight like a normal cultivator. Then through various means, break Bai Hong's inherent undefeated image in Lu Qingxuan's mind, and finally find a chance to restrict Bai Hong, so that he would really lose in Lu Qingxuan's hands. In this way, the false Dao heart could be transformed into the real one, allowing Lu Qingxuan to remake his Dao heart. And along the way, the White Rainbow's harshness that Xiaoren and the two of them had contrasted through heavy angles had really made Lu Qingxuan's eyes a little more radiant. And although it was still a gloomy temperament devoid of life and hope, at least it would respond to other people's words. After entering the imperial city, Xiaoren and the others were even more shocked by the prosperity of the Great Chu, and with a twinkle in his eye, he couldn't help but play a little mind again. Senior sister, you really don't need to be afraid of Bai Hong. even if he really is the royal son of Dichu. So what if he can participate in the Dao War? Aren't we here too? First of all, not to mention how much importance he is given by Great Chu, whether people recognize him as a wild child or not, just based on the fact that he can't get the love of his master. He will never be able to compare to the three of us. Xiaoran was glowing, his eyes were glowing. Surprisingly, he had found the unrestrained feeling of wantonly denigrating Bai Hong at the third peak after a long time. The more he talked, the more energized he became. The experience of going back to his old ways mesmerized him, and he even ignored the jade ultimatum shadow outside the flying boat that shrouded a small half of the imperial city. So what if the prince, his heartfelt master, doesn't he hate him and resent him just as much now, and even come from thousands of miles to fight against him for us? Xiaoran took Li Yunqin's hand and sneered together. Bai Hong has been on the mountain since he was young, and there is no need to talk about the depth of his feelings for his master. Do you guys really believe that he suddenly changed his temperament, and is surprisingly averse to his master? But it's just saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. I guess every night, that white rainbow doesn't know how much it regrets, and will even cry under the covers. Ha ha ha. Speaking of that, Xiao Run was truly confident. Although that day Bai Hong took advantage of Lu Yuxian Mare's body backfiring and enjoyed himself beautifully. His cultivation advancement was not small, but his relationship with Lu Yu had also completely dropped to the freezing point. Xiao Ren remembered clearly the cold look in his master's eyes when he threatened him to forget about this matter and not allow it to be spread out. Even when Li Yunqin and the others mentioned Bai Hong in front of his master, the master hated him so much that he gnashed his teeth and wanted to kill him. In short, in a word, Quicksilver would be White Rainbow's life and death enemy from now on. The people closest to you want to kill you. You must be in great pain inside. White Rainbow, Xiao Ren thought with malice in his heart, but he realized that the flying boat slowly stopped and came to the front of the Patriarch's mansion. The third prince's doppelganger stood up and said to the third peak crowd, "All of you are not Dichu cultivators, and to come to the imperial city to participate in the Dao battle is to be vouched for by me. So you need to record your information in the Zhangrenfu, issue ultimatums, and go through the basic process." The crowd nodded slightly. These things had been explained long ago on the road, so no one raised questions. It was just that the crowd from the third peak had only stepped out of the flying boat when they saw the scene of the left and right Zongshangs all apologizing in unison to Bai Hong's softening, which was really a bit of black humor. Lu Qingxuan even cast a skeptical gaze at Xiaoran. The meaning especially obvious. Is this what you mean by Dichu disowning him as a wild child? Li Yunqin also felt quite embarrassed and somewhat regretted attaching herself to Xiaoran. This is not recognizing Bai Hong. This is clearly Bai Hong as an ancestor to offer up although the crowd has not come to the Chu immortal dynasty, but also know that the functions of the various institutions of the Chu of the mortal dynasty, the two are almost less. So the Zhangrenfu Zhongzheng must be the generation of members of the royal family to play, to a certain extent, on behalf of the attitude of the royal family. Xiao Ren did not expect the present day to be so fast. His face changed for a while, and finally he could only talk tough. That also represents nothing. Who cares about being the prince of Dichu? The parasitic also has to be the master. Master has already been completely disappointed with him. It is impossible to look at Bai Hong one more time in this life. Instead, he is still extremely disgusted. He is even more powerful and turns into a Mahayana cultivator. There is no way that he can change Master's attitude. Master will not take the initiative to pay attention to him in this life. True Lord Liu Yu's hateful attitude towards Bai Hong was what pleased Xiaoran the most. Then, Liu Yu's original idle expression froze, and her entire body froze in place. Her gaze fixed dead on the thick broken sword that Bai Hong was carrying in his hand, and a mist of water slowly built up in her eyes. Heavy skyscraper, heavy sword. Liu Yu had an extremely deep bond with Taoist Lord Heavy Sky, so naturally she wouldn't be unable to recognize her mother's original flying sword. And even the fact that Bai Hong chose a black heavy sword to harness after her Dan formation had something to do with the fact that Liu Yu subconsciously cultivated Bai Hong in the direction of her mother. Leaving everything behind, she stumbled and ran towards Bai Hong in a disoriented manner, raising her hand to take over the heavy sky-broken sword, only to have Bai Hong dodge it easily with a flash. What a shady soul! In order to upset me? Have you even chased me to the great Chu immortal dynasty? Bai Hong's tone was frivolous, but her eyes were ice cold. He had heard from Bai Lu about third prince Chu Haoyan's doppelganger going to the Morning Glory Sword Sect, and had guessed that Xiao Ren's astonishing talent would be discovered and even invited to participate in the Dao battle. But Bai Hong had truly not expected that the third peak would come out in full force, and that even Lu Yue would come in person. Dao war involves his own sister. Bai Hong, how to look at it is not too much. So Lu Yu and other people with the third prince to participate in the war. Deal with the white do thing. Really completely will be white rainbow anger. Lu Yu finally saw her mother's things after many years, but it turned out to be a broken sword. Her heart was equally unable to calm down. Naturally she didn't notice Bai Hong's displeasure. She just kept looking at the heavy sword, with nothing but endless worry in her heart. The reason why the life of the flying sword is named the word life, is because the cultivator and the connection is very deep, an honor and a loss. So when the life of the flying sword breaks, the cultivator is usually also a lot of bad luck. Lu Yu didn't even dare to think in detail about why her mother's heavy sword had broken. She just reddened her eyes and choked slightly. Honger, return mother's heavy sword to me. When Lu Qingxuan and Li Yunqin heard this, they looked at Xiao Ren at the side in unison. Everything was in the air. Is this what you call it? That Shifu will never take the initiative to pay attention to White Rainbow for the rest of his life? Chapter 85. I look forward to the day you remember everything. Bai Hong pulled a sword flower with his broken sword and protected by Lu behind him, preventing him from facing Chu Haoyan and the others directly. But he forgot that Bai Lu was a genuine harmonized God realm cultivator, one realm higher than him. How did you have the good sense to ask? Bai Hong's face was cold as she looked at Lu Yu and asked rhetorically. Still think I'm that little cutie who looks up to you? Do you think that you can snatch things from me just by opening your mouth? Lu Yu heard that Bai Hong was a little bit displeased, but in front of her mother's clue, she simply didn't have that much energy to think about it, and said, this broken sword is my mother's original flying sword. How can you say it's a robbery? If you're afraid that you'll suffer, it's fine for me to buy it. In any case, you must return this sword to me. The only jade pendant left by Mother's heavy sword. Song Li, do you hear this sound familiar? Bai Hong snapped her ears, turned her head to look at Song Li, and said with a smile, how come the people of the third peak all take an excuse to make things bad? This time it's hard not to want to splash me with dirty water, and then report that I'm a bad character and can't take part in the Dao battle? The third peak has a long lineage, so it's normal for the moves to resemble some of the paths. Song Li replied in an old-fashioned manner, not putting the feelings of Lu Yu and the others in his mind at all. As long as it wouldn't negatively affect Elder Zhou, Song Li unconditionally supported everything he did. I didn't. Lu Yu never thought that White Rainbow old things to re-mention. The heart aggrieved even more. Biting silver teeth said, how can I use the shameless means of framing people? Even if you several times and 3 times to me, I have never thought of using underhanded means to revenge you. Rainbow, how can you look at me like this? Every time Bai Hong revealed her distrust of her, it caused Ryuki's heart to ache as if it had been sliced open. Because that's what you are. And your good disciple Xiaoren just slandered me with the same remark a dozen days ago, didn't he? Bai Hong's head tilted and asked with a smile. You also thought I had stolen it at that time, and even persuaded me to confess to the crime in my capacity as a master, so that I could sit on this injustice. That was all a misunderstanding. Quicksilver was speechless, nearly stomping her feet in her anxiety, wanting to explain that she was also deluded and really didn't mean to frame her. But the intertwining of emotions such as worry and anxiety for her mother surprisingly made her not know where to speak from for a while. Bai Hong glanced at the third prince's doppelganger, only to see that the other party maintained a smiling face and an air of grace, but the gaze that looked at the thorn in his side was somewhat obscured. Chu Haoyan didn't know why the left and right Zhongzheng were willing to put down their faces and give in, but this was by no means a good sign for him. Ever since this White Rainbow had appeared, there had been too many things that were beyond his expectations and control. Afterwards, Bai Hong left Lu Yu hanging where she was and led Bai Lu and the others towards the outside of the Patriarch's mansion, not caring in the slightest about the crowd at the third peak, especially Xiao Ren's resentful gaze, and the evasive eyes of Lu Qingxuan and Li Yunqin. How the flowing moon is aggrieved. How sad will not induce White Rainbow's compassion. The so-called, the person who has wronged you is more than you know how wronged you are, the sentence. He has already experienced it countless times. That's right, Bai Hong was deliberately wronging Lu Yu. He naturally knew whose weapon the heavy sword was, but Bai Hong just had to say that. You're not allowed to leave. Leave the heavy sword behind. Seeing her mother's matching sword go far away, Lu Yu lost her footing and actually summoned up a virtual shadow in full view of the crowd, trying to use it to stop the White Rainbow, only to have it easily blocked by Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, stop. Quicksilver can't hurt me, and if she dares to pester me again, I'll go back today and melt down this broken sword and refinish it, completely ending someone's thoughts, Bai Hong said without looking back, his footsteps likewise not stopping, moving away from Quicksilver step by step, just as Quicksilver had left him in his first life, with the slave mark branded on his body. The flowing moon posed little threat to Bai Hong, and here Bai Hong ruthless cold-blooded words, Lu Yu also completely despair. Lips cannot stop trembling. Low roar, you really hate me so much. All I want you do not give. Not a trace do not want me as I wish to. What have I done in the end deserves your hatred? You cannot treat me well? White Rainbow face surprised color, turned back and said, I have been merciful to you. As for why, that you yourself also need to fight more. You cannot think of yourself before. How can you blame me? White Rainbow knew a little bit about Lu Yu's hidden awakening, which was why he was so patient, waiting for Lu Yu to remember everything, because the now clueless and ignorant Quicksilver did not deserve to bear his wrath. For Bai Hong, this life of Lu Yu has not yet come to what consequences. He was all the counterattack back, even if the bullying her harder, but also in the bullying of an empty shell without a past. Hurry up and think of everything. Only then will I be able to really get back at you and ravage you with impunity. The threat of Bai Hong melting the heavy sky-heavy sword was effective. When his figure disappeared around the corner step by step, Lu Yu didn't dare to go up and pester him. Moreover, she couldn't understand what Bai Hong was waiting for her to remember, and the other people were even more confused when they listened to him. Since Bai Hong's arrival, Bai Lu had intentionally ceded the position of leader, waiting to hug her thigh and lie down to win just like Songli. So the two shared a common language, and there was a sense of reassurance that they had found a kindred spirit. Alas, this Lu Yu true monarch is really pitiful and hateful, a piece of good intentions but has never done a good thing. I also do not know that when she awakens, she will regret into what kind. Songli muttered in a small voice and did not deliberately avoid Bai Lu, because in her opinion, Bai Lu, who was familiar with Bai Hong, must also be the one who had awakened the memories of her past life. Flowing Moon True Monarch. Never heard of the name. Blue Star Cultivation World has this number of people, but she seems to be very familiar with the old brother. Even the Songli girl is also the same. Bai Lu secretly kept her eyes peeled and sidestepped. Miss Song, does old brother have any misunderstandings between him and that Lu Yu? To have such a great hatred. I'm surprised you didn't know? Song Li's eyes widened a few points. I did not expect there to be such an uninitiated awakened person. The immortal heavenly devil and the true lord of the flowing moon's matter is known in the cultivation world. Hello. You're the imperial daughter of Great Chu and you haven't even heard the biggest news of your past life? I know some, but not much. After all, it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Miss Song is a disciple of the Morning Glory Sword Sect, so she must know the truth, right? Bai Lu snorted to muddle through the matter, then asked again. She shifted herself from what she didn't know to not knowing the truth. And Song Li really didn't notice anything unusual when she listened. After a moment of frustration, Song Li said, You're really asking the right person. If it's said that the person who understands the immortal heavenly devil the most, I must have a place. Immortal heavenly devil? Does that mean true Lord Lu Wei or older brother? Bai Lu nodded without moving her head, holding Song Li up for a few sentences every now and then, and soon drew out all of Bai Hong's experiences in her first life. After all, even if Song Li had a big brain and a clear mind, he would never have imagined that Bai Hong could be reborn twice, so it was easy to overlook what was wrong. But in contrast, it was Bai Lu who slowly ran through his oldest brother's experiences and guessed at Bai Hong's third rebirth. It was just that the more she listened to Song Li's account, the more gloomy Bai Lu's face became. That Xiao Ren and Lu Yu and the others. How dare they treat old brother like this? You guys deserve to die. Chapter 86. Do you understand? The next day, the entire imperial city seemed a bit quiet. Even the voices of the street vendors were a lot quieter, because all the residents of the Immortal Dynasty knew that today was the first day of the actual opening of the Dao War. Compared to the past, this time the Dao battle was more in the spotlight, and there was no way to stay out of the limelight. After all, just yesterday, the maintenance of the majesty of the royal family of Dichu Zhangrenfu surprisingly broke out in a big battle, and exiled for many years of the return of the emperor. Even pressed the right and left Zongjing fight, but also let the two people apologize in unison. And the real power holder of the Zhongrenfu Zhongling did not even make a half-hearted statement right now. This alone was enough to set off endless reveries among the people of the imperial city. Do you guys think that the Grand Prince will face off with that His Highness White Rainbow today? After all, the right sovereign is the Grand Prince's supporter. Today is only the first day of the Dao War. It will not let all the royal heirs go to war directly as for that White Rainbow. I see its situation is a bit awkward. One of the people of the imperial city looked towards the palace and commented, although Bai Hong's bloodline is pure and breaks the limit of all generations, the Dao War is after all about comprehensive ability, and it will also intentionally restrict the use of the true king's blood, so he really doesn't have the upper hand. The bystanders all nodded in agreement with this statement. Restricted to the scope of the Dao War alone, The advantage that a bloodline could bring was minimal, as the Dao War wanted to elect the most promising imperial heir, the one who could lead the immortal dynasty to greater strength. If whoever's bloodline was pure would win, then it would be better to just have a few 9-tasseled imperial heirs compete. White Rainbow's greatest bloodline advantage doesn't work, so he's at a big disadvantage. Right, after all, it's a prince who came back from the outside. It's hard to have any underlying accumulation. The passerby from the party once again said, take this sword Dao test as an example. The test is about the royal heir's heritage, and whether he can run his own forces to find treasures on a regular basis. The heirs were required to exchange their own collection of sword techniques or sword weapons for treasures of the same value in the immortal dynasty's treasury, with the highest value winning. On the one hand, it would enrich Chu's heritage, and on the other hand, it would test the heir's eyesight. His Highness White Rainbow, a royal heir from a small remote clan. No matter how powerful he is, what kind of sword weapons can he collect? What kind of sword techniques can he learn? And how many treasures can he recognize? He's bound to lose this level. Anyone who understood the Dao War, but not White Rainbow, would find it hard to have faith in him, but the royal heirs were clearly not among them, and all regarded White Rainbow as a great enemy. It caused the originally loud and noisy venue to quiet down as soon as he and Bai Lu showed up. White Rainbow, a middle-aged cultivator with a majestic face and a great figure, not too young himself, looked over. He was surrounded by a number of young cultivators, looking at him with respect, as if they were all starry-eyed, calling out his extraordinary nature at a glance. Bai Lu introduced in a low voice, this is Chu Haoming, Chu Huan's eldest son. When decades of refining virtual cultivator, the strength is unfathomable, and the age is not small. So that elder Zhou called his brother is not considered to be taking advantage of the situation. Bai Hong sniffed and couldn't help but look at the other side a few more times. Mixing for so long hasn't gotten a crown prince position, and still have to fight with his younger siblings down the line. This Chu Haoming is really not easy. Like Bai Lu is only in her early 20s this year, maybe not even a fraction of the age of the Grand Prince. Bai Hong nodded her head slightly as a response to Chu Haoming's greeting. Clearly right Zongjeng had been violently beaten by himself. Yet he didn't even mention this matter today. Clearly his heart was not small. However, very quickly, Bai Lu turned his head back and whispered, don't think that Chu Haoming is pitiful. He's participated in so many Dao battles and has a huge advantage. He's even recruited extreme realm cultivators around him. After saying that, Bai Lu pointed to a young cultivator with an untamed smile beside Chu Haoming and said, this person's name is Guan Shanhai, a body cultivator born with godly strength. He once fought and killed 2 harmonized gods at the Yuaning realm, and thus gained a lot of fame, and then Chu Haoming fought with him in the same realm after suppressing his realm and subdued him, and should have been promoted to harmonized god realm for a very long time now. It was only this time that Bai Hong took a rare and careful look at Chu Haoming, which was only fitting for the strength of the Chu Emperor's son. That one is the 14th imperial daughter, a little cutie that I've fixed, not enough to fear. That Mediterranean one with hair loss in the middle is the 7th imperial prince. Nothing to say except that his hair is thinning. Immediately afterward, Bai Lu introduced a dozen or so royal heirs in turn and gave precise evaluations, provoking many people to look at them angrily. Bai Lu glared back in turn, refusing to eat any losses at all, not to mention not being afraid of these people, because the ones who really had the ability to arm wrestle with Bai Lu were actually just the Grand Prince and the Third Prince. One of these two had a huge head start, taking advantage of the legal rights of the eldest son, and the other had a powerful mother's family, being the first family of the dynasty. Those few Morning Sun Sword Sect third peaks you are more familiar than me. As for Chu Haoyan himself, is also an extreme realm cultivator with extremely powerful spiritual power. Other than that, there is not much useful information. Bai Lu pursed her lips and said rather irritably, his mom's family is too powerful, covering up all the valuable information in time, and always trying to grab the treasure with me. For example, the heavy heavenly sword box in the immortal ruins was the best proof. There's no rush. I'll help you clean him up. Bai Hong touched Bai Lu's head and said, okay, then in exchange, I'll help you clean up Ryuki. Bai Lu's gaze landed on True Lord Liu Yue's body, and then swept over the other few people in the third peak, the cruelty in his eyes flashing by. She had been thinking about a few people ever since she had lied out quite a few stories about Bai Hong's first life at Song Li's. She respected Bai Hong's decision not to kill for the time being, but felt that letting the third peak crowd live on smoothly was a bit too merciful, and that she should charge some interest. Right at this moment, a figure with white hair and beard suddenly stepped out from the void, with a serious and unsmiling face, and without communicating with the many royal heirs. He went straight to the point. Just don't know if it was an illusion. Bai Hong always felt that the other party secretly looked at him several times, and his expression was particularly bad. Old me, Chu Zhengyi, Grand Commander of the Forbidden Army, Examiner of the Sword Dao Pass. All Imperial heirs participating in the Sword Dao Pass, please step forward. Regardless of whether it is a sword skill or a sword weapon that is submitted, it is necessary for the Imperial heir himself to perform it on the old man to gauge the power grade of the sword skill/sword weapon. If there are no objections, let's begin. Words fell. This old man cultivation rumbled out. Surprisingly is the peak of the harmonization stage of the cultivator. Just look at the austere aura. Surprisingly than Li Kuweixing, also a few points stronger. The crowd of royal heirs seemed to have long understood Chu Zhengyi's unkindness, and none of them went for warm pleasantries, only silently stepping forward and offering up their respective sword techniques or sword weapons. The field was suddenly hazy, with sword chi spreading across the field, splitting out gully sword marks, and one kind of sword intent after another intertwined and collided with each other. Bai Hong followed suit and took a step forward, but before he could stand still, he sensed a huge force exploding in front of him. A overwhelming pressure then descended. Caught off guard, White Rainbow could not help but have a few moments of chi and blood fluttering. What does Elder Chu mean by this? In an instant, Bai Hong calmed his agitated chi and blood. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chu Zhengyi and asked. Just now it was this Sword Dao Pass examiner who had made a move to force him back, and the conformity stage pressure was barely converged. If another person came, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured in an instant. No rules and regulations. Participating in the Dao War, don't you even know the basic rules? Where does a mere Yuaning realm have the qualifications to participate in the war? Bai Hong really didn't know that there was such a rule, while Bai Lu, as a spirit transformation cultivator, likewise didn't know much about it, and the two of them glanced at each other, both seeing each other's bewilderment. When was this a rule? All the time. Chu Zhengyi waved his sleeve robe, but he was quite capable of answering questions. Putting this aside for the moment, wasn't Chu Zhengyi a bit too harsh when he struck out, knowing that he was a Yuaning and striking out without any reservations? This was clearly a run to seriously injure him. Seeing that Bai Hong did not suffer the slightest harm, Chu Zhengyi showed displeasure and chided. I know that your bloodline purity is very high, but old me is not a waste of the Zangrenfu, and will not look at you highly because of your bloodline, let alone make an exception because of your high bloodline purity. Do you understand me? Seeing this, the corners of Bai Hong's mouth also slowly flattened out, and the color of kindness was completely gone from his eyes. Chapter 87. I hear you, but do you see it? Then how should I participate in the Dao War? It's not like the great Chu immortal dynasty can't even accommodate a mere Yuaning cultivator, right? When it comes to the word baby, Bai Hong bites the word very heavily. Anyone can hear Bai Hong's displeasure, but Chu Zhengyi stopped him reasonably. At most, the timing is not right. He should have stated this before the test began. Not wait until White Rainbow was all ready to come and say you don't qualify. I don't need Elder Chu to open his mouth to answer this question. Behind the Grand Prince, the cultivator named Guan Shanhai stepped out and first arched his hand at Chu Lao, performing the rite of a junior, before teasingly saying, since you're stuck with the qualification due to the lack of realm, then as long as you advance to transformation spirit, Chu Lao will naturally let you in. If you don't have enough substance and can't advance in the realm, then killing the 81 genius cultivators who wore the Forbidden Army is fine. Guan Shanhai stood up his chest and proudly said, prove that you are a dormant dragon, with a battle strength far exceeding that of a 1 in a million forbidden genius who is not bound by a box, and naturally there will be rules that will be broken for you, but such fair-destroying magical powers as the true king's bloodline are not allowed to be utilized. Oh, there were quite a few young geniuses in the Forbidden Army, and there were even extreme realm cultivators, so it could be said that it was one of the most talented cultivators in Dichu. So the gold content of killing through the Forbidden Army couldn't be said to be high, such as Guan Shanhai himself came from the Forbidden Army, and then because of his natural talent and extreme realm cultivator, this was noticed by the great prince, and after taking him in, he tried to transfer him to his own command by all means. The reason for not allowing White Rainbow to use the true king's blood was also very simple. This was because for cultivators outside of the imperial heir, the move of borrowing the power of the ancestors was too much of a trick. Lifting a large realm out of thin air would be enough to securely win against almost anyone outside of the extreme realm cultivators. Bai Hong gazed calmly at Guan Shanhai and asked again, as long as I kill through the Forbidden Army, I'll be able to participate in the Sword Dao Pass without being tested, right? Ha ha ha, of course not. Guan Shanhai snorted. A piercing laugh echoed in the field. Rather meanly, the Dao War won't wait for anyone. If you really don't want to give up the Sword Dao Pass, You have to come back before the end of the test before you can do so. Otherwise, if you can't fight through the Forbidden Army in a month, do you still want us to wait for a month? Whether it was from the Grand Prince's side of the argument or from his old boss Chu Zhengyi's side, Bai Hong was their enemy. So Guan Shanhai spoke rather acerbically and didn't miss any opportunity to taunt his opponent. The other royal heirs, too, stood vaguely against Bai Hong because they were jealous of his 13-cornered crown, mocking it in passing, as if by making fun of Bai Hong, they could suppress the worry in their bones. Bai Hong memorized the looks of these people in her heart and didn't have a fit on the spot, but only looked at Chu Zhengyi with a few moments of impatience and asked, "Where are the forbidden soldiers? You can't just let me go and find them one by one, right? The southeast corner of the palace has a schoolyard, which is specially built for the training of the Forbidden Army. You and go there to find someone. As long as you can kill through the Forbidden Army, the old man will naturally not be difficult for you. I'll be back later." Before the words fell, Bai Hong nodded to Bai Lu, and his figure faded away, apparently seeking the Forbidden Army cultivator, causing another round of heated discussion among the crowd. He can't really want to kill through the Forbidden Army and then come back for the Sword Dao Pass test, right? An Imperial heir's eyes widened a few points and said with some disbelief, "Of the 81 forbidden soldiers, there are at least 5 or 6 extreme realm cultivators. The lowest cultivator is at the peak of the Yuaning stage, and there are even a few refined voiderses hidden away, and he wants to defeat all of them within 2 hours? As an appetizer for the road war, the process of Kendo Pass is not complicated, and half a day is enough. It's also possible that they took the opportunity to escape. After all, little cutie, we all know that's impossible. A large portion of the Forbidden Army is at the cultivation level of God transformation and void refining. Even if they're all mediocre, they can still drag it out for a tea time, right?" An Imperial daughter shook her head and made a final judgment. "Retreating like this will at least preserve a trace of face. No one else may clamor." The Sword Dao Pass test continues. Chu Zhengyi's face did not change as he stood in front of the crowd with his arms folded and said, "Sword weapons are left for the final tasting, and those who have prepared their sword techniques can launch their full force attacks at Old Man. I will comprehensively consider your sword skills. The proficiency you have mastered and the grade of the sword skill itself will all affect the final result. So it's not the case that the more powerful the sword skill is, the higher the score will necessarily be." Chu Zhengyi routinely stated the rules once, and a few Imperial heirs with little strength then took the lead, casting the sword skill inheritance they had obtained and attacking Chu Zhengyi, fearing that if they cast it late, they would be pulled up higher by strong contenders such as the Grand Prince and the Third Prince. How come there's no movement at all there in the schoolyard? That white rainbow wouldn't be the one who doesn't even look like he's leaving directly, right? After a few moments, Guan Shanhai got tired of watching those ordinary royal heirs perform, and only felt boring and tedious, so he grinned and once again inquired about Bai Hong's whereabouts. Chu Zhengyi, in addition to being in charge of the examination, also pulled out a piece of native jade, frowned and said, 81 jade cards are all calm and unparalleled, and there hasn't even been a battle on the side of the Forbidden Army. Speaking of which, he also couldn't help but disperse his divine sense to see if Bai Hong had fled from the battlefield or not, but as a result, he didn't expect a huge change in the pouring heavens to occur in a split second. Boom! The direction of the southeast corner of the Chu Palace suddenly manifested four completely different sword silhouettes, gulping a pouring rain of killing sword chi. For intertwined sword Dao mood is even more shocking. Vaguely have a strong feeling of jealousy born. What kind of sword skill is this? Why is there so much bloody killing aura? This strike is already the limit of the transformation god realm, isn't it? Can White Rainbow do this without stimulating the true king bloodline? The crowd's attention was instantly attracted over, and then they heard a series of booming sounds erupt in turn, and those four sword weapon shadows, just like chopping choppers for meat pies, also madly chopped down in the direction of the schoolyard. Chu Zhengyi's face changed slightly, and he was about to take a step to look at the situation, but the result was that the action of lifting his leg caused the entire 80 pieces of the original life jade tags to erupt in cracks in unison, and the warm luster that was like grease dimmed in an instant, becoming dry and raw. Chu Zhengyi's entire body was shocked. The efficacy of the life jade tags is similar to the soul lamps. Both are means of detecting the life state of the cultivator. 80 jade pendants have all developed cracks. Does it not mean that each of their lives are in jeopardy? He could no longer hold back the uneasiness in his heart, leaving all those imperial airs to dry, and was about to go forward to the schoolyard to check it out, only to be forced back by an oncoming light, only to see the light slowly dissipate. The white rainbow appeared in front of the crowd in its unchanged form, with a constantly struggling sword-wielding cultivator in his hand. Knock! Bai Hong slapped him unconscious with a sword and flung him to the side as if he were throwing garbage, then looked at Chu Zhangyi, whose face was as low as water and whose eyes were as deep as the abyss, ignoring his eyes filled with anger and blood, and asked indifferently, 81 forbidden soldiers were defeated by me as much as I could. Leaving them with a small life is considered me doing good deeds, and how did I achieve this result? The corners of Bai Hong's mouth gradually hooked into a disdainful smile. Her eyes flashed with a provocative color as she gently lifted her chin and asked Chu Zhangyi, did you see it? I understand your words, but my fight, do you see it? The many imperial heirs and their subordinate cultivators were speechless for a while, and had a further understanding of Bai Hong's vindictiveness, really refusing to eat any loss at all. So how is this kind of person good to be messed with? 23 death is really deserved. It didn't matter what the crowd of royal heirs thought. Instead, Chu Zhangyi's face changed again and again. But in the end, he could only forcefully suppress his anger and said, since you defeated the Forbidden Army, then you can return to the team and go, and wait for the Sword Dao Pass examination. Although Chu Zhangyi is old seniority, but the same do not dare to break the rules. White Rainbow this move even if he is again exasperated. He also have to first recognize and then say, at most quietly give him to press a pressure evaluation to retaliate. It seems that Chu Lao has seen it all. Thanks a lot. White Rainbow nodded slightly. And the yuaning within his dantian shattered steeply. A round and leak-free yuan deity metamorphosing out of it. The realm of the transfigured god. The crowd was completely speechless at this point. Feeling that you can ascend to the god transformation realm at any time. So you killed the Forbidden Army just to slap Chu Zhangyi's face? There were some timid imperial heirs who didn't even dare to look at Chu Zhangyi's gaze. First abusing the Forbidden Army that you personally trained once. And then strutting around to promote to transformation spirit. ISNT this clearly telling Chu Zhangyi, I just want to insult you? Chapter 88, The Immortal Punisher Formation. When Chu Zhangyi saw Bai Hong condense his yuanshin in a watery manner and advance to the realm of transformation, his face was really as black as the bottom of a pot, his forehead veins were bulging, and his body was trembling slightly. That's being provocative. The White Rainbow was provoking him, a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. Chu Zhangyi breathed heavily and his eyes widened in anger. He himself was born in the line of duty, and everything was based on practicality, so naturally he wouldn't deliberately try to temper his temper. And in the military you have to be grumpy to be useful, and it had been a long time since he had encountered such a bold cultivator after he had ascended to the harmonization stage hundreds of years ago. Even when the royal heirs met him, they all had to respectfully address him as Elder Chu. Only the White Rainbow, this madman who made a big mess in the patriarchal mansion as soon as he returned and evoked the 13-tasseled coronet, dared to demonstrate to him several times and even threatened Chu Haoming's position, when it was truly unforgivable. If he allowed an imperial son of unknown origin like Bai Hong to lead in a Dao battle, he would all be sorry to the dead imperial empress and the Chu surname bestowed upon him by his majesty. That's right, Chu Zhangyi was not originally surnamed Chu. He is a Qianzhou origin, without any background, just dared to fight and kill and good luck. Did not die before gradually emerging, and finally by chance into the eyes of the empress, was recommended to the Chu emperor. Thus, Chu Zhangyi soared to the sky. A point to pay will get a point in return, and eventually was given the surname Chu, renamed Chu Zhangyi, responsible for protecting the just-born Grand Prince Chu Haoming at that time. Because of this karmic law in place, so although Chu Zhangyi never said it explicitly, his heart was firmly in support of Chu Haoming, and was very dissatisfied with the White Rainbow that suddenly killed him. It was also precisely because he was a member of the Grand Prince's faction that he hated the Patriarchate and cursed the right Patriarch for being a waste of space. Bai Hong didn't care about Chu Zhangyi's sadness or joy. She just returned to her original position with a bland expression. The many imperial heirs hurriedly dispersed to the sides at the sight. Just based on the battle record of killing through 81 forbidden soldiers just now, the crowd knew that White Rainbow was not something they could afford to mess with. This, on the contrary, makes the White Rainbow around the vaguely become no man's land. Convenient to come over to the White Dew. Bai Lu smiled and came over, saying, just now about 5 or 6 people submitted their sword skills and sword weapons. The highest one got a medium evaluation, and could stay in the Dichu treasure vault for 30 breaths and pick a treasure. Which set of sword skills are you going to submit, old brother? Lower ratings can stay for 15 breaths, medium ratings for 30 breaths, and upper ratings for 45 breaths. Bai Lu knew his own old brother's ability. After all, he was the first invincible cultivator of the Blue Star Broken Gear, and had created a top-level sword Dao inheritance like the mixed sword scripture. So whatever he casually handed over was enough to rate a top grade. I've heard that Chu Zhangyi would have people perform sword techniques on him and then evaluate them. So what if he can't learn and read my sword techniques? White Rainbow's eyes flickered as she suddenly asked bizarre questions. If you want to evaluate a gongfu or a legacy as objectively as possible, you must first achieve mastery, because only when you have truly learned it can you know its strengths and flaws. Chu Zhangyi was able to cultivate to the harmonization stage. His talent was naturally unquestionable, but to say that he would be able to master all of the sword technique after feeling it once would be looking too highly on him. That was why Chu Zhangyi had always relied on his cultivation to crush and forcefully parse the sword skills of the crowd for evaluation. But what if Bai Hong suddenly took out a set of sword skills that far exceeded his attainments in sword Dao? What should he say? Bai Lu revealed a confused look at his words, and could only shake his head, saying, haven't encountered such a situation? With the repetition of the Dao war being held, there are actually fewer and fewer sword techniques that the imperial heirs can find that haven't been included by Dichu, and the quality of them continues to decline. The techniques of the Mahayana stage will not be easily circulated, so the harmonization stage is the limit of the imperial heir's ability, and Chu Zhangyi's cultivation is more than enough. As they spoke, Grand Imperial Prince Chu Haoming and Third Imperial Prince Chu Haoyan both completed the examination. The former submitted an original flying sword from the immortal ruins, whose owner didn't seem to have died in the fight, so it was very well preserved, and could even continue to be used if it was re-sacrificed, and thus received a superior rating. On the other hand, Chu Haoyan executed a set of sword code named after Gengjin, an extremely precious complete sword Dao inheritance that focused entirely on killing and attacking. If popularized in the military, it can raise the average combat level of soldiers, and is also subject to the same superior rating. With this, the only one left in the arena who hadn't been tested by the sword Dao pass was Bai Hong. Chu Zhangyi's icy gaze also looked along, his eyes scrutinizing Bai Hong. To go up and perform a sword skill, it needs to be one that has not been included in the Great Chu Immortal Dynasty and that you have already mastered yourself. Chu Zhangyi cleared his throat and raised 120% of his spirit. This was a rare opportunity for him and Bai Hong to spar against each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could retaliate back without God's knowledge, and depressing the White Rainbow sword technique evaluation was also a method. Anyway, the Kendo Pass is just an appetizer for the road war, so bringing in some subjective bias isn't a big deal. Bai Hong sniffed and revealed an impish smile as she took a few steps forward and was uncharacteristically polite to Chu Zhangyi. What I'm going to perform is actually a set of sword formations that require the mastery of 4 completely different sword techniques to perform. Named, Immortal Execution Sword Formation. As the words fell, Bai Hong pinched her knots one after another, her cultivation bursting out at full force, pushing her immortal body in Green Emperor transformation technique as hard as she could, and the party condensed 4 formidable sword weapon prototypes. The Immortal Sword Technique coalesces the Immortal Sword. The Immortal Sword Technique coalesces the Immortal Sword. The Immortal Sword Technique of Trapping. The Immortal Sword Technique of Absolute Immortality. The 4 swords condensed by the essence of the Spirit of God were hung in the 4 directions of the southeast, west, north and west, interplaying with each other and complementing each other's breath, forming a sword Dao killing array that is famous in the Blue Star. As the saying goes, it is neither copper nor iron nor steel, and was once hidden under Mount Sumeru. If you don't have to refine the yin and yang upside down, will you not have water and fire to quench your sharpness? The Immortal Exorcist is favorable, the Immortal Killer is dead, and the Immortal Trap has red light everywhere. The Immortal Exorcist has infinite variations, and the Great Luo Immortal has blood-stained clothes. The blood of the gods and goddesses is dyed in their garments. This sword array party is formed will be murderous. The wind is soughing, for swords hanging upside down in the air. Hair thunder vibration. The sword light, even if it is the Mahayana period of the semi-mortal, it is difficult to get out of the way. It was with the Immortal Execution sword technique in it that White Rainbow Fawn killed through the 81 forbidden geniuses of Dichu as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. And even with Bai Hong's unfathomable mana reserves and immortal body enhancement, it would be difficult to set up a second sword formation in a short period of time. In other words, this was a big move that he was brewing in advance, and it was difficult to use it for actual combat at this stage. After all, no one would wait for you to perform the 4 sword techniques to set up a formation, but it just happened to be suitable for the examination of the Sword Dao Pass. This Chu Zhangyi also kind of pulled out on it. I also invite Elder Chu to enter the formation and experience it. I am very much looking forward to your evaluation. With an evil smile on her face, White Rainbow pushed her hands forward, and the Immortal Execution sword formation flew towards Chu Zhangyi. Looking at the sword formation that was getting closer and closer, Chu Zhangyi only felt his body's sweaty hairs stand on end, his pupils almost shrunk to the size of a needlepoint, and his instinct to avoid harm constantly issued a warning, urging him to stay away. But the result was unacceptable to him. No matter how talented Bai Hong was, he was only a newly promoted transformation god. What made him feel a crisis? He is also the real sword to fight out of the merging stage. Chu Zhengyi is unwilling to bow to the white rainbow again, so the heart of the ruthless secretly catalyzed up the merging stage cultivation, clenched his teeth and took the initiative to rush into the immortal execution sword formation. Chapter 89, Self-Belief. Chu Zhengyi had just entered the sword formation when he met the shadow of the immortal execution sword hanging upside down in the due north direction. The terrifying sword chi almost covered the entire sword formation, only waiting for Chu Zhengyi to show his head. The fine sword chi that was like a tidal wave exploded with a thump and rolled down fiercely from the top to the bottom, engulfing him within. What a powerful sword chi! Chu Zhengyi didn't care at first, but about a few breaths later, a drop of still warm liquid unexpectedly hit its face. He took his hand and wiped it, and realized it was his own blood. That white rainbow is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to grind me to death. Chu Zhengyi's face was serious, and he could only hold up a barrier in the sword formation to ward off the sword chi transformed by the immortal execution sword technique. Kala, Kala. Numerous sharp sword chi chopped at the same location, not missing a beat, causing spider-web-like cracks to quickly emerge on the surface of the spiritual barrier, causing Chu Zhengyi's face to change slightly. Given his cultivation level, the barrier should be sufficient to withstand attacks of the same realm, and with the strong supply of power from the harmonization stage, it would not be an exaggeration to boast about a fortress that was almost impossible to break through. As a result, that white rainbow even continued to bombard a spot with only the sword chi that could barely refine the void, and the speed of destruction had already exceeded the speed of his mending, nearly breaking his defense. This sword skill has been practiced by him as if he were driving an arm. If we hold out any longer, it will only turn into a battle of attrition. We have to find another opportunity to break the formation. Chu Zhengyi was shocked and angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to stay here for long. The biggest advantage of the formation is that it can be maintained on its own. As long as it is running, the consumption will be reduced again and again. So purely compared to the logistics supply, he really may not be able to consume more than the white rainbow. But if you can't even break the sword formation, then what's the point of evaluating it? Chu Zhengyi suddenly realized that he was actually in a dilemma. If he entered, he would be unable to break the formation with skill, and if he retreated, he would lose face and be defeated at the hands of a transformation god junior. With this kind of hand-binding experience, this left him no room to crack the sword skill at all, let alone master it and give an evaluation. I have practiced for a lifetime and have seen countless sword inheritances. Would I still be difficult by your set of unheard of sword formations? I just don't believe that the other three sword techniques are equally this heaven-defying. White Rainbow put down the immortal execution sword formation, although strong, but the cultivation is limited. The face of the big cultivator in the stage of the body actually can only go to the water to grind the work, cannot be done in one blow to kill. So Chu Zhengyi's true indignation all stemmed from his defiance of the White Rainbow sword Dao. It didn't mean that he was going to die at any time. He had plenty of margin for error. He could go for a little bit of trial and error. With this unconquerable fury, Chu Zhengyi wandered through the sword formation and fell headlong into the range of the absolute immortal sword technique again. Outside the sword formation, ever since Chu Zhengyi had entered, Bai Hong suddenly sat on the ground with her eyes tightly closed, obviously also manipulating the sword formation with all her might. The royal heirs could detect the power of the immortal execution sword formation even from a long distance away, and each of them changed color, unconsciously placing Bai Hong on par with the Grand Prince and the Third Prince. This is the result of a combination of various considerations. After all, White Rainbow returned for a short period of time, did not pull together a sufficient number or weight of supporters, and if it came to personal qualifications and battle prowess, White Rainbow was unquestionably the first in the broken class. As for Princess Chu Qianqiu, the 27th princess who had leapt to her feet a few days ago and was seen as a threat by many imperial heirs, she had become a salted fish at this point. True Lord Luiyue, is it true that this White Rainbow was once a disciple under you? What the other imperial heirs could realize, the third prince could naturally think of it as well, and couldn't help but look at Lu Yu and ask. It was hard to imagine that the Morning Sun Sword Sect could cultivate a demon like Bai Hong. Clearly True Lord Lu Yu hadn't shown anything too remarkable so far. It's also just a little bit prettier in terms of looks, but being pretty doesn't make you a meal. Older brother's great sword Dao has a piece of spirit stone to do with this stinking woman, and she's worthy of teaching an extreme realm cultivator? Since Bai Lu had learned the truth, she simply couldn't allow others to say half a good word about Third Peak, and immediately said in displeasure, Chu Haoyan, I advise you to better send these funeral pyramids back. Otherwise don't lose the Dao battle. You won't even be able to save your life. Naturally, Lu Yu knew that Princess 27 was close to Bai Hong, but she did not expect the other party to have such a great grudge against her, causing her face to steeply turn white. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but then she saw Bai Lu look violently at herself, her gaze icy cold, and said in a cold voice, I'm not as merciful as my oldest brother. You'd better pray that the third peak can't touch me, or else you'll just wait to just collect corpses for the disciples. Don't you bully me too much. Xiaoren, where to endure being so belittled and hostile. Steeply Lo shouted, do not think that you are the princess. All people should be bullied by you. The anger of the horseman can still splash blood, not to mention I and other cultivators. Even Lu Qingchuan was displeased by Bai Lu's rant, her eyes faintly revealing a few fierce glints, as if her heart's anger had yet to dissipate as long as Bai Hong herself wasn't involved. However, Bai Lu just glanced at Xiaoren and casually cursed, causing Xiaoren to have a seizure. Dead eunuchs are not qualified to speak. Aha, I'm going to kill you. Xiaoren's face instantly twisted up as his heavenly demon body abruptly erupted, transforming into a ray of dark light as he lunged towards Bai Lu. As a result, before he could even get close, he was smashed into the ground by a broken sword that slapped horizontally. Since White Rainbow had been promoted to Transformation God, Xiaoren was no longer his opponent at all. Only that if he wanted to remove the heavenly demon's ability to come back to life randomly, he would need to wait a little longer. You don't need to harness the sword formation anymore, old brother? Bai Lu similarly did not place Xiaoren in her heart and turned her head to ask in surprise. From afar, Lu Yu, on the other hand, watched in a daze as her mother's broken sword was used by Bai Hong with mixed feelings in her heart. Chu Zhengyi is indeed ruthless enough. The immortal execution sword formation can't stay. Bai Hong shook her head, but said with a few moments of admiration. In the next moment, Li Qixing's face changed slightly, steeply blocking in front of the crowd, his cultivation bursting out in full force, conjuring up a giant bell to envelop the crowd, and the rest of the royal heirs were pretty much treated in the same manner, being protected by their respective attendants. Boom! The immortal execution sword formation erupted with a bright and uncertain dazzling light, like a balloon blown to the extreme, and collapsed after reaching its limit, and a destructive force erupted within, and countless powerful sword chi was blown apart, clanging and nailing onto the ground and walls, like a natural disaster coming down. The huge palace had even collapsed a corner as a result, as dilapidated as a ruin. A breeze blew through, dispersing the thick soot, and a strong odor of blood dispersed with it. The crowd had just regained their senses from the huge explosion and subconsciously looked towards the immortal execution sword formation, when they realized that there was no longer a sword formation there, much less Chu Zhengyi's figure. The only thing that wavered was a blurry ball of light, emanating Chu Zhengyi's aura. Meta. God? The Grand Imperial Prince recognized Chu Zhengyi's Yuan Shun, and when he linked it to the strong scent of blood just now, an unbelievable speculation surfaced in his mind. Older brother, you forced him to self-detonate? Bai Lu exclaimed in shock. It wasn't me who forced him to do it. It was him who, relying on his high cultivation, had to force his way into the place where the four swords of execution, killing, trapping, and Jedi meet at the center of the sword formation, and as a result, he was almost trapped and killed here. Bai Hong shook his head in denial. This really wasn't something he intended to lead on, but rather Chu Zhengyi had lost his mind a bit after being defeated repeatedly. He needed to be cautious with just one sword trick, let alone where the four swords met. That's a real place of death. For sword power fusion flow, complement each other, superimposed on each other, encountered again alone broke once again the four sword skills, and is not at the peak of the Chu Zhengyi. That's a lot for him to lose. After blowing himself up without a body, Chu Zhengyi can be said to have suffered a great deal of vitality. 3/4 of 10 of his battle strength is difficult to retain, and wanting to remake a body of the same strength is even more difficult. If he were to nurse his injuries step by step, he would not be able to recover without 100 years. And Chu Zhengyi also knew that he had lost the adults. Even the examination of the Sword Dao Pass was no longer presided over. Just a cold snort. The spirit of the Yuanshin was transformed into a stream of light rushed to the sky, only to remain in the field of the crowd of people looking at each other. What about this? Kendo Pass Test? Chapter 90. Meet the extraterrestrial true immortals. A great cultivator of the Hall of Ensemble stage was forced to self-detonate, and that power should have been described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. However, Chu Zhengyi's purpose was only to break the formation, not to die together, so he controlled the power of the explosion. Secondly, the immortal execution sword formation is the top-level formation. The carrying capacity is far better than other formations, so in the end it only destroyed a corner of the Great Chu Palace. But even so, the area that was affected by the wave was thousands of feet. Lao San, join forces. This white rainbow isn't a very human being. It's not something you and I can match up with alone. Chu Haoming face blandly looking into the distance. Secretly but to Chu Haoyen voice, this is only the sword road pass only. Not yet real sword fight. His advantage has not yet fully revealed. You and I will be very difficult to force enemy. If it is really with him to catch and kill. Chu Haoming didn't finish his words, but the helplessness was self-evident. To this day, even if they were as proud as the two of them, they wouldn't be able to say the words I can defeat White Rainbow. However, the two were from the royal family and had long recognized the nature of compromise and cooperation, and would not be overly concerned with the battle of wills like the folk cultivators. So joining forces was not something impossible for the two. As expected, Chu Haoyen only hesitated for a moment before slightly nodding his head in response. It's useless even if more mediocre talents come. If you really want to win him, bring out all the extreme realm cultivators. At the very worst, they have to be of the Mahayana caliber. Yes, Chu Haoming frowned and said in a deep voice. I've recruited a total of 3 extreme realm cultivators over the years, and 2 Mahayana qualifications, so I'll bring them all tomorrow. I have 1 extreme realm cultivator under my command, 3 at the level of the Mahayana, and if we count White Rainbow's fellow disciples, that's 6.5 at the level of the Mahayana, mostly at the level of the spirit transformation realm cultivation, the third prince said in a deep voice. Extreme realm cultivators mainly depended on luck and sphere of influence, and many of the Grand Prince's supporters were court officials, more well-informed and spread over half of the immortal dynasty. So it was only normal that there were more extreme realm cultivators in contact. And like Chu Haoyen, his mother clan was powerful, sitting in one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in Great Chu, never lacking in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, making it easier to cultivate a daimyo's capital in comparison. Behind Lu Yu, Lu Qingxuan looked at the exploding remains of the immortal execution sword formation. A shaken color once again surfaced in her eyes. Her pupils were a bit lax. Her whole person was like a puppet that was about to break down and was about to lose its energy supply. It seemed that as long as Bai Hong slightly gave her a few moments of pressure, it would be able to cause her to completely succumb to it and no longer dare to resist. That's the real heart of the matter. Bai Hong's indifference to the coldness of all living beings, his cruelty in playing with people's hearts, and this despairingly powerful violence were all deeply imprinted in Lu Qingxuan's heart. Transforming into the same voice, how can I possibly resist him? It's useless. Doing anything is futile. I don't have the ability to fight it at all. A battle of that magnitude just now. I'm afraid that even Master Teacher would have trouble dealing with it, right? Lu Qingxuan thought silently in his heart, but he didn't know that Lu Yu's heart was equally unsettled. As it turns out, White Rainbow has indeed become better and stronger after leaving the third peak. Swish! Just as everyone's minds were different, calculating such and such a thing, the corner of the Great Chu Palace that had just been destroyed by Chu Zhengyi's self-detonation unexpectedly erupted into an unusual fluctuation, as if turning back the clock, recovering one after another. Splattered broken bricks floating in the air, in midair automatically put together a complete, and then returned to the original position, even by the sword gas crushed into pieces of several weeds and birds, but also out of thin air cohesion of flesh and blood, was placed in the position before they died, and even that bird also fluttered a few wings upside down. It is the struggle of the deathbed. This is the founder of Xian Chu, the first generation of the Chu Emperor left behind the age of the array. Wherever changes occur in the array of dead things, can be turned back in time. Do not fear the erosion of the years, but it is a pity that the children and grandchildren descendants of the generation is not as good as the generation, and even the avenue of the years is difficult to master the ministry of the otherwise, even if it is a living thing, but also to be under the control of the array. The depths of the Chu Palace out of an old man on crutches. Eyebrows and eyes even with the Chu Emperor has a few similarities. Only the Chu Emperor is more majestic. He is like a neighboring old man generally amiable. The strange scene of time rewinding just now seemed to have been triggered by this old man. The royal heirs guessed which one of their clan elders it was, but they couldn't recall any information about this old man. Chu Zhengyi, that bastard boy, has always been high and low. If not change, difficult to become a great thing. This lesson is also considered to be what he deserves. As for the sword wrote off the assessment thing, even if Bai Hong won it, let it into the royal treasury to pick a treasure. Do any of you have an opinion? Although they were asking the crowd, everyone's gazes fell in unison on Chu Haoming and Chu Haoyen, as only the two of them were barely qualified to compete with White Rainbow. However, To the disappointment of the crowd, these two had no objections and willingly conceded defeat. The old man seemed to be very satisfied with the two men's choice, smiled and stroked his florid white beard, and said, "This session of the Dao War is really unexpected. There are 8 extreme realm cultivators involved. Which one of the old man died for my heartache for Dichu? So why not consolidate the future Dao Wars and put them all in the worry-free sky?" Chu Haoming had 3 extreme realm under his command. Chu Haoyan had 1. And the 2 of them were both extreme realm cultivators as well, making 6, counting in Bai Hong and Xiaoran. There were 8 extreme realm cultivators. The moment these words came out, even Chu Haoming and Chu Haoyan were quite surprised, becoming more and more curious about the identity of this old man. The Carefree Sky was one of the topmost secret realms held by the Immortal Dynasty. Its scale was so large that it could even accommodate Mahayana cultivators fighting in it. It was almost like an independent small world without the risk of the secret realm curing itself. It has always existed as a retreat for the Immortal Dynasty after its decline one day, and only the current generation of Chu emperors can control it. But listening to the old man, it seems that he also has access to the Carefree Sky? Dare I ask, which old ancestor are you? Chu Haoming arched his hand and saluted, carefully asking. Moving the Carefree Sky mystery realm requires an oracle from Father Emperor. Otherwise, just listen to the old man. Your father is still the one I watched grow up. This old man's sleeve robe swung. The crowd in the field only felt a sense of weightlessness come, a flash in front of their eyes. They were pushed out of the imperial city. Even the secret protection of the harmonization stage cultivators are not an exception. They have to reveal themselves outside the imperial palace, so that people are more and more afraid of the old man's cultivation. Based on this hand alone, the opponent must be a Mahayana cultivator. Thinking of this, Chu Haoming and the others made a distant bow to the palace and no longer mentioned any irregularities. There were several Mahayana cultivators in the Immortal Dynasty, and they were as good as counted. And since this person was able to use the age formation left behind by his ancestor and had such a cultivation level, he must be one of the great Chu's underpinnings. Only after the others were sent away did this old man slowly turn around and look at Bai Hong, who he had intentionally left in the arena, and said with a smile, "Spirit of the immortal Chu year's formation, Chu Nian, meet the extraterrestrial true immortal." Bai Hong wasn't alarmed that his secret had been dismantled. Although this old man's words were indeed outside his expectations, he repeated it in a low voice and raised his eyes and asked, "Why do you call me a true immortal outside the domain?" White Rainbow bit the word extraterritorial very hard, while the old man named Chu Nian rightfully said, "Of course it's because you don't belong to this ancient history and are not within this world." Chapter 91, Carefree Heaven and Its Kind. I'm now at a mere transformation god cultivation level. Can I be considered a true immortal? Bai Hong did remember his second life should be a true immortal above the Mahayana, but now he has not inherited any cultivation realm, and even his memory has been lost, and a piece of immortal treasure has not been left behind, and if he still calls himself an immortal, it would be a bit of a laughingstock. However, Chu Nian's attitude remained respectful, and he replied with a smile, "Your Excellency is unaware that array spirits, artifact spirits, or other true spirits like us, who are born with self-minds after birth, are most sensitive to the grade and rank of everything, and cultivation realm is second to that. Although you only have the cultivation of the transformation of God stage, but its own position is high and terrible. Even if the master when the ascension of the year cannot compare to you, if your position cannot be called immortal words, this world there is no true immortal, including the broken sword in your hand, position is equally high, but only fractured." The master in Chu Nian's mouth was naturally referring to the first-generation Chu emperor, a supreme genius who had sensed the great Tao of the ages and had successfully ascended. As for the heavy sky-broken sword that was additionally mentioned by Chu Nian, it did not surprise Bai Hong, although he had never come into contact with the heavy heavenly Tao Lord, just the residual power of the affinity immortal body in the broken sword, as well as the enhancement of Xiaorun in his previous life as if he had eaten a great tonic, all manifested the extraordinary nature of the heavy heavenly Tao Lord. Leaving aside the matter of the true immortals, what do you mean by saying that I am an extraterritorial immortal and do not belong to this ancient history? Could it be that I have no semblance of a connection with this world and can't leave any traces of myself? Compared to the true immortal cultivation in his previous life, Bai Hong was more concerned about his belonging. He had been a human being for 3 lives. Only his second life was born in Blue Star. Was he directly kicked out of this side of the world? But if so, why wasn't he ostracized by this side of heaven and earth? This is somewhat unclear to me. Chu Nian hesitated slightly, but eventually knew what he was talking about. I am an age formation spirit, possessing the ability to see through the past and trace back to the roots of the past, and I can see every cultivator's origin, birth, and experiences, but only your past is shrouded in mist, making it impossible to probe. Not only that, your connection with everything in this world is also particularly strange. I can't see your connection with other people or things, as if you are rootless, or with all existence. Nothing can be independent from you. It's unbelievable. This statement would be very spiritual, with a sense of, if everyone is wrong, then wrong is right, lawlessness. It could be seen that the formation spirit viewed the world from a different perspective than ordinary cultivators, so it was easier to discover its secrets and problems. But if you wanted to dig deeper and get more clues from it, it would be limited by not having enough bits to get more meaningful information. Seeing that Chun Yen didn't seem to be lying, Bai Hong didn't make things difficult for this formation spirit and waved his hand. Those aren't important. Let me see what rewards the Sword Dao Pass can offer. Chun Yen responded to any request, and when he heard Bai Hong's request, he immediately waved his hand, manifesting a catalog roster in front of him, and introduced, the rewards of the Dao War are all on it, so if you have your eye on any of them, feel free to take them. Saying that, he smiled somewhat awkwardly again and said, but you can only pick one item. Although I can switch the order arrangement of the rewards, I can't arbitrarily increase or decrease the quantity, or else I won't be able to reconcile the accounts. I don't have that authority. Bai Hong signaled that there was no harm in it. He was not an insatiable person by nature and naturally did not think that all the treasures should go into his pocket. After picking for a long time, only then did Bai Hong finally select a bead of water and fire, saying, let's take this trickle fire bead. It has both the trickle of flowing water and the blazing heat of flames. The two are repulsive to each other, and it just so happens that I can use it. Chun Yen hurriedly took out the trickling fire bead and handed it over to White Rainbow. Then surprisingly, he straightened up and worshipped again, pleading to White Rainbow, I'm just a formation spirit. I don't dare to ask for true immortals. It's just that the master's last orders are in the body, so there are some things that I have to say. Chun Yen earnestly admonished, with a few pleasing words, saying, since several years ago, Princess 27's connection with the immortal dynasty has become closer and closer, and now that she has been blessed by the true immortal's green-eyed gaze, her future accomplishments are unlimited, and I think it's also her destiny to be able to do so. It's just that the immortal dynasty is not owned by one person, and the lives of the rest of the imperial heirs are equally important, so I hope that the true immortal can spare a few more moments of mercy, and not let the master's bloodline dry up. Onlookers were not clear on whether Bai Hong was or was not immortal Chu's royal family. Was Chun Yen not clear as a formation spirit? Not to mention that he also had the ability to trace back the roots of the ages in years great formation. So after secretly observing for a long time and finally determining that Bai Hong, a true immortal, had no malicious intent, Chun Yen dared to expose his own existence and discuss the matter of mercy with Bai Hong. In his opinion, a large part of the reason why righteousness in Chu Zhongyi could live was because Bai Hong did not drive them to extinction. So Bai Hong's people were still very forgiving and peaceful. As for the 23 princes who blocked the road outside the imperial city and clamored to make the true immortals kneel, who will die if you don't die? If it's just normal competition, I won't kill easily. After all, Shiro will need his own squad in the future. After Bai Hong had agreed to this matter, Chun Yen also revealed a relieved look. His entire body was much lighter. The Grand Prince's residence. Since being moved out of the palace by Chun Yen, the royal heirs slowly dispersed, and with the matter of the alliance with Chu Haoyan on his mind, the Grand Prince summoned all of the heavenly prides under his command to his residence. Everyone, the situation has changed. You don't need to keep an eye on the opponents under Chu Haoyan's command. Chu Haoming sat behind the desk and said to the 4 people in front of him, Bai Hong's strength is far beyond imagination. I don't have any chance of winning alone, so we will join forces with Chu Haoyan to defend the enemy. There were a total of 3 extreme realm cultivators under Chu Haoming's command and 2 Mahayanas, totaling 5 people. But now only 4 people were listening to the training, only because that 5th cultivator was a woman with a few special identities. At this time she was standing by the table, concentrating on grinding ink for Chu Haoming with his head down, the hair on his temples scattered. Chu Haoming even raised his hand to stroke it up. Such actions were too ambiguous and had long exceeded the relationship of an ordinary subordinate, and the two were clearly close. The others were all looking like they were not surprised. The Grand Prince and the ink-grinding woman had long been in love with each other, and there was nothing for them to object to. Moreover, when it came down to it, the ink-grinding woman's combat power was still above a few people, so such a sister-in-law who had both face and face was not offensive. After grinding the ink, The woman and the public for Chu Haoming gently rubbed up the temples, and he obediently closed his eyes and said, "After the sword Dao pass test, an old ancestor I've never seen before came out of the palace and arranged the subsequent Dao battle within the carefree sky. So all of you get ready. Carefree heaven?" Some people in the arena were hearing about it for the first time and couldn't help but repeat the sentence. While the ink-grinding woman who lowered her head to massage Chu Haoming's face, her eyes also wavered for a moment. A touch of dark black light flashed, reflecting its eyes quite bizarrely cold. Even with Xiao Ren's heavenly demon body at full force when quite similar, just in the way of its posture. Other people simply cannot see the woman's front face. Chu Haoming, the only one who maintained a face-to-face position with her, closed his eyes again to enjoy it. "Your Highness, isn't the carefree sky where the immortal Chu's underpinnings and retreats are located? And non-Chu emperors can't open it. And that old man who suddenly appeared is really qualified to decide on this matter?" The woman was quite attached to this matter, but it was meant to be the general role of a housekeeper in the Grand Prince's residence, so no one noticed a problem when she asked the question. Or rather, there is no problem at all for her to ask the question, which is in line with her status and duties, saying that it is the bottom and retreat. In fact, it is just throwing some treasures inside the secret realm. As for whether he has the qualifications, and look at the father's meaning. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Only the ink-grinding woman fidgeted and wrinkled her nose. She seemed to smell a nasty scent of immortality on the Grand Prince, yet mixed with a faint flavor of her kind. Could it be that there are still kindred spirits that have awakened in Xianchu and have set their sights on carefree sky as well? Chapter 92, Elder Zhou, huh? The sky was dusky and the sun was about to set. When Bai Hong returned from the palace, it was already nearing dusk, and the light orange sunlight spilled down, covering the princess mansion with a layer of warm light. "Greetings, Your Highness White Rainbow." When several princess housemaids saw Bai Hong, they hurriedly stood and greeted her, then retreated like yellow warblers chattering away, with laughter coming from time to time. Chu Qianqiu didn't put up much of a fight on weekdays, so the atmosphere in the mansion was relatively relaxed. White Rainbow's deed of using a sword formation to reverse fall the harmonization stage spread and became more and more outrageous, and the maids were naturally deeply affected, treating him as a great hero. "You're back, brother? That old man didn't give you a hard time, did he?" The maid's square greetings were not too loud. Bai Lu and the others could naturally hear them, and the crowd caught wind of it, with Elder Zhou and Song Li following along. "No, it's just that picking out the rewards took a lot of time." Seeing that Elder Zhou was also there, Bai Hong directly handed over the trickle fire bead, saying, "This object is called the trickle fire bead, and within it, there are water and fire flowing, colliding and repelling each other, as if it were a grinding wheel. Supplemented with special means, it should be able to act on both the Yuan spirit and the torso at the same time, rubbing out some of the immortal ruin's aura." Elder Zhou immediately realized that this was a reward picked by Bai Hong. His expression was much more serious, and he gently frowned and said, "That injury of mine is not urgent. Why would you waste an opportunity to reward such a great kindness? And in the future, if you regret it, there is no way for me to pay you back a reward." For Elder Zhou to come to Dichu to do this bastard a favor without hesitation, he has already returned all the favors. Bai Hong heaved Bai Lu's head a few times, causing it to bare its teeth and bite up. The trickling fire pearl had already been taken out of the palace, and there was no more chance to back out. So Elder Zhou still couldn't argue with White Rainbow, and had no choice but to accept the object. Bai Lu stood on the sidelines and secretly observed, her watery eyes dripping and turning, only feeling that the relationship between Elder Zhou and his old brother seemed to be not so simple. Older brother's attitude was fine, smooth as ever, but on the contrary, it was Elder Zhou who revealed some shyness at the mention of healing, and that momentary little girl mannerism simply flattered people. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Elder Zhou was too much of a teacher and leader on weekdays, so the sense of contrast was especially strong. But no matter what, Elder Zhou's attitude towards older brother was a bit too ambiguous, secretly guessing in her heart whether it would be her future sister-in-law. Bai Lu saw Elder Zhou slowly serving the trickle fire bead under the guidance of her own old brother, only to hold on for less than a dozen breaths, and then the bead of water and fire was spat out again. This object runs amok at the slightest stimulation of aura. It can't be stabilized at all, let alone using it as a grinder to wear out the wounds of the immortal ruins. Elder Zhou looked despondent for a few moments and laughed at himself. "It seems that I am the one who is blessed with a shallow life, and I can't be in a hurry, so I can only wait for you to raise your cultivation to refined void." As she said that, she also instructed Bai Hong, "Great Chu is not like the Morning Glory Sword Sect's small clan. The rewards given to the imperial heir are priceless. So don't waste your chances for me in the future. Bai Hong was quite surprised to survey the trickling fire bead and found that it was indeed so. This thing seemed to be born unmanipulated in general. Very rebellious. Not listening to the command no matter who came. Only when he held it in his hand would it show some tameness and let Bai Hong drive it. It's probably related to the water and fire chi colliding with each other. It's just that the immortal body suppresses it too much. That's why it had to be honest at this point in my life. Bai Hong said slowly after scrutinizing it for a moment. Most of the treasures, although there is no spirit, but have spirituality, implicitly its own attributes, such as the fire system is violent and easy to hurt people, the earth system is thick and heavy and does not like to move, and so on. This is since it is a piece of attribute clash of rare things. That natural anti-bone seems to make sense. Bai Hong pondered slightly and turned toward the house, saying, I have a solution. Just follow me. Elder Zhou. Bai Hong walked ahead in a horse. Sali Kueisheng and Shi Xingyao also followed. His footsteps were immediately a beat. A few awkward men do not follow. In the house outside the vigilance of it. At those words, Li Kueisheng and the two of them didn't have much of a reaction. But on the contrary, Elder Zhou, who had a cloudy face, had his ears slightly reddened for a few moments, purposefully holding back male cultivators. It couldn't be another humiliating method, could it? She is actually really not in a hurry this year or two, but White Rainbow have cashed out the reward. Now she cannot refuse. Inside the house, Elder Zhou's pretty face was scarlet after hearing the method, and after a few hesitations, she still undid the sash of her Dao robe under Bai Hong's watchful eye, and the two sides of the sash slid down her streamlined figure, revealing snow-white shoulders and a small belly band embroidered with the flowing water of a mountain stream. That's a bit of a foul scale, isn't it? The hilarious Bai Lu's eyes instantly widened as she twisted her head to look at Song Li, and although there were no words, her expression was enough to convey all the information. The two have built a friendship using the White Rainbow as a bridge, and their relationship isn't bad. Song Li's two small hands spread out, signaling that he didn't understand, that this thing was purely a personal talent, and could not be envied. Bai Lu slowly nodded her head. She actually just sighs a little bit. There is no other idea. And if Elder Zhou really became a sister-in-law, old brother and the child will not be afraid to cut off food in the future. Is not quite good. Bai Hong and Elder Zhou didn't know what nonsense the two of them were thinking about, or else they would have to beat the two of them on their asses. He simply allowed Elder Zhou to push his cultivation once again and swallow the trickling fire bead, and then he gently placed his palm against Elder Zhou's throat, suppressing and guiding it with the power of his immortal body, allowing the trickling fire bead to move with his palm. Pharynx, clavicle, trachea. Unlike the last time the forehead was pressed against each other, Bai Hong only had one arm out at this time, and was able to see everything, so Elder Zhou was even more nervous, and the sweaty hairs of the skin that had been brushed against stood up, and was slightly hot, and that physique that would become powdery once it was shy and nervous also flared up once again, waiting for the White Rainbow to guide the trickle of fire beads to the middle of the majestic valley, before the left turn near the heart injury. It will feel sweaty at the palm. It turned out to be too much nervousness sweating Elder Zhou. The whole person exudes an ethereal fragrance. Elder Zhou, fix your mind. The trickling fire pearl is going to be led to the wound by me. As soon as Bai Hong's words fell, Elder Zhou's eyelashes just fluttered and he whispered, okay, I'm ready, you do it. Subsequently, Bai Hong's palm lightly moved, like an old melon farmer in a melon field during the harvest season, holding the large watermelon on the left side in his hand, and also patted the portion, then blocked the trickling fire pearl with the purest immortal body power, allowing it to stay honestly in the wound, cooperating with Elder Zhou to slowly wear down the immortal ruin's wounds. Don't blame Elder Zhou. Bai Hong whirled around and drew back her arm, speaking softly to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou blushed as if he could pinch out water, but he still tried to calm his mind, forcing himself to put on the dignified demeanor that should be expected of a division elder and a mature woman, and said as if nothing had happened. It's just a matter of healing, and I don't take it to heart, so this little thing is not worth talking about. And then again, 10 times or 8 times, I won't. That's great. White Rainbow let out a sigh of relief as she sniffed and subconsciously rubbed her fingers. The power of the immortal body will be worn out by the trickling fire pearl along with the immortal market breath in almost 7 days, which means that every 7 days, I need to replenish your immortal body's power for you once. Elder Zhou, huh? Chapter 93 Ryuki's Plea. Although the healing process was quite shameful, Elder Zhou had already boasted about his close contact with Bai Hong, so he eventually stumbled and agreed. Taking advantage of this time, Li Kueisheng was likewise not idle. dryly writing out the list and dismissing a portion of the offerings recruited by the princess house. These people were basically undercover agents sent by other royal heirs, or had been bought off. And while there might not have been any questions asked about their abilities, there was a big question mark over their loyalty. Now with the help of Bai Hong and the others, these people with ulterior motives would be completely worthless. The demobilization process is particularly smooth. Li Kuishing did not even take out the solid evidence prepared in advance. These people scattered. There is also a part of the even without waiting for the notice. On their own weaknesses first slipped away. After all, the matter of that White Rainbow Highness killing the Emperor's son, suppressing the sovereign's house horizontally, and forcing the Forbidden Army's Grand Commander to blow himself up had already spread. What virtue or ability could they have that they would dare to make a small move under the hand of such a killing star? The White Rainbow was like a mountain that suddenly flew in, smashing heavily in front of everyone in the imperial city of Dichu, attracting quite a few people to pay a visit. Even the great members of the court were no exception, smelling the unusual aura. It was a pity that the Chu Emperor was still in seclusion. The Patriarchate was closed, and even Chu Qianqiu didn't take the opportunity to receive emissaries from all sides, leaving many people with nothing to do but stare in disbelief. However, not all outsiders are not allowed to enter the princess house. Late that night, Bai Hong suddenly felt that the imperial slave seal in the Sea of Consciousness was transmitting strange movements. The pink seal unexpectedly began to flicker frequently. Apparently the true Lord Lu Yu's side was again dishonest, triggering the slave seal's warning. White Rainbow slowly got up, a few wisps of doubt passing through her eyes. According to the perception of the royal slave seal, true Lord Quicksilver was outside the princess's residence at this moment. This is specially for me? Bai Hong got up, not realizing that Lu Yu had also figured out this method of utilizing the slave seal in reverse. It was just that he didn't know if she could withstand the slave seal's punitive measures. As expected, White Rainbow strolled to the front door of the princess's mansion, and with a gentle sweep of her divine sense, she saw true Lord Lu Yue, who was hidden in the shadows and was already a little unsteady on his feet. At this time, Lu Yu's pretty face was slightly flushed, her eyes were like a pool of spring water, and she was leaning on the tree next to her, obviously very uncomfortable. How the hell does this damn seal still discharge? Lu Yu showed anger and muttered softly, and when she saw Bai Hong walking towards her, she quickly braced herself again for her usual air of unearthly coolness. Say, what is it? Bai Hong had an icy attitude, seeming to turn people away, making Lu Yu feel inexplicably aggrieved in her heart. It didn't have to be like this between her and Rainbow. Lu Yu's heart is complicated, but still can't let go of that touch of hope in her heart. Mouthing, tomorrow we'll enter the immortal Chu's carefree sky mysteries. And the third prince said that all the mysteries are connected to the immortal ruins, so I would like to ask you to use the heavy sky heavy sword as a medium, to help me perceive where my mother is. In the end, Lu Yu is not assured of her mother. For the sake of the biggest obsession in her heart, Lu Yu can even bow to the White Rainbow, said please. However, White Rainbow was calm as could be, with no pleasure at all in letting Quicksilver bow down. Instead she sneered, what makes you think I'll agree to your request? Don't you know the risks involved? Although the carefree sky is connected to the immortal ruins, in the end, they are two different spaces, and the only way to do what you're talking about is to pass through the spatial cracks and turbulence and stand within the immortal ruins. Bai Hong took a step forward and pressed Lu Yu against the wall, looking straight into those watery eyes and said in a chilling voice, do you want me to put aside my disregard for Bai Lu and Dao battle and risk my life by going through the spatial rift and searching for my mother for you? It's not. I'll be with you too. Lu Yu's expression was tense. She only felt the pain in her clamped wrist, and her refined void cultivation couldn't make it out, so she hurriedly explained, I will escort you and travel through the spatial rift with you. Xingyao's transformation spirit cultivation was able to pass through it peacefully, so there's no reason why I can't. But the immortal ruins won't let you enter at all. Otherwise why would you need to waste time outside the immortal ruins when you are a refined void true monarch? Wouldn't it be good to go in and look for it directly? The rejection of the immortal ruins is preventing me from going deeper. It doesn't mean that I can't stay for a short time, as long as I don't leave for more than a tea time. No problem. Lu Yue gathered enough courage to look straight into the eyes of Bai Hong, and seriously said, Honger, I absolutely have no intention of victimizing you. It's just that you have been refusing to return my heavy heavenly sword, so I can only look for you. As long as you are willing to help me, I can agree to any conditions, whether it is kowtowing and admitting mistakes or death by 1,000 cuts, as long as you can be happy. Bai Hong raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled evilly, saying, your little disciple Xiaoren is a heavenly demon who was born to devour all living beings. I remember that you've always hung on to getting rid of demons and defending the way of the world, so as long as you kill him, I'll help you find your mother. How about that? Not to help you find your mother, but to help you find your mother. Although Bai Hong had never met the heavy heavenly Downlord, he knew where the heavy heavenly Downlord of the first life had died, and coupled with the guiding function of the heavy heavenly heavy sword, which had guided Xiao Rin in the first life, this matter really wasn't difficult for Bai Hong. It was a pity that Ryuki didn't hear the difference, and instead fell into an inexplicable rage. It's Xiao Rin again, pushing her again. Things have developed to this point today, where there is still half a relationship with Xiao Rin. This is clearly a matter between the two of them. Why do they have to bring along an uninformed Xiao Rin? A few of them are also my disciples after all. Do you really have to force them to death before you're willing to give up? Lu Yu asked in a trembling voice. Cheng Quan's Dao heart is shattered. His cultivation is all affected. Yun Qin is also surprisingly afraid of you. Even Xiao Rin wants to take revenge on you fiendishly. Can't you just let them off the hook? For the sake of the fact that you guys used to be in the same sect. To this day, Lu Yui actually also perceived the grievances that Bai Hong had suffered in the beginning. Her own acquiescence and favoritism forged the bitter fruit, but the heart of the hand are all meat. What can she do? What can she do when she knows? Do you really want to hurt one and then the other three? And kill the Lu Qingchuan people to take out his anger? That's why Ryuki has been trying to move on and not get entangled in the past. To her, the best solution was for her to maneuver around it and ensure the safety of the three Lu Qingchuan people, and she would try her hardest to make up for Bai Hong, making up for all the previous deficits and even giving more. But White Rainbow really didn't care about any of that anymore, and didn't even have a trace of attachment to her as a master. I knew you wouldn't believe what I said and were thinking I was getting back at you again, but that's okay. No one cares if you believe it or not. Bai Hong smirked and played with Lu Yu's hair, whispering, "You're not worthy to kill Xiao Ring yet, so I'll take this matter into my own hands. But didn't you say that you agreed to any conditions? Well, of the two Li Yunqin and Lu Qingchuan, how about you pick one to waste? If you don't say yes, forget it." Lu Yu's face grew cold and she turned around to leave, more and more certain in her heart that Bai Hong was amusing her, not wanting to help from the start, or purposely not helping to see her joke. "When did I let you go?" Bai Hong clutched Lu Yu's wrist and put her soft and plump petite body against her shoulder, walking slowly like a mountain king who had robbed a suppressed lady. That is, Xian Chu imposed a curfew, and White Rainbow intentionally avoided the night watchman, or else Lu Yu waist and hip area of the taut outline of the Taoist robe will be seen by others. I just broke through the realm transformation god today before I had time to stabilize my realm, and you took the initiative to come to my door, so I should reward you properly. Bai Hong sought out one of the many empty houses in the princess's mansion that was agreeable to her eyes, and swaggered in, completely ignoring Lu Yu's struggles and pleas. Chapter 94 Another Heavenly Demon, Ink Maiden. Early the next morning, the many royal heirs regrouped, but unlike yesterday, each royal heir today was followed by a number of unfamiliar cultivators, clearly the helpers that each had found. However, if we were to talk about the most notable ones, it was still the three of Chu Haoming, Chu Haoyan, and Chu Qianxiu. The first two were simply a powerful lineup, almost gathering all of Xian Chu's famous loose cultivators, while on Chu Qianxiu's side, it was because of Bai Hong's astonishing performance. This disgusting heavenly devil stench is even worse than Xiao Run. From a distance, Bai Hong noticed a beautiful woman beside Chu Haoming. She was wearing a black dress and black veil. Her temperament was quiet, but she stood steadily on the side of the Grand Prince. Her attitude was intimate, only half a body position behind Chu Haoming, and the rest of those extreme realm cultivators did not have the slightest objections, and even should have been so general. Apparently the status was quite high. It's really a heavenly demon, unexpectedly all mixed up to such a high position? No wonder the immortal Chu's 10 million years of inheritance has collapsed so quickly. Bai Hong was not surprised by this, because extraterrestrial heavenly devil was a collective term for a group of people rather than a specific reference to an individual. So there were still some heavenly devils reincarnated in the world that were similar to Xiaorun. Xiaorun was just the best of them, the one that managed to survive to the end and complete the mission the best. At the same time, that black-skirted woman also noticed Xiaorun behind the third prince. Her eyes flashed some color, and when she saw Xiaoren looking, she also revealed a sweet and friendly smile in response, which in turn made Xiaoren somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, the black-skirted woman's joy subsided for a few moments, revealing some disappointment. Obviously it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the carefree sky. If there was one more of the same kind to cooperate, the chances of encroaching on the carefree sky would be much greater. But it turned out to be an embryo that had not yet awakened its memories. which was a bit too much of a pity, but it looks like it's just about as close as it gets, so I might be able to help you out. Muriel, what's wrong? Seeing the black-skirted woman looking at Xiaorun, Chu Haoming thought that she was policing these unfamiliar faces and said, "That's the helpers Lao San sought out. None of them are immortal dynasty cultivators, and only one of them is an extreme realm cultivator named Xiaorun. The one you're looking at." The name of this black-skirted woman was very simple. It was called Ink Lady, a Yuaning stage extreme realm cultivator? It's good to be careful, Ink Maiden said in a low voice, and the 4 immortal Chu Celestials in the back nodded at her words. Back a few days ago, there wouldn't have been too many people who cared about the role of Yuaning stage extreme realm cultivators in the Dao War, because even if you have a promising future, you're at most a Wanshan warrior right now, and water from afar can't quench the thirst of the near. Moreover, with the capital of the royal heirs, it wasn't too difficult to recruit a few transformation cultivators. At most it would be considered a flat replacement for the transformation stage. But right after Bai Hong killed through the 81 forbidden soldiers at the Yuaning stage, the crowd finally began to look squarely at all the extreme realm cultivators. I'm afraid of the unexpected. What if a second white rainbow jumps out from nowhere? Who can afford it? A few moments later, Xu Nian's silhouette floated noiselessly above the palace. He first imperceptibly nodded to Bai Hong before facing the crowd and said aloud, "The duel in this Dao War is divided into 3 major categories: qualification, will and battle strength, and all of them will be held within the worryless heavenly mysteries. At that time, all courtiers and royal ancestors will be watching the battle from the outside world, so I hope that all the royal heirs can seize the opportunity to display the Xian Shu style." As the words fell, Xu Nian didn't care how the crowd reacted, and with a wave of his wide sleeve robe, he lifted a huge irregular fissure in mid-air, as if the sky was being torn apart. In the next moment, the bodies of the crowd were steeply dragged by a mysterious force and sent toward that sky crack. Who? The winds of the Big Dipper blow. All the cultivators only felt that the concentration of aura around them increased steeply, and the various attributes of aura were active and ready to follow their command, as if they were in the legendary immortal world. Even some cultivators whose cultivation was progressing slowly felt that their realm was loosening a few points. And if they stayed here for a few more days, breaking the realm would never be a problem. If this secret realm is so divine, why don't you let the imperial heir come here to cultivate? Indeed, if I grew up practicing in such an environment, I'm afraid that I would have refined the void by now. I'm afraid that's all the immortal world has to offer. The crowd marveled in their hearts and inevitably coveted the carefree sky mystic realm, for it was a cavernous land that would allow them to realize all of their potential. If the ordinary royal heirs were still like this, not to mention the other Xianshu cultivators, each of them were doing their best to cultivate, refusing to waste a single second of their time. As for the 2 heavenly demons, the Ink Maiden and Xiaorun, a strong color of greed was also shown in their eyes. The difference was only that the former was clear about her needs and knew what she was going to do, while the latter was just out of the heavenly demon's instincts. Perhaps because he had entered the secret realm, Chu Nian's figure appeared somewhat illusory within the carefree sky. He gazed at the crowd, cleared his throat, and said with a touch of pride, "Do not clamor. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. This carefree sky is far more magical than you can imagine, because this place truly belongs to the immortal realm." The many royal heirs froze in unison, almost suspecting that they had heard wrong. Is your own Xianshu so awesome that he still has a piece of land in the immortal world? Chu Nian was very satisfied with the shock of the crowd and continued, "The carefree sky mystery realm is a side of the mountain range that was decimated from the immortal realm when the Lord's first Chu Emperor ascended to make up for the underpinnings of the world that he took with him when he ascended. Only in this way will this world not fall into the age of the end, or even into desolation, due to the departure of the ascended ones. Can ascend to the Mahayana realm cultivators. None of them are the strongest group of people in the world, occupying the avenue, holding heavy treasures, absorbing countless auras, and even carrying a party's chi. When they ascended and left, it was undoubtedly a major loss for this world. Therefore, every time a person ascends, the world will be weakened by a few points. If this goes on, one day breaks through a certain boundary, it will invite the age of the end, so that the cultivators gradually become myths and legends. While Emperor Chu decimated a portion of the immortal realm to offset the world's underpinnings he took with him as he ascended, it was undoubtedly a heavenly merit. As a person who ascended, he could not have cared about the death or life of this world. Looking at the horrified expressions of the crowd, Xu Nian nodded in satisfaction. As the formation spirit of the primordial Chu Emperor, he naturally held his master in high esteem, And this expression of the crowd that could not help but look at him was the best recognition of the primordial Chu Emperor. Better than a million compliments is the fairy world. The Ink Maiden similarly listened to Chu Nian's words, and the excitement in her heart was no less than that of the many royal heirs. She only felt that she was able to awaken in Xian Chu, and also gain the trust of the Grand Prince in the process, becoming his confidant, when it was really the most correct decision in her life. What a part of the immortal world! Even the supreme powerhouses among the heavenly demons might not have each tasted the spiritual embodiment of the immortal realm, right? And there is an immortal body as a side dish. The Ink Woman glanced at the white rainbow in the distance, and her bright red tongue licked the corner of her mouth, revealing a slight look of anticipation. Chapter 95, The True Colors of the Heavenly Devil. The royal heirs had already noticed something unusual about the current Dao War, and were listening carefully to Chu Nian's words for fear of missing some details. At this time, the Ink Woman beside Chu Haoming was uncharacteristically twisting her slender waist toward Xiao Ren's direction. Or, without seriously understanding the rules of the Dao War. What are you doing over there? Chu Haoming slightly frowned. In his heart there is some puzzlement. Female in addition to the talent and appearance. The most let him like is good understanding. Know the point of advancement and retreat. Why did he go to Lao San's side at such an inopportune juncture? Is there really something big going on? Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm just going to do something that fits my status. A dark light erupted from the 7 orifices of the Ink Maiden, transforming into a deep black, dark cloud-like cloud in mid-air. Then these dark clouds spread violently, scattering into the entire carefree sky like exploding fireworks, causing inexplicable palpitations in the hearts of the crowd. Bai Hong summoned the Linglong Pagoda Void, instantly enveloping Bai Lu and the others, and admonished, "Don't draw on the carefree sky's aura anymore. And in a moment, if the fight leads to a lack of aura, you'll only be allowed to kowtow the Qi recovery pill to return to your mana." The only people present were Bai Lu and Song Li, who responded positively and didn't ask why. And the main fight was a white elder brother, old brother, how to say, "I will do." It seemed like Elder Joe and the others, on the other hand, looked at the white rainbow in a rather perplexed manner, and although they didn't immediately cut off the communication with the surrounding aura, they also reduced the absorption speed to an extremely low level. Masters, you should just listen to Senior White. That woman is an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. What she's doing now is polluting the aura of this place and transforming it into her home turf. Song Li had memories of his past life and had a general understanding of the Heavenly Devil's methods, and although he couldn't recognize the Heavenly Devil's concealment, he was still able to see the signs of it when the Ink Maiden made her move. Song Li did not avoid the crowd when she spoke, and the other cultivators were first stunned, then revealed smiles, but they did not believe it, and no one followed her words. This world has been at peace for a long time, and the cultivators have long since lost their vigilance against the Heavenly Devil. The reason why Song Li didn't persuade the others was because it was useless to persuade them. Oh, there's even a cultivator in this world who can recognize my sacred clan? The Ink Maiden looked back, and a domineering and ferocious aura swept in as well, heading straight for Song Li. At this time, her cultivation had unexpectedly jumped from transformation god to refined void, and was continuing to rise as if there was no bottleneck. Elder Joe instantly stepped forward and summoned a large bronze-colored cauldron to block the blow for Song Li. Boom! A huge force was transmitted. Elder Joe's face steeply flushed a few points. Her eyes became more and more stern. The force of this strike actually caused her to have a burst of chi and blood. It was important to know that Ink Maiden had only been at the cultivation level of a transformation spirit a few seconds ago. Although she didn't manage to get her hands on it, the Ink Girl didn't care much about it and instead took this opportunity to come in front of Xiao Run, raising his hand to hold the countless icy cold sword she chopped out by the true Lord of the Flowing Moon. He asked with a smile. The carefree heaven has been infiltrated by me for most of the time. If you don't awaken again, don't blame me for eating it alone. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by eating alone? Xiao Ren's eyes widened as he stared straight at Imo Woman, a feeling of sympathy surprisingly rising in his heart towards her. The heavenly demon body was even more restless than ever before, as if it was cheering, "Stay away from my disciples." The moment Lu Yu was forced back, she remembered Bai Hong's words from last night, and her ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger, madly lifting her sword to chop at the Ink Maiden, not knowing if she was truly worried about Xiao Ren's safety, or if she was afraid that Bai Hong's words would be prophetic, proving yet another mistrust on her part. Moreover, Lu Yue was originally a sword cultivator with a reputation for battle prowess, and the several dual cultivations with Bai Hong had improved her just as tremendously. So for a moment, the Ink Maiden was actually truly entangled. "You're a little too much in the way." Boom! As the Ink Maiden's words fell, the erosion of the ebony demonic chi on Carefree Sky suddenly accelerated, surprisingly pushing his cultivation to the harmonization stage in a hard way between several booms. Dang! 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 The sound of golden gobbles clashing resounded, and true Lord Lu Yu's thousands of sword chi could no longer stop Ink Maiden from doing anything, but could only watch as she placed her index finger, which was surrounded by black chi, gently pointing at Xiao Ren's brow. Xiao Ren's mind was abruptly shaken. The system interface, which only he could see, unexpectedly began to melt, turning into a wisp of liquid as viscous as black mud, slowly drilling into his pores and integrating into his soul. Extraterrestrial demons, systems, and devouring beings. When the system merged with the heavenly demon body, Xiao Ren only felt a massive amount of memories being poured into his mind, and gradually understood everything that the Ink Maiden had said. Heavenly devil. Xiao Ren's gaze was deep and profound as he suddenly looked at the Ink Maiden and sighed a long, cloudy breath as he helplessly said, "Why bother exposing me in plain sight? This is going to be a lost cause with you. Jen-chan." Lu Yu's face steeply turned ugly, and she involuntarily took a few steps back, not daring to look at Xiao Ren with disbelief. Is what Rainbow said true? As Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ren, whose temperament was evil and far from her impression, she only felt a heavenly spin. Next to them, Li Yunqin and Lu Qingxuan were also doubly shocked, especially Li Yunqin, who had a harder time accepting it. She was almost secretly in love with Xiao Ren as her future husband. How could she accept such an ending? Senior brother Xiao, you're lying to us, right? Li Yunqin tremblingly reached out, trying to go and pull Xiao Ren. Do you want me to get rid of it for you? There was not a single fluctuation in the Ink Woman's dark eyes as she said to Xiao Ren, I was also confused for a few days when I first awakened, not knowing what choice to make. And then when I got tired of thinking about it, I simply killed all my friends and family, and then I was no longer entangled. Xiao Ren pursed his lips and looked at Li Yunqin's pearly face, which also appeared to be a bit tangled. But, the thinking after awakening is ultimately different from humans. Although the people of the Third Peak, except White Rainbow, were all very kind to him, they were ultimately no match for the heavenly devil. Then, please. Xiao Ren's voice was incomparably cold, almost pushing the few people from the Third Peak into the 10,000 feet ice cave in unison, causing their entire bodies to stiffen and they could not move. The Ink Maiden glanced at Xiao Ren rather unexpectedly, spread her face and smiled, her fingertips transforming into a sharp thorn as she laughed. You're a lot more determined than I am. So how come you awaken so late? The more hard-hearted one is, the more conducive one is to awakening. For the heavenly devil is by nature a heartless and unfeeling being. Why am I late in awakening? Xiao Ren's eyes rolled as he slowly looked toward Bai Hong, who was wearing a smile and looking like she was watching the show. Swish! After the Ink Woman casually asked the question, the thorns that her fingers transformed into suddenly stabbed out, setting off a roar that vaguely cut open the void, heading straight for Li Yunqin and the others' vital points. Stop it, Ink Maiden! At the same time, a figure clad in imperial robes and wearing a 9-tasseled crown rushed out from the crowd, stopping in front of Lady Mo, and it was none other than the Grand Prince Chu Haoming. After stimulating the true king's bloodline, Chu Haoming at the refined void stage had vaguely touched the threshold of the harmonization stage. Chu Haoming's face was agitated, obviously moved to the Ink Woman. Questioned, you. Before the words fell, a black thorn pierced through Chu Haoming's heart. Kara! Chu Haoming's refined void physique was as if it was paper mache, and the Ink Woman slowly drew the thorns out, the barbs on them scratching against her ribs, making a toothsome friction sound. The Ink Woman's eyes looked calmly at Chu Haoming, shaking her head and saying, why would you stand up to die when you've clearly accompanied you for an aeon of time? The two of them more than 60 years of living together. Chu Haoming has long been accustomed to the company of the Mo woman, treating her as a wife, and even want to break the poorly born Mo woman corrected for the king's consort. However, the Ink Maiden never put Chu Haoming's goodness in her heart, and this is the heartless nature of the heavenly devil. After the few people from the Third Peak saw Chu Haoming's tragic situation, they also suddenly fell silent. Chapter 96, Li Yunqin. Memory recovery. 1,000 years with each other. The Ink Woman said to kill on the kill. From its eyes cannot see half a bit of compassion. Not to mention the full counting on the mountain are not 5 years Xiao Ren it? To then think about sensitizing Xiao Ren and getting him to return to his senses would be pure cuteness. Up. And along with Xiao Ren also began to emit demonic chi to infiltrate the carefree sky. His strength also climbed step by step. But in contrast, is the gradual dissipation of humanity in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Yu finally died completely, taking 2 disciples to draw back violently. dodging the ink woman's cat and mouse-like pursuit. Rainbow, you've known all this for a long time, haven't you? As Quicksilver flickered around, he inadvertently glanced at White Rainbow, who was as steady as an old dog, sitting back and watching everything happen, and was suddenly blessed with the understanding of everything. With hot tears in her eyes, she rushed at White Rainbow within the Linglong Pagoda's shadow and questioned, "Is this also in your calculations? You have to see the third peak torn apart, with each person perishing for all eternity before you'll be happy." White Rainbow sat in the void, no sorrow or joy in her eyes, and that indifferent gaze was even more merciless than Xiao Ren's black eyes after he had completely heavenly demonized. Looking into these calm, waveless eyes, for the first time ever, Ryoketsu was born with pure remorse. It's all her. If she had treated everyone equally, if she hadn't ignored Honger's grievances, if she hadn't listened to slanders for the sake of face, if she had trusted Honger more, wouldn't she have been reduced to this point today? Wasn't it possible for White Rainbow to sit down and calmly tell the truth and put the crowd on early defense? After all, Honger was a Linglong immortal body. Knock. Facing a heavenly demon at the conjugation stage, even Lu Yu was out of her depth, and her mind couldn't be fully immersed in the battle, and it didn't take long for her to be caught by Ink Maiden, shattering her protective aura in one fell swoop. If it wasn't for Lu Yu's strong fighting instincts, placing her flying sword across her body in advance and using it as a shield, she was afraid that the few people from the third peak would have to be cut off by that thorn. But even so, Lu Yu also felt a flurry of turning in his body. His bones were unknown to have broken a few times, and the refined Void True Lord's virtual image of the original phase even faded by a few points. Honger, 1,000 mistakes are all my master's fault, but for the sake of the past trace of incense and flame love, for the sake of you and me, for the sake of my merit to your cultivation, can you shelter Qingchuan and Yunqin? Strongly enduring her discomfort, Lu Yu flew towards Bai Hong's Linglong Tower silhouette with her imperial sword, surprisingly pleading in public. Master, you're not asking for him. Li Yunqin realized it afterward. A flash of sadness flashed in her eyes, but it quickly turned into indignation as she lowly roared. He just wants to take revenge on us. He wants to see us groveling and slavishly kneeling, but I'm not going to give him what he wants. Li Yunqin had secretly liked Bai Hong before Xiaoran went to the mountain, and adhering to the teaching of women chasing men through the veil, she had launched an attack if nothing else, only to be coldly rejected and incidentally reprimanded by White Rainbow, who was bent on cultivation at the time, although this matter is only known to the two of them. But Li Yunqin, who is in the sensitive period of the young girl, is inevitably a little displeased and hold a grudge, until Xiaoran on the mountain, by virtue of its young in the family left and right, good and delicate style of action, quickly attracted Li Yunqin's teenage spring love. On one side was the iron-faced and unselfish senior brother, and on the other side was the enthusiastic and well-behaved senior brother. Li Yunqin naturally preferred the latter, and the more she liked Xiaoran, the more she set off her dislike for Bai Hong. So how could Li Yunqin, who hoped that Bai Hong would regret it, admit that she had chosen wrongly and repent for it? Li Yunqin's silver teeth clenched, her watery eyes looked at Xiaoran, and surprisingly, she didn't know where to give birth to her strength and took the initiative to run towards Xiaoran. Jin, Yunqin, Lu Yu and Lu Qingchuan were also stunned by this shocking move. No matter what, they did not expect Li Yunqin to run to Xiaoran. After all, that is a heavenly devil. After Xiaoran was exposed, even Lu Yu couldn't say anything to deceive himself, didn't dare to dump others, and could only admit that he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. How did you Li Yunqin dare to be like this? Is Chu Haoming's previous warning not enough for you to wake up? At this time, Lu Yu's mana was nearly depleted. Her body had been stripped of strength during the successive battles, and it was already difficult to defend herself, so she simply couldn't have enough time to save herself against the Mo woman's attacks, and she could only cast a pleading gaze at Bai Hong. Honger, please save Yunqin, don't let her be wrong anymore. Tears streaming down her face, Lu Yu couldn't help but ask Bai Hong for help, saying, Qin'er's crime is not to death. If you really want to take out your anger, it's okay to waste her cultivation later on. White Rainbow as if it did not hear. No reaction. Lu Yu can only look at the cultivation of the second highest Li Kueisheng, pleaded, elderly. Please look at. No go. Bai Lu's icy cold and incomparable voice interrupted everything as she said sternly, elderly. Not only are you not allowed to go, but if there is anyone who wants to save that Li Yunqin, you will likewise have to block them. Since it's the people Chu Haoyin invited, why do you need to find me to ask for help? I'd like to see today. How many people dare to help Lu Yu? These words could not be described as heavy, and the monstrous anger in them even drew the other royal heirs to look back frequently at such times. Shu Qianxiu had always been a paragon of leaving a line between people, and to be able to force her into such a state, just how much excessively wrong had that refined void named Lu Yue done? Lu Yu herself had never thought that Bai Lu would hate herself like this, and thought that it was the third peak helping the third prince that had angered her. But it never occurred to her that Shiro didn't care who they helped, much less what they considered. She just wanted to take the heat for her once-old brother. Ever since she had learned about Bai Hong being forced into becoming an immortal heavenly demon in her previous life, she had hated to bloodily slay Quicksilver and the others. On the other hand, Li Yunqin also finally flew beside Xiaoren as she wished, her eyes filled with anticipation. I knew that senior brother Xiao wouldn't make a move on me. Otherwise how could I get close to you? Li Yunqin's face was flushed, trembling as she reached out, wanting to touch Xiaoren's cheeks. They are all misunderstanding you. Only I, senior brother Xiao, only I have always trusted. Swish! The sharp tip of the sword steeply poked out from Li Yunqin's chest, and her eyes instantly widened as if she did not believe that Xiaoren would really kill her. But she looked at the half of the sword body in front of her chest. The indeed is Xiao Master Brother's life-flying sword. Li Yunqin's vitality rapidly drained away, and even his yuaning gradually withered as countless images flashed in his eyes. Xiaoren kills her. Bai Hong sweeps away everything in the secret realm of the three sects. Bai Hong is vilified, and she reveals her feelings to Bai Hong. The memories of this life and this life flashed like a horselight, and finally settled on the moment Li Yunqin was born. However, it is still not over. Li Yunqin didn't know where to give birth to some strength. And surprisingly, she saw her more mature self in the walk again. That Li Yunqin unexpectedly has a Mahayana cultivation, a high position within the Immortal Alliance, is a well-known great cultivator. The Taoist couple is even her daydreaming of Xiao Shidi. White Rainbow is also fruitful as a bad person. By her and Xiao Shidi and other people join hands to chase, like a lost dog. Everything is that kind of intention. Until Heavenly Devil exterminates the world. Although Li Yunqin of the Mahayana stage was a human woman with a much more mature appearance, her love for Xiaoren had not diminished in the slightest, and unlike her today, she still believed in Xiaoren. Then there was the same backstab from Xiaoren, the same sword tip piercing through the chest. The posture was actually exactly the same. Aha! Li Yunqin suddenly let out a painfully hideous scream as countless memories flooded into her mind, almost bursting her soul, and these were clearly her past life memories. Tears of blood slowly flowed down. Li Yunqin's eyes were full of blood, but she did not look at Xiaoren again. Instead, he twisted his head aside with difficulty and tried to look backward, not knowing whether he wanted to see his master and sister, or whether he wanted to take a last look at the White Rainbow.